Hello, everyone. Due to some issues, we are unable to continue on the previous Nava's manhwa recap channel. However, because of your love and support, we have decided to start a new channel, Nava Manhwa Recapped Point 2. We will continue as usual. Let's dive in once again. What's going on? Chu You felt a gentle breeze brush against her face. She slightly opened her eyes, her vision still blurry, but she had already keenly sensed that something was amiss in her surroundings. A bad premonition crept into her heart. She was a military medic participating in field training with the army. Frankly speaking, even though military medics didn't directly face combat, the training intensity was still quite high, not much less than that of regular soldiers. In fact, she was quite capable, never missing a day of training. But now, she instinctively felt she hadn't been able to hold on and had fainted. She found it unbelievable that Li Yanwang truly lived up to his name. Even she hadn't been able to withstand it and had fainted. As her mind raced with these thoughts, she heard a smack beside her ear and felt a burning pain in her bottom. More than the pain, she felt shame and indignation. How could anyone, a grown woman, have the nerve to spank her bottom? She twisted her body, struggling to open her eyes. Shock coursed through her, rendering her immobile. What was happening? How had she become an infant held in someone's arms? The surroundings were pitch black, with only slivers of light filtering in from outside, making it feel like a cave. Seeing no reaction after the first slap, the person holding her slapped her again. The slap jolted Chu You awake. She wanted to curse inwardly. This wasn't over yet. One slap after another. Before, she wouldn't have even flinched at such force. But now, with her delicate, smooth skin, the slaps were quite forceful and painful. However, she quickly realized what was happening and immediately burst into loud sobs. The person holding her breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed a piece of fur of unknown origin, wrapped it around her, and placed her next to the woman lying nearby. A hand gently patted her, and Chu You quickly stopped crying. She opened her eyes and looked around erratically, but the dim light made her very uncomfortable. People walked around without seeming affected, but her heart sank. This environment. She felt she had probably died from overwork and been reincarnated, but unfortunately, she hadn't been reborn into a good family. The surroundings were dark, all stone walls, like a cave. And looking at herself, covered in some kind of skin, she wondered if it had been disinfected, how many bacteria were lurking. Forgive her as a doctor for being overly sensitive to these things. She couldn't help but sigh. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why hadn't she been reborn into a good family? It just didn't make sense. As a soldier, she shouldn't be superstitious, but in this situation, she couldn't help but think about it. She was quite frustrated and bewildered. How could things have turned out like this? Thinking about the intensity of Li Yanwang's training, she felt that she hadn't reached her limit yet. So how could she have failed to withstand it and die at such a young age? It was really unreasonable. She gritted her teeth and thought about it, but it just didn't make sense. Now that things had gotten so messed up, she really had nowhere to turn for justice. I felt quite uneasy. It was obvious that I had been reborn. I didn't know much about the surrounding environment, but I had a general idea of my family situation. I just didn't know what kind of people my parents were. If they were kind and loving, I wouldn't mind if life was a little tough. After all, I had to create the kind of life I wanted to live. It's better to rely on myself than on anyone else. If my parents could provide for me, that would be good. If they couldn't, I couldn't force it. Just then, a commotion arose outside. It wasn't far, but the shouting and yelling were so loud that Chu You strained her ears to listen, but she couldn't understand a single word. Filled with confusion, she wondered which of the 56 ethnic groups in China was speaking the language of which minority group was it? It was so unfamiliar that all she could make out was a cacophony of sounds. The several busy women beside her seemed to have heard the commotion as well, their expressions showing joy. One even peeked out from the doorway, clearly delighted. A moment later, someone approached and spoke a few words to the woman in labor beside her. The voice was right next to her ear, a series of incoherent words. She listened carefully, hearing them clearly but couldn't understand a single word. She could only deduce from the tone that it was probably a question. The woman in labor beside her, her birth mother, responded immediately, speaking softly. Then, the person reached out and lifted her, still wrapped in her leather blanket, carrying her outside. Stepping out of the dim light and facing the direct sunlight, she immediately squinted. The sun was blazing outside, and the light was blinding, especially since she was still lying on her back. She was being carried, swaying gently as they walked out. She was incredibly curious. Her newborn child was being taken out like T-Sit seemed rather inconsiderate. Of course, she had no complaints. She was eager to know where she was and what her surroundings were like. Only by venturing out could she learn more. Slowly adjusting to the light, she slightly opened her eyes, and what she saw was... She blinked in disbelief, even rubbing her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Good heavens, what was she seeing? The woman carrying her had disheveled hair and a sallow complexion. That wasn't unusual. Poor people didn't dress like that. But her overall appearance was both familiar and strange. She looked exactly like a primitive human, and she wasn't the only one. Almost everyone around her described them the same way. Looking around, the men were all shirtless, with only leather belts around their waists, while the women wore breast wraps. A few, who appeared thinner, were dressed even more simply, without leather belts, just a few broad leaves tied around their waists, very light and airy. She was truly dumbfounded. She had assumed their standard of living was low, but this situation was far from what she had imagined. In the blink of an eye, she was handed over and placed in a broad, warm embrace. A large, fan-like hand stopped in front of her, a slightly curved finger gently touching her cheek. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, causing her no pain. She couldn't help but look at the person before her. A face covered in stubble obscured her features, but she had a high, straight nose and large, bright eyes that seemed very intelligent at first glance. She was a newborn baby, being carried out. This must be her father. Thinking this, I couldn't help but scrutinize him closely. His full beard made it difficult to guess his age. He might be in his 30s or 40s, or perhaps 40s or 50s. The man holding her uttered something, then lifted her high with both hands. The people around immediately started shouting and yelling, making a huge commotion. The scene was already lively, but now it reached its peak. She couldn't help but guess that this was probably to welcome her daughter's arrival. "Grandma, I don't want meat. I'll just eat wild fruit." The 2-year-old child ran incredibly fast. Behind her, a woman carrying a piece of raw, bloody meat chased after her. "Why are you running? How will you have strength if you don't eat meat? You're big enough now. You should eat meat." No, Grandma. I'm strong enough even without meat." Seeing how fast she ran, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye, and how resistant she looked, the woman reluctantly withdrew her hand, glared at the child, and walked back with the meat. Chu You patted her chest as she saw her turn back, a wave of lingering fear washing over her. She had been here for 2 years, learned the local language, and gradually adapted to the way of life, but the idea of eating raw meat was something she truly couldn't accept. When she was younger, she wasn't given meat, but now that she was older, she needed to eat it. She understood that a vegetarian diet wasn't good for her growth, but the thought of eating raw meat was truly unbearable. Having been here for 2 years, she had learned many things. She now lived in a primitive tribe called the Inshan tribe, and her father, Damu, was the tribe's leader. The woman who had just been chasing after her was her mother, Fong. She was their 5th child, with 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters. Her eldest brother was 14 years old, a full 12 years older than her. She was born in June, the hottest time of the year. On the day of her birth, her father, Damu, gazing at the blazing sun overhead, named her Lyang, meaning blazing sun. The Chu You of the past was gone, and the one alive now was Lyang, who had just turned 2. Although she was new to this place, she hadn't wasted these 2 years. While trying to adapt to her environment, she also tried her best to be obedient and clever to win her parents' favor. Although she was the youngest child, she was the most beloved by her parents. Life in primitive societies was far from easy, as one might imagine. The very concept of food was a major challenge. Wild fruits were scarce, and even eating them quickly led to hunger. Therefore, most of the diet relied on meat, which had to be hunted by hand, an extremely difficult task. Fighting wild animals was highly dangerous, and with limited medical resources, those with minor injuries might heal on their own, but those with serious injuries, even if still alive, could only watch helplessly as their loved ones died. The Inshan tribe, with fewer than 200 people including men, women, and children, was limited by this. The tribe valued older children more, as they could contribute more than younger children who could only wait to be fed. Therefore, younger children were often neglected until they grew older and could help with hunting and earn rewards, at which point they were valued. However, Lyang, only 2 years old, was loved by her parents entirely due to her cleverness. But her worries did not diminish at all. This kind of life, where she didn't know where her next meal would come from and where she was living day to day, made her feel very insecure. Right now, she still had her parents to protect her, so she didn't have to worry about life. But if she lost her parents' protection, she, a child of such a young age, would probably just wait to die. Food was limited during each hunt, with those who contributed more receiving more, and those who contributed less. Those who did not contribute had to survive on the food distributed by their families. She was not the only one sitting at home waiting for food. It was her entire family, including her mother and her 5 siblings. However, her eldest brother was already 14 years old and had started going out hunting long ago, but he had been injured recently and was still recovering. Fong didn't pursue them further, nor did she dare to wander recklessly. She only circled the tribal settlement. Their area was open and flat, but the surrounding area was densely vegetated, with trees blocking out the sun. Wild animals roamed the forests, making it quite dangerous. The elderly, women, and children of the tribe dared not venture out easily. They needed 7 or 8 people to go out together for safety. Lyang, of course, wouldn't be so reckless as to run outside. She was well aware of the dangers outside the tribe. Every time the young and strong men of the tribe went hunting, several would never return. Of those who did return, apart from a few exceptionally brave individuals, the rest would all bear injuries, some minor, some major. In short, the dangers of hunting were unimaginable to most. She looked around the row of several caves of varying sizes, a helpless expression returning to her face. These caves were their current dwelling place. One of the largest caves could accommodate over 100 people, while the others were much smaller. Their family lived in a small cave, where all 7 members of their family huddled together. To be honest, the fact that their family could live in a cave alone was a perk of being the chief. If they were just ordinary people, they would probably have to squeeze into the large cave, which would be overcrowded and unsanitary, a truly unpleasant experience. The other caves were allocated to respected members of the tribe. The most valiant and successful hunters always received preferential treatment. Their entire Inshan tribe was essentially like a large courtyard, surrounded by trees and enclosed by vines. A gate was located at the front, which was open during the day for easy access and closed at night to guard against wild animal attacks. Frankly, this system made their tribe quite safe. Even if wild animals roamed outside at night, they wouldn't dare venture inside. The relatively flimsy courtyard wall provided them with a considerable sense of security. While wild animals were more cautious in areas with human activity, they were still wild animals, and sometimes they would wander in unintentionally. It was said that long ago, when the tribe's able-bodied men were out hunting, wild animals would rush into the courtyard and injure people. Although they were eventually driven away, several were injured or killed. Such incidents were not frequent, but they did occur. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. It wasn't a peaceful era. Danger was always unavoidable. Therefore, only by strengthening oneself could one be truly secure. Speaking of this, Lyang couldn't help but smile slightly. Her father, Damu, was able to become the tribal chief because of his immense strength, and she had inherited this ability. Although she was only 2 years old, she had already shown it. She could break tree branches as thick as her arm with one punch. She was not as strong as Damu, but she was still more powerful than the average person. However, many people in the tribe are very strong. Years of physical labor and the agility honed from hunting wild animals make any able-bodied young man a formidable opponent. The women, on the other hand, are much weaker. Although some strong women participate in hunting, their catches are far smaller. However, because women can bear children, their status in the tribe isn't low. Now, even though Lyang is still young, her strength is already considerably greater than that of the average woman. While she's still somewhat weaker than an adult man, she believes that as she grows older, her strength will definitely increase significantly. This will be her foundation for future success, since her older brothers and sisters haven't been fortunate enough to inherit her great strength. A sudden commotion arose outside the tribe's gate. Lyang's mind raced. She turned and immediately saw the returning hunting party. Leading them was none other than the tribe's chief, her father, Damu. A smile instantly spread across her face, and she rushed towards the gate. Father, you're back." She didn't even bother to see how much game they had brought back before dashing forward. When Damu saw his youngest daughter rushing to greet him, the tense expression on his face relaxed slightly. He stretched out his long arm and scooped the little girl into his arms, nuzzling her cheek before speaking. "Father's not here. Have you been a good girl and listened to Mother?" Lyang nodded repeatedly. Yes, I listened to everything Mother said." Just then, a soft sneer came from behind. "Father, don't listen to her. Mother was chasing after her earlier, not listening to her at all." That was truly a mood killer. Lyang couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. "Oh, so you haven't been obedient at home?" Damu looked down at his youngest daughter in his arms, deliberately pausing. His imposing presence was enough to intimidate everyone in the tribe, but Lyang wasn't afraid at all. His smile remained unchanged, still beaming as he said, "Whether I've been good or not, Father will know when we get back and ask Mother." "Father, you must be tired from your journey. Hunting is truly tiring. You don't need to carry me anymore. Put me down and let me massage your back to relieve your fatigue." Damu, indeed exhausted from his return, obediently put the child down and sat down on a nearby rock. Lyang didn't immediately massage his back. Instead, he quickly ran out, but soon returned with a bamboo tube full of water, still smiling. "Father, you must be thirsty. Drink some water to quench your thirst." Seeing the little one running around, Damu's anger vanished. He couldn't help but smile, took the bamboo tube, and drank the water in one gulp. Lyang, ever the little imp, darted behind him, raising her tiny fist to give him a gentle back massage. "Father, how's that?" she asked. Damu chuckled. "With your little arms and legs, go for it." Lyang cheerfully agreed, unconsciously increasing the pressure. Despite her small size, she was surprisingly strong. After a short while, Damu's eyes were half closed in comfort, a picture of pure enjoyment. Hunting was tiring, and this relaxation was an indescribable pleasure. He knew his little daughter was strong. When she was just a few months old, an unintentional slap, while not enough to hurt, could still sting. Now that she was older, she controlled her strength much better. "Father, when will you take me hunting too?" Lyang asked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Damu burst into laughter. "You're so small, you can't even keep up with the group walking, and you expect to hunt?" Any wild beast that pounces on you could easily snatch you away. You should just stay home with your mother." Even after saying this, he still found it hilarious and couldn't help laughing. Lyang felt quite annoyed. She really was too young. The father and daughter, engrossed in their conversation, completely ignored Boji beside them and even less noticed his increasingly grim expression. "Father, you still need to distribute the hunted food." Upon hearing this, Damu's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing in them, before he glanced at Boji. Boji's face tightened involuntarily, his heart pounding with unease. His father's authority was not easily countered. Even as his son, he often felt intimidated. He involuntarily shrank back slightly, lowering his head, his eyes fixed only on the ground. Hunting was hard work, and distributing the game was a troublesome affair. Regardless of the amount distributed, there would always be someone unhappy. Damu, as the leader, had often struggled with these matters. Fortunately, he was the bravest man in the entire Inshan tribe, and even those who harbored resentment would be restrained and dare not cause too much trouble. He found this task even more tiring than hunting. If he weren't the chief, he would have ignored it entirely. But as chief, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. With a long sigh, he said, "Lyang, go back first. Your father will bring back food soon. It'll be time for you to taste this fresh meat." The meat was indeed fresh, but having eaten cooked food before, she had absolutely no interest in raw meat. Fong wanted to give her meat, and now Damu wanted her to eat meat too. Everyone ate meat this way. Should she eat it? She looked conflicted, but thinking about the current situation, she said, "Father, I'll go with you and see." She had witnessed food distribution a few times before. Some people felt they had contributed more but received less, and this would inevitably lead to arguments, and sometimes even physical fights. The scene was unsightly. In tribal communities, such conflicts were unavoidable. Dama didn't want her to witness such a scene, but his youngest daughter was always clever and quick-witted. Even if a fight broke out, she would surely stay out of the way. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement, only instructing her, "If things get heated later, be careful and don't get too close." "Father, then I'll go home first," Boji said hesitantly, his eyes avoiding Dama's gaze, staring at the ground as he spoke softly. His father remembered telling Lyang not to go to such a scene. Why didn't he tell him? The ferocity with which those people fought over food was more terrifying than wild beasts. He really wanted to stay far away, but his father always took him along, probably thinking that having someone of his own made him feel more secure. But deep down, he was genuinely afraid. A few times he had even been accidentally punched, not even knowing who had hit him, and it hurt quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Dama frowned and turned to look at him. Seeing his hunched-over posture, Damu felt a surge of anger. As the tribal leader, he was exceptionally brave and respected by everyone. He could usually resolve disputes with a single word, which demonstrated his prestige within the tribe. Yet Boji was like this. He couldn't see any of his own charisma in him. "Come with me. There are some things you should learn. Having the strength to hunt is not a great skill. You also need to quell the various disputes in the tribe to earn the respect of the people. You are still young and need to learn more from your father." Although Damu was dissatisfied, he was still his son. Boji was somewhat unwilling, but dared not show it, only lowering his head and remaining silent. Although he hadn't inherited Damu's great strength, he had never lacked food since childhood. Even though he was over 10 years old, his strength was considerable, far surpassing that of his peers. Dama took it as a yes and led the two towards the gate. The hunting party, laden with their spoils, was receiving praise and welcome from the crowd. Everyone was quite proud, and the elderly, women, and children watching were also delighted to see so much food. If it weren't for the issue of distribution, the entire tribe would be in a state of harmony. "Chief, the chief is here." Seeing Damu arrive, everyone's eyes fell on him. How the food was distributed ultimately required his permission. The people respected him, but they also genuinely loved him. Without him, they wouldn't have been able to hunt so much food. Looking at the expressions and attitudes of the crowd, Boji finally smiled slightly. As the chief's son, he was treated very well in the tribe. He never lacked food, and everyone treated him kindly. Even the most competitive of his peers wouldn't lay a hand on him. Now, while everyone respected Damu, they also looked at him differently. He truly experienced the benefits of being the chief's son and thoroughly enjoyed this honor. As soon as the sun blazed down, their gazes fell upon the prey, smaller rabbits, pheasants, and raccoons, each weighing only a few pounds of meat, but their sheer numbers made up for itizens in total. The larger prey consisted of 3 wild boars, with large tusks, looking quite ferocious. Their plump heads and large ears were surprisingly silent, and they were incredibly robust, their meat firm and substantial. Each boar weighed at least 400 or 500 pounds, and with 3 of them, even excluding the bones, they probably weighed 1,000 or 800 pounds. However, this was difficult to estimate. A large skeleton meant less meat. Considering the nearly 200 people in the tribe, this meat, if eaten sparingly and supplemented with wild fruits, could last for several meals. But in this hot weather, it would spoil if not eaten, so it was better to eat one's fill at once. If they were to eat freely, it would probably only be enough for one day. The women and children had smaller appetites, but the able-bodied men had quite large stomachs. After some thought, he couldn't help but shake his head. Despite bringing back so much meat, the amount each person actually received was quite small. They were full and had nothing left over. Today's hunt was considered a large one. They weren't always so lucky to have such a haul. However, since everyone in the tribe ate raw meat and the bones were all wasted, it wasn't entirely wasteful. After all, the meat on the bones was gnawed clean, ensuring the bones were as clean as if they'd been washed. "Chief, it's too hot. Let's divide this meat quickly. It'll spoil in no time under the sun." Someone couldn't contain themselves and spoke up. It was indeed very hot. Damu also wanted to distribute the meat quickly, so everyone could go home and rest. He had been exhausted for most of the day, and with this meat, he could finally get some rest. They had to continue hunting tomorrow, and only by being well rested could they avoid making mistakes during the hunt. This wasn't just true for him, but for everyone else as well. He nodded. "Let's get them ready first. Each of the hunters will get 2 of the smaller ones. As usual, everyone can take them and prepare them. For the wild boars, get a few more people to help and quickly prepare them and divide the meat." At his command, the onlookers responded in unison and immediately began to work. Many hands make light work. In no time, the wild boar was unrecognizable. Meat and bones were separated and laid out. Throughout the process, Lyang watched intently. She was also amazed. They didn't have any suitable tools, just sharp bamboo strips or sticks sharpened from branches, plus sharp fingernails. With a series of actions, the whole wild boar was completely butchered, and now it just awaited the meat. She had seen this scene many times before, but it still seemed extraordinary. Everyone stopped and focused their attention on Damu, awaiting his command. The weather was quite hot, and the stench of blood and the strong smell of meat filled the air. Seeing that the meat was ready, Lyang stepped back a few paces, keeping a slight distance from it. Damu glanced at her briefly, then quickly looked away, a hint of helplessness on his face. He didn't have time to pay her any more attention, turning instead to the group of people staring at him eagerly. Today's harvest was quite good, all thanks to everyone's hard work. Future hunts should be like today with a full load, so that none of us will go hungry. After a few words of encouragement, Damu got straight to the point. Those who contributed the most today, Qinghe will get a large share, and Jianya will get a smaller share. Before he could finish, Jianya immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "Chief, my skills are far superior to Qinghe's. Why should I get a smaller share?" As he finished speaking, Several of his close associates stood behind him. Lyang frowned deeply. He knew this would happen. Every time the spoils of the hunt were distributed, there was always some unpleasantness, and lately, it seemed to be getting worse, especially with Jianya. Sharptooth was indeed brave and strong, about 10 years younger than Damu, a leader among the young and strong. Unwilling to be inferior to Damu, he wanted to replace him. His ambition was obvious and readily apparent. Whenever there was a major disturbance, it was either him who led it or he who instigated it. In short, the tribe's unrest was largely related to him. Your skills are indeed better than Qinghe's, but Qinghe contributed more than you in this hunt. He shouldn't get less than he deserves, Damu said coldly, glancing at him. Lyang smiled wryly. This Sharptooth was indeed strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such ambition. But he also had his weaknesses. It was obvious that he had conserved his strength during the hunt, unlike Qinghe, who had fought with all his might. That's why Damu distributed the spoils this way, which was only fair. It was just that greed was insatiable. He felt that because he was superior, he deserved the largest share. Damu, this way of dividing the spoils won't do. Might makes right. I'm the most capable, so I deserve the largest share. Anyone who disagrees, come challenge me. I, Fong, have never been afraid of anyone. He pounded his chest menacingly, his eyes wide with fury as he glared around, his gaze so intense that no one dared meet his eyes. Boji, standing to Damu's left, involuntarily, took several steps back under Damu's gaze, finding Fong truly terrifying, and looked at Damu with considerable trepidation. Might makes right, but whoever contributes the most to the daily hunt receives the most food. This is our tribe's rule, unchanged for countless years. If you disagree, then you disagree with me, your chief. Damu's gaze was like lightning, his voice stern as he spoke to Fong. Behind Fong, the young men who had been somewhat restless in their eagerness involuntarily shrank back upon seeing Damu's imposing expression. Their bodies betrayed their fear. They either retreated or shrank back behind Fong. Damu had long held considerable power and influence within the tribe, wielding considerable authority over his followers. His anger, in particular, instilled fear in many, who dared not confront him directly. Fong, initially brimming with confidence, believed that strength was paramount in the tribe. He was second to none, and even Damu was merely using his chieftainship to intimidate. In a direct fight, Fong was confident he could defeat Damu. As his strength grew, his resentment towards Damu intensified. His followers, who had previously idolized him, were now cowering in the face of Damu, a stark contrast to his current state. Frustrated, he glared fiercely at those around him. He wanted to say he was dissatisfied with Damu's leadership, but seeing Qinghe standing beside Damu and realizing his own men were clearly hesitant, he felt a wave of discouragement. He didn't dare be too disrespectful to Damu, only glaring at Qinghe to express his dissatisfaction before turning and leaving. Damu, watching, breathed a slight sigh of relief and asked, "Anyone else dissatisfied?" Even Fong had bowed his head in submission. Even if they wanted more food, none of them dared to oppose Damu, so no one uttered a sound, and they followed his lead in distributing the food. With no one causing trouble, the food distribution was completed smoothly. Most people wore expressions of joy. Only a few felt resentful. This was unavoidable. Everyone has their own thoughts, and no matter how fair the distribution, some will always be dissatisfied. "Chief, Fong is becoming increasingly unruly," Qinghe said with displeasure. His skills couldn't compare to Sharptooth's, but he was fearless and willing to fight tooth and nail. He always went all out on hunts, his sole purpose being to gather more food to feed himself and his family. He had no other thoughts. Nothing was more important than being well fed. He's become more capable, and his ambitions have grown too. That's fine, though. I actually wish everyone in our tribe had some skill, Damu sighed. However, Sharptooth was simple-minded and only interested in fighting. He wasn't suitable to be a leader. Qinghe understood the meaning. If everyone was capable, no one would go hungry, and no one would starve to death. This would greatly strengthen the tribe, which would be a good thing for everyone. Unfortunately, only a few had real skill, and they were all incredibly ambitious. Shouldn't the chief teach him a lesson?
Qinghe asked.
We only have this many people. What's the point of all this commotion? If we cause trouble and someone gets hurt, it's all our own loss. Let's leave it at that for now, don't worry about it. Damu also looked troubled. The tribe had over 100 people, but after deducting the elderly, women, and children, the number of able-bodied men was quite small. Everyone depended on these able-bodied men for their livelihood, and losing any of them would be a significant loss. He didn't want to cause any unrest, otherwise, life would become even more difficult. I think Fong only dares to be so disrespectful because he's taken advantage of the chief's good temper. Dama chuckled slightly but didn't say much, waving his hand. Disperse. Everyone go back and rest. Get your energy up and continue hunting early tomorrow morning. No one said another word. Hunting was a serious matter, and they scattered like birds and beasts. Dama handed his share of food to Boji, who then took Lyang's hand and led him forward, asking, Lyang, were you scared? Lyang straightened her small frame. This little scene won't scare me. Damu, seeing her like this, couldn't help but chuckle and praised, Our Lyang is truly remarkable. Boji followed behind them, carrying dozens of kilograms of meat, walking with great difficulty. His arms were heavy with the weight, yet his father didn't ask him a single question, only constantly interrogating Lyang. He was greatly dissatisfied. He didn't know what was so good about that girl. She was so small, unable to do any work, and all she did all day was eat. Even though he had many complaints, he didn't dare say them to Dama's face. He didn't know why, but his father and mother especially liked that girl. All she was good at was talking. She couldn't hunt back as much food as he, a boy. A little girl.
What was so good about her?
Full of resentment, he walked slowly, carrying the food, occasionally glancing gloomily at Lyang ahead. Mother, we're back. From afar, Lyang called out towards the entrance of his cave. With a whoosh, Fong appeared at the cave entrance with 3 children. He immediately saw them, his face lighting up with a smile, especially when he saw the meat Boji was carrying. His eyes crinkled with laughter. You're back. Are you all right? I'm fine, look, not even a scratch, Dama said with a grin. That's good. Go back and rest. Hunting is really tiring. Fong said, taking his arm and leading him into the cave. The 3 children, 2 girls, and a boy stepped back to make way for them, their heads bowed and their expressions obedient. Boji didn't even glance at them, carrying the meat inside. Lyang, however, smiled and looked at her older brothers and sisters. Her second sister, Piu Chao, didn't even look at her, only following Boji. Her third sister, Honghua, called out with a smile, Lyang's back. With that, she moved swiftly and followed into the cave. Her fourth brother, Zhongshen, reached out and pulled her, saying, Mother was looking for you. Now that you're back, let's go in quickly. He said this with obvious eagerness, pulling her inside. Lyang knew perfectly well that everyone was so eager to eat the meat. As the children of the chief, although they had never gone hungry, food was still very scarce for them. Every little bit they could eat was precious. The more they ate, the stronger they became, and the greater their chances of survival. Filial piety and sibling love were just empty words. The only real concern was ensuring she had enough to eat and wasn't hungry. Aside from her parents' genuine love, she didn't really care about her older siblings. After all, you have to treat me well before I'll treat you well, right? But none of them cared about her, so why should she be kind to anyone? Upon entering, the light dimmed immediately. Lyang closed her eyes briefly, adjusting before opening them again. She could now see the cave clearly. Boji was already impatiently cutting meat with a sharp branch, while the 2 sisters stood watching him. Zhongshen shook off her hand and ran over, waiting to share the food. Dama sat on an animal skin to the side, and Fong gave him a bamboo tube to drink water. He looked at his children with a sense of satisfaction in his eyes. Food was extremely precious in the tribe. In other families, the head of the household would distribute the food, but Damu did not. Previously, the food was mostly distributed by Fong, but as Boji grew older, this task fell to him. As the eldest son, distributing the food was also a way to cultivate his authority. If he couldn't earn the respect of his siblings, how could he gain the respect of others outside? In short, it was a form of training for him by Damu. However, Boji wasn't a fair person. Even when the family had plenty of food, he was extremely stingy with it, quite harsh on his younger siblings. Boji, I'm a little hungry today. Could you share some with me? Putsao said softly, looking at his expression. The cave wasn't large, and although she spoke in a low voice, everyone could hear her. Several of the younger children's eyes fell on her, but Putsao didn't care, her gaze fixed on Boji. Boji instinctively wanted to object, but glancing at Lyang out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to ponder for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, there's plenty of meat today, so I'll give you more. Upon hearing this, Piyu Chao immediately perked up, her face beaming with a smile, and she proudly nodded to the two children beside her. Boji, Boji. The two voices rang out almost simultaneously, but Boji, without looking up, said, Piyu Chao is older than you and can help with some chores, so it's fine for her to eat more. But you two just eat food and do no work. 8-year-old Hongguo wasn't completely idle. She usually helped Fong with chores within her ability. However, there wasn't much work to do at home, and Fong was a very capable person, so they didn't need to do much. But she didn't consider herself someone who would completely freeload, and she looked at Boji with considerable resentment. I helped mother with chores. His gaze towards Boji was unfriendly. What can you do? Boji asked with disdain. In the tribe, nothing was more important than hunting for food. It was no wonder he looked down on his younger siblings. They were completely incapable of surviving. You. Hongguo was furious, but couldn't find the words. 5-year-old Zhong Shin dared not utter a sound. He was even less capable than Hongguo. While Hongguo could do some work, he had done nothing all day, just waiting to be fed. He glanced at Lyang. Lyang didn't seem to care at all, his gaze shifting between Boji and Hongguo, completely absorbed in watching a show. Lyang, Zhongshin called softly, then pointed to a large piece of meat, gesturing for Lyang to look. Why are you calling her? Meat is precious. She's so young. She doesn't need to eat this. A couple of wild fruits will keep her from starving. The younger children were all eyeing the meat, which displeased Boji, who couldn't help but reprimand them. Zhongshin immediately lowered his head, no longer daring to look. Boji was the eldest son and had ample reason to discipline them. If he was right, he could easily throw a punch at them. None of the younger children were his match, so naturally they dared not provoke him. Lyang turned her eyes away and secretly curled her lip. It was just some raw meat that hadn't been processed. She had no appetite at all. Fong chased after her to eat it, but she ran far away. Boji thought that she was also eyeing this piece of meat. She was just watching them share the food because it looked fresh. However, Boji's possessive attitude towards the food also made her look down on her. If there were a shortage of food at home, it would be understandable for you to protect it from others. But to refuse to share when there's plenty is problematic, especially since he's the chieftain's son. It shows a lack of generosity. Lyang looked down on him and simply ignored him, turning to go towards Damu Fuying. Father, mother. The couple were talking quietly when they saw her approaching. Damu's face softened. Lyang, come here. Let father hold you. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. Lyang is so big now, you don't need to hold her all the time. You must be exhausted from hunting, so let her sit and play by herself. This child is so adorable. I feel happy the moment I see her. Damu said, then lowered his head, took her little hand, and asked, Your mother said you refused to eat meat. Why is that? Lyang knew she couldn't escape this question, so she smiled and casually replied, "Meat is hard to come by. Father works hard hunting, so he needs to eat more to conserve his strength. I'm just a child. A few wild fruits are enough to keep me from going hungry." That was true, but eating only wild fruits wasn't enough. The weaker members of the tribe, who didn't often eat meat, were already sallow-faced and emaciated. She, on the other hand, could still maintain her strength by eating only wild fruits, all because she had only recently been weaned and the nutritional deficiencies hadn't yet become apparent. Speaking of this, she was quite anxious. Just as Fong said, if she didn't eat meat soon, she definitely wouldn't gain strength. Demu, hearing this, smiled broadly, reached out and touched her cheek, and chuckled. "You're such a good child. Eat up without worry. As the leader, I can't let any of you go hungry. You must be complaining that meat has a strong, unpleasant smell, not as sweet as fruit, and yet your father actually believed it," Fong said with a laugh. "That child is clever," Dama said dismissively, simply running his hand through her medium-length hair before tilting his head and gesturing to Fong. "Go and see her." Boji had already given Putsao a large piece of meat, which she devoured. Hongwa and Zhongshan each took a small piece, eating sparingly. When Fong approached, Boji had already taken the piece for herself twice as large as the one Putsao had and stuffed it into her mouth. While everyone was eating, no one paid any attention to Fong's arrival. Hongwa, seeing Fong, quickly shoved the meat in her mouth and mumbled, "Mother." Fong smiled, then stepped forward and cut another piece of meat for her. This piece of meat was quite substantial, enough to fill her up. Hongwa immediately became happy, taking the meat and stuffing it into her mouth as if afraid someone would snatch it from her. Zhongshan saw this and looked up at Fong, who then cut him a piece as well. Boji, seeing this, showed displeasure but dared not say anything. Fong was his mother. If he angered her, his father would surely beat him. Fong cut a small piece and gave it to Lyang. Lyang had anticipated her reaction. He took a few big bites of the wild fruit in his hand, then shook his head and said, "Mother, I'm full. You and father can have the meat. Save what you can't finish. You can eat it tonight or tomorrow morning. Especially tomorrow morning, father should eat his fill before going out. To be honest, the weather in June is really hot. Meat doesn't keep well. If you leave it overnight, it might taste bad by morning. But there's nothing you can do. Having something to eat is better than going hungry." Fong started cleaning the rabbits and pheasants he had received. They were all dead anyway, so it was better to clean them quickly and find a cool place to store them. Maybe they could last a little longer. Fong was very skilled at cleaning game. He had done this often before. He was extremely quick and efficient. Boji and the others, having eaten their fill, didn't want to move. They lay down in their respective spots to sleep. It was hot, and after eating and drinking their fill, they naturally wanted to sleep. Only Lyang stayed by Fuying's side, watching over them. "Why don't you go take a nap?" Fuying asked, noticing her following him around. "Auntie, you're not asleep either. Let me help you, and we can sleep together after we're done." Fuying listened, a smile involuntarily spreading across her face. It was no wonder she doted on this child. Of all the children, this youngest was the most considerate. This tiny child, though unable to offer much help, spoke words that were simply endearing. "It's just this little thing. Annie can do it herself. You don't need to help. In that case, I'll fan you, Auntie." Saying this, she picked up the leaves she had gathered earlier and gently began to fan herself. A cool breeze arose, so comfortable it made her want to sigh. It was hot outside and Fuying working was naturally hot. With this cool breeze, how could she not feel comfortable? Feeling relaxed, she worked even faster. The rabbit pelt was completely cut off, and Fuying carefully set it aside. These pelts were to be kept for clothing in the autumn and winter. Although they often hunted a lot of game, the amount of fur they obtained was not much. After all, there were so many people in the tribe, and clothing made from pelts would sometimes be damaged. In short, fur clothing was scarce in the tribe, especially in winter. Without warm clothing, it was easy to get sick, and many weak people even froze to death. That's why winter is so hard to endure. The pheasant had been plucked, the meat was set aside, and the feathers were carelessly tossed aside. Mother, aren't these feathers useless? What use are they? They're so small, they can't be made into clothes. If you think they're pretty, take them and play with them. Fong said casually. In the sunlight, the pheasant feathers were multicolored and shimmering, quite beautiful indeed. Beautiful, but impractical. If there were leather, these feathers could be cleaned, stuffed into clothing, and sewn together to make a down jacket. But unfortunately, there was no fabric, not even a thread, so these feathers were truly useless. However, they were fluffy and soft to the touch, and Lyang was reluctant to throw them away. She thought of finding some dry grass, rolling the feathers into a ball, and tying it up to make a pillow soft and cozy, better than nothing. Then I can play with them all. Upon hearing this, Fong readily complied, gathering all the feathers together and leaving them for her. Lyang was quite sensible and didn't trouble Fong to do anything. He picked up the chicken feathers one by one, washed them in the water, and then found a neat stone slab to lay them out to dry. To prevent them from being blown away by the wind, he even picked 2 leaves and weighed them down with a stone. Under the bright sun, he wasn't worried about them not drying. The mother and daughter finished tidying up and went back to sleep. The cave wasn't too big or too small. It was quite spacious for the whole family. Damu, as the head of the family, slept near the entrance, which served as a form of protection, offering some shelter should wild animals rush in at night. The siblings each had their own space. Boji, as the eldest, had the largest area. The younger siblings were somewhat afraid of him, so they kept their distance, giving him plenty of space. In this sweltering heat, his spot was quite cool. The others also had their own places. Since they were spaced out, there was no fighting over them. When Lyang reached her spot, she frowned. The animal hide she had laid out neatly that morning was now crumpled into a ball and tossed aside like a rag. What had she done to deserve this? Looking up at the sleeping siblings beside her, her expression turned cold. Although they were all born of the same mother, their relationship wasn't good. The older brother didn't act like one, and the younger sister-in-law didn't act like one either. All they cared about was getting more meat. As the youngest, she was inevitably the most bullied. Unfortunately, unlike most children, she didn't meekly allow the older ones to bully her. Often, Damu and Fong would stand up for her, which meant the older siblings didn't dare openly lay a hand on her, but they constantly made underhanded moves, like the mess of animal hide before her. As for who did it, she didn't bother to investigate. They were all cowards anyway. She tidied up the animal hide a bit, then lay down. Outside, the sun was high and it was very hot, but the cave was relatively cool. She fell asleep almost immediately. A sharp pain shot through her body. Opening her eyes, she was met with Boji's fierce expression. Lyang clutched her stomach. The kick had been quite forceful, and waves of pain washed over her, fueling her anger. She lifted the animal skin and looked down. A bruise covered her stomach, a clear indication that he truly considered her an enemy. Boji, what are you doing? She demanded, sitting on the ground, glaring angrily. Boji merely gave her a cold laugh, his expression utterly disdainful, as if he had only kicked a pebble in his path. He didn't even glance at her before walking away. Only then did she realize that the cave was empty. The younger children had probably woken up and run off to play, and Damu and Fong were busy with their own tasks. No wonder Boji had attacked her. Since no one had noticed, no one had reprimanded him. Her expression immediately turned cold. This Boji was becoming more and more outrageous. If you said he was cruel, he didn't lay a hand on the children outside. Instead, he only targeted his own siblings. She wasn't the only one who had been treated this way. The second, third, and fourth children had all been beaten by him. However, the second child, Piu Chao, had been quite obedient to him lately and had been beaten less often. On the other hand, the youngest child, herself, seemed to be increasingly disliked by him. He would cause trouble for her no matter what. The more she thought about it, the more she disliked Boji. He was truly awful. How could there be such an annoying person in the world, especially since he was her older brother? He didn't act like an elder brother at all, treating them, the younger siblings, like enemies. Where was the brotherly affection in his eyes? She couldn't help but secretly think that she had to teach him a lesson so he would know to be more cautious. Otherwise, he would really think she was easy to bully. If he did it once, he would do it twice, and if he did it twice, he would do it 3 times. If this continued, it would become unbearable. In this tribe, strength is valued and squabbles between siblings are considered trivial. Complaining to parents wouldn't necessarily get a response, and besides, complaining too much would make her seem incapable of solving problems, giving the impression of weakness. Even though she was only 2 years old, she didn't want to leave that impression. After calming herself down and tidying herself up a bit, she left the cave. Being so young, she was still quite sleepy. Only when she stepped outside did she realize it was already late. The sun was setting, and the midday heat had long since faded. The occasional breeze brought a touch of coolness. The main gate was open, and people from the tribe were bustling in and out. Some were leaving empty-handed. Others were carrying wild fruit, their faces beaming with smiles, and a few young men were lounging on the stones by the gate, chatting idly. "Lyang, what are you doing here? Why aren't you out playing?" A soft, childlike voice sounded beside her. Lyang turned her head and smiled slightly. "Mangjong, are you feeling better? I haven't seen you for days." This child was 2 years older than her, only 4 years old this year. He seemed to be in good health, but he would fall ill from time to time. He had been sick again a few days ago, and only now seemed to be getting better. Perhaps because he was often sick, this child was quieter than the other children, which made him seem more refined. Even his voice was soft. "I'm better now. Grandma won't let me go out to play. Zhongshin and the others are playing in the water. It's cool and refreshing. Why don't you go?" Mangjong tilted his head to look at her. Upon hearing this, Lyang smirked and replied, "I just woke up and don't have the energy, so I won't go." She was interested in playing in the water, but the thought of Zhongshin being there made her reluctant to go. She was always at a disadvantage because of her age. Everyone could bully her. If she were a few years older, with her strength, no one could bully her. For now, she could only endure it. Speaking of which, she was quite strong, but the others were also quite strong. Living in the jungle, constantly fighting wild animals, the men and women of the tribe all possessed considerable strength, and when they fought, they were as ferocious as wild beasts. Their ruthlessness was uncompromising. Even someone like her, who had lived in civilized society, found it frightening. However, they were ultimately different. The father and daughter's extraordinary talent was far superior to others. Otherwise, how could Damu have become the tribal chief? And it was only because she was still young. The two chatted idly for a short while before Fuing returned with a few wild fruits in a bag made of animal hide. "Mother, you're back." Lyang greeted her cheerfully. Seeing her happy expression, Fuing casually took a wild fruit and placed it in her hand. "Eat." "Thank you, Mother," Lyang said happily. Food was relatively easy to obtain at this time of year. The surrounding area was densely wooded, interspersed with many fruit trees. With over 100 people, they wouldn't go hungry eating fruit and meat. However, winter would be much harder to endure. Seeing Mangjong beside him, Fuing also slipped a fruit into his hand, making him beam with joy. "Thank you, Fuing." Food was precious. Ordinary families didn't share their food with others. Only Damu was relatively well off, as his family wasn't particularly short of food, and Fuing was quite generous. Fuing patted his head, ignoring the two of them, and went straight into the cave. The two of them then sat there happily eating fruit. The two children sat for a while. As dusk approached, the adults who had gone out returned one after another, and the children who had been playing outside were also ushered back. The area around the tribe was relatively safe, but after dark, wild animals were bound to appear. Around this time, every day, no children lingered outside. Mangjong, you're not fully recovered yet. Don't stay here in the wind. Go back quickly. Mangshong's mother was a very burly woman, and her shout was quite imposing. Lyang, I'm going back. I'll come find you to play again tomorrow. Mangjong stood up and turned to say, go back quickly, or your mother will beat you. Lyang quickly waved his hand. This wasn't just idle talk. The men and women in the tribe weren't exactly known for their good tempers. If they had plenty of food and were in a good mood, they could be gentle and kind to the children. But if there was no food and they became irritable, they could be quite ruthless when they started hitting people. As darkness fell, Lyang hurried back. There were no lights here. It was all right during the day, but at night, visibility was poor with moonlight, and without moonlight, it was pitch black. However, there wasn't much to do at night. They could eat something and rest early. They were used to it, and it wasn't a problem. Mother, I'm back. Lyang called out before he even got close. Fong chuckled upon hearing this. You didn't run away, so you're back. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lyang grinned and leaned closer. Mother, where did you pick these wild fruits? They're so delicious, sweet and sour. The wild fruits closer, but I only have some small, green-skinned ones left. I knew they weren't your kind. I went a bit further today, so I picked the big, red ones for you. Of course, they're delicious. It's a pity the animal hide is only this big, otherwise I would have brought back more. He said with some regret. Food like this, once missed, may not come again. Saying they were red and big is relative. You have to understand that fruit trees grown naturally, without careful tending or fertilizer, can't produce very large fruits. But they were truly delicious, with a perfect balance of tartness and rich sweetness, much better than those fruits that were just pretty but tasteless. Take me with you next time. I can help you bring some back, Lyang said after thinking for a moment. You're so young. You don't have any strength, and you refuse to eat meat. Fong scolded. Hearing this, Lyang immediately interrupted. The fruit is very sweet. I want more. Go get it. Fong glanced at her helplessly. Unlike others who wouldn't share spoiled food, she always let everyone eat their fill when there was food, and when there was no food, they would all go hungry together. However, Damu was very capable, and the family rarely went hungry. With permission, Lyang immediately went to get the fruit, ate her fill in one go, and held her stomach with a satisfied look. Now that she was full, no one urged her to eat meat. The smell of raw meat was okay, but putting it in her mouth still felt unpalatable. Hey, you little rascal, I wasn't watching you for a second and you've eaten most of the fruit. Fong turned his head and looked at him with a reproachful expression. I'll eat the fruit, and I'll leave the meat for mother. Lyang chuckled. That's easy to say, but you just don't like meat. Your older brothers and sisters fight over it. When I was little, we had nothing to eat, so we even ate tree roots. She couldn't understand why this child didn't like meat. As evening fell, the weather suddenly became stiflingly hot. Hearing curses, Lyang instantly woke up, finding herself drenched in sweat. She sat up from the animal skin, surrounded by complete darkness. She maintained a soldier's alertness, but this body was still that of a child, a time when children are prone to sleepiness. With elders watching over her, she had slept soundly. Now, waking, she noticed the noise around her. How can I sleep when I'm all sweaty? There's a breeze outside. I'll go out for some fresh air. It was Boji who spoke. Of all the children in the family, only he dared to say such a thing in the middle of the night. Not only was it pitch black outside, but anyone with a weak heart wouldn't dare move an inch in the pitch black, let alone talk about going outside for some fresh air. It's so dark outside, let's not go. We're all already feeling the heat, and who knows if the wild animals in the forest will run wild in the heat. Fong said disapprovingly. Having lived all these years, she had seen far more of the world than her children. Let him go if he wants to. Why stop him? He's a grown man. He should have some skills, Damo said casually. He didn't discipline his children much. Sometimes, when they acted impulsively, he not only didn't stop them but even encouraged them, just like now. In Damo's view, children, especially boys, should be raised to be fierce to live long. Upon hearing this, Boji, as expected, ignored the suggestion and stood up, groping his way towards the cave entrance. Although it was pitch black, the familiar surroundings made his movements relatively easy. The cave was indeed very stuffy, but the occasional cool breeze blowing in from outside offered a slight respite. Lyang, sitting on the animal hide, wanted to go outside for some fresh air, but since it was Boji going out, she was reluctant to follow. Boji wasn't a good older brother. If she went out, he might grab her and throw her far away like a stone that would be torture. Mother, is it going to rain because it's so hot? Lyang asked sullenly. Fong hadn't thought much of it at first, but hearing this, she realized it might really rain and immediately became worried. If it really rains, who knows what tomorrow will be like? If we can't go hunting, we don't have much food. Lyang's expression also darkened. Their current lifestyle made rainy days unpredictable. Hunting in heavy rain was too dangerous, and getting wet could easily lead to illness, not a wise choice. So, they generally didn't go out on rainy days unless they were starving. And the thought of not having much food made her even more worried. The weather was exceptionally hot and humid today. The meat would probably be stale by tomorrow, especially since it was raw. The rain comes and goes quickly these days. It should stop raining tomorrow, Mother. Don't worry, she said reassuringly, as if also reassuring herself. Lyang is right. In previous years, we never went hungry at this time of year. Winter is the hardest to get through. Damo added, his voice tinged with a sigh. Winter was tough, and even mentioning it left him feeling melancholic. Yes, winter was truly the toughest season, and Lyang couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Given the circumstances, however, some changes could be made. Although the heat was unbearable, a slight breeze still drifted in. Exhausted from a day's work, Damo and Fong quickly fell asleep again, their breathing steady. Lyang stopped paying attention to them and listened to the sounds around her. The second, third, and fourth brothers had woken up briefly earlier, but no one spoke. They had only turned over drowsily and fallen asleep again after a short while. They were all children, and playing outside all day would be tiring. It was normal for them to be so sleepy they could barely keep their eyes open. As for herself, she had been woken up by the heat in the middle of the night. She had taken a nap during the day, and now, feeling worried about the instability of her life, she couldn't fall back asleep. Listening to the faint sounds coming from outside the cave entrance, she squinted slightly. She lifted a corner of the animal hide and pulled out a few pebbles. Listening to the silence around her, she slowly made her way towards the cave entrance. The further she went, the clearer the whistling wind became, and it was indeed quite refreshing. She moved very carefully, making no sound, even slowing her breathing. In contrast, Boji outside occasionally muttered a curse, accompanied by the swatting of mosquitoes. It was clear that while it was much cooler outside, there were still many mosquitoes, making it less comfortable than she had imagined. She couldn't help but smile silently. Reaching the cave entrance, she discerned Boji's location, picked up a pebble, and tossed it. Immediately, she heard a startled cry. Ouch! She smiled silently. Her aim was good. Who was it? Who hit me? Boji asked, somewhat bewildered. Hearing the commotion, even though Lyang couldn't see anything, he could sense Boji's exasperated state. The person who had been comfortably lying on the ground was now startled, and one could easily imagine his panicked look around. Could it be a pebble blown by the wind? Boji muttered, receiving no response. Seeing no movement around him, he lay back down. He's really quite carefree. Lyang raised an eyebrow, picked up a pebble, and tossed it away. Ouch! A loud shout rang out. Boji jumped up again, this time with obvious anger, pacing back and forth at the cave entrance with exaggerated movements, trying to find out what had happened. Lyang, however, silently returned to his spot and lay down. However, Boji wasn't finished. He'd been hit twice. The first time, he could find an excuse, but the second was clearly intentional. It was infuriating. He looked left and right, even peering into the cave, but couldn't find anything wrong. His anger was uncontrollable. He started shouting and cursing loudly. Demu and Fuing, who had just fallen asleep, were alert by nature. How could they not hear such loud shouts? Boji, what's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Demu shouted sternly. After a long day of hunting, nighttime was for rest. If they didn't sleep well, they would inevitably lack energy. For those who hunted year-round, poor energy and lack of motivation were a major taboo. Father, someone's playing tricks on me, throwing stones at me. Boji cried out, hoping Damu would stand up for him and find the culprit. However, Damu, awakened by the noise, was not one to mince words. He practically sprang from his animal skin and began to beat Boji. Father, father. Boji cried out incessantly as he was beaten. Lyang lay silently on the animal skin, silently thinking, disturbing someone's sleep is the worst thing you can do. In the end, Boji was severely beaten, and he no longer had the will to enjoy the cool breeze outside. He slumped back to his spot and lay down, his previous curses completely silent, as docile as a house cat, utterly afraid to provoke Damu's anger. With no one to cause any more trouble, they all soon fell asleep. However, after an unknown amount of time, thunder rumbled outside, accompanied by lightning that was clearly visible even inside the cave. The thunder startled everyone awake. The younger ones, remembering Boji's beating, remained silent. Fu Ying's worried voice came through the cave. It really is raining? Don't worry, it's just raining at night. It might stop by dawn. Besides, at this time of year, we can find something to eat. We won't go hungry. Damu was quite optimistic. Even if the wild fruit trees outside were laden with fruit, tree bark, grass roots, and some newly sprouted leaves could fill their stomachs, they definitely wouldn't go hungry. That made sense. Fuing was comforted and didn't continue the conversation. Thunder rumbled one after another, but the rain didn't fall. The wind outside, however, blew in gusts, making the cave less stuffy and cooler. Damu got up and walked towards the cave entrance, but didn't step outside. He just stood at the entrance looking out. Lyang was also awakened by the thunder. Even though she felt a little sleepy, the continuous thunder made it impossible for her to fall asleep, so she also got up and walked to Damu's side. Father, what are you looking at? Damu had just beaten someone up, and his ferocity in beatings meant none of the children in the family were unafraid of him. Only Lyang dared to approach him now. Usually, thunder means rain, but today this thunder didn't bring any rain. That's a bit strange, Damu muttered under his breath. Lyang, standing right beside him, heard him clearly, but didn't find it strange. Weather is unpredictable. It's common for thunder to be loud, but the rain to be light. However, the locals didn't keep records of these things, and their knowledge was limited. They probably just assumed thunder always meant rain. She looked up at the sky. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, a glimpse of the dark sky was visible. After a moment's thought, she said, "The wind is probably strong enough to disperse the clouds, so the rain won't fall. The wind blows the clouds away, so the rain stops?" Damu heard her clearly, but didn't understand the logic. He dismissed it as childish nonsense and didn't take it seriously. Whether it was strange or not, he had no interest in investigating. Whether it rained or not was entirely up to fate. It wasn't that he was worried about rain, so it wouldn't stop. She glanced down at the child standing beside her, who barely reached her calves, and chuckled. In the middle of the night, instead of sleeping, You're running to the cave entrance to watch the excitement. Aren't you scared? Lyang inwardly scoffed. Thunder was just loud. What was there to be afraid of? Even if the thunder was loud, the lightning wouldn't strike her. What was she afraid of? What's so scary about that? After a moment's thought, he looked up at Damu and asked, "Could it be that you were afraid of thunder when you were a child? Father, that's why you think I'm afraid of thunder too?" As soon as she finished speaking, she vaguely saw Damu's eyes widen, looking terrified. She couldn't help but wonder, is this really necessary, Father? Lyang exclaimed in surprise. Damu was the tribal chief. One couldn't be a chief without ability. Besides, he was usually incredibly brave, not the type to be easily frightened by a mere clap of thunder. Why was he like this? However, Damu's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence, only pointing ahead. Lyang looked in the direction he was pointing, and her face immediately showed surprise as well. She saw firelight. Fire. In the 2 years she had been here, she had never seen it. Their tribe didn't have fire. They still ate raw meat. That's divine punishment. Hearing that something was off about his voice, Lyang couldn't help but ask, "Father, have you seen this before?" "Yes, I have. Many years ago, when I was still young, wild animals were burned to ashes, trees were burned to death, and people were injured if they touched them. The elders all said it was divine wrath punishing the creatures of the mortal realm." As he spoke, a hint of fear crept into his voice. Well, this is the result of overthinking. A sudden commotion arose, not far away. Those who had been awakened by the thunder and couldn't sleep had probably noticed the strange thing in the distance. The fire, fueled by the wind, had already spread to a large area, and it was unclear how badly it would burn. "Father, should we go and take a look?" she asked worriedly. If the fire had started, it would likely burn down a large area, and the thought of putting it out was instinctive. "What are you looking at? You're really brave. If you get too close to that thing, you'll either die or be seriously injured. It's not something to play with. You stay put and don't go anywhere. I'm going to go check it out." Damu scolded her fiercely. Lyang didn't dare to argue with him. Her father doted on her, but when it came to violence, he showed no mercy. They watched as he walked towards the commotion. The flames had grown larger, and everyone saw it. They were probably quite panicked now, and it was indeed necessary to go and calm them down. After Damu left, rustling sounds came from behind. The younger children had run to the cave entrance to see what was happening. Fong followed behind, keeping a close eye on them. At this moment, he absolutely wouldn't allow them to run away. The thunder had gradually subsided, but the firelight illuminated the area, making it brightly visible even before dawn. "Mother, what are those things? Are they giant beasts? Will they come and eat people?" The second child, Piu Chao, was already 10 years old, but she wasn't very brave. Just seeing the firelight made her tremble all over. Her words startled the third and fourth children, who hadn't seemed too alarmed before. They involuntarily shrank back. "I don't know what that is either. As long as it doesn't come any closer, we'll be fine," Fong said softly, staring at the firelight. Then, hearing Damu's loud voice from the other side, he added, "Your father is here. He'll protect us. You can rest assured." The usually talkative Boji was now clinging tightly to Fong, looking utterly frightened. Lyang was speechless. This Boji usually thought himself incredibly brave, showing no regard for his younger siblings or other children. But when something serious happened, he was a completely different person. Given their past relationship, she felt nothing but contempt for him. After carefully observing the firelight for a while, Lyang said, "Mother, don't worry, it's nothing serious." At this time of year, the trees were lush, but most were still bare. The fire looked fierce, but it was only burning dry leaves. Judging by the fact that the fire hadn't spread, it was unlikely to actually start a fire. With Damu's reassurance, the frightened people gradually calmed down. However, Their hearts were still unsettled, and no one could be so carefree as to go back to sleep. Adults and children alike stood at the cave entrance, staring at the flames burning not far away. The bolder ones seemed indifferent, clearly not taking it seriously, while the more timid ones had fear in their eyes. As they stood facing each other in pairs, dawn gradually broke. The fire was started by lightning striking a dry tree. The surrounding trees were dense, but not easily ignited, and the fire gradually subsided after burning a ring around the perimeter. Seeing this, Lyang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a large-scale fire, his tribe would be safe. I'll go take a look, Lyang said, still peering outside. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was looking, he dashed out. Upon seeing this, Fong cried out in alarm. Lyang, come back quickly. Worried about her running off alone, she was about to chase after her when Boji grabbed her arm. Let her go if she wants to, mother. Why are you chasing her? He gripped Fu Ying's hand tightly, refusing to let go. She's so young and doesn't know any better. What if she gets hurt? Let go. I'll go bring her back. Fu Ying tried to push Boji away. However, Boji's grip tightened. He was a teenager, a boy, a head taller than her, and ate a lot, so he was quite strong. He held Fu Ying firmly, making it impossible for her to break free. Mother, don't go. If you get hurt, father will blame me. Lyang ran off on her own. Whatever the consequences, she brought it upon herself. Boji said, a cold glint in his eyes. This little girl, barely out of her teens, is just asking for trouble. So many adults are too afraid to go out, yet she's so audacious. Let's see what she gets out of there. Hopefully, she'll die out there, at least one less freeloader at home. He doesn't care about any of his younger siblings who might compete with him for food. He'd rather they were all gone, then no one would be taking his food. However, Fu Ying wouldn't listen to him and kept trying to break free from his grasp. Worried he might lose his grip, he gave Pu Chao a wink. Pu Chao is closest to him in age and always follows his lead, so they understand each other perfectly. She bent down, took 2 steps forward, and grabbed Fu Ying's other arm. Although she's a girl and not particularly strong, with Pu Chao and Boji on either side, Fu Ying couldn't break free. Fu Ying was instantly enraged. You too. If anything happens to Lyang, I will never forgive you. Boji scoffed indifferently. So, what if he was forgiven? He'd either get a few mild scoldings or get a beating from Damu. He'd been beaten plenty of times since childhood, so he didn't take Fu Ying's words to heart at all. In a flash, Fu Ying could no longer see Lyang. Her anxiety grew, and she turned to look at Damu's direction. The cave wasn't far away. She could vaguely see a figure there, and he could hear her if she called out. She was about to call out to Damu. Unexpectedly, Boji had already discerned her meaning and hurriedly said, Many people over there have been frightened. If father leaves now, things will likely descend into chaos. Mother, please don't cause father any more trouble. If the tribe were to descend into chaos, it would indeed be no small matter. Fu Ying had seen far more of the world and understood the situation better than he did. The words he was about to say remained unspoken. He simply turned to look in the direction where the blazing sun had disappeared. Seeing that Fu Ying had listened to his words and didn't intend to summon Damu, Boji smiled. This little girl, barely 2 years old, dared to disregard him daily. Unlike Pu Chao, who was always respectful, she wouldn't even lift an eyelid when she saw him, never giving him a second glance. If she's like this at such a young age, she'll be even more unbearable when she grows up. No wonder he always wanted to discipline her. That girl was simply too outrageous. Now that she's gone, she probably won't be coming back. He thought to himself with a slight sense of smugness. Seeing Fu Ying's somewhat displeased expression, Boji chuckled. Mother, you have so many children. Losing one won't make a difference. That girl, Lyang, is always disobedient. She doesn't even realize how lucky she is to be your child. She doesn't appreciate it at all. It's just that she's unlucky. Don't worry about her. Look at the third and fourth children. Aren't they doing just fine? The third and fourth children, at his signal, also came closer. They didn't even glance at Lyang, who had run off alone. In truth, that little girl had never really given them anything substantial, and yet she still had to share her food with them. They didn't particularly like her. "That's my child with your father, your youngest sister?" Fong shouted angrily. "She ran off on her own. We didn't drive her away."
Whose fault is it?
Boji turned his face away. He wouldn't let Fong go out to look for her. It was impossible. Even if Fong wanted to go out, he wouldn't allow it. Fong was speechless for a moment. In the tribe, it was always a dog-eat-dog world. Many children starved to death every year, and some, unable to survive the winter, were even abandoned outside to fend for themselves. But Damu was the bravest man. His children would never be left to die. At this moment, Boji's ruthlessness chilled her to the bone. Although most people were heartless, her former brothers and sisters would often fight over a meager meal. Boji was the child she had raised.
He shouldn't be like this.
She couldn't quite put her finger on what he should be like, but surely he shouldn't have stood by and watched Lyang in danger? "Mother, she's so young, I don't know if she'll even survive." "If she's gone, she's gone," Putsao chimed in, seeing her anger. "Countless children have died in the tribe. You were born Lyang at a young age, and many people said she wouldn't survive. It would be good if she even made it to 2 years old. It's just a waste of food." Putsao was timid, but she was most afraid of Boji, because Boji would beat her. She wasn't so afraid of Fong. Fong, as a mother, rarely hit her children, but because she often went out to find food, she had been somewhat neglectful in disciplining them. Fong was so angry her chest ached. Lyang was the youngest child, and at her age, he was probably her last. This child was usually the most well-behaved and lovable, speaking with a serious and mature air, which was very endearing. Of all her children, she valued her eldest son the most, since their future depended on him. But her favorite was Lyang. She couldn't bear to hit or scold such a young child. If anything happened to him, just thinking about it made her heart ache terribly, and 2 streams of tears involuntarily rolled down her cheeks.
Her scorching son. Mother?
Lyang tilted her head, looking at the heartbroken Fong with a puzzled expression. Fong, lost in her own sorrow, heard the voice, looked down, and saw that Lyang had returned. Her face lit up with joy, and she reached out to hug her. "Lyang, you're back." But then she saw that Lyang was holding a branch thicker than her arm, its leaves charred black, sparks flickering at the tip. Her outstretched hand froze, her face showing concern. "What is this?" "It's fire." Lyang smiled brightly. "Mother, this is a good thing." Fire? Fong had never heard of it before, but this thing looked exactly like the fiery red mass she'd seen earlier, resembling the same species. She immediately swallowed nervously. "This thing. It's not fun. Lyang, let's not play with this." How could this be anything good? Even wild animals were being burned, roaring and unable to escape. People who got close would be burned. How could this be anything good? Children are ignorant. They only see the bright light and think it's something nice. Beside her, Boji and the others never expected that such a tiny child, running out recklessly, could actually come back. Given the chaotic scene outside, they thought she was surely dead, but unexpectedly, she managed to return on her own. Boji looked at her with a displeased expression, and when he saw that she was holding a sparking stick, his face changed drastically. He took several steps back, putting a considerable distance between himself and them, before standing still and staring at Lyang with a wary expression. "Why did you bring this dangerous thing back? Do you want us all to die like those wild beasts over there?" He shouted loudly in terror. Lyang hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Honestly, at 13 or 14, he was almost as tall as an adult. Children raised in the tribe usually had the maturity of adults, yet he was so easily startled. His courage was truly She couldn't help but purse her lips. Boji, why are you shouting like that? If you're scared, just stay away. Why frighten others? The third and fourth brothers beside him were terrified, and even the slightly older second brother, Putsao, looked like he was about to run away. His shout had also alerted Damu, who was calming the others nearby. He had now led several people over. What's going on? What are you yelling about? He looked quite displeased. The fire was gradually dying down, which was reassuring, and he had been calming the restless tribesmen, but now this commotion had started. He glared at Boji with displeasure. He had clearly heard Boji shout that earlier. Father, you've come at the right time. Lyang has retrieved that thing. She must be trying to harm someone. He shouted, feeling that someone was taking charge when he saw Damu arrive. Boji, what nonsense are you spouting? Lyang is your sister. She's so young. How could she possibly have malicious intentions? Fong said angrily, very disappointed in Boji. As he spoke, the people who had come with Damu all turned to look at Lyang, especially at the thing she was holding. They had already seen the fiery red thing in her hand, but none of them dared to get close enough to look. It was too dangerous for them. They could easily lose their lives. They didn't dare to approach. But unexpectedly, this little girl was able to retrieve that thing. Their gazes towards Lyang changed immediately, and their faces showed surprise. Damu listened with suspicion and uncertainty. Although Lyang was still young, he had always been well-behaved and sensible, and his temperament was more mature than the older children. He would never do anything reckless. Damu was about to ask him what was going on. Unexpectedly, the person behind him spoke up even more impatiently. What's going on? How could that harmful thing be brought into the tribe? Are you trying to ruin our entire tribe? Sharp Fong, his face grim, questioned him sharply. Because of his considerable abilities, he held a high position in the tribe, second only to Damu. He even harbored thoughts of replacing Damu at all times, and now was the perfect opportunity to target Damu. Of course, the fear of fire was ingrained in their very bones. The people of the tribe were wary of the unknown. Men, throw this little girl out. Our tribe can't keep someone who can harm us. Fongya ordered without waiting for a reply. At his command, two burly men following closely behind him stepped forward, ready to attack. Damu's face darkened with anger. They were about to attack before he could even get a proper answer. Right in front of him. It was clear they didn't take him seriously. His rage burned within him, and he roared, "Stop. Chief, I know she's your daughter, but our tribe cannot tolerate someone who harms others. If she harms us all, it will be too late to regret it later," Fong said firmly, his posture upright and righteous. His words caused many to lower their heads in thought. Preventing danger before it arises would be ideal, and they couldn't help but agree with Fong's words, all turning their gazes to Damu. Unexpectedly, Fong had stirred up emotions with just a few words. Damu's expression grew increasingly grim. He said in a deep voice, "If there is truly something harmful, I, Damu, will be the first to not let it go. As the chief, I will naturally protect the safety of our tribe. But Lyang is still young and doesn't understand, and the matter hasn't been clarified yet. How can we make a decision so easily?" "What do you mean hadn't been clarified yet?" "It was Boji who brought this up. He said that little girl is going to harm people." Fong sneered. Upon hearing this, Damu glanced at Boji and noticed that his face showed no remorse, even a hint of excitement. Damu's expression turned disappointed. In the tribe, strength was respected, and they didn't interfere much with Boji's words and actions. Everyone had gone through this, hadn't they? But Lyang was still so young, too young to understand anything, and being a girl, she posed no threat whatsoever. Yet, being treated this way made him unhappy. Boji is still just a child, and not very brave. He probably hasn't even asked what happened yet, and he's already scared just by looking at this thing. Fong, you should be more patient. You're a highly respected person in our tribe. You can't just make decisions without understanding the situation. Dama looked at him with a half-smile. As a leader, the most important thing is to be fair and just in order to win people's respect. Besides being very brave and skilled, what makes Damu most admirable is his fairness in dealing with people. Few people from top to bottom do not respect him. On this point, even the usually impulsive Fong was convinced, and in many ways, he learned a lot from Dama's way of handling things. Seeing that they all immediately started arguing, giving her no chance to speak and making the situation increasingly disadvantageous, Lyang disregarded everything else and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Uncles and elders, please hear me out." In his earlier excitement, Fong had rushed to the front. Seeing Lyang approaching, he didn't take the little girl seriously, but the branch she was holding was sparking and the heat was palpable, startling him. He involuntarily took a few steps to the side. Under everyone's gaze, he was startled by Lyang and even retreated. Regardless of what others thought, he felt embarrassed, but he forced a smile and said, "Just say what you want to say. Why are you getting so close?" Lyang was taken aback by his shout, then realized his bluff and couldn't help but find it amusing. This Fong was usually fearless, but he still had a fear of the unknown. She didn't seem to care, simply saying, "This thing is called fire. Although it can hurt, as long as we keep our distance and don't get too close, there won't be any danger." Lyang, Dama's daughter, instinctively retorted, "You're just a little girl. How do you know this thing is called fire? How do you know it won't hurt? You're just talking nonsense." His words hit the nail on the head. A 2-year-old child really doesn't understand anything, yet she could speak so fluently. It was already extremely rare. The others looked at Lyang with suspicion. "Of course I don't know, but someone told me." Lyang said matter-of-factly and seriously. Someone told her that made sense. Many people showed expressions of understanding. "Who told you that? Why did you only tell you, and not us? I think you're just making things up." Fong didn't believe it. It was obvious. Who would be so idle as to tell a child something important instead of an adult? It was utter nonsense. Besides, this thing only appeared last night. Who could possibly know the future? "You don't know this, do you? A god appeared in my dream and told me." It was an old man with completely white hair and beard, incredibly strong. In the dream, he flew through the clouds and could kill a ferocious beast with a single finger. He was incredibly powerful. He told me that this is fire. Lyang, fearless, fabricated the story with a straight face. His description was so convincing, as if he'd actually seen it, that everyone around him was completely dumbfounded. They had never seen a god before, but they worshipped him every year. As for what a god looked like, no one could really describe it. But this little girl described it so vividly that they couldn't help but picture such an image in their minds. An old man with white hair and beard, floating in the sky on clouds. What else could this be but a god? They were all completely absorbed in the image of the god described by Lyang, and then they heard her voice again. The god is naturally high above, and not everyone is destined to be with him. He was willing to tell me, but not you, surely because he feels I have a better connection with him. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, I can't explain it. You can only ask the god himself what he means. She calmly looked up at all 4 directions, and seeing that no one dared to object, she pursed her lips, secretly delighted. Fong's heart pounded. Could there really be a god? He'd never seen one and wasn't entirely convinced, but the annual altar for worshipping the god was a fact, especially considering the reverent expressions on the faces of the tribe's elders when they spoke of the god. It made no one dare question it. This doubt weighed on his mind, making him less confident. He even worried that if a god truly existed, he might be punished for disrespect, and he didn't know what to do. He fell silent. Dama glanced at him discreetly, a slight smile playing on his lips. "The god told you this. Fire, what kind of good thing is it?" Since his child had spoken, it must be useful. He needed to know for sure. Seeing that the conversation had gotten to the point, Lyang smiled brightly and said, "Once this thing is lit, it can keep you warm in winter, preventing you from freezing. Also, you can use it to roast meat, making it taste even better. If you don't believe me, you can try it." Winter warmth? Everyone present felt their hearts pound. It was such a simple thing. The fire, when brought near, created a burning sensation, a very obvious feeling they had naturally noticed. But no one had considered its potential for winter warmth. Then again, it made sense. With the help of this fire, the cold winter wouldn't be so unbearable. Why even try? It was obvious after a moment's thought. Suddenly, their fear vanished as they stared at the still sparkling branch held by Lyang. Lyang had made it clear, as long as they didn't get too close, there would be no danger. They'd stood together talking for so long without incident, hadn't they? Their fear of fire diminished. "Someone go gather some dry leaves and branches. We'll start a fire and roast some meat so all the uncles and elders can have a taste," Lyang said. The group was still absorbed in the idea of keeping warm by fire in winter. Warmth was more pressing than food. After all, winter was harsh. Even the strongest young men suffered from the cold, not to mention the countless deaths from the cold each winter. The elders of the tribe who survived the winter could live another year, and only children who survived had a chance to grow into adulthood. As for food, as long as they could hunt prey and not go hungry, that was enough. Whether it tasted good or not was secondary. Therefore, the group didn't have high expectations. Food, whether delicious or not, was just food. Its value was simply to fill their stomachs. However, seeing Liang's enthusiastic expression and remembering that this was something the gods had mentioned and needed to be verified, someone quickly ran out and soon returned with a considerable amount of fallen leaves and dry branches. The burly man honestly asked Lyang, "Is this enough? If not, I'll go gather more." It didn't take much effort. There was plenty of firewood around the tribe. Lyang smiled and replied, "Use this for now. If it's not enough, we'll gather more." As he spoke, he held up a smoldering branch and pointed it at the dry leaves. As the flames rose, the surrounding crowd instinctively backed away in fear. "Don't be afraid. As long as you don't get directly in contact with them, you won't get hurt," Lyang quickly said. Seeing that Lyang was squatting by the fire unharmed, the fear in everyone's eyes gradually subsided. Among the group, Damu was the bravest. He imitated Lyang and slowly approached the fire. As soon as he got close, he felt a warmth, but no pain. Just as Lyang had said, the fire was harmless. Relieved, a smile spread across his face. As the tribal chief, besides being brave, he was also extremely intelligent. He had already estimated the value of the fire. Winter was unbearable. Now, with fire, he estimated that no one in the tribe would freeze to death. Fuying, hearing that Lyang wanted to roast meat, had Putsao fetch a piece of meat from the cave, which he now handed to Lyang. "You child, this is food. You mustn't waste it," Fuying said worriedly. Food was scarce, and many had died of hunger. Anyone who wasted food was considered a sinner in the tribe. While this might be acceptable in private, under the watchful eyes of so many, Fuying was worried about Lyang. "Don't worry, mother, I won't waste it," Lyang said with a smile. Thunder fire was such a rare occurrence. And besides, yesterday there was only thunder and no rain, so the wildfire hadn't even started. How fortunate. This fire was so timely and safe for her. Truly, heaven was blessing her. Although there was the method of starting a fire by friction, she had tried her best but hadn't succeeded. Starting a fire by friction wasn't easy either. This heavenly thunder fire was much better, convenient, easy, and with a story behind it, saving both effort and worry. Lyang took a slightly sharp twig, inserted it into the meat, and placed it over the rising flames to roast. In no time, the meat visibly changed color, the fat bubbling and sizzling as it fell into the fire, causing the flames to flare up. The crowd watched, initially startled, taking a few steps back. But then they smelled the aroma of meat. At first, a few wisps of fragrance wafted by, catching only a faint scent, which they found very appealing, prompting them to inhale deeply. But soon the aroma grew stronger, and everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the meat that Lyang was constantly turning, their eyes practically glowing with greed. Previously, none of them had paid much attention. Meat was just food to fill their stomachs, even with a slightly gamey smell. Having grown up eating it, they didn't mind, but it certainly couldn't compare to the sweetness of fruit. Because it was filling, meat was still the most popular choice. In the blink of an eye, the meat lost its fishy smell, replaced by a fragrant, caramelized aroma. The aroma grew increasingly enticing, causing even those who hadn't felt hungry to experience rumbling stomachs and unconscious swallowing motions. Gulp. Everyone was staring intently at the piece of meat in Liang's hand, their eyes practically glowing green. No one spoke, but this sudden sound drew everyone's attention. Fong, looking utterly embarrassed, stammered, It smelled so good, I couldn't resist." While the others didn't think much of it, he himself became even more ashamed as the words left his mouth. You know, he was always brave and never returned empty-handed from hunting. Food was rarely scarce. He was always the one who envied others, never the other way around. But now he was showing a greedy look in public. Not to mention what others thought of him. Even he himself couldn't stand it. But the aroma of the meat was really tempting. However, no one paid him any attention. Their entire focus was on Lyang, or more precisely, on the fragrant meat she was roasting. "This smells amazing. It's strange, all meat, but roasting it like this brings out all the flavors," one of them said, swallowing hard. Having lived most of his life, he had never known meat could smell so good. How can it be the same? This was a divine revelation. "The taste is naturally different," someone else added, their eyes fixed on the meat, unable to look away. Not only them, but even Chief Damu was finding it hard to resist. The aroma of the meat was simply irresistible. Just smelling it was unbearable. He wondered what it would taste like. Thinking that this was a divine revelation from his youngest daughter, he felt a surge of satisfaction. However, Sharp Fong could no longer resist the novel aroma of the meat. With a swift movement, he snatched the meat from Lyang's hand and brought it close, inhaling deeply. "Smells good, smells so good." "Sharp Fong, what are you doing?" Ching He, standing beside Damu, his face darkening, shouted angrily. The tribe had strict rules. No one was allowed to steal another's food. While it was a world of survival of the fittest, those with the ability could seek out wild beasts in the forest and do as they pleased. No one would care outside. But within the tribe, stealing was absolutely forbidden. Upon hearing this, Fong chuckled, "I know the rules, but this meat smells so good I couldn't resist. I have some leftovers from yesterday in my cave, about the same size. I'll go get it and roast it." With that, he didn't care whether the meat in the middle was cooked or not, and took a bite. He immediately hissed from the heat, but didn't want to spit out the meat. He breathed on it, chewed it a couple of times, and then swallowed it. The onlookers were incredibly envious, but no one dared to take it from him. They just watched him longingly, asking, "Fong, how does it taste? Isn't it especially delicious? It smells amazing. It must taste even better." However, Fong had no time to answer their questions. He was too busy with his own work, biting into the meat, breathing on it, chewing a couple of times, swallowing, and then immediately moving on to the next bite, completely ignoring the others. He ate with relish by himself, which aroused the wrath of the others, but no one dared to take it from him. However, some clever ones turned and went into the cave to try roasting the leftover meat from yesterday. Before long, men, women, old and young, from the entire tribe had gathered around the fire, forming a circle. Some were afraid of the fire, others curious, but most were drawn by the aroma of the roasting meat. They were used to eating raw meat. It didn't matter what kind. It all tasted pretty much the same, nothing special, just enough to fill their stomachs. They never imagined meat could be prepared in such a way, especially with such an enticing aroma. Even the young children, still unaware of the dangers, were drooling with envy. However, since no one had gone hunting today, there wasn't much meat left from yesterday. Everyone took out their own meat to roast and eat, but there wasn't enough for everyone. Most people only smelled the aroma, but didn't get to taste the roasted meat. This only made them more envious and eagerly wait for everyone to return from hunting so they could also have a taste. Damu and Fueying also tasted the taste of barbecue for the first time, all of which had an endless aftertaste, and the taste was really fragrant, especially the fat meat after being grilled, with some burnt crisps bite into the oil. The taste is really wonderful. What makes them even more wonderful is that the method of grilling meat with fire was said by their youngest daughter, and even the Fangs, which have always been very domineering, have succumbed to the barbecue at this time, and the main advantage is that the fire can keep warm in winter. You must know that every winter, many people in the tribe will freeze to death, the elderly, the young children. Every winter is the most difficult, and therefore, every winter, the population in the tribe will be greatly reduced. With this fire, our winter will be much better. Damu sat on the edge of the fire, sweating all over his face, and was reluctant to move away. He personally experienced it, and really felt the warmth of this fire. The more sweaty he was, the more happy he was in his heart. When Qinghe and the others heard his words, their faces also showed joy. Yes, this fire is really a good thing, as the sun said. Saying this, looking at the eyes of the fierce sun, couldn't help but bring out some awe, although the other party was only a 2-year-old child. But didn't people say it? She dreamed of the gods and got the guidance of the gods. What a blessing this is. Even if it is a girl, it is different from the girl next to her, and the daughter of the leader is also different from the girl next to her. When they saw the fire before, they were all afraid people, but now they all dared to come closer, and even picked up some dry firewood and came back and burned 2 piles next to them, and when they looked at the fire, they all looked kind, and there was no fear. Feeling the taste of the fire, even if it was hot and sweaty, and his face was red from being roasted, his face was still full of smiles. In this way, the eyes of the crowd looking at the scorching sun were different. In the past, she was only treated as an ordinary child, and to say that it was different, it was only because she was the child of the leader, and others looked at her as just a little polite and she didn't provoke her easily, but now it is different. The benefits of this fire are real, all because of her, and she is still the only person in the entire tribe who has been guided by the gods, which shows that she is different from others. In short, I didn't dare to provoke her easily before, but now I can't wait to provide it. The gods just point her out, and the whole tribe can follow suit. People who fight with beasts all year round will not always be stupid, and sometimes they will be a little careful and a little smart, otherwise they will not be able to survive in such an environment. Lyang, I heard that you like to eat fruit. I have 2 more. Give it to you. There was a little embarrassment in his tone. Meat is the food to fight hunger, the most popular in the tribe, but today's barbecue is the most fragrant. But unfortunately, it is not enough. At this time, I can't take out the barbecue, and the 2 fruits are also my heart. Lyang felt the difference in how everyone around him looked at her and couldn't help but smile lightly. The fruit is sweet. I do like it, then thank you. It was just a half-grown child, and when she saw her accepting it, she immediately showed a smile. In no time, Lyang became incredibly popular in the tribe. Men, women, young, and old alike, everyone who saw her, if not with a smile, would at least try to chat with her warmly. She became the center of attention, and everyone who spoke of her praised her. I even helped deliver Lyang from her mother's womb. From the moment she was born, I knew she was an exceptionally clever child. Several women were chatting and laughing together when this was mentioned, and someone immediately chimed in. He's certainly clever, otherwise he wouldn't have received divine guidance. I knew the chief's youngest daughter was different from the other children. She must be blessed by the gods. No wonder she's so different, another woman said with a hint of envy. Yes, yes, look at the other children. All they do is play wildly. They're all as dirty as mud monkeys. Only Lyang is the cleanest. No wonder she looks so beautiful, so neat and well-behaved. Of course, she's more likable than the other children. With just a few words, Lyang was elevated to the title of the most popular child in the tribe. This greatly displeased Boji, who had been listening for a while. Why did everyone praise Lyang, but not a single word about him? He was the chief's eldest child, the one with the most special status in the tribe. Although unhappy, he dared not confront them. Knowing that going forward now would only lead to trouble, he was seething with resentment, finding fault with everything. He turned and walked angrily out of the tribe's gate. He couldn't afford to provoke them, so he decided to ignore it. Although these were just women, naturally weaker than men, the women of the tribe, when they fought with their lives, possessed a ferocity he couldn't handle. Even most adult men wouldn't dare to provoke them. He walked away sullenly, feeling very uncomfortable. These days, everyone talked about Lyang, who remembered him. Boji? Hey, Boji, where are you going all by yourself? A boy about his age suddenly appeared from the woods, startling him and making his expression even more grim. What are you doing hiding in the bushes? How old are you? Trying to scare people with that? Boji found the man's childish behavior rather distasteful. What scare? I don't have time for that. I was just relieving myself in there, and when I came out I saw you, hee. Mai chuckled. Why didn't you go hunting? Most of the tribe has gone hunting lately. Mentioning this made Boji even more annoyed. With a fire now in the tribe, the aroma of roasted meat was irresistible, and everyone seemed starving, unable to get enough. This had prompted those capable of hunting to join the hunt. In the past, people like Fong would take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters or shirk their duties and not put in any effort. But now they have become very proactive. They don't need anyone to tell them to go hunting. They take the initiative to go hunting and even put in a lot of effort to bring back more meat to roast and eat. Damo was overjoyed by this enthusiasm, saying that it was all because of Lyang, which was incredibly frustrating. Now, he felt angry just hearing Lyang's name. A little girl like her was more imposing than him. Don't even mention it. I went out yesterday, and a wolf suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It almost pounced on me. It scared the hell out of me. Mui patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. So he was too scared to go hunting. Boji immediately gave him a look of disdain. You're such a grown man, and you're still so timid. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you? It's not my fault. Usually when I go hunting with everyone, it's a group hunt. This wolf that suddenly appeared, and it was coming straight for me. How could I not be scared? Luckily, I dodged quickly, or I would have been its prey. Muyi retorted, unconvinced. A teenager like him can't stand being called a coward. Although he was indeed a bit timid, everyone knew it in their hearts, so why say it aloud? Boji listened to his excuses, clicked his tongue twice, and didn't pursue the matter further. Where are you going? My mother told me to pick wild fruit, not to be idle. Your injury is almost healed. Why don't you come? With me? Muyi looked at him. He moved without any difficulty, so he was clearly better. Boji shook his head. It looks better, but the bones inside might not have healed properly. I'm still young. If it develops into a chronic condition, it could affect me for life. Thinking about how uncomfortable it would be for someone with an unhealed injury and a chronic condition, especially in windy or rainy weather, he felt his injury needed more time to heal. Mui's mouth dropped open. You've been healing your injury for so long. How could it not be healed? Only the chief's child is so lucky. Other people aren't so fortunate. Boji glanced at him, too lazy to explain further. If he can't even take care of himself, how can he expect others to take care of him later? If you want to pick wild fruit, you should go earlier. All the wild fruit nearby has already been picked clean. You'll have to go further afield. I know that. My mother warned me a long time ago. You know, the old, weak, women and children in our tribe are always busy, picking wild fruit whenever they have a spare moment. If they see a tree, they'll pick it all, not even leaving a couple for me to pick. It makes me have to go so far, Mu muttered, but his feet didn't move. Seeing Boji's leisurely pace, he didn't really want to go out and pick any wild fruit anymore. These days, not many people like to eat fruit. Everyone's eyes are gleaming with greed, all staring at the roasted meat. Hey, Boji, your sister really did receive divine guidance? Logically, you're the eldest, so if the god is going to guide someone, it should be you. She's just a girl. Hunting still relies on men. Muyi looked down on women, because women weren't as strong as men, and although they could hunt food, the quantity was vastly different. Can't you just shut up? All I hear here is you chattering on and on like a woman. Boji was annoyed. Everyone in the tribe was talking about Lyang, and he'd already avoided it, so why did he still have to listen to them talk about Lyang? This little girl, barely 2 years old, does nothing but eat and freeload all day. She has no hunting skills whatsoever, yet she's overshadowed her older brother. All that talk about divine guidance? That's just nonsense she makes up. Anyway, she's the most talkative girl, favored by her parents at home, and now she's even more impressive. The whole tribe praises her. If she really had any skills, he'd acknowledge them, but what skills could a 2-year-old possibly have? All she does is wait to be fed. Fine, don't tell me then. Why are you getting so angry? Muyi looked at him in astonishment. Within days, the tribe had become quite adept at using fire, and no one had been burned. They even realized the importance of fire and consciously preserved it, clearing a small cave and moving the fire inside. Someone was always by the fire, constantly watching and adding fuel to keep it burning. They also discovered patterns. Dry leaves and grass burned quickly, leaving only ash, while dry branches burned longer, keeping the embers burning for a while. This discovery allowed them to quickly differentiate between different types of fuel, and they began storing tree branches in the cave. In recent days, the tribe members have enjoyed fragrant roasted meat and, with a fire ensuring a safe winter, they have something to look forward to. Those who were once expressionless now wear smiles. As Lyang walked through the tribe, she could clearly sense the improved mood of everyone. Their steps were relaxed, their expressions easygoing, and many wore smiles, a far cry from their usual anxiety and rage. Her mood lightened as well, a gentle smile spreading across her face. Lyang, going out to play? Here, have some fruit. A woman in her 30s, with rough fingers, grabbed a fruit, shoved it into her hand, flashed a toothy smile, and then turned and left, leaving no room for refusal. Lyang held the fruit, watching the figures disappear into the distance, and couldn't help but smile slightly. The men and women of the tribe were actually quite endearing. Lyang, going out to play? Let Mangzhong come with you. I don't have time to watch him, Qingya said, pushing Mangzhong towards her. The child didn't seem reluctant. Instead, a happy expression appeared on his face. Is Mangzhong all better now? Lyang asked quickly, looking at him. She cared deeply for this little friend. Survival was difficult even for adults in the tribe, let alone children. They were prone to illness, and a single illness could be fatal. Therefore, whether adult or child, illness required careful rest. Even something as simple as going out in the wind could worsen their condition. He was almost fully recovered last time, and he's fine now, Qingya added. The children in our tribe are all quite wild, but you're not so mischievous. Mangzhong likes playing with you, so I feel more at ease having him with you. She spoke as if she weren't treating him like a child younger than Mangzhong. Then let him stay with me. Qingya, you can go about your business. I'll look after Mangzhong for you. To live up to her trust, she nodded solemnly, her words clear and unambiguous. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought she was an adult. Qingya didn't feel anything was wrong. Lyang had always acted very sensible, making it easy for people to overlook her age. Moreover, she spoke like an adult, naturally making people talk to her on an equal footing. After hearing Liang's words, she felt even more at ease. After agreeing with Lyang, she turned and added, Mangjong, you and Lyang have fun together. Don't go too far. It's dangerous outside. There are wild animals everywhere. Without waiting for a reply, she hurried away. She didn't feel there was anything wrong with entrusting her 4-year-old son to a 2-year-old. Seeing his mother leave, Mangjong silently stared for a while until she was completely out of sight before turning to Lyang and asking, What shall we play? Even children need a reason to play. Lyang smiled and looked up. She had come out today with some chores to do, and since Mangjong had joined them, she figured she might as well have him help. She said, I'm planning to find some vines outside. Every time Mother goes out to pick wild fruit, she either carries it in her hands or uses her animal skin to hold it, but she can't fit many. Even if she finds a lot of fruit, she only brings back a few. So I'm thinking of weaving a basket out of vines. Mangjong's eyes lit up. He knew this situation all too well. At 4 years old, he was at his most active age, and Qingya was always worried he'd run off and get lost. So she always took him with her when they worked. Every time they came back from picking wild fruit, Qingya would carry the fruit herself, leaving him to walk back. Sometimes she'd let him carry a few along, but he couldn't carry many with both hands. So they wouldn't actually bring back many. Often, it was easier for them to eat their fill outside before coming back. A basket woven from vines? He didn't quite understand, but he knew Lyang was guided by the gods, different from them. If there was any difference, it was that Lyang was smarter and more knowledgeable. And this thing sounded like a good thing. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Lyang chuckled at his expression. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. We'll find some vines, and you can weave one with me. After we finish, we'll give it to Qingya. She'll definitely praise you. The most direct way adults praise children is by giving them food. Children are growing and very active. They get hungry again quickly after eating and are always eager for food. Giving them food is the best reward for them. Upon hearing this, Mangjong immediately became very enthusiastic. What kind of vines should we look for? If we can't find any nearby, we can go further. He had completely forgotten Qingya's parting words. We can't go far. We're still young, and we could easily run into any wild animal and die. We must listen to Mother, Lyang said hurriedly. Although she hadn't actually experienced the dangers outside, she had often heard the adults talk about them. In the tribe, a common way to scare disobedient children was to throw them into the forest to be carried off by wild animals. This was very effective. Many children were terrified of the forest and the wild animals within. I won't go far, I'm just saying, Mangjong quickly replied. Lyang nodded. A few days ago, I found a kind of vine. I picked some and tested it. It's very strong and durable. Let's find that vine to weave baskets. It will definitely be sturdy and useful. However, there was a drawback. Vines as thick as a little finger would make a heavy basket, but the people in the tribe were not lacking in strength. So you've been wanting to weave baskets for a while now. Mangjong was quite surprised. He immediately decided that he should visit Lyang more often in the future, otherwise he would miss out on such a good opportunity. Although the basket hadn't been woven yet, she instinctively had great confidence in Lyang. After all, she was a person favored by the gods, and everyone in the tribe was saying so it must be true. Of course, if there's a convenient and easy way, wouldn't it save us time and effort? So convenient, Lyang said, leading the way without turning back. That's true, but I just can't think of such a method. So, Lyang, you're smarter. But you're 2 years younger than me. Could it be that the gods told you this? Mangjong asked doubtfully. Lyang chuckled. How could the gods tell me everything? I'd like to know more, but even the gods can't be idle all the time. She felt quite strange. She had only said it casually, but everyone had believed her. This wasn't surprising. No one had ever joked about the gods before, and no one thought she would be so bold. After all, the gods were high above, sacred and inviolable, holding a very revered position in the tribe. Normally, they would silently pray to the gods for help. That's true. So, it's because you're a bit smarter than others? Mang Zhong looked completely bewildered. He was 2 years older than Lyang, so why did he seem inferior in every way? What does it matter who came up with the idea? If it works, we can all come up with our own methods in the future, right? Why be so concerned? Seeing his troubled expression, Lyang quickly comforted him. Mang Zhong thought about it and realized it made sense. Although everyone had their own small families, they were all part of one big family in the tribe. They often worked together, especially when hunting. He really didn't care about the idea anymore. Lyang, tell me which vine to use. I'll do it. I'm older than you, and I'm stronger. You're too small to handle it. Mang Zhong quickened his pace, already ahead of her as he spoke. Look, it's this kind of vine. Lyang pointed straight ahead and said, Eve tried it, and this vine is the strongest. None of the others can compare. I don't know what it's called, but if it doesn't have a name, we'll just call it hemp rope. It needs a name to distinguish it, right? Mang Zhong found it amusing and chuckled. Lyang, you're such a child. It's just a vine. How can it have a name? It's not like we're human. Lyang glanced at him helplessly, thinking to herself, who's the child here, daring to say that about her? But on the surface, she really was just a child. She couldn't do much work, and she couldn't even find the opportunity to go out and see the world. Life was just like that, so helpless. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's hurry up and get some back. We don't need too much. We're not strong enough to carry too many. Let's try weaving a couple first. If they work well, we'll teach everyone and let them weave their own. Lyang looked at the vines and started pulling them. Mang Zhong wasn't idle either, helping her pull. Even from these movements, Lyang could tell that although Mang Zhong was 2 years older than her, his strength might not actually be greater. Her strength was largely unknown outside of her family. After all, she was still young, her body not yet fully developed, and she had no opportunity to demonstrate her strength, so it wasn't particularly noticeable. If there was anything special about her, it was simply that she was stronger than her peers. However, the children in the tribe couldn't be compared to ordinary children. They were all much stronger than children in later generations. In the prevailing living conditions, it wasn't easy for someone with little strength to survive. Those who did survive were generally quite well off in other aspects as well. At the foot of the tribe's stone steps, Lyang and Mang Zhong sat side by side, one on each side. Beside them were several green vines, each holding a branch, which twined around their fingers as they moved. Lyang, what are you two playing? A passing child, seeing their curious expressions and the two children's earnest and focused expressions, couldn't help but stop. Normally, they wouldn't have thought anything of other children playing, but Lyang was now a celebrity in the tribe. Even Sharptooth, who was usually at odds with the chief, was now treating her kindly. Others almost wished she were their own. We're not playing anything, Mang Zhong said, immediately becoming displeased. A burst of snickering followed, accompanied by a mocking voice. Not playing around, or perhaps doing something serious? Boji's here. Boji. The group greeted Boji hastily upon seeing him. He was the chief's son, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, would be the next chief. Even children generally showed him some respect. Mang Zhong nodded repeatedly without looking up. Of course I'm busy with serious matters. His attention was diverted from speaking, causing his hands to slow down, almost falling behind Lyang's pace. He was quite flustered and anxious, no longer caring about talking to anyone. Upon hearing this, Boji laughed even louder. Lyang, this guy who always ate for free and never brought back any food, could actually do serious work? This was laughable. With your tiny bodies, what right do you have to do anything serious? Just playing around with these vines. What kind of serious work is that? Ha ha. Boji pointed at the two of them, his face full of mockery. Some of the sycophants, hearing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. They certainly thought Boji's words made sense. Lyang's small frame really couldn't do any work. All she did was wait to be fed. Aside from dreaming of gods, she really didn't have any other special qualities. Being pointed at and mocked by a group of people, Mengzong's face immediately turned bright red. Angrily, he threw the vines in his hand to the ground, stood up, pointed at them, and argued. "Why are you talking to us like that? We haven't gotten in your way." He was only 4 years old and had never experienced anything like this before. So many children surrounding them, constantly mocking them, made him feel very wronged. "You didn't bother us at all, but playing is playing, so why insist on saying you're doing something important? It makes us older folks seem inferior. With your small frame, I could knock you down with one finger, and you call that doing something important." Boji sneered. He couldn't stand Lyang's constant, never-ending antics, as if she were the most sensible person and everyone else inferior. At home, she was pampered by her parents, and he had no say in her affairs, but this behavior outside was unacceptable to him. You? Mengzhong was completely speechless after hearing his words. Lyang didn't refute Boji's words. Instead, he slowly stood up, picked up the woven basket, pointed at it, and asked with a smile, "Do you know what this is?" Mengzhong opened his mouth, then fell silent. In just a short while, Lyang had finished weaving it, while his own was still unfinished. He immediately regretted his actions, not daring to waste any more words, as he had neglected his important business. "What is this?" The group of children watching were bewildered by the question, their attention naturally drawn to the blazing sun. "It's just a little toy made from vines, nothing special," Boji said dismissively. He played with plenty of things as a child, throwing pebbles, molding mud, done everything other kids played with. "Hey, you don't know this, do you?" Mengzhong tossed his head, a smug smile spreading across his face, a knowing look that only he understood. Lyang didn't seem to care about Boji's words. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "This thing is woven from vines. I call it a basket. It can be used to hold things. Look." As she spoke, she showed the basket to everyone, pointing to the space inside and explaining, "If we take a basket like this when we go out to gather wild fruits and put the fruits in it, wouldn't we be able to bring back more? Gathering more at once means the harvest from one trip can last for several days, reducing the need for frequent outings and minimizing the dangers encountered. It's a win-win situation, isn't it?" Mengzhong already knew the benefits of the basket before weaving it, and hearing Lyang explain it again still excited him. Not for any other reason than that he had participated in the basket weaving process. Although his basket wasn't as beautiful as Lyang's, it was functional enough, and he could show it off to his parents when he got home. So, wouldn't it be much more convenient to have a basket like this? Lyang asked everyone earnestly. What she made was, of course, meant to make life easier. Upon hearing this, the group looked at the vine-woven basket and imagined carrying it while foraging for wild fruit. They immediately realized how much more convenient it would be. The children present were all older than Lyang, and when they went out foraging with their parents, they would carry back some fruit by hand. This basket was far more practical. Immediately, the group became excited, taking the basket from Lyang's hands and examining it closely. They tested its sturdiness. The basket, woven from finger-thick vines, was remarkably robust. "Lyang, how did you weave this?" "Teach me." "I'll weave one for my mother. She'll be so happy." One of the children exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Lyang's arm and refusing to let go. You were just standing next to Boji, saying we weren't doing anything serious. Now you want to learn?" Mengzhong, still holding back his earlier anger, seized the opportunity. He just now. Wasn't that what Boji said? I just stood there watching for a while. I didn't do anything. He hadn't expected these two little kids to actually come up with something useful. But Lyang's brain was really sharp. She'd woven this basket herself. Looking at the misshapen one next to her, he pursed his lips, glanced at Mengzhong, but didn't dare say anything unpleasant. However, Lyang was very easy to talk to, showing no sign of making things difficult. She just smiled and said, "If you want to learn, go and get some vines." Look carefully, it must be this kind. Other vines can be woven, but I've tried them all, and none of them are as good as this. Upon hearing this, several people scattered and ran off. The remaining group consisted of the older members who had always been very close to Boji. Although Boji had a bad temper, it was only towards his siblings. He was much kinder to others, which is why he had several close friends. Boji, look at this thing, it actually works? Muya's tone was tinged with surprise and doubt. Boji was the chief's son, and following him had brought many benefits. Muya had played with him since childhood, often receiving food he brought out, so their relationship was quite good. Even though the other had a bit of a temper, she could tolerate it. Upon hearing this, Boji's expression immediately became uncertain and suspicious. In his eyes, no matter how sensible Lyang was, she was still just a 2-year-old child, always waiting to be fed and unable to do anything. He had every reason to dislike her. But this Lyang, first explaining the use of fire and even mentioning that he still hadn't had enough of the roasted meat, now she had woven a basket. He wasn't stupid. Just from what she said, he understood the basket's benefits. Could it be that Lyang had truly received divine guidance? It does work. Why don't you go and learn? Boji said calmly, his tone devoid of emotion. But precisely because he couldn't discern the emotion in Boji's voice, Muyi immediately understood that Boji was angry. Having grown up with Boji, he knew him best and immediately retorted, "Why should I learn? So many people have already learned enough. Once they've made it up, we won't be left out." Seeing that his expression remained unchanged, Muyi rolled his eyes and then whispered in his ear, "You don't need to be angry. Although Lyang received divine guidance, she should still share good things. We'll enjoy them together. As long as you're the strongest warrior in the tribe, she can't compare to you. After all, she's just a girl, inherently limited. Even if a girl develops great strength, she can never compare to a man. Don't be fooled by the many fierce women in the tribe. No one can underestimate them. Compared to men, they are still quite different. However, women who can hunt and bear children are still very popular. Women aren't discriminated against, but their abilities are limited." Upon hearing this, Boji's tense expression relaxed. Muya's words made perfect sense. No matter what, Lyang was still just a girl. Although she had displayed considerable strength, she was still very young. By the time she truly grew up, he would have reached a much higher level, one that Lyang couldn't possibly match.
He was confident in this.
His second, third, and fourth sons weren't particularly outstanding either. Therefore, he would always be Dama's most exceptional son. Dama knew how to make choices. Why wouldn't he support him in taking the position? Would he really pass the leadership to an outsider? Besides, he was getting older every day. By the time Lyang grew up, the leadership would already be his. What he did to Lyang then would be entirely up to him. Thinking of this, a cold smile crept onto his lips. "I never realized you were so clever, Muyi." Upon receiving Boji's praise, Muyi immediately became happy. He was quite capable, but overly cautious and reluctant to risk his life, thus limiting his hunting earnings. However, being young and rarely venturing out, no one held this against him. But things might change in the future. As he grew older, the pressure on him would increase. However, if he befriended Boji, these wouldn't be major problems. "Now that my brain's sharpened, I can offer you more advice, Boji, right?" Muyi said with a smile. "Haha, that's right. Give me plenty of advice in the future, and you'll reap the rewards," Boji said smugly, clearly enjoying the flattery. Watching the two whisper amongst themselves for a while, then both break into smiles, Lyang glanced at them before looking away. She felt that Boji's temper was becoming increasingly unpredictable, changing in an instant, and he was never easy to serve. Fortunately, she and Boji had never gotten along, so she could avoid dealing with him in the future. A short while later, the children who had run out returned one after another, each carrying a large bunch of vines. Being older, They were quick and efficient, and in just a short time, each of them had brought back more than the two of them had gathered earlier. Carrying so many vines, they hurried back and forth, their foreheads beaded with sweat, their faces flushed. They ran to Lyang, calling out excitedly, "Lyang, we're back. Quickly teach us how to weave them." Their expressions were very eager. None of them had ever done this kind of handicraft before, so their hands and feet were a bit clumsy. However, they were all quite clever, and the simple baskets weren't complicated to make. With Lyang's guidance, they quickly wove small baskets, a little too small for adults, but perfect for children their age. The children's faces lit up with excitement, and they jumped for joy. "This is what I wove. This is what I wove. Lyang, look." One child exclaimed excitedly, showing his basket to Lyang. Lyang smiled and nodded.
Not bad.
To be honest, it was a bit ugly, but as long as it worked, that was enough. Aesthetics weren't something most people cared about. The other children finished their baskets as well, examining them with great curiosity, treating them like precious treasures. After all, they had woven them themselves. A group of children had all learned to weave baskets, each thanking Lyang and even promising her food. Lyang refused on the spot, and the children pretended not to hear, then ran home to show off their treasures to the adults. Lyang watched the children run off, a slight smile playing on her lips. Boji, Muyi, and the others had watched the whole thing, their purpose, of course, to secretly learn basket weaving. Although they said they wouldn't learn, they had seen the entire process clearly. Hearing the children say they wanted to give Lyang food, Boji's expression darkened. For the people of the tribe, food was the most important thing, and they wouldn't easily give it away. But these children themselves were hungry, yet they were willing to give it to Liang. What did that mean? Seeing his increasingly grim expression, Muyi quickly reached out and pulled him away, muttering something under her breath as they walked. Watching the two disappear from sight, the remaining older children looked left and right, then simultaneously headed out of the tribe's gates. They said they wouldn't learn from us, Lyang, look at them. Running outside now, they're definitely going to pull up vines, Mangzhong sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. They're just too proud, thinking we're too young and incompetent, while they're so old and still trying to learn from us younger ones. Lyang didn't care. They were just children. Besides, she wove this basket to teach everyone. With this basket, everyone would have more convenience, bring back more food, and make their lives better. I despise them. They always call themselves adults, but their words and actions are worse than ours. Mangzhong grumbled indignantly. Lyang nodded slightly upon hearing this, saying, "Yes, that's certainly something to look down on, so we mustn't learn from them." "Of course. Learning from them is pathetic," Mangzhong quickly echoed. "This basket is so convenient," Fong said to the woman beside her, filling it to the brim with fruit, a hint of pride in her voice. "It really is much more convenient. Before, we could only bring back 10 or so fruits on a trip. Now we can bring back such a big basket, enough to last for several days." "It's so much better than before," a woman replied with a beaming smile. "This is all thanks to Lyang. It was all her idea." The others chimed in, agreeing. Their chatter continued, and Fu Ying's smile never wavered. She was secretly delighted. Lyang was her youngest daughter, a child unlike any other, exceptionally well-behaved and quiet, which made her love her dearly. "She's still young. She shouldn't be praised like this," Fu Ying replied, but her smile was impossible to hide, revealing how insincere her words were. "This is Lyang's skill. We're just praising him. He deserves it, Fu Ying. Don't be modest," Qingya said. Mangzhong was learning basket weaving from Lyang, and the basket she was holding was one he had made. Using the basket her son had worked so hard to create made her feel incredibly proud and confident in her judgment in letting Mangzhong play with Lyang. In the tribe, those who made contributions were always rewarded with food. However, Lyang, as the chief's daughter, wasn't exactly lacking in food, and Damu couldn't show favoritism to his own family. So, The food reward was omitted. Qingya felt this was somewhat unfair, but Lyang was too young and couldn't really command respect, so the matter wasn't brought up again. Upon hearing this, Fu Ying said nothing more. His daughter truly deserved everyone's praise, and he couldn't help but feel proud. He then said, Lyang is indeed a very sensible child. Of all my children, Lyang is the most sensible. Everyone agreed. The chief's children included the eldest, Boji, who appeared very strong, but had been injured on several hunting trips and was still recovering. The younger children were also quite young, but didn't seem particularly outstanding. The girls, naturally weaker than men, weren't a good comparison. The fourth boy, Zhongshin, was only 7 or 8 years old and didn't show much potential, but his usual behavior was unremarkable. Looking around, it seems that among the chief's children, Lyang is the most outstanding. It's a pity she's a girl. She can't match the strength of a man. No matter how clever she is, she probably won't be fit for the chief's position. After all, hunting is the most important thing in the tribe. If they don't bring back prey, everyone will go hungry. Fu Ying, you're the luckiest. You've given birth to several children and raised them all. I've had several children, but only 2 have survived. A woman, hearing Fu Ying's words, thought of her own situation and sighed. Every year, children die in the tribe. It's not uncommon. Often, even the adults don't have enough to eat. So where do the children get food? Many die of hunger or disease. Why are you sighing? Everyone goes through this. If you have to blame someone, blame your husband for being incompetent, unable to even raise the children, someone said. A moment of silence followed. Indeed, it was true. Fu Yingsheng had several children, and he was able to raise them all. It was because the men were capable. Damu, as the chief and the bravest man in the tribe, had no difficulty raising children. The wicker basket was very useful, and Lyang praised it highly. Some bystanders were pleased with her performance, while others were secretly envious, but she didn't care much. It was just a basket, nothing serious. She remained busy with her own affairs. Every morning after getting up, she would find a secluded spot to practice her martial arts. She practiced military boxing, which she had learned in the army. As a former soldier, her martial arts skills needed to be up to par, and now she was simply starting from scratch. She was now very strong, and her punches were powerful and impressive. However, she was still too young. Fighting wild animals barehanded would be very difficult, and she feared she might easily be defeated. Therefore, she needed to practice diligently to prepare for the future. After all, she couldn't stay in the tribe forever. She would eventually have to face the outside world. The tribe lived by hunting, and for now, she was simply striving for survival. Lyang, what are you doing? Mangzhong rushed over, looking her up and down with surprise. Mangzhong, it's you. What brings you here? She was worried people would find it strange if they saw her, so she deliberately practiced her boxing in private. I came looking for you. Fu Ying said you ran out to play, so I came looking for you. What were you doing just now? He was full of curiosity. Of course, he was curious about everything about Lyang now. Thinking about how she had received divine guidance, explained the use of fire, and wove baskets, and now her movements seemed quite extraordinary. He was amazed by everything about Lyang. They were both children. Lyang was 2 years younger than him, but how come she was so different? I was practicing my boxing just now. Lyang thought for a moment, then didn't hide it from him. After all, more people might find out later. She needed to practice every day, and no matter how well she kept it a secret, it couldn't be kept forever. There would always be a time when someone found out. Practicing boxing? Yes, practicing boxing makes it easier to deal with wild animals. You're less likely to get hurt, and you can kill them as quickly as possible, Lyang explained. Mangzhong listened, immediately becoming excited. Did the gods tell you this? Lyang, can you teach me? In the tribe, bravery is measured by the number of prey hunted. He didn't care about the quantity of game he brought back. He was content as long as he got away with few injuries while hunting. Being injured by wild animals could be serious or might either heal or lose his life. Having a good way to deal with wild animals was a lifesaver. Teaching you? That's not impossible, Lyang thought seriously. The tribe lived in close-knit communities. Teaching her boxing techniques would definitely help improve the tribe's overall fighting strength. Mangjong listened, blinking at her, waiting for her to continue. If you learn boxing from me, then you must listen to me from now on. Lyang raised an eyebrow at him. That was too easy. He had a good relationship with Lyang and was usually willing to listen to her in everything. He immediately raised his hands towards the sky and said, "Gods above, Mangjong, will listen to Lyang from now on." That's quite decisive. Lyang chuckled and nodded. In that case, come find me every morning from now on. I'll teach you martial arts together. Just so, practicing martial arts is very hard. If you're afraid of hardship or fatigue, you can tell me now. If Lyang can do it, so can I. Mangjong quickly chimed in. Lyang was 2 years younger than him. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't persevere. From then on, Lyang taught Mangjong martial arts every day. After several days of training, Lyang felt much lighter and more agile. Both her movements and jumping ability had improved, which pleased her greatly. If she continued training like this, her strength would steadily increase, significantly alleviating the pressures of life. Life in the tribe was extremely difficult. Just having enough to eat and wear was a challenge, let alone venturing into the forests teeming with wild animals. Without sufficient strength, she might not even be able to leave the tribe. Staying in the tribe for the rest of her life under someone else's protection was not what she wanted. Besides, Damu was getting old and couldn't protect her forever. Someone would eventually let her leave the tribe. If she couldn't protect herself, venturing out would only make her food for the wild animals. Lyang. Going out again? It's dangerous outside. Don't go too far, a woman said, passing by her. I won't go far. After thinking for a moment, she added, you shouldn't go too far when you go out either. It would be bad if you encountered danger. Although the woman had some fighting ability, it was still too dangerous compared to the ferocious wild beasts in the forest. It was only because there was constant foot traffic around the tribe that wild animals, naturally able to sense danger, wouldn't dare to barge in, making the area around their tribe relatively safe. However, it couldn't guarantee that no ferocious beasts would accidentally wander in. Ultimately, the safety outside the tribe couldn't be guaranteed. Don't worry, we're used to traveling. The wild beasts don't dare to come, the woman said with a smile, waving at her, her steps light, the basket on her back swaying back and forth. Watching the departing figure, Lyang couldn't help but chuckle. She had only taught everyone how to weave baskets, but the women of the tribe, without any instruction, had invented their own. First, a woman wove a strap that could be carried by hand or slung over one shoulder, saving effort. Then someone else came up with the idea of weaving 2 straps to carry on the back, making it even more convenient and effortless. In her eyes, the people of the tribe weren't stupid at all. On the contrary, they were quite clever. She was about to walk away when someone hurried up behind her, accompanied by a clear voice. Lyang, where are you going? Take me with you. My mother says you're exceptionally smart, and she wants me to stay with you every day so I can learn some of your cleverness. Mangjong spoke, his eyes fixed on her, waiting for her reply. She couldn't help but chuckle again. Qingya was overestimating her. She wasn't particularly clever. She just had more experience than others, which made her a bit more knowledgeable. In terms of intelligence, she might not even be as clever as the people in the tribe. After all, the wisdom of survival is something that comes with experience. I'm thinking of going out to find some stones. You can come with me and help me carry them. Lyang grinned at him. Carrying stones was hard work. Although she could manage to get them herself, having someone to help would be much easier. She hadn't intended to bother him, but he had walked right into her life. Mangjong didn't seem to mind at all, patting his chest and saying, Carrying stones? That's easy. You've come to the right place. Compared to learning basket weaving, carrying stones required no brain power and was much simpler. All right, let's go then, Lyang said, leading the way outside. The sun was just beginning to rise, not yet scorching hot, accompanied by a gentle breeze that felt quite comfortable. The people of the tribe worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, with few entertainment activities. They went to bed early and rose early, always full of energy. A sufficient amount of food from the hunt was enough to satisfy them for the day, and their lives were simple and happy. Lyang, why did you bring back those stones?
We have stones in our tribe. Why go outside to carry them?
It's so tiring, and besides, stones are fun to play with, and they're so heavy. Mangzhong had been chattering on and on the way, never stopping. The stone is heavy, but it's very useful. You'll see in a moment. Lyang smiled slightly, not saying much more. For her, the stone had many uses, but she couldn't rush it. She had to take it one step at a time. Small changes were fine, but major changes weren't acceptable to everyone. She had to proceed cautiously, step by step. She sighed softly. These days, everyone in the tribe thought the roasted meat was delicious and ate it with great relish. Only she, after eating it for several days in a row, still found it bland. The roasted meat smelled fragrant, but it was also greasy, and with little seasoning, it tasted plain. For the tribe members who had never eaten cooked food before and found even raw meat delicious, it was indeed fragrant, but in her opinion, it was still too monotonous. Although they ate some roasted meat at every meal, they ate mostly fruit. However, this combination of meat and vegetables made the nutrition more balanced than before, which was much better. Lyang kept the stone's use a secret for now, not going into details. Everyone would know whether it was good or not once she finished it. There was no need to rush to say it. Mangzhong didn't seem to mind, simply saying, "My mother already treats you like a god. Lyang, only you have ever seen what a god looks like." Recently, the most talked about topic in the tribe was the god. Only Lyang could clearly describe what a god looked like. After all, she was the only one in the entire tribe who had seen one. Upon hearing this, Lyang felt a pang of embarrassment. The god was merely a pretense she'd concocted, but everyone had vividly imagined it. However, she had to continue the lie. The god. I can't quite describe it after all. It was a dream. I wasn't fully conscious, so how could I possibly remember what the god looked like? But the god's hair and beard were white, quite different from the people in our tribe. Of course, different from the people in the tribe. After all, the oldest person in the tribe was only 48 years old, already considered elderly. At that age, hair and beards were only gray and sparse, quite different from her description. And that was to be expected. After all, it was a god, certainly different from humans. Why do you only ask the gods and not anything else? Let me tell you, the gods have told me so much. Wow. What else did the gods tell you? This was the first time he'd heard of this, and he immediately perked up. He knew that a single word of guidance from the gods had brought immense benefits to their tribe, and the gods had said so much more. Did that mean everyone in their tribe would live like the gods? The gods have told me so much. For example, they taught me to read, and arithmetic. If I learn these, I can become a cultured person. But learning these things is quite difficult, very hard work. Do you want to learn? Lyang smiled at him. Mangzhong nodded vigorously without hesitation, saying, I want to learn. I want to learn. I'm not afraid of any hardship. Didn't I practice martial arts with you? You said the same thing back then, and I was able to learn it all. I can learn to read, do arithmetic, and all kinds of culture. Since you're so eager to learn, I'll teach you. Let me think. Let's start with the simplest arithmetic. Lyang said after a moment's thought. Okay, let's learn arithmetic first. Once we've mastered arithmetic, we can learn other things. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll forget too much if I learn too much at once. Mangzhong quickly agreed. What the gods teach must be good. How could he miss it? especially considering his mother's constant reminders. Lyang carefully selected a stone from the pile of rocks outside. It was about the size of a household iron pot, quite thick, and of very sturdy material. Despite repeated tapping, she couldn't break off a single piece, demonstrating its hardness far superior to stones that crumbled easily. Hardness is good. It's sturdy and durable. Even if polishing it is laborious, once properly polished, it can last for many years. All things considered, it's very worthwhile. This stone is hard enough, Meng Zhong remarked, having watched the entire process and even weighed the stone in his hand, clicking his tongue in amazement. Stones were everywhere around their tribe besides trees. While not exactly everywhere, they were easy to find if you looked. They hadn't paid much attention to them before, never considering any significance in their stones. But after seeing Liang's actions, they realized that stones came in many varieties. Some shattered into dust at the slightest tap, while others were so solid they couldn't be moved and were incredibly heavy. This experience broadened their horizons considerably. I guess the solider the stone, the heavier it is, Lyang casually remarked, her hands still busy. Although the stone wasn't very large, it would be difficult for the two children to move it back. She was currently busy gathering vines to tie the stone together, preparing to haul it back later. A wheeled cart would make things much easier, but they had nothing at the moment. Meng Zhong had already tried, but no matter which direction he approached, he couldn't budge the seemingly small stone. Right before his eyes, Lyang effortlessly lifted it, then lifted it again, stuffing the vines under the stone. In no time, the vines completely enveloped the stone, leaving him speechless. If he hadn't experienced the stone's weight, he probably wouldn't have been so surprised. Lyang, how did you move it? He was momentarily speechless, unable to articulate his feelings. He was a boy, 2 years older, and should have been stronger, yet he couldn't move it at all, while Lyang could move it with one hand. It was unbelievable. He could hardly believe his eyes. Eat more and practice the boxing I taught you more. You can do it too. Lyang didn't tell him about inheriting Dama's divine strength. She was still young and hadn't fully developed her abilities. Being too high-profile wouldn't be a good thing. Those in the tribe who had grudges against Dama might use her as a target. Although infighting was rare, it wasn't unheard of. Eating more? Lyang was the chief's daughter and had never gone hungry. Her strength was understandable. Eating more meat would increase her strength. That was indeed a fact. However, he felt something was different. He figured it was probably related to boxing practice. Although it made his arms and legs sore, he felt energetic, as if the more he practiced, the more energetic he became. However, he got hungry quickly and ate more, which put some pressure on him. Qingya had already told him that she was worried he might not be able to feed the family if he continued eating like this. He felt quite ashamed that he hadn't yet found any food for the family. But then he thought if he trained his strength, he could hunt more food in the future. So it wasn't a bad deal, and he relaxed a bit. The stones were tied together, and the two worked together, one pulling from the front and the other straining from behind. Where there were uneven spots, they used a wooden stick to pry them up, and they easily stepped over them. Their pace wasn't slow, and they weren't too tired. However, because it was the height of summer, both of them were drenched in sweat when they carried the stones back to the tribe, their animal hides soaked with perspiration. Lyang was also helpless. The animal hides weren't breathable. As a girl, she wore only one piece on top and one on the bottom, exposing her shoulders, navel, and legs. It looked cool, but it was just as hot. She raised her hand to wipe her forehead, and beads of sweat dripped down the back of her hand, sticky and uncomfortable. The two women placed the stones they had dragged back in a corner of the tribal courtyard. She wanted to polish a stone pot so that besides roasting meat, they could also make soup. And those wasted bones, even though all the meat on them had been gnawed clean, which everyone considered wasteless, the marrow and nutrients inside were being thrown away, which was unacceptable. Besides, Boiled meat is more nutritious than roasted meat, so the stone pot still needed to be made. However, the stone was too hard and required careful polishing, which would take considerable time. They couldn't rush it. Once the stone was back, they could only leave it for now and work on it slowly, day by day. Let's go wash up by the river. Look at all that sweat. It's so hot. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance enviously at Mang Zhong. He was a boy, wearing only a piece of animal skin around his waist, his upper body bare, much cooler than hers. Everyone in the tribe dressed like this. Some poorer families, reluctant to part with animal hides, would wrap themselves in a few leaves in the summer, saving the hides for their families or for winter, as winter was even harder and animal hides were limited. Those without resources couldn't accumulate many. She was quite gratified that everyone had a sense of shame and knew to wear clothes to cover themselves. Mang Zhong listened, her eyes shining with excitement. With the weather hot, the tribe's children loved to play in the river. The younger ones would only splash in the nearby stream, while the older, bolder ones would immerse themselves completely in the water. However, the water was dangerous, and children sometimes drowned. Adults would usually warn them not to go in, but children were often disobedient. Without constant adult supervision, they would always go to play in the water. Don't worry, I definitely won't go into the deep water. I'll just play by the water for a while, and there won't be any danger, Mang Zhong quickly assured her, seeing the look in her eyes. The two of them often played together. Because of the hot weather, Lyang had warned him many times before that the water was dangerous, and everyone knew it, but they just couldn't resist the heat. Even the adults in the tribe would go for a dip in the river after returning from hunting to cool off. Water is actually very convenient for the tribe. There is a mountain spring flowing within the tribe's compound, and the river here is not far from the tribe. It is probably because of the abundant water source that the ancestors of the Inshan tribe chose to settle here. This is indeed a good place. Today was another day of abundant harvest. Lately, spurred on by the aroma of roasted meat, the tribe members have been hunting with even greater intensity. Previously, some would hesitate to give their all for safety, but this is no longer the case. Everyone is now playing it safe, aiming to bring back as much food as possible so they can feast to their heart's content. A group of people sat around several fires roasting meat. Soon, the entire tribe was enveloped in smoke and the aroma filled the air, making many salivate at the smell. The hunt had yielded a plentiful feast. The elderly, women, and children of the tribe all received ample food, sitting around the fire with satisfied smiles on their faces. Damu, watching, couldn't help but show a pleased expression. Fong, this piece of meat is ready. Here, have some, Pingsher said, presenting a large piece of roasted meat to Fong with both hands, his expression very solicitous. Fong glanced at the meat, then unceremoniously reached for it, took a large bite, and chewed with relish, his lips glistening with oil. After a long day, he felt completely relaxed, sitting by the fire eating the delicious roasted meat, feeling utterly comfortable. This roasted meat is really fragrant. I've always thought meat was good, but now I know it can be even better, Pingsher said, picking up another piece to roast while inhaling the aroma. So, that girl Lyang really is capable, Fong added, chewing on his meat, his expression enigmatic. Pingsher glanced at him, unsure what to say. Lyang was Damu's daughter, and Fong had always harbored some resentment towards Damu. Now, it was Lyang who had mentioned the roasted meat, and in this situation, he was at a loss for words. Fong ate his roasted meat, praising Lyang, but his resentment towards Damu remained undiminished. Lyang is only 2 years old. He seems clever now, but he might not be that outstanding when he grows up. Meanwhile, Boji from the Damu family has already started hunting, Pingsher said cautiously. He felt a mix of emotions when mentioning Lyang, but his opinion of Boji was less so. Although Boji was just a young boy who had barely grown up, his few hunting trips had revealed a lot. Boji had never lacked food or drink, and while he appeared exceptionally brave, his inner nature was clear to anyone with a discerning eye. If he were just an ordinary child in the tribe, his unremarkable performance wouldn't have drawn much criticism. But he was the chief's son. While he might resent the chief's bravery was undeniable, and compared to him, Boji paled in comparison. Fong smiled knowingly at these words. He was familiar with the situation in the tribe. Children often competed for dominance, and siblings within a family frequently vied for attention, especially over food. Even as the chief, Damu was not immune to such rivalries. Although every child had food, the question of who ate more, less, or who got the best pieces remained a point of contention. Boji, being the eldest, naturally sought to be first in everything, but Lyang's cleverness would inevitably create a reconcilable conflict among them. What you said makes a lot of sense. That kid Boji, is really far inferior to Damu. Fong looked like he was watching a show. Damu had been blocking his way for so many years, and he really wanted to see Damus' dilemma as people returned from their outings. Dusk settled, and the firelight shone even brighter in the village. After returning, Lyang sat in a corner, tirelessly polishing with stones and hard wooden sticks. She had drawn a circle on a piece of stone she'd found and began polishing it little by little along that circle. Without proper tools, she could only rely on time. Even dripping water can wear away stone, and she was slowly but surely making progress. Lyang, what are you doing?
Come and eat something.
You've been running around all day. Don't you know you're hungry? Fuying called out, amused, watching her busy figure. She searched through the crowd, but couldn't find Lyang before finally spotting her in the corner. This little girl, so small, was busier than the adults all day long. She didn't know what to say to her. I'll be there in a bit, mother. You eat first, Lyang replied without looking up. She was in high spirits right now, and after eating and drinking her fill, it would be time for bed. Now that the tribe had a fire, they could see light at night, so everyone wasn't going to bed as early as before. However, they would just sit around the fire and chat for a while, needing to get enough rest, and then go to sleep relatively early. Upon hearing this, Fuying couldn't help but laugh even more. She had raised several children, but none were as concerned as Lyang. Food was scarce in the tribe, and many children had gone hungry. Not to mention the children. Even the adults were very careful about food and drink, afraid that if they were late, someone else would take it away. They were extremely concerned about food. Only with Lyang, when she was called to eat, did she not seem to be in a hurry. What are you doing? If you're not done, Grandma will help you. Fuying hurried over and, seeing her struggling with a rock, couldn't help but chuckle. She was still just a child, but this child was always sensible. If she really needed help, she was willing to help. Lyang, seeing that Fuying wouldn't give up until she was gone, and unable to continue her work, finally looked up. All right, I'll do it tomorrow. I'm going to go eat barbecue with Grandma. Fuying, seeing the lingering reluctance in her expression, shook her head helplessly. You child, you never seem to care about food or drink. It's only because I'm protecting you that you're not hungry. Lyang had always only had breast milk and wild fruits. She didn't eat much, so she had never truly gone hungry. Fuying thought she probably hadn't experienced hunger yet, but it would be good if Lyang never experienced that discomfort. I know. Mom's the best to me, Lyang said sweetly, running over to hug her arm. Hearing these heartwarming words and seeing her small figure, Fuying's heart melted instantly, and she couldn't bear to say a word to her. The mother and daughter chatted and laughed as they walked to the fire. Their older siblings were already there, eating roasted meat with gusto. They were grown enough to feed themselves, not needing Fuying's help, and sometimes they didn't even want her around, worried she'd scold them for eating too much. Boji was eating roasted meat when he noticed Lyang walking over hand in hand with Fuying. Both of them had smiles on their faces and looked very much in love. This made him feel a pang of jealousy. They were both his mother's children, but his mother treated him very differently. Lyang sat down beside Fuying by the fire. Fuying handed her the meat she had roasted earlier, which she took with a sweet smile. "Thank you, mother." Fuying smiled back. The people in the tribe lived a rough life, with little regard for formalities. Parents giving food to their children was taken for granted, and children rarely expressed gratitude. The adults didn't seem to mind, but seeing a child say thank you touched Fuying deeply. She couldn't help but lean down and kiss her cheek, then ruffled her hair. "Eat what mother gives you. No need to thank her," Fuying said, her affection for the child evident. This scene, however, was observed by the other children. While busy eating, they also paid attention to what was happening. Boki's eyes grew increasingly gloomy. He took a large bite of his roasted meat, chewing it fiercely. Putsao quickly finished a piece of roasted meat, then stretched out her oily hand to grab another piece. Just as she held it, a loud snap echoed as the meat fell back into her hand. "How much have you eaten? All you do all day is eat." Boji snapped angrily. Pukeo's hand stung from the slap, but the pain was nothing compared to the frustration of seeing the roasted meat right in front of her but unable to eat it. She smacked her lips, a pitiful look on her face. "Boji, I'll have another piece." "Count how many pieces you've eaten," Boji said sternly, unmoved. The people in the tribe could count, but they could only count up to 100. Anything beyond that was uncountable. Daily life was simple, and there wasn't much to count. More important than counting were things like weight and size. Like dividing meat, it was all about size. Lyang lowered her head, taking small bites of her roasted meat, not glancing at them. Boji's bullying of his younger siblings was commonplace. The second, third, and fourth brothers, though afraid to defy Boji, followed suit. The older ones bullied the younger ones, and she, being the youngest, seemed the easiest to bully. In short, none of her siblings liked her. She, in turn, disliked them. Not for any other reason than that her older brothers and sisters lacked manners, so she shouldn't expect any respect. This scene played out every day, and she simply pretended not to see it, focusing on eating her meat. "There's still plenty of meat left. Let Putsao have another piece." Fuying, who was busy roasting meat nearby, couldn't help but speak up in support of the two, who were making quite a racket. Often, she ignored these concerns, letting Boji distribute the food as he pleased. As the eldest son, he was expected to make many decisions in the future, and besides, they held high hopes for him, wishing him to become the next leader. Upon hearing Fuying's words, Piyu Chao immediately perked up, quickly grabbing a piece of meat and retreating rapidly, afraid Boji would hit her again. She stuffed the meat into her mouth as she retreated, eating with great gusto. Lyang looked up and shook his head inwardly. The tribe lived by hunting, and food was always scarce. Whether it was adults or children, their eating manners were not very good, but no one cared about that. They could still find food. "Boji, come sit here." "Why do you always sit with women and children? Those who have gone hunting are all adults now." Sharp Fong smiled and beckoned to Boji. Boji was unhappy because Fuying had given a piece of meat to Piyu Chao, but Fuying was his mother, and he didn't dare argue with her, so he could only sulk. Unexpectedly, Sharp Fong called him over and directly told him he was an adult. This made him very happy, and without thinking, he got up and walked towards Sharp Fong. Come, sit here." Ping Shi stood up and made room for Sharp Fong next to him. Boji sat down without hesitation. Sharp Fong then handed him a piece of roasted meat. "Take this and eat." "I, Sharp Fong, don't lack this little bit of food." Her tone was quite magnanimous. With food offered to him, Boji naturally reached out. He suddenly realized that Fong wasn't so fierce after all. He even seemed quite peaceful. He happily accepted the food and took a big bite. "Fong, you're really something. Everyone in our tribe goes hungry sometimes, but you're the only one who's never lacked food." This wasn't wrong. Even the bravest man in the tribe, Damu, would share his food with his wife and children, and sometimes he himself would go hungry. But Fong had never truly gone hungry. He too had a wife and children, but during difficult times when food was scarce, he only cared about filling his own stomach, while his wife and children starved to death. He himself didn't care about the matter. Everyone else was starving, and people in every family had died of hunger. No one would criticize him for this. In a food shortage, some would eat while others wouldn't. But it wasn't entirely without impact. From then on, Fong wasn't very popular with the women in the tribe. He occasionally tried to seduce a few, but none were truly interested in him. Of course, if he offered food, some would trade with him. Hearing this, Fong laughed heartily. He loved it when people said that about him. Only the capable wouldn't go hungry, right? In this respect, he was even better than Damu. Look, Damu's son said so too. That's how a man should be. If you don't eat your fill, how will you have the strength to hunt? And if you don't have the strength to hunt, where will you get more food? In short, the most important thing is for us to eat our fill and be in good spirits. Boji felt this struck a chord with him. He saw how much food Damu brought back from hunting every day and how much he himself had eaten. Wasn't he just feeding his children for nothing? All that hard work for him? One child was enough. Why raise so many? Wouldn't even the food he hunted eventually have to be divided among the children? A sense of injustice welled up inside him. The food he risked his life hunting for, only to have to be shared among his children, made his heart ache. His brow furrowed. Sharp tooth, he said, "Why did my father have to have so many children? It's making me suffer too." He had 4 younger siblings. Everyone needed to eat. He complained, but what bothered him most was Lyang. He was a freeloader, taking advantage of him and stealing his thunder, making him, the eldest son of the leader, seem less important, which made him feel very frustrated. Damu and Fueying have been very close since childhood. With plenty to eat and drink, raising a few more children wouldn't be a problem. However, Boji, you are the eldest, and Damu and Fueying are getting old. In the future, you'll definitely have to take care of the younger ones, Sharp Fong said with a sigh. Hearing this, Boji's face darkened immediately, and he realized even more clearly that the younger ones were a burden. His unpleasant expression didn't escape Sharp Fong's notice, which made him feel somewhat pleased. Just a piece of roasted meat was enough to convince Boji. He felt that the meat was well worth the price. Sharp Fong, you said my father and mother are getting old? Boji asked, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Fong chuckled again. Everyone gets old. You're all growing up, and your father and mother will naturally grow old too.
What's so strange about that?
He felt even more pleased. As Damu aged, his strength would weaken, and eventually, he would be the one in charge of the tribe. But my father hunts as bravely as ever, and there's no shortage of food. He didn't want to believe his father would grow old. He hadn't fully mastered his skills yet. If his father died, what would he eat? This was what truly frustrated Fong. Damu was clearly old, but he didn't show any signs of aging. He hunted with undiminished ferocity, bringing abundant food, which benefited the tribe, but not so much for Fong personally. You're so old already. Isn't your father getting old too? Look at Inshan, he's about the same age as your father, and look at him now. Your father is only like this because he's never really gone hungry, Sharp Teeth sneered, clearly enjoying telling people about Damus' impending old age. Boji's eyes widened. He knew Inshan. He was tall, but his face was thin and bony, a rather frightening sight. He looked like he could be blown away by a strong wind, let alone go hunting. Such a person wouldn't last long. He'd probably be gone by this winter. He didn't dare compare such a person to Damu, but the thought of Damu becoming like that was too much for him to bear.
My father won't become like that.
If he did, he'd never hunt again. Instead, he'd have to hunt food to feed him. Not now, but who knows what the future holds? Who can predict the future? Perhaps it's true, as you say, that Damu won't turn out like that, Fong said casually, a slight smirk on his face. But the more he said that, the more Boji felt that Damu might really become like that. If Damu really becomes like that, what will I do? Boji murmured, lost in his thoughts. What's so difficult about that? Either you raise him or you don't. It's up to you, Fong sneered. The women in the tribe always thought he was too heartless, but he wasn't the only heartless one. Thinking about this made him even more upset. The woman he had before had given birth to his child, but that winter was tough. Now he wanted to find another woman, but she wasn't willing to be with him. Thinking about all the women in the tribe and how everyone was avoiding him, how could he not feel frustrated? What was even more infuriating was that even at his age, Damu was still the most popular woman. Everyone was eating their own food when Lyang glanced up and saw Damu approaching. Her face immediately lit up with a smile, and she jumped up and ran towards him, exclaiming, "Father, where have you been?" She hadn't seen him for a while. Usually at this time, the whole family would be sitting together eating. It felt strange without him. When Damu saw Lyang rushing towards him, his tense face relaxed, and he picked her up, saying, "Eat your food properly, don't drop it." He didn't say anything else, just carried her to sit beside Fueying. "You're back. How's Qinghe?" Fueying handed her a piece of roasted meat, asking gently,
Qinghe?
Lyang knew she was still just a child, and the adults didn't like to talk to her much. However, she knew Qinghe. He was considered quite brave in the tribe and had a very good relationship with Damu. She couldn't help but listen intently. Damu hadn't taken a bite of the roasted meat in his hand, and his expression was rather unwell. "A large chunk of flesh was bitten off my lower back. I don't look well. I'm lying here listlessly," Damu said, his face showing worry. "How could you be so careless and get injured by a wild animal?" Fueying sighed along. Injuries were common in the tribe, serious or minor, directly affecting lives. Based on past experience, Qinghe's injury was likely fatal. Hunting is inherently dangerous. One moment of carelessness, and Damu also sighed deeply. As the tribal chief, he naturally didn't want anyone to get injured, especially not someone as brave as Qinghe. The loss of any of the tribe's able-bodied men would be a huge blow. Lyang listened, his expression darkening. Although the tribe had a population of 180 or 190, after deducting the elderly, women, and children, only 30 or 40 were truly capable. The entire tribe relied on these few to hunt and sustain themselves. "Father, didn't you usually bring back medicinal herbs? Weren't they useless?" Lyang asked. Of course, medicine was needed for better treatment of injuries. "I've tried all the ones Eve gathered before, but they haven't been effective. It still hurts, and the wound is swollen." Damu shook his head. The medicinal herbs he knew were passed down through generations in the tribe. Almost everyone in the tribe knew them. Injuries were treated with these herbs. If they weren't effective, there was no hope. Qinghe was in a similar situation now. He hadn't died instantly from the lower back wound, but if it didn't heal, he would soon pass away. Upon hearing this, Lyang's eyes flickered. She used to be a military doctor, so she naturally knew about medicinal herbs. However, the herbs of later generations were very different from those of today. Although they were all green plants, she didn't see a single one that looked familiar. If she wanted to identify and understand their medicinal properties, she would have to study them little by little. She sighed inwardly. In the 2 years she had been here, she had been getting to know the surrounding environment, learning the local language, and acquiring some life skills. In fact, she had neglected the things she used to be best at. She couldn't help but think to herself that in this environment, she had to pick up her old skills again. Otherwise, all sorts of dangers in life could deal her a fatal blow. If she could salvage the situation, that would be good enough. "Where's Boji?" Damu sighed, not seeing his son by the fire, and asked. Fueying gestured with his chin. "Over there." Damu followed his gaze and saw Boji talking quietly with Jinya, their heads close together, looking quite intimate. He frowned, somewhat confused. Jinya had always been at odds with him, and by extension, rarely treated the children well. When Lyang returned with the fire, he had almost killed him. Why was Jinya so close to Boji now? What about Jinya? He hesitated, unsure how to answer. Jinya wasn't known for being kind to their family. I don't know why, but it was Fong who called Boji over. After a pause, Fuing continued. Boji's temper has been getting worse lately. He even hit Piyu Chao earlier. She glanced at Piyu Chao, seeing her happily eating roasted meat as if nothing had happened, and immediately fell silent. Fong must have said something unpleasant. When has he ever been kind to anyone? Lyang remarked, glancing around as she ate her roasted meat. Unlike the others who were only focused on eating, she was still paying attention to her surroundings and even joined in the conversation with Damu and Fuing. Fuing wholeheartedly agreed. As a woman herself, she also despised Fong. He was indeed capable, but selfish, cold-blooded, and ruthless. He would even let his own wife and children starve. If he had saved a little from his own food, things wouldn't have turned out this way. I don't know what Boji was thinking, but he's actually happy to stay with him. Fuing shook her head. Women in the tribe, while not discriminated against, still held a lower status than men. This was because women were weaker and less adept at hunting than men. However, women with skills or exceptional talents held equally high status. Fuing, a woman who only stayed home to care for the children and at most gather a few wild fruits, had little say. Often, she couldn't even control Boji. The fact that Boji still listened to her was entirely due to Damus' intimidation. Don't say that, Damu said honestly. Sharp Fong is quite skilled. If Boji could learn from him, it would benefit him. Sharp Fang's hunting skills were undeniable. In the tribe, success was judged by the number of hunts. Other things were secondary. After all, food was the foundation of survival. Fuing had nothing more to say. Lyang, however, curled her lip in disapproval. The people in the tribe only valued bravery, not character. That's why Sharptooth lived such a comfortable life. What a scumbag. Father, tomorrow we're hunting, can you take me with you? Lyang blinked, looking at Damu. She was still too young to go out alone, it was too dangerous. But being with Damu would ensure her safety. She had wanted to see the outside world more than once. Everyone talked about the ferocity of wild beasts, but she had only ever seen dead ones. She had never seen a living one and couldn't assess their fighting strength. Damu, who was in a bad mood, was amused by this and chuckled. You're so young, yet you're always thinking about going out hunting. You don't even have the ability to protect yourself. Going out with you would just be a burden. Even if I agree, no one else would. Father, please take me with you. Although I can't hunt, I can help find some herbs. Chingha's injury won't heal without more herbs, Lyang said to Damu with hopeful eyes. More herbs? Damu seemed thoughtful. Normally, treating injuries involved crushing a handful of herbs, applying it to the wound, and waiting for it to heal. Chingha's injury didn't seem to respond well. Would applying more herbs help? Yes, I can't help with other things, but I can find herbs. I recognize the herbs we usually use. If I find them, I can easily gather them without delay, Lyang said, sensing his softening tone. Damu turned to look at her, amused. You're so young. Forget helping, you can't even keep up with walking. If I have to carry you... He paused, his gaze lingering on her face. Liang's breath hitched. Her short legs probably wouldn't be able to keep up. Everyone in the tribe, men and women alike, was incredibly agile. Their climbing and speed were honed through years of training in the jungle. Seeing this, she realized she was really holding them back, and her face flushed. Then, you're really not taking me? Lyang asked helplessly. Damu shook his head. I'll take you when you're older. As he said this, his gaze inadvertently swept over the second, third, and fourth brothers, and he shook his head again, looking rather helpless. Men and women in the tribe were relatively equal. Men could go hunting, and so could women. However, most women were timid, and very few had the courage to leave the tribe. Putsao was 12, and Hongwa was 10 old enough to go out and see the world, yet they had never asked him to go with the group. Then look at Zhongshin, who's 7 years old and much stronger than the average child, yet he still only knows how to eat and drink. And then there's Lyang, a little over 2 years old, who already wants to go out and broaden his horizons. Just in terms of courage to step out of the tribe, Lyang is far superior to the others. No wonder he dotes on him so much. However, what you said makes some sense. For Qinghe's injury, using more herbs might actually be helpful. Tomorrow, I'll have someone specifically search for herbs to treat injuries, Dama said, turning to Lyang. Lyang listened, momentarily speechless. Using more herbs doesn't necessarily mean it will be effective. It has to be the right medicine for the injury. However, these herbs are usually used to treat injuries, so they must be suitable. After all, the few herbs used in the tribe are those passed down through decades. Then, let's gather more. She didn't know what to say about this. Normally, when no one was injured, the tribe didn't have any medicinal herbs. They would only gather some when someone was hurt, and even then, it was just enough to apply a layer to the wound, let alone save any for later. Gather them, dry them, and store them. Then they can be used again when someone is injured. It'll save time from having to gather them only when needed, which wastes a lot of time going back and forth, Lyang suggested. Dama was stunned. Dried herbs can still be used? Lyang was speechless for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, yes, they can be used, as long as they are stored properly. Only when the topic of storage came up did she realize why she hadn't dried the herbs for later use. Without any tools, they simply couldn't be stored properly. Hearing the words, preserve it well, Dama smiled at her. It wasn't that the tribe hadn't tried preserving herbs, but no matter how they were preserved, it was useless. They either got moldy or lost all their efficacy. In short, picking fresh herbs was always more convenient and less troublesome. Lyang also realized he had made a foolish mistake. Even dried herbs needed a dry environment to be stored. Otherwise, even a little moisture would ruin them, rendering them unusable and turning them into firewood. Their current environment was fine when the weather was good, and the cave was relatively dry, but when it was windy and rainy, moisture poured into the cave, making it anything but dry. If we can't preserve them, it's quite troublesome to collect them every time we need them. Besides, we don't know where the herbs grow, so we have to search everywhere, which is very time-consuming and wastes precious treatment time. Dama shrugged. What else can we do? Being able to collect the herbs and apply them is already lucky. If we can't, we can only wait to die. This has happened many times before. We can dig up the herbs, roots and all, and plant them nearby, right here in our yard. Lyang gestured around the yard. Although everyone had been walking in and out, making the ground quite compacted, there was still some uncompacted soil along the vine-lined walls, enough to plant quite a few herbs. At the very least, they could find an open space outside the yard to plant them. Damu seriously considered this possibility. If the medicine could be used in time and the injury treated promptly, it would greatly benefit the recovery. He knew best that some injuries, though not fatal, could become irreversible if the herbs weren't applied. Can the herbs even be grown? He asked skeptically. If an elder from the tribe had said this, he probably wouldn't have doubted it at all, but coming from a child, it sounded hard to believe, even though Lyang was always very sensible. Whether they can be grown or not, we'll find out by trying. It's not much trouble. Tomorrow, Father, you can have someone dig up a few plants, roots and all, and we'll give it a try.
Dama thought about it.
It wasn't exactly easy. Before, they would only pick a handful of leaves, but now they would have to dig them up, roots and all, which would take quite a while just to dig with their bare hands. However, if they could grow them, it would be much more convenient to use them later. I'll do as you say. I'll pick 2 or 3 tomorrow, and try planting them. After thinking for a moment, she added, since you suggested it, you can plant these herbs. If you need any help, just tell your mother. She was still just a child after all. No problem, leave it to me. Lyang accepted the task. Being able to help everyone was somewhat useful, and she felt quite happy. Damu liked her straightforwardness. He reached out, and ruffled her hair. Children's hair is often fuzzy, and Lyang, being clean, washed it frequently. After washing, she would comb it with her hands. Her hair wasn't long, but it shone brightly. Compared to other children who wandered around with messy hair, it was much better. No wonder Damu always liked to touch her head. The father and daughter were all smiles, a scene witnessed by the second, third, and fourth brothers, whose faces all showed a hint of envy. A short while later, Boji returned. Damu, seeing him, couldn't help but ask, "What did Jinya say to you?" He couldn't help but be curious. Jinya had never been fond of his children before, even ignoring them if they bumped into each other. "Nothing," Boji replied, his eyes darting away. Damu frowned slightly. He'd called him over to talk and even given him food, but everyone in the tribe knew Jinya valued food above all else. He wouldn't give it away easily, and if he did, it was only in exchange for something he deemed reasonable. If it wasn't reasonable, he wouldn't even acknowledge it. "Really nothing?" Damu asked again. "I saw him pulling you aside, whispering to you for a long time." "What did he say?" "Just tell your father the truth." "Why are you hiding it?" Fong said, somewhat displeased. This eldest son, growing older, increasingly disregarded her, often ignoring her advice, which greatly displeased her. Boji suddenly felt a pang of guilt. How could he tell Damu what they had said? Damu would surely beat him up if he did. Although sharp teeth hadn't meant well, what he said wasn't entirely unreasonable. Damu wasn't young anymore. Although he could still hunt now, he would soon grow old. He was almost 40, and many in the tribe were already too old and weak for their 40s. Damu was nearing his age too. "I didn't really say anything, just about Chinghe's injury. He told me to be very careful when I go hunting. If I get injured too, I might not survive," Boji said vaguely. Everyone knew Chinghe was injured. He was the most talked about person in private these days. After all, he was a warrior in the tribe. Without him, hunting for food would be even more difficult. Many hands make light work, and losing any one of them would be a significant loss, let alone the quite valiant Chinghe. But Fong, concerned for Boji, found these words hard to believe. He glanced at Boji's expression and realized he probably wasn't telling the truth. The child was growing up and seemed to have his own secrets. He didn't press further, simply saying, "Your injuries have healed.
Tomorrow, come hunting with me.
If you want to become a warrior in the tribe, you need to go out and train. Staying in the tribe all the time won't make you a warrior." Speaking of this, he felt a growing resentment towards Boji. Lyang was so young, yet he wanted to go hunting with him, while Boji was almost an adult, always thinking of slacking off. Everyone knew that staying in the tribe was comfortable, nothing to do, food and drink provided. But where would the food and drink come from if no one went hunting? "What? I'm going hunting tomorrow?" Boji was caught off guard. He felt his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. How could he go hunting so soon? What if he got injured again? Looking at Chinghe, who was still lying there unable to move, he couldn't help but worry. He was no match for Chinghe. Damu frowned again. "What, you don't want to go?" His tone naturally carried a hint of sternness. No, I'll go. I was just a little surprised. I didn't expect we'd be going hunting so soon." "I know, father, I'll go with you tomorrow." Seeing that Damu was about to get angry, Boji quickly said. He didn't dare to truly provoke Damu. The next day, Damu led a group of people out hunting, a daily routine. Before they left, many worried people would come to see them off, hoping for their safe departure and return. Today, Lyang was also among a group of women, seeing Damu off. "Father, please remember, make sure to dig up the herbs with their roots intact. It's best not to break them. Bring back the roots with some mud around them. That way, they'll be more likely to survive," she anxiously instructed. Damu listened attentively. He and his daughter had discussed this yesterday. If the herbs could be cultivated in the tribe, it would greatly benefit them. He naturally hoped they would survive, so he listened carefully. "How many times have you said that? Do you think people can't remember?" Boji snapped impatiently from the side. He hadn't really wanted to go hunting, but he had to obey Dama's orders, and his mood was understandably low. Lyang's incessant talking only fueled his impatience, leading him to speak coldly to Dama's face. I was just worried father would forget. Since you remember, please remind him again later, Lyang replied, turning to him. Boji's anger flared. She was being bothered by him again. This was truly, I'm not hunting. I don't have time to get you those things. She refused without thinking, then added, do you know how ferocious the wild animals are outside? One wrong move, and you could become their food. You don't expect us to hunt more food, yet you only think about getting this and that for you. Childish toys, is that important? He was particularly angry. This little child, yet her father was listening to her seriously, even expecting her to do as she asked. Her father was the chief. Hunting and gathering food were the most important matters for the entire tribe. Was her little matter worth worrying about? It was only because her father and mother spoiled her so much. Boji, I'm talking to Lyang. It's none of your business. Go ahead and see, Damu said sternly. Father, Boji called out angrily, seeing Dama still protecting Lyang. I told you to go, so go. Damu glared at her. Watching him walk away, Damu ruffled Lyang's hair and said, Boji doesn't know what we're going to do. Just pretend you didn't hear him. Lyang nodded. Boji was very impatient and had a really bad temper. She wouldn't take his words to heart. Just as Dama said, she would just let it go in one ear and out the other. Yes, father, I know. You have to be careful when you go hunting. Wild animals are too ferocious. Ha ha, Lyang. Don't be scared by Boji's words. Although wild animals are ferocious, the warriors of our Inshan tribe are not afraid of them. Didn't you see how those wild animals scatter when they see us? If we weren't going to hunt them for food, they couldn't hurt us at all. You don't need to worry too much, Damo said boldly. Lyang listened, smiling and nodding repeatedly, indicating his agreement. However, Dama's words were only half true. Wild beasts would indeed flee at the sight of humans, because people travel in groups and would be frightened by so many people. But the ferocity of wild beasts was also real. Otherwise, the tribe would not have lost so many men. And Qinghe, one of the tribe's warriors, was still lying in bed, unable to get up. Damu went hunting, and Fuiying went out to pick wild fruit with her small basket on her back. The second, third, and fourth brothers had all disappeared again. So Lyang ran to the corner of the yard and started struggling with the stone. Without any suitable tools, she used a stick and some stones to hammer at it, which was incredibly inefficient. She felt this wasn't a test of physical strength, but rather a test of patience. Fortunately, she was still young and couldn't do much else, so she was at the peak of her patience. Lyang, you're playing with the stone again? Mangjong came out and immediately spotted Lyang, running over excitedly. Lyang recognized his voice from his voice and, too busy to look up, said, I told you. I'm not playing. I'm polishing the stone for a purpose. She hadn't polished it into anything, so everyone thought she was just playing around, and she was feeling quite frustrated. Do you want me to help you? Mangjong circled her once before finally asking. Ever since discovering that Lyang was different from other children, Mangjong had developed a unique trust in what she said. She had been hammering for a while, and her hand was starting to ache. Hearing this, she immediately stopped and instructed, You have to hammer like this, hammering the center to hollow out the stone inside. Don't damage the outer ring, understand? She handed him the tools. Mangjong listened, took the stone and stick, and continued hammering from where she had made a hole. He used considerable force, but with little effect. She had been hammering for several days now, but had only managed to create a small hole in the very center. To shape it into a pot, she estimated there was still a long way to go. This stone is so hard. Why didn't you find a softer one? It would be easier to break. Mangjong muttered to himself. He was considered quite patient among the children, but even he found the constant nagging rather tedious. However, since he said he was helping, he didn't actually give up. Lyang glanced at him and changed the subject, asking, "How's Chingha? Can he get up?" Mangjong shook his head, his face darkening. "I went with mother to bring Chingha some food earlier. He looks terrible, his wound looks bad, his head is burning hot, and he's completely delirious. I don't know when the fever started." Chingha had once saved Qingya, and Qingya remembered the kindness, bringing him food and drink when he was injured and unable to move. But beyond that, there wasn't much else she could do to help. "He's starting to have a fever." Liang's heart skipped a beat. He guessed it was a fever caused by an infected wound. If it didn't subside, it would be a serious problem. "Yes, when we talk to him, he just makes aha sounds, he can't even speak clearly. My mother watches him and tears well up in her eyes." Mangjong sighed. Lyang, listening, suddenly stood up. Let's go see him." Qing, he was a warrior in the tribe, and he stood on Damu's side. If he were gone, Damu would lose another supporter. More importantly, the tribe only had so many people and not many warriors. Losing one of them would be a huge loss for the entire tribe. "What's the use of us going to see her? I've already seen her, and no matter how much we look, she won't get better." Mangjong couldn't bear to look at Qing his miserable state. The more he looked, the more distressed he felt. The two quickly arrived at the cave where Qinghe lived. It was a medium-sized cave, similar in size to the one where Damu lived. The cave was bare, and the ground was worn smooth by frequent footsteps, indicating it was often used. Standing at the cave entrance, she could sense the quietness inside. It was as if no one was there at all. She couldn't help but wonder, is no one inside taking care of Qinghe? Mangjong immediately shook his head. Everyone's busy with their own things now. Who would specifically stay to take care of her? My mother did tell me to come and check on her from time to time. He scratched his head, realizing he probably wouldn't have come at all if Lyang hadn't been coming. Lyang listened, speechless again. Although everyone was busy with their own affairs, the elderly, women, and children of the tribe, except for the young ones, all had to go out to find food. The injured couldn't just be left unattended. However, the root of the problem was poor management. Damu hadn't specifically assigned anyone to care for the wounded, so naturally no one came. And Qinghe was all alone. Damu probably hadn't considered this. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. If Qinghe hadn't remembered to bring some food, probably no one would have even glanced at them. But now wasn't the time to dwell on these things. Let's go inside and take a look." Mangjong, seeing her pale face, didn't dare say anything more, simply following behind Lyang. He also felt a little strange. He was 2 years older than her, so seeing Lyang like this made him uneasy. The light inside the cave was dim. Lyang stepped in from the bright light, adjusted his eyes briefly, and then surveyed the cave. Compared to his own cave, his was much simpler, much more open and sparsely furnished. Qinghe was lying motionless on a bed of dry grass, his heavy breathing easily audible. Just from the sound of his breathing, Lyang sensed something was wrong. He crouched down and carefully examined Qinghe's exposed wound, a wound the size of an adult's palm, smeared with a greenish paste still containing bits of grass, obscuring the wound's appearance. However, the visibly red and swollen area was distinct from the surrounding smooth skin. Such a large wound was indeed quite severe. He reached out and touched Qinghe's forehead. Just as Mangjong had said, it was frighteningly hot. Such a high temperature was unbearable even under normal circumstances, let alone in his current state.
"See?
I didn't lie to you," Mangjong said softly, then asked with some worry, "It's burned like this. What are we going to do?" Qinghe is usually very kind to everyone. He never yells at anyone for no reason. He felt a pang of sadness at the thought of losing someone like that. "Did your mother feed him roasted meat? How much did he eat?" Lyang turned and asked. The injury looked rather bad, and she had no medicine on hand, so she was helpless. She could only wait for Damu to return with more herbs and a larger dosage, which might help the wound. However, if the fever didn't go down, She feared she wouldn't even live to see Damu return. I ate a piece of roasted meat and 2 fruits, but my mother doesn't have much food left. Meng Zhong said, a little embarrassed. He could still eat, so his will to live was still quite strong, and his body hadn't completely deteriorated. Lyang thought for a moment, then took the bamboo tube from his waist and handed it to Meng Zhong. Go fill it with water. We'll wipe Qinghe's forehead and see if that brings down his fever. Will wiping his forehead work? Meng Zhong asked, puzzled. Whether it works or not, we'll find out by trying. Normally, wiping the forehead with cold water can lower a fever, but Qinghe's situation is different. His fever is due to an infected wound, so whether it will bring down his fever is a matter of luck. Meng Zhong didn't say anything more, took the bamboo tube and quickly ran outside. In no time, he returned with a full bamboo tube of water. Lyang took the water and then took out a palm-sized piece of hide. In the hot weather, people sweat easily, and this would help wipe away the sweat. It wasn't that she was wasting her resources by cutting such a small piece. It was just a small piece of fur from a wolf's tail. Others thought it was too small and useless, but she picked it up, cleaned it, and carried it with her. She poured out the water, soaking the hide and its fur thoroughly. Then she wiped Qinghe's forehead, his palms, and the soles of his feet, repeating the process several times. Meng Zhong ran to the stream several times, fetching water repeatedly, but without complaint. After their efforts, Qinghe's previously heavy breathing seemed much calmer. Lyang, it seems to work. His face showed a mixture of joy and surprise. It's somewhat effective. The fever seems to have subsided. Lyang was also pleasantly surprised, reaching out to feel Qinghe's forehead again. She found the fever-reducing effect somewhat unbelievable, but considering the strong constitution of the tribe's people, she could understand. Really? Meng Zhong also quickly reached out to feel Qinghe's forehead. He knew that fever was bad for the body, especially after Qingya had seen Qinghe that morning. Qinghe's complexion was terrible, and she had even secretly wiped away tears, making him feel that Qinghe might not make it. This weighed heavily on his mind, but seeing signs of improvement now naturally made him happy. Lyang, you're amazing. Meng Zhong withdrew his hand, looking at Lyang with some excitement, increasingly impressed by her abilities. It's not that I'm amazing, it's just that I know more. If you learn diligently from me, you can do it too, Lyang said, raising an eyebrow, then tossed the animal hide she was holding to him. These are all useful things, don't worry. I'll learn them well, Meng Zhong said repeatedly, catching the animal hide that was thrown at him. You must keep your word, Lyang said, standing up. You stay here and look after Qinghe. I have things to do. Keep an eye on her for fever. If she gets a fever again. Before she could finish, Meng Zhong hurriedly interrupted, I know. If she gets a fever again, just keep wiping her with clean water, and she won't get a fever anymore. Wiping her with clean water was such a simple thing. He felt he had learned another trick from Lyang, and he would do it this way whenever someone in the family got a fever. Lyang wasn't angry that his words were taken away. He just smiled and nodded. That's right. That's how we'll do it. There was no other good way. They could only hope that Damu would find the medicinal herbs, increase the dosage, and change the medicine more frequently. Perhaps that would work. Emerging from Qinghe's cave, Lyang didn't continue polishing the unfinished stone pot, but headed towards the edge of the tribe. During her 2 years there, she had occasionally observed the surroundings. People came and went near the tribe, laughing and playing daily. Wild animals generally didn't venture this way, so the area was relatively safe. As long as they didn't wander too far, the adults allowed their children to play freely. These children were also sensible. Outside the tribe's vicinity, they never ran far without adult supervision. For safety, she rarely even stepped outside the tribe's courtyard. There was no guarantee of safety outside, and at such a young age, she didn't have much ability to protect herself. Therefore, staying within the tribe was the best way to ensure her future. But now she came out to find some herbs nearby. Qinghe's condition wasn't good. If the fever continued to rise, she wouldn't bother with anything more. Fortunately, her physical cooling methods had brought the fever down. He was young and had a strong constitution. Perhaps he could pull through. So she decided to find some herbs. Saving one person was a good thing for the entire tribe, especially since this person was Dama's loyal follower. She walked along, head down, searching, occasionally breaking off blades of grass to examine them closely and identify their scent. Having been a doctor, she was very sensitive to herbs. She recognized the few used in the tribe, but finding new herbs would take time. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound beside her, accompanied by panting. She paused, startled, and stopped. That sound. Ah. Be gentle. Don't move. She snapped out of her daze and felt a little embarrassed. There were quite a few illicit couples in the tribe, but this was the first time she'd caught them in the act. Just as she was about to quietly leave, she heard voices. Why didn't you go hunting today? If I went out, how could I find you? If you don't go hunting, what will you eat? The woman's voice sounded anxious. I worked hard hunting yesterday, and I still have plenty of food. I'll make do with what I have today. If that's not enough, I'll go pick a basket of fruit from nearby. That'll be enough. Do you think Fong, would go hungry? Fong? Lyang recognized Fong's voice too. Plus, he'd introduced himself, so it couldn't be wrong. But this situation, yesterday's meat will taste bad today. Don't you mind? The woman said, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. As long as I have something to eat to fill my stomach, I'm fine. What's with complaining about the taste? I think you've never truly gone hungry. You're always complaining. Fong also sounded a little disgusted. This meat isn't like fruit. It can't be kept for days. It goes bad if left too long. It's not tasty at all. I certainly wouldn't eat it, the woman muttered. Fine, I won't eat it then. I'll eat it myself. Don't beg me when you're hungry, Fong said disdainfully. You? The woman seemed to get angry too, and suddenly started to speak without thinking. Look at you. In what way are you better than Damu? These words, even to Lyang standing nearby, stung deeply. Sharp Fong considered Damu an enemy, wishing he could replace him, and this woman dared to say to his face that he was inferior to Damuho could tolerate that? Sure enough, a scream erupted from the woman. If I ever hear you say I'm inferior to Damu again, then go find Damu. Sharp Fong angrily shoved the woman to the ground, tidied himself up briefly, and stormed off. After Fong left, Lyang didn't rush off. Instead, she carefully hid behind a tree, peeking out discreetly. The woman tidied her animal hide, looked around, and then left with an angry expression. In that short time, Lyang had clearly seen her face. The tribe was small, and this woman was someone she'd seen before, but she'd never spoken to her. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk, but rather that this woman seemed rather unfriendly to her family. Her older siblings weren't much, but Lyang herself was impeccable, sensible, and polite from a young age, undoubtedly the most likable child in the tribe. This woman named Meitao had never given them a kind look. She couldn't help but ponder Meitao's earlier words. While Fong was indeed a scoundrel, in terms of bravery, she was second only to Damu. Yet this woman was criticizing that. This woman had quite a big heart. Speaking of this, we must mention Dama's popularity within the tribe. Dama was quite handsome, though his features were rough and dark from years of sun and wind exposure. He was tall and looked like a rugged, burly man. However, the people in the tribe were generally dark-skinned, including herself. Children her age in later generations would definitely be fair-skinned and chubby, but as she was now, she could only be described as dark-skinned and chubby. Even so, Dama was the most popular type among the women in the tribe. The young and old probably liked him because he could hunt more food so they wouldn't go hungry, but many other women undoubtedly harbored other intentions towards him. However, because he had Fueying, these women, even if they had any thoughts, naturally couldn't develop any other ideas as long as Damu didn't provoke them. Relationships between men and women in the tribe are actually quite free. If a man and a woman are attracted to each other, they can marry and form a small family. If they have children, they will raise them together. However, if conflicts arise, they can leave at any time, move out of the cave, and go their separate ways. They will not interfere with each other's relationships later. Without legal constraints or moral restrictions, everyone is essentially a free person. Of course, some matters become complicated and will be brought before Damu, the chief, who will then judge. However, generally speaking, many things can be resolved privately. She didn't take these matters of male-female relationships to heart, but judging from Meitao's words, she clearly had feelings for Damu. This Meitao, just as her name suggests, was very beautiful. Among the women in the tribe, she truly deserved the title of beauty. Compared to her, Fu Ying's appearance was much more ordinary, and she looked older. But thinking about it, it made sense. Fu Ying had given birth to 5 children, while Meitao had only given birth to 1 daughter, who was only 4 years older than her. The daughter was younger and had fewer children. Relying on her pretty face, she didn't do much work. Food was delivered to her door, and she had a rather pampered life. Being well-fed, she naturally looked much better than the average woman. If she really took Damu to heart, what would she do? She couldn't help but think that she would have to pay more attention to him in the future. After everyone had left, Lyang continued to wander around the forest. Aside from the flat area within the tribe's territory, the surrounding area was filled with tall trees and overgrown weeds. However, frequent footsteps had worn smooth paths through the weeds, and these paths were rarely marked by wild animal tracks, making it relatively safe. She wasn't a coward. She valued her life, but she wasn't so timid as to avoid even the safest areas around her. There was a lot of grass, but mostly weeds. She hadn't seen a single one of the tribe's commonly used medicinal herbs, which brought a sense of disappointment. So many herbs, but none of them are useful, she muttered. She thought about how in later generations there were countless kinds of medicinal herbs, while now only a few were usable. She looked at the land now, teeming with vegetation, while in later generations, overexploitation had led to a scarcity of vegetation, yet so many medicinal herbs still survived. Thinking about it this way, she couldn't understand it. How could so many plants be useless? She squatted down and casually plucked a nearby weed. It was quite robust, its stem as thick as an adult's thumb. It took some effort to pull it out. The leaves resembled tree leaves, making it look nothing like a weed. Upon closer inspection, she noticed small red berries at the tip. She wondered if they were edible. She reached out and picked a red berry, examining it closely. The berry wasn't large enough to fill her stomach. Otherwise, someone would probably pick it and eat it. The people in the tribe really weren't picky eaters. They'd eat anything edible. It was said that there had been many cases of food poisoning from eating the wrong things in the past, and later everyone learned to be more restrained. She squeezed the red berry between her fingers, her hand a little clumsy, and she broke the skin. She immediately smelled a faintly familiar scent, which made her even more puzzled. She was certain she didn't recognize this plant, so why did the smell seem familiar? She couldn't help but examine the plant before her again, still feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, yet the scent was, well. She inhaled it again, then a look of realization dawned on her. The scent was indeed familiar. With her extensive knowledge of pharmacology, she had handled countless medicinal herbs, Chinese and Western, and aside from newly developed ones, few were unfamiliar to her. The scent emanating from this plant was that of a hemostatic agent called Urtica dioica. She scrutinized the weed she had casually plucked. Neither the leaves nor the root resembled Urtica dioica. Otherwise, she wouldn't have failed to recognize it. The most important aspect of medicinal herbs is observing their appearance and then discerning their scent. If the appearance was wrong, how could she possibly connect it to anything else? This thing doesn't resemble Urtica dioica at all, yet it smells like it. So, is it Urtica dioica? Most importantly, can it stop bleeding? Is it effective for external wounds? No one could answer all her questions, but she could verify them herself. A sudden thought even crossed her mind. The surrounding plants all looked unfamiliar to her. Could it be that their different appearances from those of later generations prevented her from recognizing them, while in reality, they all existed? After all, the scent wasn't fake, and as for its effectiveness, she'd soon find out by trying it. She suddenly became excited. It's important to understand how crucial medicinal herbs are to the people of this tribe. Their diet is varied, and their living conditions are extremely basic. A slight mishap can easily lead to illness and viral infections. The few herbs they know are mainly used to treat external injuries. They're useless for other ailments like colds and fevers. They don't even know that illness can be treated with medicine. Lyang, where are you? Mangzhong called out as he ran. Lyang stood up and walked towards him. Didn't I tell you to look after Qinghe? Why did you run away? She asked, somewhat surprised. Qinghe woke up. He heard you helped him, so he wanted to thank you, Mangzhong said quickly. No one knew how panicked he was. He had searched the entire tribe but couldn't find Lyang. He knew she had run away on her own. It was so dangerous outside. Hadn't she always told him not to go out? How did she end up running away alone? He's awake. Lyang mentally calculated that she'd been out for over an hour. Qinghe had slept soundly, so it wasn't surprising he was awake. She was curious about his condition and asked, "How is he? Is he in good spirits?" "He seems all right. He even smiled at me," Mangzhong said happily. Qinghe had a good temper and never showed any hostility towards the children in the tribe. The children liked him quite a bit, especially since he had saved Qingya before, which made Mangzhong even more attentive to him. Hearing this, Lyang raised an eyebrow. Qinghe was a warrior in the tribe, and his physical condition was generally good. However, his injuries this time were quite severe. Whether he could pull through remained to be seen. The fact that his fever had subsided was already a good sign. "Why are you covered in dirt? Did you fall?" Lyang noticed that he was filthy, his animal hide stained with mud, and his knees and elbows had scratches and small bloodstains. "When I came out to look for you, I ran into Meitao. I was about to ask her if she had seen you when she angrily pushed me down. I didn't do anything to her," Mangzhong said, pouting indignantly. While not all people in the tribe were good-tempered, they didn't attack people indiscriminately either. It was rare for an adult to lay a hand on a child. "Did Meitao push you?" Lyang was also a little angry. This woman had no bottom line. She even laid a hand on such a young child. It showed her character. But then again, what character did this woman have to speak of? She was lazy, didn't do any productive work, and only relied on her beauty to make a living through transactions. "Don't talk about her. Qing, he is still waiting for you. Go see him. He used to be such a powerful person, but now he can't even get up. It breaks my heart to see him like this." Although Mangzhong was angry, he couldn't do anything about Meitao. "Okay, I'll go with you right now. But I just found this black vine. Let me try it on you to see how it works." Saying this, she took Mangzhong's hand and said, "It'll hurt a little, just bear with it." As she spoke, she quickly peeled back the outer skin of the root, revealing the green sap inside. She applied the sap to the small wound on Mangzhong's palm, which was oozing blood. But miraculously, the bleeding stopped immediately after the sap was applied. "Lyang, isn't the effect a little too good?" "Lyang." Mangzhong raised his hand, his expression somewhat dazed. When he fell, his palm hit a small pebble on the ground. Picking at the pebble caused it to bleed. It hurt a little, but he was in a hurry to find Lyang and didn't pay much attention. He could bear the pain. To be honest, the children in the tribe were all very resilient. They often played outside, and who hadn't bumped into things? It was just a fall, nothing serious. If anyone was angry, it was because Meitao had deliberately pushed him. "Does it hurt a lot?" She knew the effects of the black vine. It would sting a little when applied, but its hemostatic effect was obvious. Mangzhong nodded quickly. It hurts a little, but the bleeding has stopped? He was somewhat doubtful. Although it was just a small wound, he knew it would stop bleeding on its own after a while and slowly scab over and heal. But the bleeding stopped so quickly, he was a little surprised. Just bear with the pain for now. It's good that there's no bleeding, Lyang reassured him with a forced smile, though she was still somewhat puzzled. This stuff was effective at stopping bleeding, but it didn't stop it instantly. She figured the wound was probably too small to test its true effect. After all, Mangzhong's scrape was practically nothing to the people of the tribe. Lyang, is this a medicinal herb? But it doesn't look like any of the herbs I've seen before. Mangzhong asked, puzzled. Although he was only 4 years old, he knew a lot. The people of the tribe didn't teach children academic subjects, only survival skills, and recognizing medicinal herbs was an essential skill. However, Lyang was only 2 years old, too young for Damu and Fuying to teach her anything yet. But living in the tribe, she had learned quite a bit through observation and experience. This is something I just discovered. Whether it's a medicinal herb or not, we'll have to try it again to be sure. Her gaze inadvertently swept over his palm. The wound was so small, and a medicine that could stop bleeding immediately, it could practically be called a miracle drug. How do we try it? Oh, we could try it on Qinghe. His injury, she started to say, but immediately stopped herself. Qinghe's injury was too severe. Lyang had only just discovered this one. If she used the wrong medicine, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lyang also wanted to try it on Qinghe, but Qinghe's status was extraordinary.
He was a warrior in the tribe.
Their entire tribe, including Damu, only had 10 warriors. Warriors were the backbone of the tribe's survival. They were extremely important and couldn't afford to lose them easily. If something went wrong with her medicine, even with Damu's protection, she wouldn't escape unscathed. Fong would be the first to suffer the consequences. It's best to wait for my father to bring back medicinal herbs to treat Qinghe's injuries. As for this, we'll need to try it a few more times to see its effectiveness. She didn't dare use it on injuries that were too severe, fearing it might be fatal. Mangzhong quickly nodded. Yes, try it more. Upon hearing this, Lyang glanced at the boy again. Although the boy was only 4 years old, he was already quite sensible. Not only him, but the other children in the tribe, despite their young age, already knew a great deal. After all, given their living environment, it would be difficult to survive in the tribe if they lived in ignorance. Not to mention the wild animals outside. Even the people in the tribe, if they harbored evil intentions, were more ferocious than the wild beasts. Those who had survived in the tribe were people who had experienced a great deal. Qinghe, are you feeling better? Lyang and Mangzhong entered Qinghe's cave one after the other. The cave was dimly lit, but the light filtering in from outside allowed them to see Qinghe's condition. He still looked very weak. After all, he had suffered such severe injuries and had a high fever. The fact that he was still conscious was already a relief. Much better. Mangzhong said you helped me cool down my fever by wiping me with water. Thank you so much. Qinghe's voice was gentle, his gratitude deep and sincere. Given his condition, few people came to see him, let alone personally care for him. Lyang was fairer and more delicate than the other children, making her more endearing. He used to like her very much, occasionally giving her fruit to eat. But now, he felt a pang of emotion. Qinghe, you're a warrior of our tribe. It's our duty to take care of you. We just hope you recover soon. Yes, Qinghe, you must get better quickly. Don't worry about food these days. My mother will bring it to you, Mangzhong added. Sick people tend to worry more, and Qinghe, injured like this, probably worries even
more.
He was just trying to comfort him. Food? My father will bring it back too. Qinghe was injured while hunting for the tribe. Everyone will be willing to share their food. There's really no need to worry, Lyang quickly said. His words made it sound as if the tribe's people were heartless, abandoning an injured person. But that wasn't the case. Qinghe's food supply was guaranteed during his recovery. However, when Qinghe came in the morning, something seemed wrong, and she frowned. She remembered Meng Zhong's words. If Qingya hadn't brought food, he wouldn't have had anything to eat or drink. She needed to tell Damu about this. Even ordinary people who were injured while hunting would have someone take care of them with food and drink, let alone Qinghe, who was a warrior in the tribe. Even if no one was watching over him all the time, he shouldn't be deprived of his food. Before, she had thought it was because Qinghe didn't have family, but that was clearly not the case. She had to be wary of those who had previously clashed with Qinghe, who might try to sabotage him now. Yes, that's what my mother said too, Meng Zhong hurriedly said, scratching his head. He knew something seemed wrong. Qinghe chuckled at the two children's words. Before, he was delirious and feverish, oblivious to what was happening to others, which was understandable. Now that he was awake, he certainly wasn't lacking food. However, their words of concern warmed his heart. I'm a grown man. I'm not short of food. You don't need to worry about me. But you can't move yet. If you hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have been worried at all, Meng Zhong said worriedly, concerned about whether his injury would heal. I feel much better now, this injury. I think I can pull through. He had been delirious with fever earlier, but he was still able to regain consciousness, so this injury wouldn't be fatal, he thought firmly. Seeing his energy, Lyang was also a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, he said, You need to rest well after being injured. Qinghe, you should take good care of yourself. We'll keep watch outside. Just call us if you need anything. Qinghe needed to rest, so the two sat down in the open space outside the cave. Meng Zhong, full of questions, pulled Lyang, wanting to get some answers. Before they could even speak, a series of curses and swears approached. Meng Zhong turned to see Jianya, her face contorted with anger, walking towards them, cursing as she went. He didn't know who she was cursing. Jianya? Meng Zhong called out in surprise. Lyang also stood up. Seeing Jianya approaching angrily, she pulled Meng Zhong behind her. She was strong, and Meng Zhong, caught off guard, stumbled and fell several steps back. Jianya was clearly angry. She was worried that their presence might provoke him. Two little children like them couldn't withstand his rage. What are you two doing here? Jianya asked, his face dark. Why can't we stay here? Lyang thought to himself, but a smile appeared on his face. Qinghe is injured, so we came to check on him. What good is it for you to come? You're just making things worse, Jianya said dismissively. Meng Zhong was quite displeased. Jianya was already unlikable, and now he acted so condescendingly. Being young and fearless, he immediately retorted, We're not making things worse. Whether you're making things worse or not is none of my business. Don't bother me while I'm here. Get lost, Jianya said rudely, walking straight into Qinghe's cave without pausing. The two men watched him enter the cave, exchanging bewildered glances. They didn't believe Jianya had come out of kindness to visit Qinghe. How did he get into Qinghe's cave? Didn't he always say he hated Qinghe? Could he be here to cause trouble for Qinghe, given his current condition? Meng Zhong was frantic, jumping up and down, but he couldn't do anything about Jianya. Qinghe was in a state where he couldn't withstand the slightest stimulation. Lyang was also getting anxious. What was Jianya planning? Did he intend to take advantage of Qinghe's serious injuries to eliminate a formidable enemy? Calling him a formidable enemy was a bit of an exaggeration, because everyone in the tribe knew that Qinghe was no match for Jianya. Although many people didn't like Jianya, he was undeniably skilled, able to hunt food to feed so many people. Even those who disliked him wouldn't say anything. After all, food was the foundation of survival. There were hardly any people left in the tribe. Most had gone out to forage for food. The few remaining were either children or women and infants. Calling someone like Mei Tao wouldn't help, and there were no able-bodied men like Jianya who were so blatantly lazy. Calling anyone wouldn't work. Let's go over and watch secretly. If Jianya attacks Qinghe, we'll tell my father when he returns. No matter how weak the tribe was, they couldn't tolerate someone so ruthless and opportunistic. That was the only option. Meng Zhong nodded quickly, and the two stealthily approached the cave entrance like thieves, cautiously peering inside. Fortunately, Fong was facing away from the cave entrance, and since he didn't have eyes in the back of his head, as long as he didn't make a big fuss, they wouldn't notice them peeping for a while. The two of them felt much more at ease and just kept watching what was happening inside the cave. Ha ha, Qinghe, even you have moments like this, lying there unable to get up? If a wild animal came in, you wouldn't have a chance to fight back. Fong, who had come with anger, now revealed a look of pleasure. Qinghe, who was almost asleep with his eyes closed, was awakened by Fong's loud laughter. He frowned, and seeing Fong's arrogant appearance, his frown deepened. Fong, you didn't go hunting, but stayed behind to laugh at me? Qinghe asked weakly. He actually resented Fong, but the other was simply more skilled. Even though he disliked Fong's character, he had to swallow his anger, especially now that Fong appeared before him at his weakest moment, openly mocking him, which made his anger surge. Making fun of you is just a side effect. As for why I didn't go hunting, that's none of your business. Fong raised his head, seemingly pleased with Qinghe's weakened state. The more he acted this way, the angrier he became. Not only was Qinghe's face flushed with anger, but even the two children peeking at the cave entrance felt a surge of rage. What you want to do is none of my business, but I know you didn't go hunting because you feel the tribe is taking advantage of you. In short, you're just a selfish person, Qinghe said breathlessly. Lyang nodded in complete agreement. Fong was indeed a selfish and self-serving person, only thinking about his own well-being, completely indifferent to the well-being of others. However, he did have some skill in winning people over. Otherwise, some of the tribe's able-bodied men wouldn't have sided with him. People are truly complex. Knowing he was selfish and self-serving, so many still trusted him. She couldn't understand what they were thinking. Lyang sighed and shook her head inwardly. In her view, Chief Damu was the best for the tribe. Besides caring for his own family, he devoted himself entirely to the tribe. She believed it was because of Damu that the tribe had survived to this day. Otherwise, with natural disasters, man-made calamities, and wild animal attacks, how many could have survived? She didn't think she was exaggerating Damu's contributions, but without his leadership, the Inshan tribe certainly wouldn't be what it was today. Although a tribe of less than 200 people couldn't really be considered a large tribe, if it didn't even qualify as a tribe, its living conditions would be no different from those of wild beasts. Fong found Qinghe's words hilarious and burst into laughter. I told you you're a fool. Life is hard enough as it is. If you don't think of yourself and only think of others, what else is that but foolishness? If he truly cared about others, would he still be alive today? Fong scoffed at Qinghe's words. Only thinking of yourself, regardless of others' lives, how can the tribe grow strong? Qinghe said sharply, his chest heaving with anger, pointing at him. Regardless of others' lives, the manpower will dwindle, the tribe won't grow, and our living conditions will remain unchanged. Want to expand the tribe? Fong laughed again. With so few people, how much expansion can we possibly achieve? It was utterly ridiculous. I don't believe our Inshan tribe can't grow stronger. Think about how many people there were when we were young. Look at us now, we have dozens more than then. Doesn't that show our tribe will only get better? Qinghe said angrily. The tribe's development was slow, but there was progress. However, Sharp Fong's attitude infuriated him. As a member of the tribe, and even a warrior, he had absolutely no faith in it. A few dozen more people are just a few dozen more mouths to feed. What use are they? We still have to work hard hunting every day. Otherwise, would they have survived until now? Sharp Fong said disdainfully. What use are people just waiting to be eaten? In his view, preserving a few more warriors was far better than feeding a few more useless people. Damu always gave food to the old, weak, women and children. Feeding women and children was one thing, but what was the point of keeping useless people like Mongshan, who would pant at the slightest movement? He'd rather just throw them into the forest to feed the wild animals. Qinghe felt a pang of anger in his chest at Sharp Fong's words. He knew who Sharp Fong was targeting. He had mentioned Mongshan more than once. Old people are weak, and the daily hunting in his youth had left him with many injuries. Even wind and rain made him uncomfortable. His survival was due to his strong physique in his youth. After all, he had once been a warrior in the tribe, but now he was old. Old and useless, unable to hunt. He could only wait to be eaten. However, he wasn't just waiting to be eaten. When he was healthy, he could still move around to gather wild fruits, making him stronger than some of the women in the tribe. How could such a person be abandoned? But Qinghe was tongue-tied. He understood the reasoning in his heart, but didn't know how to express it, leaving him speechless after Sharp Fong's words. "See, you think I'm right too?" Sharp Fong said smugly. Hearing his words and seeing his smug expression, Qinghe, unable to refute him, trembled with anger. The aggravation of her injuries caused her to faint from exhaustion. Fong's talents weren't limited to hunting. He was also quite the talker and a master of boasting. The young men of the tribe loved to gather around him, listening to his grand pronouncements. Lyang sneered inwardly. Ignoring whether he was eavesdropping, he stepped forward and loudly proclaimed, "Fong, you think that old, useless people shouldn't be supported? I think you have a point." Mangjong, hearing this, felt a sudden pang of anxiety.
What point did this make?
Old people couldn't hunt, needed constant care, and were indeed useless, but throwing them away, that was too. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Ha ha ha. Fong burst into laughter. I didn't expect Dama's daughter to think what I said makes sense. His face grew even more smug. That's exactly right. Fong, you have no children. When you're old and can't move anymore, I think no one will object to throwing you out of the tribe, Lyang said, grinning as he spoke each word carefully. The smile on Sharp Teeth's face instantly froze. Mangjong couldn't help but chuckle, but when he met Sharp Teeth's cold, sharp gaze, he quickly covered his mouth. Fongya, enraged, stormed off. Before he'd gone far, Mangjong burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. He found Fengya's sudden change of expression utterly ridiculous. "Stop laughing." Qinghe fainted from anger. "Go check on him," she sighed. This was adding insult to injury. He was already badly injured, and this outburst had only worsened his condition. She wondered how his wounds were. Mangjong quickly stopped laughing, regaining his composure. He jogged towards Qinghe, touching his forehead and then examining the wound on his lower back. No fever, no bleeding. Thank goodness. He patted his chest. Watching his series of actions, Lyang became thoughtful. Despite his young age, he already possessed the bearing of a doctor. The guy looked fairly strong, but his constitution wasn't very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't fall ill so often. Whether he could become a warrior was uncertain, but he would make a good doctor. Qinghe, wake up. Mangjong reached out and patted Qinghe's face. Lyang went over and checked his pulse. As she expected, he was suffering from a stroke. Let him rest first. He needs to rest properly after being injured. Pinching his philtrum might wake him, but what was the point of waking him now? If he woke up and continued to be angry, it wouldn't be good for his recovery. Just leave him unconscious like this. Mangjong was completely at a loss. There's no other way. We can only do this for now. We'll try it again once my father finds the herbs and see how it goes. Qinghe was so energetic when he was arguing with someone earlier. He shouldn't have any serious problems. His good spirits are ultimately due to his strong constitution. Mangjong nodded in agreement. I noticed that Qinghe's spirits improved after his fever subsided. Lyang smiled. That's quite observant. He's definitely suited to be a doctor. Let Qinghe rest first. Well, keep watch outside so no one else comes. One bout of anger is enough. If he keeps getting angry like this, even a healthy person can get sick, let alone someone with such serious injuries, Lyang said as they walked out of the cave. If his injury doesn't improve, we could try the medicine we just found. Maybe it will work. Qinghe doesn't seem like he won't make it through this. Mangjong agreed, nodding vigorously. I think so too. Someone who's truly dying won't even have the strength to speak, and their face will be frighteningly pale. Qinghe doesn't look like that at all. Mangjong echoed, following behind Lyang, and the two sat down at the cave entrance, just as before. The weather was still hot, but a breeze brought a touch of coolness, which reduced the heat considerably. The village was very quiet, with only the chirping of birds and the rustling of trees in the wind. However, some distance from the tribe, a group of children of all ages were having a great time by the river. Some were climbing onto the bank, while others were jumping into the water with splashes. They were having a wonderful time, laughing and making a lot of noise. No one had deliberately taught these children to swim, but they had all learned by themselves through their cleverness. Others were splashing around in the water, but they just couldn't seem to learn. Oh no! Oh no! Someone's drowning! A panicked, childish voice cried out as the child ran around the village, sounding terrified. Then, realizing there was no one in the village, the child looked bewildered and stood there dumbfounded. What happened?
Who's drowning?
Lyang and Mangjong rushed out almost immediately. While playing in the water was dangerous, all the children in the village, young and old, gathered together. If someone got into trouble, they would naturally lend a hand. Almost the entire summer had passed without any real incidents, but today, several people have drowned. They were playing in the water, and in a moment of carelessness, the child who returned with the news, about 7 or 8 years old, looked very frightened. Hearing this, Liang's expression turned grim. The tribe was small, and injuries were common during outings. They couldn't afford to lose anyone easily. It was already remarkable that the children had grown this big. If something happened to them, especially several, at once. She reached out and pulled Mangjong, her voice filled with anxiety. Come on, let's go check quickly. Oh, and Fong is in the tribe. Go find him. He couldn't just ignore something like this. It was always better to have an adult there. The child saw that only Lyang and Mangjong had run out. They were so small. The two of them combined weren't even as big as him. His face showed undisguised disappointment, but upon hearing that Fong was also there, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards a cave where Fong was. Hearing that several people had drowned, Mangjong was also somewhat frightened. It was too hot, and playing in the river was refreshing. He really wanted to go too, but Lyang always warned him it was dangerous and not to go, and Lyang himself didn't like going either, so he suppressed his urges. Now that something had indeed happened, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Those who drowned are definitely bigger than us. There's no point in us running over there. They were too small and their strength was limited. They couldn't possibly go into the water and pull people out. Let's go check. We can't just ignore it. If there was any chance of saving them, we'd save as many as we could. There weren't many young people in the tribe to begin with. Don't be fooled by how wild they seem now. They'll be a force to be reckoned with in the future. Mangjong thought it made sense. If someone was in trouble, he should check on them. Ignoring them would seem heartless. But he still worriedly reminded her, don't get too close to the water later. There are so many people, it wouldn't be good if someone got pushed into the water. Lyang found it amusing. Was she really that careless? How could she let herself fall into the water? However, she understood his good intentions and nodded repeatedly, replying, don't worry, we'll stay together. If I fall in, you'll definitely pull me out. Of course I'll pull you out. The two jogged along, unable to contain their conversation, both very curious about who had been unlucky enough to drown. There are only so many children in the tribe. At 14, like Boji, they can already be considered adults. There are only about 30 children under the age of 14. Originally, there could have been more, but some died young or did not survive the winter. In short, there are only so many left. When the two hurried to the riverbank, they saw children gathered in a circle. In the center of the circle lay 5 boys, the oldest 10, and the youngest 5 or 6, lying motionless. Lyang felt a pang of heartache at the sight. Mangjong stepped forward and pushed aside the children blocking his way, saying, "Make way. What are you doing?" The boy being pushed seemed to be in a bad mood, his face contorted with rage. "Lyang is here. Let Lyang see you." Mangjong had a strange trust in Lyang, believing her to be divinely protected and omnipotent. Hearing his matter-of-fact tone, the children, who had initially been resentful of him, were momentarily stunned. They were helpless at this point and couldn't help but place a sliver of hope in Lyang. After glancing at Lyang, who only reached his waist, they unconsciously moved aside, making way for her. Looking at the 5 people lying side by side, Lyang felt a pang of heartache, yet also a sliver of relief. These children, though wild, were kind-hearted. Seeing their companion in danger, they still tried to pull him out of the water, right? Their general direction was correct. Sighing inwardly, she took a few steps forward and knelt beside the first child. The child's face was deathly pale. She checked his breath and found he was still breathing faintly, so she immediately began first aid. The group of children watching couldn't help. Seeing her actions, they all looked surprised and confused. Why was she pressing on someone's chest when they were already submerged like that? For a moment, they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether to intervene. Mangjong was also greatly puzzled, but even though he didn't understand anything, he still believed in Lyang. Noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, he said, "Lyang is saving someone. Don't disturb her." His words suppressed the restlessness of the crowd, but being children, they couldn't remain calm and began whispering among themselves. "This really can save someone. When I pulled her out, she wasn't even breathing." A look of fear flashed across her face as she spoke. She was already young, and to see a living person reduced to this state before their eyes was incredibly frightening. "Let's see first. Maybe she can save her." "Why do you all believe her so much?" "Maybe she's just fooling around." Hongwa's expression was not good, her gaze fixed on Lyang. "Isn't Lyang your sister? Why don't you believe her?" Hearing Hongwa's voice, the surrounding children all looked at her with questions. "I haven't seen you trust your brother that much either," Hongwa retorted immediately. This left the others speechless. The relationships between brothers and sisters in the tribe weren't exactly good, perhaps even worse than with outsiders. But since they were born into the same family, they had to share food. If you ate more, the others would have less. No wonder they resented you. Everyone knew that. After all, the feeling of hunger was unbearable. Of course, there were some good relationships, but they were extremely rare. Then tell me, can she really bring him back? Who knows? Hongwa was clearly a little impatient. She glanced at the cattails not far away and saw that she was just keeping her head down and not saying a word. After thinking for a moment, she also stopped talking. The unconscious child, rising and falling with her movements, suddenly choked on water with a pft, coughed, and opened her eyes, becoming active. She moved. She moved. A group of children cheered. This had happened right before their eyes, truly astonishing them. These were all young children. Without any conflict of interest, they didn't harbor many ill intentions. They were playmates and had been playing happily just moments before. If she had died like that, they would have felt equally bad. Seeing her awaken brought them a great sense of relief. Seeing one awaken, Lyang quickly moved on to the next. Mangjong, who had been carefully observing her movements and memorizing the procedures, saw Lyang working up a sweat and even becoming slightly breathless. Without a word, he also chose an unconscious child and began performing CPR. 2 older children followed suit, performing CPR on the other 2. When Fong arrived at his leisurely pace, he saw a group of children, all conscious and looking puzzled. Didn't they say someone drowned? What happened? They weren't pulled out, but swept away by the water? Lyang glanced at him, rolling her eyes in annoyance. How much time had passed? After she helped with first aid, all 5 children who had drowned were rescued. They were now calm, though still a little pale. And him? She'd asked him to come and rescue them, and he'd only just arrived. Some of the older children pointed at the child who had run errands for help and demanded, "I told you to go and get help. Why did you take so long? Did you go somewhere to slack off?" The child, flustered, waved his hands repeatedly. No, it's so late. How could I slack off?" I kept urging Fong. His voice trailed off, and he secretly glanced at Fong, not daring to mention disturbing Fong's sleep and getting kicked. Fong glanced around, observing the expressions of the crowd. It didn't seem like anyone had died, so he said, "Nothing's happened, is it?" Turning to the child who had called him over, he yelled, "You little rascal! You even called me over specifically. You deserve a beating." The child, frightened, quickly hid in the crowd, daring not to approach Fong again. Everyone knew Fong's temper. If anything displeased him, adults or children alike, he would act on a whim, and no one wanted to be beaten for no reason. The child, feeling safe in the crowd, turned back and felt wronged. Several people had clearly drowned. He had panicked and rushed to get help, unwilling to be wronged. "They were drowning, but they've probably been rescued by now," he said. He had been running around, not knowing what had happened, and now seeing those who had drowned were all unharmed. He was still somewhat bewildered, but he still wanted to defend himself. Rescued her, huh? Fong's face was cold as he glanced through the crowd, immediately spotting Lyang sitting there panting. He'd assumed Lyang was among those who had drowned, and thought to himself with annoyance, "Why didn't she drown?" Then he turned and walked back. What was the point of talking to a bunch of immature kids? But as soon as he left, a group of children surrounded Lyang. "Lyang, what happened just now?" "Oh, that was first aid. You all saw it. If someone floods again, we'll do it like that." Lyang saved 5 children at once. Not only were the 5 children she saved incredibly grateful to her, but even the surrounding children held her in even greater awe. Previously, they'd heard things like she was blessed by the gods and let it go. It didn't really concern them, a group of young children. They continued playing as usual, paying little attention to her. But now, the rescue had happened right before their eyes, especially since Lyang had brought the children back to life when they were helpless. The impression was far more profound. Those who hadn't taken her seriously before now held her in utmost respect, especially the 5 children she had saved. "Lyang, if you need any help next time, just tell me, and I'll help you. Lyang, if Boji bullies you again, tell me, and I'll fight him for you. Even if I can't beat him, I'll let him know you're not someone to be trifled with. Lyang, if you're short of food, tell me, and I'll give you all my share." The 5 children surrounded Lyang. The older ones offered to protect her, and the younger ones offered to give her food. Food shortages were common in the tribe, as there were no stored grains. The weather was good now, and hunting and gathering wild fruits yielded some harvests, so it wasn't too severe. They could eat their fill every day. But once winter came, those would be the hardest times. However, their willingness to share their food with her was the greatest sincerity. The people in the tribe rarely said one thing and did another. Once they said it in public, there was no ambiguity. Lyang listened, feeling slightly moved. However, a hand reached out and shoved the child aside. Lyang is the chief's child. How could the chief let her go hungry? She doesn't need your meager food. Clearly looking down on the little brat, the hand turned to Lyang and said, "Lyang, if we're really short of food, I can go hunting too. And if there's a catch, you'll definitely get your share. You're only 10 years old. If you really went hunting, you'd probably get carried off by wild animals, just providing free food for them," the little brat retorted defiantly. I may be 10, but look how much taller I am than you. If the chief allowed 10-year-olds to hunt, I would have already hunted my own prey long ago." His tone was filled with undeniable confidence. Lyang listened, and couldn't help but look up, carefully observing the child. This boy was 10 years old, and indeed, as he said, he wasn't short, nor was he thin. His face radiated confidence. He certainly looked quite good. Wild ambition, you're just bragging. You're so young. How could you possibly hunt back food? Without anyone to protect you, you'd be eaten by wild animals long ago. The little boy still retorted. Hey, you still don't believe me? Just you wait and see. In a few days, I'll talk to the chief and get him to let me go hunting with him. If we have a good catch, I'll definitely share it with everyone, Wild Ambition said confidently. Food is precious, and few people share their food. Those who are willing to share are the most respected in the tribe. Wild Ambition's ambition was even greater than that of a warrior like Fong, and Lyang couldn't help but take notice of him. This was the next generation of the tribe. Lyang wasn't really a child, so she wouldn't covet such a small amount of food. She appreciated the sentiment and smiled, saying, "There's no need for food. Although I'm a girl and not as strong as a man, I can hunt and bring back food myself if I'm determined." While there were more girls than boys in the tribe, none of them had ever said anything like that. Hunting for food was no easy task. Even the tribe's warriors had accidents, let alone girls. A few fierce women were willing to hunt for a larger share of the food, but some women weren't willing to risk their lives. Some, like Fuying and Qingya, were supported by their men and didn't want them to take the risk. Others, like Meitao, valued their lives and couldn't endure the hardship. It was rare to see a child like Lyang, not yet fully grown, already determined to hunt when she grew up. This was a rare ambition, something most men couldn't match, and she immediately garnered many admiring glances. Hongbo watched from the side, but curled her lip. What do you mean she couldn't compare to a boy? With her strength, most boys couldn't match her. Liyang's great strength wasn't a secret in their family, but they never talked about it, so outsiders were unaware. With such talent, how could it be buried? There would be a time when she would go hunting. Lyang is really good. If you go hunting in the future, I will definitely protect you and won't let the wild animals hurt you, Yuan quickly declared. Upon hearing his words, the other children all chimed in, promising to protect Lyang and keep her safe. Lyang smiled, thinking to herself, who will protect whom is still uncertain. Pu Chao scoffed, going out hunting and needing to bring a burden along to protect you? You all must be really bored. In front of Boji, she always acted timid, cowardly, and afraid of trouble, a pitiful little victim being bullied. But in front of other children, she showed no fear whatsoever, instead strutting around because her father was the leader. How is she a burden? Lyang is very capable. Meng Zhong was the first to object. He and Lyang had always been close, and lately they'd been spending every day together. He knew Lyang's abilities best. She could move stones that he couldn't budge. Based on that alone, Lyang was definitely stronger than many others. What do you mean by capable? Truly capable people are those who can hunt back food from the outside. Can she do that? Pu Chao said with disdain. Meng Zhong was immediately annoyed by her words and retorted, Lyang is still so young. How could she go hunting? Since she can't go hunting, what makes you say she has the ability? Pu Chao chuckled, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. You? Meng Zhong's eyes widened, and he scratched his head in frustration, unsure how to argue. He hurriedly said, she can't hunt now, but when she can, she'll definitely bring back food. You have to wait until she brings back food before you praise her, Pu Chao said coldly. It was too early to say anything now. Seeing that Meng Zhong was about to argue with him, Lyang reached out and patted his arm to stop him, saying, Pu Chao is right. Let's save the praise for when I bring back food from the hunt later. Pu Chao was deliberately targeting her, which didn't surprise Lyang at all. His siblings didn't get along well, and as the youngest, she was naturally seen as the easiest to bully. However, this seemingly easy target acted differently, which was the main reason they targeted her. The group of children chattered noisily. The 5 children who had fallen into the water, although rescued and regaining their breath, didn't look well. The group didn't linger by the river and helped the children back to shore. It was getting late, and people returning from the streets began to come home. Seeing the group of children returning, They naturally asked what was wrong. They were shocked to learn that 5 children had nearly drowned. Many parents searched the crowd for their children, and only after seeing their children safe and sound did they breathe a sigh of relief, then immediately began to discipline them. "We told you not to play in the river. Now you know how dangerous it is. After what happened today, you absolutely mustn't go playing in the water tomorrow." Thinking about what had happened earlier, each child was trembling with fear. They were scolded by their parents and remained silent, even promising not to go playing in the water. However, these were just empty words. Not only the adults, but even they themselves didn't believe it. In this sweltering heat, who could resist splashing around in the water? Saying they wouldn't go meant they wouldn't go tomorrow, but the day after, and the day after that, they certainly wouldn't miss it. They kept agreeing, and the adults were at their wits' end. They tried talking, they tried spanking, but they just wouldn't listen. That evening, as everyone sat around the fire roasting meat, someone mentioned the incident to Damu. "Our tribe only has these few children. Raising them to this age is already difficult enough. Today, 5 of them drowned. If they hadn't been saved, in short, losing 5 children at once would be a huge tragedy." Damu frowned slightly upon hearing this. These children aren't ready to go hunting yet, but no one can be so free to watch them all the time. This was indeed a problem. Winters were unbearably cold, but summers were unbearably hot. When the heat became unbearable, wouldn't they want to jump into the river to cool off? Lyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said, "Father, why don't we gather all the children in our tribe together, form a team, and elect a leader so everyone listens to him, and then..." The more Lyang spoke, the more feasible this method seemed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Damu. "That method is feasible, but the children from each family are all independent and don't respect anyone else's authority. If they start causing trouble, it'll be endless," Damu sighed with a smile. "Don't underestimate these children. Their nature is inherently rebellious. Our tribe selects warriors, and the children can also have a competition to choose a captain. Since we value strength, no one will be dissatisfied then," Lyang immediately replied. Damu thought about it and agreed that it was a good idea. These children were not afraid of being hit or scolded, so the only way to keep them in line was to let them manage themselves. After all, the adults didn't have the time and were really worried about their safety. Look at what happened today. It really wouldn't be safe without someone watching them. Damu accepted Liang's suggestion and began to seriously consider who should be the leader of the children. This child had to be sensible, have a sense of propriety, and most importantly, be able to keep the other children in check. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Someone outstanding in every way would undoubtedly become a pillar of the tribe in the future. Could any of these children truly be capable of handling such a responsibility? However, upon further reflection, it wasn't a big deal. It was simply a matter of keeping a few children in check and preventing them from causing trouble, so he felt relieved. "Who do you think would be a good leader?" Damu turned to Lyang and asked. It was her idea, so naturally he had to ask her. Anyone can be the leader, as long as they have the approval of the majority. She had no objections, as long as they could be disciplined and prevent any accidents from happening when the adults weren't around. Damu chuckled upon hearing this, then turned to see the other children also listening intently. He couldn't help but laugh. "Boji, why don't you be the captain and keep those little rascals in check?" To gain respect, he needed to manage the children first. Lyang, hearing this, also looked up. Damu, as a father, was always trying to pave the way for Boji, which wasn't unreasonable. After all, Boji was the eldest son, and the eldest son was always valued. If Boji could keep an eye on the children, it would be a good thing, and she had no objection. However, Boji looked displeased. Today's hunting trip had been uneventful, and they had even brought back enough food for a day. He was still in a state of extreme excitement, and upon hearing this, his face fell. "Father, please spare me. None of those little brats are obedient.
I don't want to discipline them.
Besides, I'm an adult now. I can't spend every day with them. Everyone has their own ambitions, and Damu wouldn't force him. He then looked at Putsao, but Putsao shrank back. Damu's gaze didn't linger on her, shifting to Hongwa beside her. Seeing this, Hongwa quickly puffed out her chest, hoping Damu would entrust the matter to her. She admitted she wasn't very capable. If she were to fight someone, she'd probably be beaten down in no time. After all, she hadn't inherited her father's great strength like Lyang. Damu's gaze lingered on her only briefly before shifting to Zhongshan. The 7-year-old was at his most mischievous age, always running wild and rarely seen. He was currently hungry, his mind solely focused on the roasting meat in front of him. He hadn't heard a word being said around him, and when Damu looked at him, he looked completely bewildered. Damu couldn't help but chuckle at his expression, quickly averting his gaze. Zhongshan was only 7, too young to compete with the other children. The team leader position wouldn't fall to one of their own. However, these were all children he'd watched grow up in the tribe. He didn't care who was the team leader. His job was simply to keep an eye on the children and prevent them from getting into dangerous situations like today. Then let them have a competition. The winner will be the captain, and the loser will have to obey, Damu declared decisively. Upon hearing this, Lyang jumped up. I'll go tell them. We'll be ready in a bit. Tomorrow we'll have a captain to keep them in check, and it'll prevent any more trouble. Damu watched the figures run away, shaking his head and laughing. What an impatient fellow. But it's good that a captain was chosen sooner. He still felt a lingering fear about what happened today. Boji was indifferent to it all. A bunch of ignorant children. He was an adult. It would be a joke for him to hang out with them. Whoever was captain was none of his business. Putsao also had an indifferent attitude. She was content as long as she had food and drink. She didn't want to get involved in anything else. She knew that often hard work was thankless. All the effort and worry yielded no reward, only resentment. She cared nothing for anything else, focusing only on grilling the meat in her hands. The grilled meat was so delicious, she never tired of it. Hongwa, however, looked disappointed. She was just a girl, without any real fighting power. Gaining prestige in the tribe wouldn't be easy. If she could gain it by managing a group of children, that would be perfect no danger, and she could get what she wanted. Unfortunately, Damu didn't grant her wish. She considered herself much smarter than Putsao, who only knew how to eat. But Damu seemed completely oblivious to her, his eyes only on Lyang. He was always smiling at her, not even sparing her a second glance. A pang of jealousy welled up inside her. Glancing at Zhongshan beside her, who was oblivious to everything and only focused on eating, she sighed helplessly. Liang's side was much more lively. Having heard Damu's words, she turned and ran to her friends, telling them about choosing a captain through a contest. This immediately caused a stir among the children. In this tribe, strength reigns supreme. The young children, mostly minors, idolize power. They often spar with the adults, learning hunting skills and playing wildly, developing considerable strength in the process. Unfortunately, their young age makes it impossible to determine a clear winner among the group. While fights are frequent, a winner can always be retaliated, making it difficult to say who is truly superior. Now, however, they are given an opportunity a contest before the entire tribe, much like the selection of a warrior. This fills them with pride, and more importantly, it allows them to prove their worth. With so many witnesses, the loser cannot simply renege on their promise. Even the adults find the children's antics amusing. Tribal entertainment is limited, and the selection of a warrior is an annual, serious affair, unlike the children's fight, which is purely for entertainment. Damu barely needed to appear. The crowd automatically formed an open space, making way for the children who wanted to participate in the fights. Some even went to invite Damu over, creating a lively and bustling scene. Watching this, Meng Zhong was itching to join in. Lyang, I want to fight too. Liang's lips twitched. Don't be silly. You're so small, can you even take a punch? With that little body, you'd be easy prey. Hearing her words, Mang Zhong compared his own physique to the child beside him, who was twice his height. This child could easily knock him down with a single punch. If he were to actually try it, he'd probably just become a laughingstock. It was such a rare opportunity, and he truly regretted it. When will I ever grow up? Fong Ya was ushered to sit beside Damu.
Compared to
Damu's high spirits, he appeared much more indifferent, his face stiff and expressionless. Anyone could see he was unhappy. The surrounding noise seemed to grow increasingly impatient. Just a bunch of immature children. Is that all you're doing? It was almost like a tribal selection of warriors. It's more interesting to watch the little brats play. Someone beside him chimed in, his eyes fixed on his own child in the arena. Comparing their sizes, he figured his child had little chance of winning, but that didn't diminish his interest. Fong Ya grew increasingly annoyed. Even those around him said so. He just didn't understand. What was the point? A bunch of immature brats fighting, playing around, weak fists, what was there to watch? Seeing the large crowd, even if he had a different opinion, he figured no one would listen to him now, so he wisely kept quiet. The group of children argued noisily for a while, but in the end, only 7 or 8 remained. They all looked to be over 10 years old, the youngest being Yuang. This kid was quite courageous, standing among a group of older children without showing any stage fright. And the tallest and most conspicuous one in the crowd was Mu Yi. Lyang looked at him, speechless for a moment. Why is he in there? Mang Zhong asked in surprise. He's already 14, isn't he an adult? He was also confused. Was this person somewhere between adult and child? An adult or a child? In the tribe, there was no specific age division between adult and child. From the moment they went hunting and achieved some success, they were considered adults. Being able to hunt for themselves meant they could support themselves. Not needing others to support them naturally made them adults. Mui had gone out with them, but seemed to have gained nothing. He could easily pass for a child. There's nothing wrong with him being the captain, is there? My father even asked Boji if he wanted to be captain, Lyang replied, figuring no one would hold it against him. Mui isn't very fair. I don't like him, Mang Zhong stated her position. She didn't like Mui either. Anyone who hung out with Boji was clearly not a good person. If you don't want him as captain, then see if there's anyone else who can defeat him. Although he was the oldest among the children, if he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be captain. Mang Zhong glanced at the crowd, feeling somewhat dejected. Among the children younger than him, Muyi was the tallest, and his physique wasn't bad either. Compared to him, his chances of winning were indeed the greatest. I doubt anyone else could beat him, Mang Zhong sighed, regretting her own small size. If she were bigger, she could definitely take down Muyi. That's hard to say. Yuang seems quite formidable. However, even she herself found this hard to believe. Yuang had courage, but his size was a factor, and his strength was clearly inferior. His chances of winning were slim. Mang Zhong looked at Yuang and saw his confident expression. He was somewhat swayed by Yuang's confidence and wondered if he could really win. Amidst the shouts of the adults, the competition quickly began, with 7 or 8 children lined up, waiting their turn. Muyi stood out among the children. Except for one slightly taller, the rest were all barely above his shoulder. He was confident he could handle this group of mischievous little devils. Even from outside the crowd, Lyang could see the disdainful look on Muya's face as he looked at the other children. He immediately lost interest and nudged Mang Zhong beside him. You stay here and watch their competition. I'll go check on Qinghe. Qinghe? My mother just told me that after using the medicine the chief brought back, he's much better. He's eaten a lot of roasted meat, and his appetite is almost back to normal, Mang Zhong said without turning his head, craning his neck to watch the scene. Eating can cure all diseases. This was the prevailing belief in the tribe. For Dr. Lyang, being able to eat replenished lost energy, boosted immunity, and aided in recovery, a truly positive sign. This is the exciting time. Why are you going to see Qinghe now? Seeing her about to leave, Mangzhong grabbed her arm. The difference in strength is so vast. What's there to see? 7 or 8 children stood there, each with a formidable presence, but their height was a factor. Mu Yi, shameless as ever, felt no shame, but rather smug satisfaction. That's hard to say. Mu Yi looks the strongest, but that doesn't necessarily mean he'll win. Mangzhong himself was somewhat skeptical. He didn't want Mu Yi to win, so he wanted to create an imaginary opponent for him. Lyang, intrigued, asked, "If you think I can't win, then who can?" She glanced at the 7 or 8 children in the arena, all around 10 years old. Of varying heights, the taller ones were thin, the shorter ones plump, but none seemed to have a chance of winning. The only tall child was half a head shorter than Mai. She stared at the child closely for a few moments, then exclaimed in surprise, "Who is this? I don't quite recognize him." The tribe was small, with so many people coming and going. Even those who didn't talk much were usually familiar faces. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face truly surprised her. Seeing that even Lyang didn't recognize him, Mangzhong couldn't help but show a smug expression. He explained to her, "His name is Wu Leng. His father and mother are both gone. He doesn't usually play with others and is always alone. My mother said he runs out before dawn every day and doesn't come back until dark. Nobody knows where he goes. Don't let his height fool you. He's only 10 years old." Wulong? Hearing this, Lyang vaguely remembered him. It wasn't that she had a bad memory. This person's presence was extremely low. Not to mention her, even some of the adults in the tribe probably wouldn't remember him. He had truly become an invisible man. She couldn't help but become interested in this person. Unafraid of the dangers outside, always out early and back late, he seemed to have adapted very well to life in the outside world. Children raised in the tribe might not be as worldly wise as him. More importantly, someone who's been out in the world must have developed excellent skills. Suddenly, she stopped rushing to see Qinghe and decided to watch their fight. She figured the other children weren't worth watching. The only interesting ones were Mu Yi and this Wu Leng. Previously, she had only compared their heights and, seeing a significant difference in strength, hadn't paid much attention. But now, looking closer, Wu Leng indeed seemed different. He appeared more disheveled than the other children. His hair was longer, and his skin was darker, showing clear signs of sun and wind exposure. His face was so dirty that his features were barely discernible, but his eyes shone with a cold light. Only upon closer inspection did she realize that this guy was definitely a ruthless character. Compared to his coldness, Mu Yi, who had always lived in the tribe and rarely ventured out, seemed much more gentle. The smile on her face still revealed a hint of smugness. She couldn't help but lick her lips, growing even more eager for the upcoming match. With a loud shout, the crowd instantly fell silent. Someone brought over some stones to make stools, and Damu led a few people to sit there, while a group of people stood to watch, and some sat on the ground. "It's starting! It's starting!" Mangzhong, as if afraid she'd run away, had been holding onto her arm tightly, and now he shouted excitedly. Compared to the adults, the children seemed even more excited about the scene. Lyang glanced at him, casually pulling his hand away, and quietly watched the spectacle. The first to go was Mu Yi. He was the oldest among the children, and believing himself unbeatable, he arrogantly went first, waiting to take turns beating everyone down. "I knew he'd be the first one out," Mangzhong said resentfully, feeling that this guy was too flamboyant, giving no one else a chance. If 2 equally matched opponents were fighting, it would take quite a while, making it more exciting to watch. But with his strongest fighter going on stage, only to one-sidedly defeat his opponent, what's the point? Lyang couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. She knew Mu Yi wanted to showcase his strength, but having children several years younger than him demonstrate it was rather unseemly. Wu Leng didn't rush to attack. Instead, he coldly watched as the other children took turns entering the arena, only to be defeated by Mu Yi in just a few moves. This guy was taller and stronger. These children, though courageous, were no match for him. In a short time, they were all defeated. Yuan was the last of the children to step up. He managed to hold his own against Mu Yi for a few moves, showing some improvement over the others, but only a slight improvement. He was still losing. His face was full of resentment. As he got up, he kept throwing punches at Mu Yi. Mu Yi, I can't beat you now, but one day I'll beat you to a pulp. Heh, kid, that day will never come. Mu Yi said disdainfully. He really didn't think much of this little brat. Don't get too cocky. One day, I'll defeat you. Yi Wang, under the smug look of his opponent, retreated from the ring with a resentful expression, occasionally rubbing the sore spots on his body. Mu Yi didn't take his provocation to heart at all. There were many arrogant people in the tribe, but how many were truly capable? Besides, even those who were truly capable would consider their reputation and wouldn't act rashly. His gaze then fell on Wu Leng, the last one still in the fight. Wu Leng received his gaze, showing no fear whatsoever, his expression barely changing, remaining as cold and aloof as he stood directly opposite him. Mu Yi sized him up, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Kid, you saw what happened in the previous matches, didn't you? If you don't want to be beaten to a pulp, just admit defeat. He felt a chill run down his spine at the boy's gaze, but the boy's obvious short stature only fueled his confidence. Even the most talented warriors in the tribe were just ordinary children before they reached adulthood. Even if they were clever and agile, they weren't fully grown. Their strength and reflexes were inferior. He, on the other hand, hadn't grown up in those years for nothing. Even if he was a bit afraid of death and didn't want to hunt, he hadn't neglected any of the necessary skills. Who wins and who loses, we'll only know after the fight, Wu Leng said, his expression still blank. Heh, I think you're asking for a beating, Mu Yi scoffed. This kid, weaker than him, clearly didn't take him seriously. Mu Yi suddenly felt he'd been too low-key, failing to establish authority among these kids. He should beat them up 3 times a day to let them know who Mu Yi was. It was commonplace for older kids to bully younger ones in the tribe. The adults wouldn't say much. If you weren't happy, fight back. If you had the ability, that was the survival rule of the jungle. Enough with the nonsense, Wu Leng spat out, then clenched his fist, assuming an attack stance. One sentence completely ignited Mu Ye's anger. This kid was truly asking for a beating. Without another word, he clenched his fist and swung it at Wu Leng. He had used the same move against those children earlier quite fast, a surprise punch that inexperienced kids wouldn't easily dodge. However, to his surprise, Wu Leng dodged his sudden punch, causing him to miss. Because of the force of his swing, the momentum from the missed strike sent him stumbling forward several steps. Just as he had taken those few steps, Wu Leng, having spun around to avoid his punch, kicked him in the backside. The momentum, combined with the kick, made him lose his balance, and he fell forward. Pft, pft. Ha ha. Laughter erupted instantly. Some adults were all right, managing a couple of laughs before stopping, but the children, who had just been beaten, laughed even louder, clearly enjoying seeing Mu Yi make a fool of himself. They were already somewhat resentful of him, and now, having been beaten again, how could they not have some grudges? Mu Yi quickly rolled over and got to his feet, but hearing the laughter around him, his face flushed red. His gaze towards Wu Leng seemed to spit fire, his expression extremely ugly. In a fit of extreme anger, he swung his fist and punched Wu Leng again. Knowing the difference in skill between them, Wu Leng didn't try to take the blows head-on. Instead, he dodged the whistling punches coming at him with incredible agility, like a monkey leaping between trees. Lyang stared in astonishment at his movements. He was simply too agile. She suddenly realized that Wu Leng often ran outside, and even if he didn't go too far, he would inevitably encounter danger. His frequent escapes from wild animals naturally honed his skills. With such agility, his abilities would undoubtedly become even more formidable as he grew older. Lyang carefully observed his movements, increasingly noting that they resembled those of a monkey, light and agile in his leaps and bounds, proving highly effective in combat. Even Mu Yi, relying on his height and strength, hadn't managed to touch a hair on his head. Seeing Mu Ye's visibly agitated mood, while Wulong's expression remained largely unchanged, neither fear nor smugness, she couldn't help but smile slightly. "Is Mu Yi going to lose?" Meng Zhong asked incredulously, staring at the two fighting in the arena. To be precise, it was a fight between two people, one attacking and the other dodging. Mu Yi was putting in all his strength each time, but his punches always missed, which enraged him. Wulong, on the other hand, swiftly dodged and seized every opportunity to strike. Although he wasn't as strong as Mu Yi, the blows clearly caused him pain. "Almost there. Mu Yi should be exhausted soon," Lyang said with a smile. Mu Yi had been a bit arrogant earlier, thinking that the group of kids were no match for him, so he was the first to step in, attacking each of them one by one. Even if the kids who dared to step in weren't very skilled, they still managed to put some effort into him. Then, facing Wulong, it was another ordeal, as Mu Ye's stamina wasn't exactly great to begin with. "Ha ha ha." Meng Zhong laughed gleefully. "Look at how smug he is. Now he knows how embarrassing he is. Losing to a child younger than himself, Mu Yi would probably be laughed at for a long time." "You're so happy?" Lyang glared at him. "Of course I'm happy. Mu Yi is so annoying." Just as Lyang was about to say something, a burst of cheers erupted, accompanied by the shouts of a group of children. Looking around, he saw Wulong standing there, slightly out of breath, while Mu Yi lay on the ground. He didn't have any obvious injuries, but judging from his appearance, he was clearly exhausted, panting heavily, and his face was extremely pale. "He won. He won." Meng Zhong cheered. Lyang watched with a smile. Wulong didn't seem like an easy person to get along with. If Wulong became the captain, he wondered if his plans would go smoothly. He'd have to find a way to build a relationship with him. The adults were also quite surprised that Wulong had actually defeated Mu Yi. However, since they had witnessed the fight firsthand, no one had any other thoughts. Damo looked exceptionally pleased, stood up and walked to Wulong's side. What a fine child. Such skill at such a young age. He will surely be the bravest warrior of our Inshan tribe in the future. Hearing his words, the adults also praised him. The tribe has always revered warriors, and Wulong, at such a young age, has already displayed such ability. As he grows up, his skills will only become more formidable, which is definitely a good thing for the entire tribe. A skilled warrior can protect the safety of the tribe and find food for everyone, ensuring they don't go hungry. He is definitely the pillar of the entire tribe. Mu Yi lost, and aside from a round of mockery, no one paid him any attention. Wulong, usually as invisible as he was now receiving praise from the leader and the adoration of a group of children. A chattering crowd surrounded him, some praising his skill, others asking how he had acquired the ability to defeat Mu Yi. The usually aloof Wulong was now showing signs of strain. Lyang glanced at the scene from a distance and couldn't help but smile. She nudged Meng Zhong beside her. "Aren't you going to go see?" He had been so excited earlier. "I think I'll pass.
There are so many people, all taller than me.
I won't be able to squeeze in." Meng Zhong gestured his height, saying regretfully. Having been by Lyang's side every day, observing her words and actions, his personality had changed considerably. He no longer acted impulsively but considered things more carefully. "All right, let's go check on Qinghe. Increasing the medicinal potency will definitely help the wound, but whether overuse will cause any side effects remains to be seen." Speaking of the plants of this era, they are all naturally grown, yet they grow incredibly lush. Everywhere you look is green. To people of later generations, this might seem like beautiful scenery, but for them, it's fraught with danger. After all, who knows if a ferocious beast might be lurking in those dense forests? Fortunately, because people frequently travel around their Inshan tribe, There are few wild animals nearby, let alone ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, Lyang frowned again. The tribe's living environment is actually quite precarious. Trees are everywhere, blocking out the sun, and people have little awareness of clearing them. Besides, with so many trees growing, it's impossible for manpower to clear them all. The jungle is ideal for wild animals, so countless beasts roam the surrounding forests, significantly impacting the human environment. Humans prey on them, but these animals prey on humans in return. The area around the tribe is relatively better, with mostly common wild animals like wild boars, sheep, cattle, wolves, rabbits, and chickens. These smaller animals, even ferocious ones like wolves, can be easily taken down by a few people ganging up on them. But further away from the tribe, in the denser, less frequented forests, live the truly ferocious beasts, lions, tigers, and bears. While a larger group can hunt these, there are also animals she's never seen before and still hasn't. For safety, the tribe members only hunt nearby and dare not venture far, so no one has ever hunted such prey. And those that only exist in her imagination, like the mythical beast, the iron-armed ape, the unicorn, the iron-eating beast, the swift leopard. Hearing these names, she felt completely unfamiliar with them, but she could also sense the power of these ferocious beasts. However, she had never actually seen them, so she couldn't be sure whether these beasts really existed or were just figments of people's imaginations. After all, humans are always afraid of the unknown, and most of the people in the tribe had never actually traveled very far. Sometimes they felt they had gone very far, but they would only make a round trip in a day and return in the evening. So you can imagine how far they actually thought they had gone. "Qinghe, are you feeling better?" Meng Zhong called out as they reached the cave entrance. A fire had been lit at the cave entrance, and even at night, its light illuminated the cave interior. Qinghe had slept quite a bit during the day and was awake now. Given the noise from the earlier fight outside, he figured even if he were asleep, he would have been woken up. Hearing the voice, he replied, "Is that Meng Zhong? Come in quickly." "Me too, and Lyang too." Meng Zhong replied as he ran over. "Liang's here too. Why didn't you go watch the fun? You came here instead," Qinghe asked gently, a little puzzled. Children always love excitement, and with all the commotion outside, he couldn't resist the urge to go out and see. "We've seen the excitement. There's nothing more to see now," Meng Zhong replied. Although the firelight shone in, the darkness was still a bit too much for him. "I came to check on your injuries. You were delirious with fever all day. Are you feeling better now?" Lyang saw him lying there, head tilted high, trying to look outside. He did look much more energetic that way. "My injuries are much better, don't worry. Qingya brought a lot of food earlier, and I ate it all, hee. He was a little embarrassed. He couldn't work while recovering from his injuries, and the food he ate was all hunted by the others. What's all the commotion outside? It sounds quite lively. Our tribe hasn't been this lively in a long time." Seeing him ask, Meng Zhong quickly and enthusiastically said, "Well, something happened today, He then began to tell him the story. Despite his young age, the events he recounted were vivid and detailed, as if he had witnessed them himself. Qinghe listened, a slight smile appearing on his face. "That sounds quite interesting. But it's good this way. A bunch of kids don't know any better. It's less likely they'll cause trouble if they're all together. There aren't many children in our tribe, so it's quite surprising that Wulong isn't one of them. Indeed, I rarely saw him before. Even Lyang didn't recognize him. Haha. Being from the same tribe, seeing each other every day, it was quite amusing that Lyang didn't recognize one of them. That child is a bit unsociable and has a somewhat cold personality. If his father and mother were still alive, he certainly wouldn't be like this now." Qinghe sighed softly at this point. Hearing his sigh, Meng Zhong immediately stopped smiling. Life wasn't easy for the children in the tribe without their fathers and mothers. Although they could still get some food, When food was scarce and even the adults were hungry, the children without anyone to care for them were even less likely to be well fed. Hunger was inevitable, which explained why he was always running outside. He was probably looking for food himself. Meng Zhong didn't know what to say for a moment. He naturally felt sorry for Wu Leng. That child's personality is what it is. You can't blame him. But he's a good child. Now that he's the leader, you should play with him more often. If anyone misbehaves, you should help him discipline them. Qinghe said, looking up at the two of them. Qinghe, you overestimate me. I'm so young. Who would listen to me? Meng Zhong was a little dejected. He regretted not being a few years older. The cave was too dark, and Qinghe needed to recuperate. After exchanging a few words, the two emerged from the cave. Qinghe's injuries had indeed improved. This was thanks to his robust physique, and of course, Liang's timely reduction of his fever. After all, it had looked truly dangerous. If the fever hadn't been brought down in time, the injuries would have continued to worsen, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Furthermore, the herbs Damu brought back had increased the dosage, resulting in a noticeable improvement in his condition. There was no need to worry anymore. Qinghe seems to treat Wu Leng quite well, Lyang remarked casually. Of course, Meng Zhong replied excitedly, as if he himself had won the contest. Wu Leng is a cold and aloof person to everyone, and many people don't like playing with him. But now that Wu Leng has defeated Mai, I guess everyone will be happy to play with him. Upon hearing this, Lyang raised an eyebrow and said, Let's go find Wu Leng to play with tomorrow. Meng Zhong turned to look at her in surprise. Asking who she wanted to play with was something she'd never done before, and he exclaimed in astonishment, You want to play with him too? You like him? A strange feeling welled up inside him. Like him? I wouldn't say that. Lyang was also surprised. How did her asking about playing with someone escalate to liking someone? Luckily, they were still young, and what they said was simply a matter of liking or disliking. If they were older, this conversation would inevitably drift into romantic feelings. Then Wu Leng won the competition, so he'll be the captain of our group of kids from now on. Everyone has to listen to him, so it'll be more convenient if we get along well with him, right? Lyang made up an excuse. Meng Zhong listened attentively, nodding repeatedly, and said, That makes sense. I wonder what he usually likes to play with. I have some pebbles. Maybe I can weave him a basket? Lyang's eyes widened. Giving someone something they like to make friends is common in later generations. Adults and children alike understand this. But it's different in the tribe. Everyone is straightforward. There aren't so many hidden agendas. Yet Meng Zhong seems to have figured it out without being taught. TSK, she suddenly thought this guy was a real talent. She couldn't help but seriously consider it. Pebbles are out of the question. He's an adult. I doubt he likes playing with pebbles anymore. A basket would be better. He often goes out, and a basket would be much more convenient for carrying things. Oh, and if you're going to weave a basket, make sure to add 2 extra straps so he can carry it on his back. She offered her suggestion very earnestly. Meng Zhong, pleased with Lyang's agreement, chimed in. You're right. Carrying it on your back is the most convenient, freeing up your hands for other things. These days, besides the baskets we keep at home, most things we carry when we go out are portable. We're going to find Wu Leng tomorrow, so we need to start weaving now. Luckily, we have a fire. We can see everything. He went on, becoming increasingly excited. There's no need to rush. We can make one for him later. Wu Leng will probably not go out often after he becomes the captain. If the captain disappears, who will discipline these children? So we don't need to rush to make the baskets overnight. Surrounded by a group of children, Wu Leng was chattering incessantly, laughing and making a ruckus regardless of his response. This made him quite uncomfortable. Accustomed to being alone, he was suddenly caught up in this lively atmosphere and felt somewhat lost. Previously, he had only focused on the competition and hadn't paid much attention to anything else. Now, it dawned on him that he was the leader of a group of children, and he immediately regretted it. He hadn't intended to be a leader. He had only wanted to compete and prove his strength. In the past, during the tribe's annual warrior selection, there hadn't been any rule about who would get a position or a responsibility. He hadn't thought much of it before joining the fray, but what was the role of leader? He was at a loss. Having made up her mind to cultivate a good relationship with a newly appointed captain, Lyang, after leaving Ching's place, found herself unconsciously walking back to the bustling circle. She wasn't very familiar with Wulong yet and needed to observe her closely to see what kind of person she was before striking up a conversation. "Can I not be captain?" Wulong blurted out hesitantly from the crowd. The group of children exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this. If she wasn't captain, why was she fighting? She had even fiercely defeated Mu Yi, winning the entire match, and only now she said she didn't want to be captain? What was the point of all that commotion? Lyang almost laughed. Wulong's aloof demeanor certainly didn't seem like someone who wanted to be captain, but she had defeated all those who did. The captaincy was now hers, and Damu wouldn't let her choose again. Meng Zhong was getting anxious. If Wulong didn't become captain, wouldn't that mean it would go to Mu Yi? He had just been happy about it, and he couldn't let Mu Yi have it so easily. He quickly pushed forward and grabbed Wulong's hand, saying, "Wulong, being captain is very prestigious. Haven't you seen everyone vying for the position but failing to get it? But I don't know how to be captain." He was also very anxious, completely at a loss. What was he supposed to do? Meng Zhong had never been a captain before, and he didn't know what a captain was supposed to do. He couldn't very well say in front of so many people that he would beat up anyone who disobeyed. If he said that, everyone would hate him. After all, none of these mischievous kids were innocent, including himself. He wasn't exactly obedient either. Unable to decide what to do, he turned to look at Lyang. Lyang received his gaze, smiled slightly, and stepped forward. The children blocking her way automatically made way for her. Meng Zhong couldn't help but feel envious when he saw how she was treated. He was 2 years older and much taller than Lyang, but he didn't get this treatment. He had been trying to squeeze in all the time. "Don't worry about that, Lyang. We just went to see Qinghe, and he even asked us to help you." Lyang looked around, then smiled slightly and said, "You won this captainship, so you have to take responsibility. If there's anything you don't understand, Meng Zhong and I will help you. If you think we've done a good job, I can be your vice captain." Yes, Lyang is amazing. Let her be the vice captain. If you're busy, you won't be left unattended. Meng Zhong clapped his hands in approval. Wulong took up his post as captain the very next day. With Damu's instructions and the reminders from the adults, the group of mischievous children obediently gathered together, ready to follow Wulong's orders. However, Captain Wulong himself was somewhat at a loss. As captain, his leader had only entrusted him with supervising the children, preventing them from causing trouble or going to dangerous places, ensuring their safety as the primary objective. Under this premise, the children were expected to follow his orders. Looking at the children staring at him, he was anxiously scratching his head. The children were gathered together, but what should he put them to do? He didn't have anything for them to do. Letting them play on their own wasn't an option either. If they weren't kept under his watchful eye, who knew where they would run off to? If they went to play in the river and something happened, he, as captain, would be in deep trouble. Seeing his anxious expression, Lyang couldn't help but chuckle to herself, then cleared her throat twice. Ahem. Everyone waited quietly for Wulong's instructions, so the sudden cough was too conspicuous. Wulong almost immediately looked up and saw Lyang winking at him. The 2-year-old child was noticeably fairer and more delicate than the other children. If everyone hadn't said she was protected by the gods, he probably wouldn't have paid her any attention. But remembering what she had said yesterday and looking at the chaotic scene before him, he thought for a moment and said, "I'm the captain. Everyone has to listen to me." As soon as he finished speaking, all the children responded in unison. Yes, we'll all listen to the captain. They couldn't disobey. After all, she had defeated Mu Yi, who was several years older. If they disobeyed, they wouldn't be able to withstand a punch. Lyang is protected by the gods, so she'll be the vice captain. When I'm not around, everyone has to listen to her. Hearing this, he immediately felt much more relaxed. He was used to being out in the wild, and although he sometimes encountered danger, it was always more comfortable than staying in the tribe. Having someone to keep an eye on him and not interfering with his outings was a great idea, and his gaze towards Lyang held more approval. As soon as he finished speaking, all the children's eyes fell on Lyang. Lyang stood tall and straight, her face full of confidence, demonstrating to everyone that she was capable of being the vice captain. However, the children had differing opinions. Some agreed, and some disagreed. Those close to Lyang, such as Mangzhong and the other children Yuang had rescued, all strongly supported her becoming vice captain. Although she was young, she didn't seem like an immature child at all. In fact, she knew more than most children, making her a perfect candidate. But many others disagreed. After all, how could anyone trust someone so young to be given the authority to appoint others? She's so young. Why should she be the vice captain? If you're ever busy, you can let me help you manage things. Look at me. I'm even stronger than you. One of the children stepped forward, patting his chest. He was indeed more robust than Wulong. Wulong was slightly taller and thinner. In addition, he had lost his father and mother and was not well fed, so he was not as robust as the other children. However, he often went out and developed a lot of strength, which was something that others could not match. Wulong stared blankly at the noisy group of children, somewhat dumbfounded. He had earned his captaincy by defeating his opponents in front of the entire tribe, yet now, even choosing a vice captain was causing controversy. Was another fight about to break out? But then he saw Lyang's physique. How could he possibly be a match for these older children? He immediately suppressed the thought. He certainly preferred Lyang to be in charge. Although he looked young, his words and actions were far from those of an ignorant child. Besides, when he was feeling lost yesterday, it was Lyang who first brought this up with him, so he didn't want to change his mind. I said Lyang would be the vice captain. If any of you disagree, do you disagree with me being the captain? Annoyed by the commotion, he shouted, unable to resist waving his fist at the crowd. After yesterday's battle, he had become quite famous, and he was still very intimidating to the group of young children. Seeing that he was clearly angry, and that further commotion might lead to a real fight, the noisy crowd was afraid of his fists. Considering that even Mu Yi was no match for him, how could they possibly defeat Wulong? They immediately fell silent, tacitly accepting Lyang as vice captain. Even if they were dissatisfied with Lyang, they couldn't disrespect Wulong. Lyang glanced around and, seeing that everyone had quieted down, couldn't help but think more highly of Wulong. The boys present were quite combative, but the oldest was only 10 years old. The older ones considered themselves adults and were unwilling to associate with the children. For example, Mu Yi, although he had fought with others yesterday, still acting like a child then, was probably too ashamed to show up now. Among the girls, some were a bit older. Piyu Chao, for example, was 12. She stood out among the group of children of varying ages, but she was rather quiet and didn't have much of a presence. The other girls her age had gone out to find food with their mothers. Only Fuing, out of compassion, didn't make demands, so Piyu Chao remained like a child, spending her days with them. I know you're unhappy with me being the vice captain, thinking I'm too young. Although I'm young, I know quite a lot. As you probably know, I'm protected by the gods, guided by them, and have learned many things. Lyang stood in the middle of the group, looking at the children who were all much taller than her, showing no fear, and spoke eloquently. Her few words left the group of children, who had never seen much of the world, completely bewildered. They all knew that Lyang was guided by the gods and knew many things. One of them asked, "Are you going to teach us basket weaving too?" But we've already learned how. What everyone knows, there's no need to teach again. But I can teach you other things, Lyang said, giving a mysterious smile. Something else? Everyone was stunned. What was this something else? No one knew, but their hearts were filled with excitement. Meng Zhong had learned basket weaving and then taught others, earning countless praises from the tribe. They had all seen it. If they could learn something too, wouldn't they be able to show off as well? Immediately, everyone looked at Lyang with burning eyes, and no one dared to object anymore. Hongwa opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing the situation, she swallowed her words. Previously, she hadn't had any particular thoughts. The captains were chosen through competition, so she had no interest in the matter. She just hadn't expected Wu Lung to choose a vice captain. A captain needs considerable ability, but a vice captain can be appointed with just a word from the captain. Especially after seeing Lyang step forward, she became increasingly determined. Lyang was a girl and a tiny little one at that, while Hongwa was 10 years old. How was she inferior to her? Why couldn't she be a vice captain? She had originally intended to observe and see Pucao's reaction, hoping Pucao would step forward so she could benefit from the situation. However, Pucao turned out to be foolish, not uttering a single word. Her waiting had caused her to miss the best opportunity to speak. Now that the dust had settled, a wave of resentment welled up inside her. What could a little child like that do? If it were someone else's child, she wouldn't care so much, but it was her own. It made her, the older sisters, feel so inferior, and she felt a deep sense of suffocation. She walked calmly to Pucao's side and said sarcastically, "Lyang is getting more and more capable." Pucao looked at Lyang, then at Hongwa beside her. She disliked both of her younger sisters. Whether she's capable or not, what does that have to do with me? Hongwa felt a lump in her throat. How could it not be related? The more outstanding Lyang was, the more people would compare her and her sisters. Now, when people mentioned the chief's daughter, they would only think of Lyang. Who would remember who Hongwa was? As for Pucao, she was practically invisible. How can it not be related? The more capable Lyang is, the more father dotes on her. Father always gives her the most food.
Hongwa said slowly.
She knew that Pucao cared most about food. She was older than the younger children, but in Damu and Fueying's hearts, she couldn't compare to their eldest son, Boji. When food and drink were scarce in the tribe, she was bound to be mistreated. In short, anyone who had experienced hunger cared most about being able to eat their fill. Sure enough, Pucao's expression darkened at her words. Among the children, Boji was the most respected, and she never dared to argue with him. But what if she couldn't compete with the younger ones? Her gaze immediately shot towards Lyang like a sharp arrow. Speaking of which, when Lyang only ate fruit and not meat, it wasn't noticeable. But since they started eating roasted meat, she had been eating quite a lot. She could eat a large piece of meat at each meal, plus plenty of fruit. In short, her appetite was almost catching up to Fueying's. She was still so young. It wouldn't be long before she ate as much as her father. Thinking of all this, Piyu Chao's face grew increasingly grim, and even her gaze towards Hongwa turned cold. It wasn't just Lyang who was competing with her for food at home. Besides Zhongshen, there was also Hongwa, who was older and ate even more than Zhongshen, a boy. In short, she didn't like any of the first few who competed with her for food. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hongwa said somewhat angrily. Shouldn't she be hating Lyang? Ha! Pucao stared at her and chuckled coldly twice, then turned her head away and refused to look at her again. Soon, 30 children of varying ages, under Liang's signal and Wu Lung's iron fist, sat obediently in the shade of the tree. After settling everyone, Wu Lung sat down at the front, facing the group. Sitting at the head of the table, she could easily see what was happening below. Her gaze swept intently over the children, making none dare to move. Lyang stood at the front, also facing them, a gentle smile on her face. "You all saw what happened yesterday with the flooding. One wrong move and people are gone. The leader is worried about further incidents, so he gathered everyone together as a precaution. But with so many of us gathered together, we can't just sit there aimlessly. We need to do something, can we? Yes, just sitting here like this is pointless. It really is pointless. Let's find something to do. As soon as she finished speaking, a commotion arose below, causing her to frown. Wulong immediately snapped. What's all this noise?
Stop it.
His words instantly silenced everyone. From now on, you need to raise your hand to speak. Lyang seized the opportunity to emphasize discipline, then added, You're all still children, not ready for hunting yet. So you need to learn something now. It will benefit you all in the future. Benefits? What benefits? Someone immediately wanted to ask, but upon meeting Wulong's gaze, they realized their mistake and quickly raised their right hand. Lyang watched, smiling again. A bunch of mischievous kids, never learned any rules before, but adapting quickly. He then called on one of them to speak. What are the benefits? Let's explain them clearly so we all have a better understanding. Don't be impatient. I'll explain it to you slowly. Lyang responded, then continued. Today I plan to teach you how to count. What are the benefits of counting? For example, when we go hunting, how many prey do we catch? We definitely need to count them, right? If we count them clearly, we'll know the exact number, and no one can fool us. When picking fruit, if you pick 50 and one falls or someone takes one, you basically won't notice. But if you count them clearly, you'll know, won't you? At first, the group was somewhat skeptical. Hunting depends on luck. You might catch some, but the quantity won't be too large. A quick glance would give a good idea of the number, preventing confusion. In fact, because food is so important, they pay close attention to their prey, naturally knowing the exact number. But picking fruit is indeed difficult. The fruit varies in size, and there are many of them. Even after picking a full basket, it's hard to know exactly how many there are. Counting isn't easy, is it? I've tried before, but I always forget. No one in the tribe has ever specifically taught them to count. Everyone counts using their fingers and toes. Some adults can only count up to 10 or 20, let alone these less attentive children. Once you learn it, it will naturally become easier, Lyang said with a smile. Since she stood at the top and faced the crowd, her expression remained gentle, naturally embracing the role of a teacher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lyang stood before them, counting to 50 in one breath. The group below stared in disbelief at her expression. Normally, no one talked about counting casually, but when they did need to, they'd unconsciously start counting on their fingers or toes if they couldn't count all. However, everyone lived simple lives, and the occasional need to count was rare. Seeing someone count to 50 so easily was truly astonishing. Wow, that's amazing, exclaimed one of the younger children, mouth agape in surprise. Once you learn it, you'll be just as good. These words immediately ignited the enthusiasm of some, who, being children, all wanted to be good at it. But others remained unmoved, like the likes of Pu Cao. Pu Cao found it utterly boring. Why bother counting when there was nothing to do? In her opinion, nothing mattered except filling her stomach. She glanced at the children, whose expressions were somewhat excited, and curled her lip in disdain. Hongguo was also somewhat stunned. She hadn't known that Lyang was so good at counting. They were all the chief's children, and she was the eldest, yet she couldn't compare to Lyang in anything. This made her feel very frustrated. Could it be that she really had divine guidance? She didn't believe in gods. If there were gods, why didn't they help them when they were hungry? Even if there were gods, what did it matter if they didn't act when they were starving? Among the group of children, Meng Zhong was the most excited. Lyang had already taught him some counting before, and he considered himself, besides Lyang, the strongest in the tribe in terms of counting. A hint of pride naturally shone through his expression. Lyang, I've learned it. I'll count for you 1, 2, 3. Meng Zhong didn't wait for a reply and eagerly began to show off. Lyang found it somewhat amusing but didn't stop him, letting him perform. Woolen was also a little surprised. He was already 10 years old and sometimes ran outside, so he knew more than these children, but he admitted that he wasn't as good as Lyang at counting. He had been too surprised to notice Mengzhong counting earlier, but now that he was doing it, he couldn't help but silently count along. He didn't know what the benefits would be, but learning more was good, and the more he ran outside, the more he knew the dangers outside. The others were initially impressed by Lyang, but now that Mengzhong had demonstrated, they suddenly realized that counting wasn't so difficult after all. Otherwise, how could so many of them know how to count? They immediately let go of their worries about not being able to learn, and the cleverer ones also started counting along with Mengzhong. Some of the more restless children, who were actually quite fidgety, had been forced to sit still by Wu Leng's pressure. But after hearing Lyang's words and being spurred on by Mengzhong, they were suddenly motivated to learn, eager to impress their peers, and naturally began to study diligently. Lyang was pleased to see their enthusiasm, but glancing at the few who were barely moving, a slight smile played on his lips, and he said nothing more. Tribal life is fraught with danger, and those who survive to the end must ultimately possess a certain amount of intelligence. Counting is simple and easy to learn, just the first step in teaching. Besides counting, she also planned to teach them some simple calculations and basic characters. She didn't expect to produce a learned scholar. She just wanted them to be able to write and calculate, making communication easier. In today's world, survival is paramount. One can't ask for too much else. Lyang sighed inwardly. What's the use of learning all this? When can we play for a while? Someone complained. Counting and simple calculations were easy to learn. As long as they listened attentively to her lessons, they could understand them. However, learning to read was much more difficult. These wild monkeys rarely stayed still, and learning characters was particularly challenging. They had never encountered them before, so it was completely unfamiliar, and they didn't even understand the purpose of learning them. After learning these 5 characters, as long as you can write and recognize them, you can play for a while, Lyang replied, raising an eyebrow. Her words immediately elicited a wail. The 5 characters were the simplest Chinese characters, but for someone who had never encountered them before, they were indeed too difficult. Each stroke was meticulous, and they weren't easy to remember. Lyang understood this. You still haven't said what the use of learning these is. Don't we only need to hunt? As long as they weren't hungry, nothing else mattered. Wu Leng's gaze also turned towards him. Learning to read was quite difficult for him too, so he was also curious about the purpose. Lyang thought for a moment and then said, returning from hunting for food is indeed a big deal, as it ensures we have enough to eat and drink. However, learning to read is also extremely useful. For example, if we can't return immediately after going out, we can leave written records along the way so that others can understand what we mean. Furthermore, important events often happen in our tribe. Memorizing them quickly leads to forgetting them. If we can record them in writing, we can look them up later, right? In fact, the tribe didn't have a written language before, yet life went on as usual. Therefore, writing was truly dispensable to them. What you say makes sense, the boys said. They could foresee their future frequent hunting trips, and they approved of the idea of leaving messages in writing. The girls, however, cheered immediately. We don't need to go hunting, we just stay near the tribe, there won't be any danger, and we don't need to leave messages, so we don't have to learn these characters. They really felt that Chinese characters were too difficult to learn. Each stroke had to be neat and precise. A slight misalignment would turn it into a completely different character, which made learning tedious and frustrating. Lyang was taken aback. These girls, who all seemed so energetic and sometimes even displayed a touch of heroism when arguing, even declaring their intention to go hunting, a true example of women not being inferior to men, were now so hesitant. I think everyone should learn something. Even if you don't go hunting, you can't stay away from the tribe your whole lives. Besides, everyone else knows something, but you don't know anything. Compared to them, doesn't that make you seem stupid? Lyang sighed. Upon hearing this, the girls immediately glared at him. You could say they were weak, but you couldn't say they were stupid. That was something none of them wanted to accept. Lyang's words ignited the fighting spirit of most, while a small minority remained unconvinced. Putsao, for example, was completely dismissive. Learning these useless skills was a waste of effort. In her view, aside from hunting, everything else was pointless. However, hunting was incredibly arduous, and she had no desire to learn it. She was content as long as she was well-fed and watered, and didn't want to worry about anything else, including studying. Manhwa, on the other hand, grew increasingly suspicious and uncertain. She didn't really believe in the existence of gods, but how could she explain what Lyang knew? Unlike Putsao, the more Lyang spoke, the more useful these things seemed, especially when encountering danger. Leaving some written words that could be understood would allow for timely rescue. Otherwise, if injured and separated from the group, wouldn't they simply be left to die? Unlike Piu Chao, who only cared about food and drink, she valued having enough to eat and wouldn't suffer any loss. However, she believed she understood things better than Piu Chao. Pu Chao thought that as long as she pleased Boji, she would get food, but she didn't care. Boji, her brother, frequently beat and scolded them, and she truly disliked him. But the power imbalance meant she didn't dare to confront him directly. Boji wasn't exactly clever either. She considered herself the smartest among her siblings, intending to endure this for now and then crush Boji later. But Lyang's behavior over the past 2 years had also infuriated her. Despite her anger, Lyang's words did have some merit, so she started to learn from him seriously. After all, she didn't want to be inferior to the other children. Manhwa, you've really started learning from her? That little girl Lyang is so troublesome. Pu Chao said dismissively, her words laced with sarcasm. Everyone's learning. We can't let people say we're stupid and can't learn anything, can we? Manhwa glanced at her sideways before looking away. What's the use of learning? It's so dangerous outside. I'm not going hunting. Putsao snorted. She was the chief's daughter. In a few years she could find a strong warrior and wouldn't lack food or drink. She wasn't foolish enough to go hunting. Manhwa had long understood her thoughts and looked down on her even more. Hunting was indeed dangerous, but the glory of returning from a hunt was something Putsao would probably never understand. And the dangers outside weren't as certain as Putsao thought. Women in the tribe did go hunting, but their chances of injury were very small. The men would protect them more when they went hunting, so she still valued the hunting opportunity. Since you don't want to go hunting, you'd better keep your eyes wide open. There are only so many warriors in our tribe, so don't let someone else snatch them up first. Manhwa snorted lightly. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but glance at the boy beside her a few times. It wasn't that she was picky about men like Piu Chao was, but rather that she wanted to deliberately befriend a few so that they would protect her more when she went out in the future. It was indeed dangerous outside. That much was undeniable, so she would spare no effort to protect herself. Hearing Manhwa's words, Putsao was immediately intrigued. Previously, she had thought she was too young to rush things. Her father and mother would never let her go hungry, and they would always share any food with her. But Manhwa's words weren't wrong. Powerful warriors weren't waiting for her to choose, even if she were the chief's daughter. And the tribe was rife with cases of men and women being snatched, which could easily cause trouble. If a woman was beautiful, naturally more than one man would be interested, and if a dispute arose, the men would inevitably fight. If 2 women were interested in the same man, a battle between them was also inevitable. Although being the chief's daughter would give her an advantage, if she could choose a man first and they agreed on a deal, others wouldn't be able to interfere, saving her a lot of trouble. Therefore, Manhwa was right. Even though she was still young, she could choose a man first. With this thought in mind, she turned her gaze to Wu Lung at the top. Wu Lung was truly a stranger to her. She had rarely interacted with him before. If it weren't for his impressive performance in the competition, she wouldn't have even noticed him. But this young man was indeed outstanding, defeating even the much larger Muyi. He would surely become a warrior of the tribe. For her, the advantage of a warrior was that following him meant she wouldn't go hungry. She felt a sense of satisfaction and kept staring at Wu Lung. Wu Lung, facing everyone and sitting diagonally above, noticed the burning gazes below and coldly swept his gaze over them. His eyes, seemingly carrying a chilling light, swept over Piyu Chao from head to toe. Seeing that she wasn't causing trouble or disrupting others, even if she wasn't paying attention, her gaze was still present. He quickly swept her away without lingering. However, that icy, piercing gaze startled Piyu Chao. She couldn't quite describe what those eyes were, but just seeing them on her sent a chill down her spine, and she instinctively wanted to shiver. This Wu Lung, how can he be so scary? She muttered involuntarily. Her voice wasn't loud, but Hongwa, who was nearby, naturally heard her. She couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that Piyu Chao had good eyesight, but the man probably didn't even notice her. He lost his father and mother, and the food he received was limited. Not wanting to go hungry, he often went out to find food. Anyone who spends a lot of time out hunting is bound to be cold-hearted and ruthless. Hongwa knew this quite well, because she often observed people returning from hunting, especially right after they came back. Their fierce eyes were so intense they couldn't hide them, making them look quite unsettling. Those with such fierce eyes are usually adults. He's so young, yet he looks like this. One can imagine how much fiercer he'll be when he grows up, Piyu Chao murmured. Just looking at such a person was frightening. She wouldn't dare be around him. Hongwa immediately understood what Putsao was thinking. After a moment's thought, she said, Wulong looks fiercer than others. I think you should stop focusing on him and find someone more suitable for you. She was willing to talk to Wulong a bit more, but just looking at his cold expression, she knew he wasn't someone easy to approach. However, this man seemed to get along well with Lyang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so protective of Lyang, which made her feel a little unhappy. Lyang stood at the front, lecturing the class. She taught them a few simple Chinese characters, letting them write them on the ground with twigs. She walked among the group, observing and occasionally bending down to correct them. Since they were all beginners, she worried they wouldn't remember too many, so she only taught them 5 characters. Once she saw they had learned enough, she let them rest for a while. Schools emphasize a balance between work and rest, and this applies to these beginners as well. Keeping them sitting still was already making some of the more restless ones fidgety. If it weren't for Wulong's presence, they probably would have already started to get restless. Lyang gave them some instructions, telling them to stay within the designated area and not wander off before dismissing them. Lyang, I already know those characters you just taught me. Could you teach me a few more? Meng Zhong approached as soon as the group dispersed. Wulong remembered her duty. She glanced at the group, seeing that they were indeed behaving themselves and hadn't strayed from the designated area, and then turned to them. Didn't everyone learn together? How come you already know it? Wulong asked, puzzled. The one who just taught was everyone else. I spend every day with Lyang, and she already taught me all that stuff, Meng Zhong said with a hint of pride, feeling that his relationship with Lyang was the closest. Hearing this, Wulong nodded. He had listened very attentively to what Lyang had just said, knowing how useful it would be for hunting. Almost immediately after she finished speaking, he had memorized the words, mentally reviewed them, and quickly written them down flawlessly. Now, hearing Meng Zhong's words, he couldn't help but want to learn more. Without his father and mother's support, he had long understood that he would have to rely on himself in the future. If he could learn more skills, life would be easier, and naturally, he yearned to learn. Staring at Lyang for a long while, she finally murmured, Lyang, when you teach Mengzhong, could you teach me too? This was the first person besides Mengzhong who was so eager to learn. Lyang was pleasantly surprised and nodded hurriedly. Sure, it's the same whether you herd 1 sheep or 2, so you can all learn together. The children dispersed, but Hongwa didn't go far. Instead, she walked towards Wuling. She had the same keen eye as Putsao and had also set her sights on Wuling, but with a different purpose. She wanted to befriend Wuling, perhaps even go hunting together in the future. Someone as capable as him would surely be safe on the hunt, and with someone like him protecting her, everything would be perfect. They weren't familiar with each other yet, but they would become familiar after a few more words. She naturally stepped forward and overheard their conversation. Lyang, teach me too. I've learned all the ones I learned before. Unlike Putsao, who was unwilling to learn, she thought it would be helpful for hunting, so she followed along diligently. Of course, she also didn't want people to think she was stupid.
Lyang was surprised.
Hongwa had always disliked her, so it was rare to see her speaking to her so kindly. However, since the purpose was learning, it made sense. She wasn't one to hold grudges. If you took the initiative to make peace, then past grievances could be put aside. If you wanted to resort to tricks, she was perfectly willing to accept it. She then smiled and said, "All right, let's all learn together. A balance between work and rest is important," but Lyang didn't want them to be too idle. After exchanging a few words with others, he pointed to a few rather robust-looking boys and said with a smile, "Although I told you all to rest, I have a small favor to ask of you." Among the children called was Yuang. While the other children were still debating whether to run off to play or help out, Yuang, because Lyang had saved him, readily agreed without hesitation. "Just tell me what it is," he said, as if it were an honor to be able to help. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the other children, not wanting to be left behind, also nodded in agreement. Lyang led them to a most inconspicuous corner of the tribe, pointing to a stone that wasn't particularly large or small, and said, "See this stone? I specially found it. It's a very good quality and quite sturdy. I want to carve it into a pot, but I'm small and weak, so I need your help." Everyone had seen stones before, and some were skeptical that Lyang had specially found it. It was something readily available. You could find one anywhere. Why bother searching for it? What's a pot? This was a new word, and everyone was a little confused. Lyang chuckled and said, "Do you know how many ways we can cook the meat we hunt?" She didn't answer directly, but beat around the bush. "I know. 2 ways. Raw and roasted. If you ask which is tastier, I think roasted meat is more fragrant," Yuang said, unconsciously licking his lips. Lyang shook his head. "It's not just that. Meat can also be boiled, which is just as delicious, and it's even better for your health. Roasted meat is considered too spicy and greasy, and it also destroys some of the meat's nutrients. Eating it occasionally is fine, but eating it regularly is definitely not good. However, the people in the tribe can even tolerate raw meat, so roasted meat is surely better than raw meat." Boiled? Boiled? The children all looked puzzled. What was boiling? They had never heard of it. "See this rock?" Lyang explained. "We'll take the middle section out, carve out a concave shape, leaving only the rim. That'll become a pot. Just add some water and meat, put it on the fire, and simmer it slowly. Once the meat is cooked, we can eat it, and the water will become soup. The soup tastes delicious. The nutrients in the soup are easier for the body to absorb. Eating and drinking like this regularly will improve the overall health of the entire tribe." Lyang explained, gesturing as she spoke. The group understood. So this was how meat could be cooked. They wondered what it would taste like, whether it was as fragrant as she described. Just hearing about it made their mouths water. They couldn't help but salivate, imagining the delicious food before them, which immediately ignited their enthusiasm for work. Yuang practically jumped to the rock immediately, saying, "It's just a rock. We have plenty of strength. How do you plan to do it?" Seeing his actions, the other boys, fearing they would fall behind, hurriedly squeezed over as well. Staring at the large circle on the stone, which already had a polishing mark, they instantly understood without needing much guidance. Having found someone to polish the stone pot, she was happy to have some peace and quiet. She strolled to the other side of the courtyard wall and looked at the transplanted medicinal herbs. Damu, having listened to her, had pulled up a few. They'd only been planted the night before, and they looked rather wilted. She wasn't sure if they would survive. The more precious the plant, the harder it is to cultivate. These herbs, while not particularly rare, weren't easy to find either. Finding even a few in the surrounding woods would be quite a task. She quickly went to the stream, scooped up some water, and watered the herbs. "Don't be so pampered," Lyang murmured, watching the water seep into the soil from the roots. Puffed. A soft laugh came from behind her. Lyang frowned. The voice was familiar, and there were only a handful of adults still in the tribe at this time. Turning around, she saw Meitao smiling at her. "The women in our tribe either go hunting or gather wild fruits in groups." "Meitao, you stay in the tribe all day. What do you eat?" Lyang asked innocently, tilting her head. Meitao's smile faded slightly. "What I eat is none of your concern. I'm never hungry." Then, her smile returned, even tinged with a sudden sense of superiority. Other women toiled away, searching for food that might not even be enough to eat, risking their lives in the process. She, on the other hand, didn't need to go out at all. She could stay comfortably in the tribe, and food would be brought to her. Compared to that, her life was much more comfortable.
Oh.
Lyang nodded at her and turned to leave. "Lyang, wait a moment. I have something to tell you." Meitao quickly put on a smile. In the past 2 years, she hadn't seen her many times. Her unexpected appearance behind her meant she had come specifically to find her, so she stopped. "What is it?" "It's nothing much, just that Yunduo, the other children don't want to play with her. I see you get along well with everyone, so why don't you take her out to play more often?" Meitao said with a forced smile. Lyang understood perfectly well what was going on. Meitao was beautiful and popular with the men in the tribe, but equally unpopular with the women. She had heard mothers in the tribe tell their children not to play with Yunduo more than once. Yunduo was only 6 years old and looked like Meitao. She was quite a pretty little girl and should have been very popular. However, those little brats who cared about nothing but eating weren't old enough to distinguish between beauty and ugliness. Hearing their mother's words, they naturally shunned her. The little girl probably knew this, as she was usually quiet and often stayed alone, looking rather forlorn. "Meitao, are you mistaken? I'm only 2 years old." Before she could finish speaking, Meitao interrupted her. "Don't say that. I know you're different from the other kids. Many kids listen to you, and you're the vice captain now. As long as you're willing to play with Yunduo, no one will ignore her." Hey, Meitao really sees things clearly. With Boji going hunting with them, the family received more food than before. Even if Fong didn't go out to pick wild fruit, it was enough for the whole family. Pu Chao was the happiest about this. In the hot weather, meat didn't keep well, so it was better to eat it than let it spoil. Therefore, the family ate as much as they wanted during this period. "Mother, there's enough food at home. You don't need to go pick fruit anymore," Hongwa said to Fong, unable to bear seeing Pu Chao's face glistening with oil. Fong smiled and said, "I'm used to being busy. If I don't go pick fruit, I don't know what to do at home. It's better to go out with everyone and pick some fruit. You can eat whatever you like." As he spoke, his eyes glanced at Lyang a few more times. Of the family members, Lyang was the one who loved fruit the most. It was strange, really. Even though meat was tastier than fruit, she always ate half fruit and half meat at every meal, often eating more fruit than meat. It seemed silly to everyone, but no one said anything. If she ate more fruit, the others could have more meat left over. Although she understood this, hearing Fueying's words still made her uncomfortable. It was clear that Fueying was catering more to Liang's appetite. Of the siblings, only Boji, the eldest son and the most favored by Damu, was neglected. It was normal that they were too busy eating and drinking to pay attention to them. But it was different with Lyang. Her father and mother doted on her immensely. How could anyone not feel resentful? "Go pick fruit if you want," Hongwa said, then went to roast the meat herself, ignoring everything else. Fong didn't care. In her eyes, these days of being able to eat and drink her fill were the best she could ask for. If she could eat her fill every day, she would ask for nothing more. Manhwa, feeling down, devoured the roasted meat like a reed. She was in good health and had a great appetite. At her age, she could eat a lot. The meat visibly disappeared as she wolfed it down. And it wasn't just her. Pu Chao wasn't much slower. 7 or 8-year-old Zhongshan, encouraged by his 2 older sisters, was also eating quite ferociously. Lyang wasn't slow either. She had worked hard all day, and with her daily martial arts practice, her body was expending a lot of energy. With her appetite greatly increased, she ate meat and fruit at lightning speed. Demu watched the children with a smile, his face full of satisfaction. As long as they ate well, they were healthy. Besides, eating more meant they grew faster. In the blink of an eye, the children would be grown up. The only one dissatisfied was Boji. He had gone hunting and received a larger share of the food, which made him a little proud. However, seeing the way the younger children ate, that pride quickly vanished. Part of this food was what he had painstakingly hunted, yet these children ate faster and more than him. He felt a surge of resentment, but he couldn't show it. "Why are you eating so fast? Like wild beasts in the forest?" Boji scolded. However, the younger children ignored him completely, grabbing the roasted meat and eating non-stop. What a joke. The meat was right in front of them. If they didn't eat as much as they could, it would be gone in no time. Although there was plenty of food, everyone understands that what's in your stomach is what truly belongs to you. "I heard you became the vice captain, teaching everyone to count and read?" Damu asked gently, his gaze falling on Lyang, a hint of curiosity in his voice. He could count a little. After all, as the leader, he was bound to be more intelligent than the others. As for reading, he was a bit confused. However, he firmly believed in Liang's divine guidance. Otherwise, how could the child know so much? Lyang nodded, stopping his eating, and looked at Damu. "I was worried they'd get restless and run around, so I taught them to read. It'll give them something to do and prevent them from getting too bored." Damu nodded. They were just a bunch of children. He didn't expect them to do anything. They just needed to play and not hurt themselves. It was good that Lyang was teaching them something, but reading, that's a good thing, but could you teach me some words too? Damu asked hesitantly. Upon returning to the tribe, Mei Tao, who hadn't gone out, greeted him and told him about it. He was quite surprised at first, but considering his daughter's extraordinary qualities, he quickly accepted it. He was particularly interested in the benefits of literacy. Compared to the children who had never left the tribe's safe zone, he, who was often out and about, understood much better how beneficial literacy would be for them. He even vaguely remembered hearing about other tribes with their own writing systems, but it was too long ago for him to recall clearly. Besides, their Inshan tribe lived in isolation and had little contact with other tribes. However, he still yearned for those things that had been passed down through generations, which is why he developed the desire to learn. Lyang was surprised to hear this. Was her father really such a studious man? She immediately nodded. Of course. Then, she flattered him. Father is smarter than them all. He'll definitely learn faster than anyone else. Damel laughed heartily at this, the slight embarrassment in his heart instantly disappearing. It was always the parents who taught their children. He had never been a father asking his daughter for help before. But being able to learn the legendary script, he didn't care about such things. It's said that writing only exists in large tribes, and even then, not everyone knows it. It's thanks to the blessings of the gods that our tribe has it now. Damas said with great emotion. A tribe of just over 100 people is truly inconspicuous. Maintaining its population and preventing it from decreasing year by year is already a challenge. They dare not hope for anything more. It's only because their tribe is located in a remote area and doesn't interact with other tribes that some members have become somewhat arrogant and conceited, thinking themselves very important. They'd be nothing special if they joined a larger tribe. Lyang listened with a sense of wonder. In the past 2 years, she hadn't seen anyone from outside her tribe. Hearing Dama say this, she couldn't help but feel surprised. Are there other tribes outside our tribe? How many? There are always people beyond people. There must be tribes outside our tribe, but she hadn't thought about it before. Dama shook his head. Our tribe lives in a remote area and doesn't interact with other tribes. Father doesn't know how many tribes there are outside or how big they are because father has never seen them. Lyang swallowed hard. Damu, a man in his 50s, had never seen them. This showed just how remote their Inshan tribe was. As an adult, and with one-on-one instruction, and with Lyang's dedicated teaching and his own diligent study, Damu progressed faster than the other children. Within a month, he could write, recognize, and master over 200 Chinese characters. 200 characters may not seem like much, but Damu was out hunting every day and didn't have much time. He only studied in his spare time in the evenings. His diligence and eagerness to learn alone put him ahead of many others. As for the average child's learning progress, it was much slower. They had never been exposed to the language before, and it was too unfamiliar. Furthermore, their wild, unruly nature meant that few could sit still and study. However, with Wulong keeping them in check, no one dared to cause trouble. Under this almost forced learning, out of the 100 or so characters taught, they probably only truly mastered a few dozen. The situation was actually quite good. Every class has struggling students, and naturally, there are also high achievers like Mangzhong, Wulong, and Hongwu. Those are the exceptionally bright ones. They've basically mastered everything she teaches. Mangzhong already had some foundation, so it's not surprising he's doing well. Wulong, however, after understanding the benefits of written language, has become as diligent as someone learning to hunt. As for Hongwu, she surprised her somewhat. She hadn't taken it seriously when Hongwu said she wanted to learn from her, but unexpectedly, she's persevered, surpassing most students in learning progress, second only to Mangzhong and Wulong. Lyang, how's it going? It was already autumn, and the wind carried a slight chill, but Yuang wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression slightly excited. Lyang squatted in front of the polished stone pot, carefully measuring its thickness with her hands. She examined the inside and outside of the pot. Although there were still some slight unevenness, the polishing was quite good. Without any suitable tools, it had been polished bit by hand. Several children, around 10 years old, took turns working on it, and after a month, it was finally finished. Not bad, this is good enough. During the month, she occasionally offered guidance, but she wasn't allowed to do any work herself, even though she was quite strong. She was simply too young, and they wouldn't let her help. Hearing this, Yuang breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking back to a month ago before he was asked to polish the stone pot, he thought it was just handling a stone very easy. Only after he started working on it did he realize that this stone was different from others. Some stones shattered into pieces or even powder with a few taps, but this stone was different. Even after several taps, not a single fragment might come off. He then suddenly realized, now that it's finally finished, Yuang breathed a sigh of relief and was also excited to try it out. He still remembered Lai Yang's description of cooking the meat. He could almost smell the aroma. Shall we go try it now? Yuang asked eagerly. Sure. Let's move it to the water and wash it clean first, then set up a fire and boil it. As a doctor, he was a bit of a clean freak, and the stone pot needed to be sterilized first. She never disobeyed anyone, so Yuang quickly called over a child, and the two of them together lifted the stone pot and walked towards the stream. Although most of the stone pot had been removed, it was still quite heavy, and it was a bit difficult for one person to carry it, but it was just right for two people to carry it. With food as the priority, the children's enthusiasm for work was unprecedented. Without Lyang even needing to prompt them, they spontaneously took on all the chores. Then, Lyang took 2 pieces of meat from her cave. 2 pieces, each about the size of an adult's palm, weren't much, but that was all they had left. She washed them clean in water and then placed them whole into the boiling water in the stone pot. There were no other seasonings. She simply stewed the meat in plain water. She had no doubt that it would taste bad. After all, she could tolerate the strong, unpleasant smell of raw meat. Cooked meat would at least be cooked. As the stone pot bubbled and boiled, the aroma of meat wafted out, and the children around the fire all had eyes that gleamed like hungry wolves. Lyang, you really weren't lying. This stewed meat really does smell delicious, Yuang said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he smelled the aroma. The aroma of grilled meat was strong, while the aroma of boiled meat was much milder. But in terms of fragrance, grilled meat was undeniably more fragrant. However, for children who hadn't tasted many delicacies, both grilled and boiled meat tasted delicious. Those who didn't mind the raw, gamey smell of meat wouldn't complain that boiled meat wasn't as fragrant as grilled meat. Of course it's fragrant. And the broth is drinkable too. It tastes pretty good. The broth had developed a meaty flavor. Even without salt or seasoning, it was much more flavorful than drinking plain water. Hearing this, the group of children stared even more intently at the stone pot. The pot bubbled and boiled, the aroma of meat wafting out stronger as it cooked. There wasn't much meat, just 2 pieces, but there was a large pot of broth. If there wasn't enough meat to share, there would be plenty of broth for them. Thinking this, Yuang wasn't in a hurry and decided to wait patiently. However, he hadn't experienced much in life and didn't think things through. As the meat simmered in the stone pot, its aroma wafted through the air, attracting a steady stream of children from all corners of the tribe. Their eyes were fixed on the pot blazing over the fire. Yuang glanced up, startled. "You guys, when did you get here?" His attention was completely focused on the pot. He hadn't noticed his surroundings. "What's going on?" "I came because of the smell." "That's meat, isn't it?" A nearby child replied, not even glancing at him, his eyes glued to the fragrant piece of meat in the pot, even swallowing hard. Yuan looked around and immediately realized his mistake. He hadn't expected the meat to smell so good. Caught off guard, so many people had suddenly appeared. Should he give them the meat now that it was cooked? In the past, he definitely wouldn't have given it to anyone. Everyone gets to eat their own food, and he wouldn't be happy to share with others. But now, this meat belonged to Lyang, and if she wanted to share, he couldn't stop her. "The meat is cooking right now. Since you're here, when it's done, try some. From now on, we can cook this meat all the time," Lyang said, glancing around and smiling. Upon hearing this, the children surrounding them burst into cheers. Raw meat was usually extremely precious, and meat cooked to such a fragrant aroma was even more so. They had thought they would only be able to smell it, but Lyang was so generous as to share it with them. They were all beaming with joy. 2 pieces of meat were used to make a large pot of soup. 20 or 30 children gathered around, and to be honest, each child barely got a few bites, but the group was very satisfied, each with a happy expression. Lyang is right. The meat is delicious, and the soup is wonderful too. "I've never had such good soup before." Yuang smacked his lips, watching as the last drop of soup was snatched away and drunk, clearly wanting more. Lyang was also pleased to see that although everyone had only tasted a few bites, they were very content. There was only so much meat, and everyone knew it wouldn't be enough, yet they didn't fight over it. They took their food one by one in a very orderly fashion. This kind of scene would never have happened a month ago, but after a month of instruction, they had all learned some manners, which spoke volumes about the effectiveness of her teaching. "The broth is delicious. Let's cook it again tonight. Besides the meat, the bones can be used to make soup too. We used to throw them away, which seems a bit wasteful now, but from now on, we won't waste a single bone," Lyang said loudly to the crowd. Her words immediately drew cheers. Hearing the cheers, she couldn't help but smile. She knew it wasn't because she had any great prestige among them, but simply because they felt indebted to her. They had only eaten her food, and now they were turning their backs on her. There wasn't a single person in the tribe so shameless. Bones can be used to make soup? Then we'll definitely have plenty to eat from now on, the crowd exclaimed. A wild beast, its body mostly bones and mostly flesh, often seemed to have more bones than meat. The bones thrown away over the years could have piled up into a small mountain. Now they knew that bones could be used to make soup. The taste of that soup was still unforgettable. Lyang chuckled. Bones can be used to make soup, but they don't really fill you up. You still need to eat meat to fill your stomach. Making soup from bones just adds some nutrition, which means drinking more soup will help you grow taller and stronger. She was quite enthusiastic and couldn't help but explain further. Bones soup has such benefits. The children's biggest worries were not growing tall enough and not being as strong as others when they grew up. Hearing this was an unexpected delight. Of course, you can drink more soup from now on, Lyang clapped her hands and said with a smile. The children couldn't help but get excited, rubbing their hands together, indicating that when the adults threw away the bones, they would secretly collect them and use the stone pot to make soup. However, the words immediately drew a burst of laughter. Don't you guys think about it? Those bones can be used to make soup, so who would throw them away? They'd definitely keep them. Where are you going to find them? After saying this, everyone burst into laughter again, their faces beaming with joy. There was one exception. A little girl, about 6 years old, stood outside the crowd, looking timid and envious at the cheerful people. She seemed hesitant to walk towards them, her feet lingering on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Meitao's daughter, Yunduo. What are you doing here? I'm telling you, none of us will play with you. A small child walked up to Yunduo, staring at her with an unfriendly tone. Yunduo looked at him, clearly frightened. She shrank back, as if wanting to leave but reluctant, and then looked at Lyang. Lyang was a little confused. Why was she looking at her? Although Meitao had told her to take Yunduo to play, she had refused on the spot. While she didn't approve of Meitao's behavior, she couldn't say anything. After all, everyone has the right to choose how they live. She initially didn't want to pay attention, but Yunduo was just a little girl of about 6 years old, and there was nothing wrong with wanting to play with everyone. Ahem, let Beetle come and play with her. But Beetle was clearly unwilling and wanted to say something, but was glared at fiercely by Yi Wang. You're not listening to Lyang anymore? The tone and expression were quite natural as she said this. The words that were about to be spoken by the beetle were immediately swallowed back, and he reluctantly walked away. Behind him, Yunduo followed in small steps, her face showing a mixture of anticipation and timidity. She glanced timidly at the surrounding crowd before sitting down next to Lyang. Hey, why did you squeeze into my seat? Mangzhong complained unhappily. All right, let her stay here, Lyang said, carefully examining Yunduo for a few moments. She hadn't seen her often before. She probably spent most of her time playing by herself. Although she knew Yunduo was a pretty little girl, looking at her closely now, wow, her complexion was fair and rosy. This little girl was really well fed. She was delicate and pretty, remarkably like Meitao, very beautiful, which made Lyang unable to resist taking a second look. She glanced discreetly at the children around her. Hey, these little rascals, couldn't they see beauty at all? They completely ignored Yunduo's arrival. Did your mother send you to come and play with us? Lyang asked. Even though she was the youngest among the group, everyone around her acted as if she were the eldest, dominating the group. Yunduo shook her head, not glancing at anyone else, only looking at Lyang and whispered, My mother said they don't want to play with me and told me to stay away from them or they'll hit me, but she couldn't help but want to move closer to where there were more people. Her voice trailed off. Listening, Lyang couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. What did the adult's behavior really have to do with the child? Yunduo was somewhat innocent, but she had benefited from her mother's treatment, so it was natural for her to be ostracized. She didn't comment on the adult's affairs. She didn't believe Damu was unaware of those things, and the fact that he didn't care meant they were necessary. After all, the tribe was small, and the gender imbalance was quite severe. Many people couldn't find partners, and it wasn't good to leave them alone. From now on, you'll learn to read with us. I'll make sure they don't hit you, Lyang said after looking at her and thinking for a moment. Meng Zhong, Yi Wang, and the others listened without really caring. Yun Duo, however, was surprised by Lyang's words and looked overjoyed. She nodded repeatedly at Lyang, saying, Okay, I will definitely study hard to learn to read in the future, and I will definitely not be worse than others. Yun Duo joined the literacy group, and Lyang quickly discovered that this little girl was indeed true to her words. She studied very diligently and earnestly. Everything she learned in class seemed to have entered her brain. Although she arrived a little late, her progress was faster than most of the children, which surprised Lyang. Of course, this was also because most of the children weren't very attentive. Although they understood the benefits of learning was always tedious. They maintained their enthusiasm for a few days, but afterwards, they inevitably became inconsistent. They sat together to study and listen, but whether they actually absorbed the knowledge was another matter. Lyang didn't force them. She let them learn as much as they could. She couldn't just beat someone up to make them listen. That would only breed resentment, and she never advocated corporal punishment. Lyang, my injuries have healed. I'll start hunting tomorrow. Over the past month, Qinghe's injuries had improved somewhat, allowing him to walk again. He started attending classes and learned quite a few characters. Being an adult, he was much more focused and attentive than most children. Should you rest a little longer? You've lost a lot of weight. Lyang looked him over. When he was initially bedridden, she and Mangzhong often visited him, bringing food and water. Later, once he could move, they stopped going there, but he himself couldn't stay still and would often come out for walks. His injuries were quite severe, and a month's recovery was already considered fast. Many people haven't survived such severe injuries, and some have even taken 3 to 5 months to fully recover. His rapid recovery was partly due to adjustments in his medication dosage. However, his injury had taken a toll on his health. He no longer looked as robust as before, his face was pale, and he appeared somewhat frail, showing no signs of a warrior's former strength. My injury is fully healed, but it will take 3 to 5 months to return to my former state. I can't just stay idle like this forever, Qinghe said calmly. During his recovery, he seemed to have become quite withdrawn. He used to speak with a fiery temper and be rather irritable, but now he seemed much calmer. The change was significant, but after teetering on the brink of death, some change was to be expected. Then be careful. Your injury has only just healed, so don't overexert yourself. Besides, you haven't hunted for over a month, so your skills might be a bit rusty. Having spent some time with him, she felt Qinghe was a good person and couldn't help but offer a word of advice. Most importantly, his stance had always been on Damu's side, so helping him was the right thing to do. Hearing this, Qinghe felt a warmth in his heart, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Now he no longer regarded Lyang as a child, but treated her as an ordinary adult. Her words and actions were superior to those of many adults. She was indeed a person favored by the gods. Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. My injuries have just healed, and I can't afford to get new ones, or I'll really become a cripple. Qinghe pursed his lips and spoke slowly. He had been careless at the time, and with this experience, he would definitely be more careful in the future. After all, you can only think about the future if you're alive, and being alive is more important than anything else. Watching Qinghe's departing figure, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. It wasn't for Qinghe, but for the entire tribe. The weather was gradually getting colder. It was only early autumn, but winter was already approaching. Last winter, she was just a toddler who had barely learned to walk. Fueying watched her closely, afraid she would catch a cold and fall ill, so he rarely let her leave the cave. Therefore, she didn't know much about the outside world, but many people must have gone hungry because it seemed that about 10 people had disappeared from the tribe that winter. She hadn't witnessed this herself. She had only learned it from conversations between Damu and Fuying, and it was then that she truly understood how difficult winter was. Now winter was approaching again. That's why Qinghe was so eager to go hunting, and Damu and the others were returning much later each day, bringing back twice the amount of prey they had in the summer. The warriors returning from their hunts were all exhausted. The food was now being offered to everyone to eat as much as they wanted. Any leftovers could be saved for the next day. With the weather cooling down, the food could be stored longer. Before, raw meat had a strong smell, but now, roasting it masked many of the odors, making it less unpleasant to eat. The tribe already had several days' worth of food piled up, but it wasn't easy to preserve. Lyang knew the meat could be made into cured meat, which could be stored for at least a year or even longer, but without salt, direct sun exposure would easily spoil it. She couldn't help but sigh deeply. Lyang, take a look, is this it? Mangzhong ran over, handing her a polished stone. Lyang took it and glanced at it, then shook her head immediately. Not enough. This side needs to be sharpened. If it's too thick, it'll be dull and useless. Then I'll go sharpen it again. Mangzhong didn't say another word, then turned and ran off again. He really was as swift as the wind. Lyang chuckled. She was having Mangzhong sharpen a stone knife. While a stone pot made cooking meat convenient, the meat pieces were too large and difficult to cook thoroughly, making it inconvenient to eat. Cutting it with sharp branches was also time-consuming and laborious. A stone knife would be much easier, which is why she had it sharpened. Ordinary stone isn't sturdy, but good stone has a drawback. It's too hard, making sharpening difficult. However, its advantages are also obvious. Once sharpened, it's very sturdy and easy to use. Because of Qinghe's hunting trip, Mangzhong was again waving the unfinished stone knife in front of her, suddenly sparking the idea of sharpening some weapons in her mind. For a soldier, weapons are something she's very particular about. She hadn't had this idea before because she hadn't encountered suitable stone, and previously, with the help of high-tech tools, she hadn't considered stone tools. In fact, in her mind, stone was fragile and unsuitable for making weapons. However, the durability of the stone pot is undeniable, so she no longer doubts that stone tools are fragile. Of course, this is only relative. If a stone tool encounters an iron object, it will definitely be no match. But when a stone tool is used against a wild animal, it can gain the upper hand. As long as it doesn't fight head-on, it can be used for a while. Therefore, it was necessary to make weapons out of stone. In the absence of steel, stone tools were still usable. As for the weight of stone tools, it was nothing in the hands of the tribal warriors and could be completely ignored. With the addition of stone pots in the tribe, bones that were previously discarded were now broken up and stewed in the pots. Meat was then chopped into small pieces with stone knives and added to the broth. The aroma of the bone fat and stewed meat filled the air, enticing adults and children alike. This stew tastes just as good as roasted meat, someone exclaimed with satisfaction. Before, when eating raw meat, they only felt it filled their stomachs and showed no disgust. Now, however, they found it difficult to even open their mouths to eat raw meat again. I think stewed meat is much tastier. Roasted meat can get greasy after a while, but stewed meat doesn't. Plus, the broth comes in a big pot, so eating both meat and drinking the soup makes it more filling, and the portion is more generous. Yes, I think stewing is more economical than roasting. Two thrifty women were talking quietly. When Dama passed by and heard the conversation, he stopped to listen for a while before leaving with a smile. He was very pleased with the changes in the tribe, and even more pleased that these changes were brought about by his beloved youngest daughter, Lyang. How is it? Is it ready? Mangzhong asked anxiously. He could already smell the aroma of boiled meat and roasted meat, the two scents mingling, making his stomach rumble even more. Lyang, however, was not in such a hurry. She held the stone knife she had sharpened up close, examining it closely, even running her fingers over it for a while, before nodding and saying, "It's sharp enough." The stone blade was thin, but compared to metal knives, it was still too thick. But it was just stone. If it were too thin, it would chip or break with a single cut, rendering it useless. This thickness was just right. "It's just stone after all, still too dull," she muttered almost inaudibly, unable to ask for anything more. All right, finally sharpened. We can go eat now." Meng Zhong cheered, shoving the stone knife into Lyang's hand before eagerly dashing off. Seeing this, Yuang also grew impatient, copying her, shoving his stone knife into Lyang's hand as well, and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lyang didn't call them back. Her gaze fell on the third knife, the one she had sharpened herself. She had sharpened 3 stone knives in total. They were quite heavy. An ordinary child her size probably wouldn't be able to hold them, but she was exceptionally talented. 3 stone knives were no problem for her. With a slight effort, she held all 3 in her hands and turned to walk towards Damu. "Father, Liang's here. Where did you run off to? I've been looking for you for ages, but I couldn't find you anywhere." Damu looked at her and asked with a chuckle. "Mengzhong Yuang and I are busy over there, father. Look at this." Liang's bright black eyes shone even brighter in the firelight. "Heh, you're really busy, even busier than us hunters." Boji couldn't stand hearing her talk about being busy. She was just a little girl, unable to help with anything, yet she kept saying she was busy. "That's right, it's just that I'm not as busy as you guys who go out hunting." Lyang replied casually, not paying much attention to Bozi's tone of voice. As the two chatted back and forth, Damu reached for the stone knife and began to examine it. He never paid attention to children's quarrels. Children were always mischievous, and their bickering was normal. He didn't have the time to concern himself with their squabbles, trivial matters. And as their leader, why would he care? However, he found himself unconsciously becoming more interested in what Lyang had brought out. Holding the stone knife, he examined it carefully. The stone knife was crafted to adult proportions. In Damu's hand, the size was just right. While it would be heavy in a child's hand, it was negligible in his. He examined it with interest. One side of the knife was slightly thinner, with a slight curve and a groove on the surface. Gripping the handle, he casually swung it a couple of times and found it surprisingly easy to use. These were polished with stone. Hearing Damu's voice, Lyang quickly nodded. They were indeed polished with stone. This kind of stone is very hard, so polishing them wasn't easy. Polishing 3 at once had taken the 3 of them quite a bit of effort. He had seen stone knives for cutting meat before, but these were somewhat different. Hearing Liang's words, he couldn't help but smile. "You're always trying to show off your skills." "Don't worry, I remember your kindness." Lyang grinned back. "Look at you. I didn't ask for any favors. I just thought you'd been working hard hunting lately, so I specially polished these stone knives so you could use them for self-defense when you go out." Damu felt very comforted by these words. As a warrior of the tribe, hunting was their duty. They had done it for decades. It wasn't really hard work, but having someone remember his kindness and say a few words of praise made him feel very good. "I'll try out this stone knife first. If it works well, each get one," he said, stroking the stone knife with his fingers, a smile playing on his lips. The stone knife used in the tribe for cutting meat was indeed useful. A whole wild animal was quickly sliced apart, and even when slicing meat, the knife cut extremely fast, its sharpness evident. However, for dealing with live animals, the stone knife was still too short. A long stick was more suitable for hunting. But he thought further ahead. It wasn't always a group hunt. There would always be close combat. In those situations, wielding a sharp stone knife, a single strike could surely inflict serious injury. But these were just his thoughts. He needed to test it out before making a decision. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. As he grew older, the people in the tribe became somewhat restless. He would grow old one day, and Fong was indeed much younger than him and had demonstrated his bravery to the people. No wonder his prestige was not what it used to be. Lyang, however, puffed out his cheeks and widened his eyes. If they're useful, then they'll have to sharpen them themselves. The three of us can't sharpen that many stone knives. It would exhaust us. Boji scoffed and replied, I think you're just trying to be lazy. He couldn't see the point of using stone knives for self-defense. A long stick would be much better. As long as you swung it in a wide arc, wild beasts wouldn't be able to get close. Stone knives were too short to scare wild beasts at all. If they got close, it would only add to the danger. The Inshan tribe has changed considerably since then. Previously, almost everyone would return to their caves to rest as soon as it got dark. This was a survival strategy. Making any noise in the pitch black would easily attract wild animals. But now, things are very different. With fire, the flames frighten wild animals. Initially, they were afraid of fire, but gradually, as they became familiar with it and learned its benefits, they were no longer afraid. After eating and drinking their fill, the children chased and played in the firelight, while the adults, tired from a day's work, sat around the fire, chatting and reminiscing about the day's events, occasionally bursting into laughter. This scene was far more joyful and fun than the stagnant stillness of the past. Lyang, let's go play too. Yuang and the others are playing hide and seek. It's not fun playing during the day. It's much more fun now. Mangjong pulled Lyang, his voice filled with anticipation. Lyang was exasperated. Hide and seek was a game she had taught everyone, but nighttime wasn't safe. Hiding in the shadows was even more unsettling. The tribe hadn't been attacked by wild animals for a long time, and everyone had probably forgotten the dangers of the night. Why are you playing this at night? She asked nervously, worried that some might have wandered outside the tribal walls. We've been busy studying during the day, so we haven't had enough fun. Besides, look how dark it is all around here. Isn't it much more interesting than daytime? Mangjong asked excitedly, his face practically glowing. Lyang was speechless for a long time. These kids, born into the tribe, all had an adventurous spirit in their bones. She, with a soul from another world and having lived in a peaceful environment for so long, was indeed a bit too conservative. But they were still just children, and she worried about what might happen. Come on, let's go see where they're playing, she said, leading the way. Seeing this, Mangjong followed with a cheerful smile, completely oblivious to Lyang's worry. The two walked towards the source of the children's laughter and play, vaguely seeing several figures already running beyond the tribal compound wall. Previously, the wall would be closed after dark, but now, because everyone was still active and people frequently went outside to relieve themselves, it was only closed at bedtime. This made it easy for a group of children to sneak out. Why are they still running outside? It's nothing. They'll come back in a little while. Mangjong's tone was casual, not caring at all. When playing with others, he would also hide outside. Hiding inside the tribe would be easy to find, but hiding outside was much safer. He had done this before, but he dared not mention it to Lyang. Lyang took a closer look, observing the movement in the surrounding trees and bushes. She found that the children were indeed well-behaved and hadn't run far, hiding only around the village gate. They seemed relatively safe, which reassured her. It wasn't that she was overly concerned. They were her daily playmates, and losing any of them would be unpleasant. Come on, let's go out and look for them too. Mangjong pulled Lyang, his face full of enthusiasm. Despite their excellent concealment, they all possessed the instincts of wild animals and could easily find people. Lyang, unable to resist a playful urge, nodded. All right. The two stepped out the gate and groped around in the darkness for a while. It wasn't actually that dark outside. The moon was still hanging in the sky. However, stepping out of the light inevitably affected their vision, but after a short adjustment, they could quickly make out objects. They walked a short distance along the path when Lyang's ears twitched. She heard a rustling sound and quickly tugged at Mangjong. Look there. Following her finger, They saw faint sounds coming from a patch of weeds half an adult's height, causing the weeds to sway from side to side. There was definitely someone hiding there. Mangjong wanted to scare them, but she didn't make a sound and quietly approached. Lyang followed, wanting to see who was hiding there. This was truly a case of being overly cautious. If you hide well and don't make a sound, no one will notice. But by moving around while hiding, you're just attracting attention. Meng Zhong slowly approached, pinpointed the direction, and pounced. She missed, but in her haste, her fingers touched a furry ball. The feel of this wild animal was all too familiar, and she was immediately terrified, crying out, "Ah, ah!" Lyang, who was right beside her, was also startled by the sudden turn of events. But soon she felt something brush past her leg. Without thinking, she kicked out, her hasty kick carrying no weight. She quickly saw something fly about half a meter away, then land and run. Without a second thought, she chased after it. She had been training diligently lately, improving both her speed and strength. Combined with her inherited talent, she far surpassed other children her age in every aspect. Meng Zhong screamed twice, his heart pounding with panic and fear. Seeing Lyang chase after it, he followed immediately. He knew he was older than Lyang and couldn't let her run off alone. Besides, in times of danger, they should work together. He couldn't abandon his companion and run away. His panic quickly subsided. Lyang wasn't slow. The main problem was that she panicked for a moment at the unexpected turn of events, but quickly regained her composure. She chased after the thing for a while, then lunged forward. Feeling the struggle beneath her, she instinctively swung her fist and punched it down. She was quite strong. After a few powerful punches, she felt no movement. Before she could even see what was beneath her, Meng Zhong came running up, panting and flustered. Lyang, are you all right? He was terrified. The initial shock was manageable. He recovered quickly. But what if something had happened to Lyang who had followed him? Seeing she was unharmed, he felt a little relieved. Don't be afraid. It's all right now, Lyang said with a reassuring smile. That's good. Let's go back quickly. It's too dangerous outside. Before, he wouldn't have taken any warnings about danger, but now that he'd experienced it himself, he felt fear. Okay, let's go back now. Lyang nodded. She also felt it wasn't safe outside, especially at night. She stood up, grabbed the thing beneath her by the ear, and lifted it up. Caught off guard, Meng Zhong saw Lyang lying on the ground and assumed she had fallen. But when he saw her stand up and pick up a wild animal, the furry thing terrified him and made him scream loudly. What is this? Meng Zhong was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly. She had already been quite startled, and this sudden attack was almost too much even for an adult. I don't know what it is either. Let me take a closer look. Lyang looked up and examined the object in her hand, which was now motionless. It looks like a rabbit. It was rather large, and its fur was rather long. Quite different from the rabbits she remembered, which was why it took her so long to identify it. Meng Zhong, still reeling from the previous fright, was somewhat dazed upon hearing Lyang's voice. After a long pause, she stammered, "The rabbit? Is it dead?" Rabbits aren't very dangerous and usually avoid people. If she were unlucky enough to encounter a wild animal that would retaliate, it was hard to say whether Lyang could escape unscathed. She poked the rabbit with her finger. It's not dead yet. It's probably just unconscious. A hint of regret lingered in her voice. She considered herself quite strong, and she had used all her strength in those previous attacks, but she had only managed to knock the rabbit unconscious, not kill it outright. It seemed she still had a lot of practice to do. Hearing Lyang's regretful tone and looking at the rabbit she was carrying, Meng Zhong felt a mix of emotions. He was older than Lyang, yet he panicked and yelled at the slightest thing, while Lyang had managed to catch the rabbit. Compared to her, he felt far inferior. Looking at Lyang, his expression grew increasingly complicated. Not only was she smarter than him, but her hunting skills were also superior. What happened? What's going on? Footsteps and noise approached from nearby. Meng Zhong's screams and Lyang catching the rabbit and knocking it unconscious. This whole sequence of events happened in an instant. Those who heard the commotion rushed over almost immediately, but the limited visibility at night and the fact that they had chased it into the bushes delayed them a little. It's all right. Let's hurry back, Meng Zhong said hastily. Those who rushed over were mostly children hiding nearby. The adults in the tribe hadn't heard the commotion yet. The group of children were still confused, shouting and yelling without understanding why they were being told to go back. But then, by the moonlight, Lyang emerged carrying a rabbit, and their eyes widened in shock. The children living in the tribe were generally quite brave, but they still harbored a natural fear of wild animals. Seeing Lyang, a small child, carrying a rabbit, though rabbits can bite, they weren't very dangerous. They became nervous. Even though it was just a rabbit, what if there were others around? They all felt uneasy and cautiously looked around. One of the slightly older children swallowed hard, looking somewhat nervous, and said, "Let's go back quickly." The other children agreed, each moving cautiously along the group, constantly looking around warily as they moved further away. Only after entering the tribe's gate did the group breathe a sigh of relief and begin to concern themselves with the matter. "Lyang, did you kill this rabbit?" Lyang nodded. "It's not dead yet, just knocked unconscious." But even just that one sentence made everyone gasp. This rabbit was quite fast, and Lyang not only managed to catch it but also knock it unconscious. His skills were impressive. "How did you knock this rabbit unconscious?" "I just pinned it to the ground and punched it." The crowd was speechless. That was true, but the rabbit wasn't going to just lie there obediently and let you hit it. "What are you kids doing?" Seeing the group huddled in a circle, seemingly doing nothing, an adult craned their neck to look. And what they saw made their eyes widen. They quickly took a few steps forward, shoving aside the children blocking their way, and stopped right in front of Lyang. Where did this rabbit come from? Thinking back, all the prey they'd hunted seemed to have been divided up, skinned, and eaten long ago. Even if there wasn't any left, there shouldn't be one like this, still intact with its fur. Lyang just hunted it. "It's over there," a child replied, pointing outside, as if to assure him. "Just now, he hunted it." The area around the tribe was bustling with people, and while wild animals were rarely seen, they weren't entirely absent. After all, the surrounding forest was dense, and something could be hiding inside. The man scratched his head, quite incredulous. It wasn't surprising to find wild animals around. If an adult had hunted one, it wouldn't be a big deal. But looking at Lyang's physique, he was just a child, and even if he was taller than other children his age, he wasn't old enough to hunt. Incredulous, he raised his voice and shouted towards the crowd, "Come and see." Lyang hunted a rabbit. Previously, few people had noticed them, but his shout immediately attracted a number of people who began to walk towards them, including the Dama couple. Dama hadn't seen the child for a while and didn't seem inclined to look for her. The children in the tribe were mostly free range. As long as they were fed and watered, they were free to run around as they pleased, and the tribe didn't pay much attention. Hearing someone call out for Lyang, he didn't listen closely, assuming it was just a fight between children after all. Fights among children were common in the tribe. But upon closer inspection, good heavens! Lyang was carrying a rabbit, and it was quite large. Judging by its length, it was almost as tall as her. It was a wonder she was so strong, managing to hold it so tightly. "Let me see," Dama said, taking the rabbit from Lyang. He weighed it in his hand, then held it up to examine it closely. "Not bad, quite substantial. We could make a big stew after skinning it," Dama said, shaking the rabbit with a satisfied expression. Fuying ignored the rabbit and instead strode forward, pulling Lyang close for a thorough examination. Seeing no obvious injuries, she relaxed, saying, Are you hurt anywhere? You're quite brave, catching a rabbit without a sound. It's a good thing it didn't bite you. Even though rabbits are timid and hide from people, a bite from one could be quite painful for a little child like this. Don't worry, Mom. I'm perfectly fine. Mang Zhong was there too. If I couldn't catch it, he would have helped. The rabbit couldn't have bitten me, Lyang said with a grin. She felt a great sense of accomplishment after catching a rabbit. The law of the jungle dictates that only those who can catch prey can survive. Catching this rabbit filled her with confidence for the future. Although there would be even more formidable beasts outside, she was slowly growing up. Lyang caught a rabbit, and Damu was overjoyed, even more so than when he hunted a large meal himself. He didn't say much to the children, and carrying the rabbit, he walked back, laughing loudly all the way. Look, everyone. This is what my Lyang hunted. The onlookers echoed his praise, complimenting Lyang's skill. Although everyone was capable of hunting a rabbit easily, they were all adults now. Even when they were young, their first hunt was when they were around 10 years old. For Lyang's age to hunt anything, whatever it was quite impressive, and no one could deny that. Lyang stared at the rabbit, his eyes half closed as if he were about to wake up, but as Dama shook him around, he quickly drifted back to unconsciousness. Seeing Dama's joy, he couldn't help but grin as well. Look. This is what my Lyang hunted. Dama walked straight to the fire. Qinghe, Jianya, and the others sat around the fire, not moving. Hearing this, Qinghe's face lit up with a smile. Lately, he had received much care from Lyang, and his affection for her had only grown stronger. Hearing that Lyang had hunted it, he was naturally happy and couldn't help but praise her. Lyang is really amazing. She's so young, yet she can already hunt food. Over the years, the tribe had produced some notable figures. For example, Damu possessed superhuman strength, far surpassing ordinary people. Jianya was exceptionally brave, and Qinghe himself was quite skilled. But even they seemed somewhat inferior to Lyang. After all, at their age, they had never hunted anything. Ha. This child is indeed quite capable, Damu praised without reservation. Sharp Fong, watching Dama's boisterous laughter, felt a pang of unease. He wouldn't have reacted this way to any other child, regardless of their parentage, but this child was Dama's, so how could he feel happy? Was it really hunted by Lyang, or did you get it with someone else's help, or from someone else? Sharp Fong said with a grim face. Dama's laughter stopped abruptly upon hearing this. He had been so caught up in his joy that he hadn't had time to ask for details. Of course it was hunted by Lyang. I saw her catch the rabbit with my own eyes, and I saw her knock it unconscious. Mang Zhong had followed them all the way, intending to ask Damu for the rabbit to show off to his friends, but he hadn't expected Sharp Fong's words to make him so unhappy. Fong Ya was secretly chuckling to himself when this little brat suddenly appeared, and his face immediately turned cold. You say you saw it with your own eyes, so you saw it with your own eyes? I'd say you were lying. I don't know what you're up to. That child, Lyang, does have some skills. Fong Ya, it's wrong of you to doubt her like that, Qinghe said, dissatisfied. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Lyang is a child guided by the gods. Fong Ya, you shouldn't doubt her, Damu also said, his expression darkening slightly. That's right, Lyang hunted that rabbit, Mangzhong chimed in, not intimidated by Fong Ya's expression at all. The repeated rebuttals left Fong Ya feeling isolated and powerless, and he didn't argue much for a while, especially since the fact that Lyang was guided by the gods was something that everyone had to acknowledge. Lyang, you're amazing. How did you catch that rabbit? Lyang was surrounded by a group of children, and even a number of adults gathered around, all equally curious. The rabbit was probably dizzy from spinning around, or maybe it was in a panic, and I caught it. Lyang smiled, a mix of skill and luck at play. Wuling, if you were asked to catch a rabbit, could you do it? One of the children asked curiously. Wuling was the most skilled among the children under 10. Even the older Mu was no match for him. In short, he was definitely the most capable among the group of children, so comparisons were inevitable. Well, I can't say for sure. Wuling scratched his head. Despite being so much older than Lyang, he might not be able to catch a rabbit. Rabbits may not have many other skills, but they run incredibly fast, making them difficult to catch. Even some adults might not be able to catch one easily. What's so hard to say? If you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. Don't tell me you're not even as good as Lyang. Mu Yi, standing on the outer circle, said sarcastically. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Wuling, which humiliated him, he had tried to minimize his presence in the tribe. He avoided crowded places, but seeing people compare Wuling to Lyang made him happy. Lyang was indeed skilled, but she was still just a little girl, while Wuling was much older. Actually, there were many in the tribe who couldn't compare to Lyang, but everyone has pride, and no one would willingly admit it. Lyang was already intelligent, and now she even knew how to hunt, which elevated her abilities to another level. Hearing Mu Ye's words, Wuling thought about it seriously for a moment and finally nodded. You're right, I really can't compare to Lyang. Lyang can count and write. She knows many things I can't match. As for hunting, he didn't admit he was inferior to Lyang. Having often been out hunting, he knew more about it than most people, and he felt he wasn't too far behind in this area. Mu Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Wuling to admit so readily, acknowledging he was inferior to a mere brat like Lyang. He didn't know how to continue his mockery. However, no one seemed to belittle him. Thinking about Wuling's words, weren't they all inferior to Lyang? Counting and writing could be attributed to her intelligence, but now she had even caught prey. How could they compare? They were all older than Lyang. Now that you mention it, it seems we're all inferior to Lyang. Someone quickly came to the conclusion. Mu Yi listened, his eyes widening in disbelief. They were all dumbfounded, tacitly admitting they were inferior to a tiny Lyang. That little brat was indeed somewhat different, but that was all. To ask him to admit he was inferior to her was absolutely impossible. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Mu Yi could only curse and didn't know what else to say. These little rascals used to look somewhat decent, but now that he saw them, they were all spineless. He immediately lost interest and didn't want to stay any longer. Anyway, he would never admit that he was inferior to a little brat. In the hunting party, Damu patted Chingha on the shoulder. You look even more energetic than before after your injury heals. Chingha smiled in response. These past few days of recuperation have been thanks to Lyang. That girl is indeed quite different from other children. Damu looked pleased, and as he spoke, he took a stone knife from his waist and handed it to Chingha. This was devised by Lyang. She said it could be used for self-defense. Here, have one. Chingha hadn't paid much attention at first, but upon hearing that it was devised by Lyang, she immediately became more interested. She took the stone knife in her hand, examined it carefully for a few moments, tested the sharpness of the blade, and then, without saying a word, followed Damu's example and placed the stone knife at her waist. Seeing that he hadn't asked a single question, Damu put it away and said, Aren't you going to ask how to use it? Chingha looked up at him in surprise. I saw them cutting meat with stone knives. This stone knife looks different. The tip is somewhat sharp. Is it for stabbing, or perhaps for chopping? Anything made by Lyang is bound to be good. Because of Lyang's previous care, he had been able to regain his senses, and he had a strange confidence in Lyang. Hearing this, Damu burst into laughter again. Only you would believe such a tiny child. You're mistaken, he silently added. Not only do I believe her, but all the children in our tribe have complete faith in her. Even some adults highly praised her. Noticing Boji's frequent glances, he didn't say much more. Damu, constantly out and about, probably wasn't entirely aware of everything. He had spent the past month recuperating in the tribe, and he knew all too well Liang's prestige among the children. Even Wuling, usually a loner, obeyed Liang without question. These seemingly insignificant children were quite a handful. Getting them to listen, even learning to write, was no easy feat. "Father, what are you talking about?" Boji interjected, seeing the two so engrossed in their conversation. He constantly heard people talking about Lyang and the tribe, and he really didn't want to leave. He always heard people talking about her. Qinghe glanced at Boji, his gaze settling on the stone knife at his waist. He chuckled. "This stone knife looks quite nice. Boji, you'd better use it well." Damu had indeed given one of his 3 stone knives to his son. It made no sense to give something good to someone else instead of one's own family. He shared Qinghe's opinion. Lyang was no ordinary child, and the things she made were bound to be excellent. Boji's breath hitched. He had initially looked down on things Lyang made, but his father insisted, saying it was for self-defense, so he accepted it. After all, the outside world was indeed dangerous, with many wild beasts. Having something for self-defense was certainly helpful. Besides, he had implicitly accepted that Lyang was indeed somewhat extraordinary, even though he was reluctant to believe it. It's just a stone thing. Not only is it heavy to hold, but it's also questionable whether it's even useful. Yet you all treat it like a treasure. If you ask me, it's just a nuisance, Fong said mockingly, not even glancing at the 3 of them before walking past them. He didn't believe that a tiny child could come up with anything of value. A group of about 20 men, all muscular and bare-chested, each wielding a sharp wooden stick, slowly approached in a pincer movement. Directly in front of them were about 7 or 8 wolves, tearing at their newly captured prey, growling as they gnawed. Engrossed in their meal, the wolves were unaware of the approaching danger. Damu seized an opportunity, waved his hand, and the group charged forward with shouts. Startled, the wolves panicked for a moment before becoming aggressive. Damu and his men, however, remained calm. They were experienced in such hunts, conducting them daily. Fighting wild animals meant that fleeing first would only hasten their demise. It was better to confront them directly, as these beasts were known to prey on the weak. The group gripped their wooden sticks tightly, and the approaching wolves were stabbed with the sharp points. The wolves, though fierce, retreated slowly under their combined attack, whimpering as they retreated, their eyes still gleaming with ferocity. Fong gave a signal to those around him, and the wolves were subtly driven towards Qinghe's direction. Qinghe had recovered fully from his injuries after more than a month of rest, but having been away from hunting for so long, he was inevitably a little rusty. Seeing several wolves running towards him, his men were momentarily flustered, but their years of hunting experience prevented them from panicking too much. Seeing a wolf pounce on him, he quickly held his wooden stick in front of him to block. The wolf bit down on the stick and wouldn't let
go.
Seeing another wolf pounce, Qinghe had no choice but to abandon the stick. In his haste, he drew his stone knife from his waist and, without thinking, slashed at the attacking wolf. The stone knife was so thinly polished that he wasn't sure how effective it would be. It was certainly sharp enough, but he wasn't sure if such a powerful strike would break it instantly. However, to everyone's surprise, the stone knife struck, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Blood splattered everywhere, and the wolf that had attacked him collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. This sudden turn of events terrified the other wolves. Seeing their companion lying motionless in a pool of blood, fear was clearly visible in their eyes, and they trembled, retreating backward. Qinghe, regaining his composure, looked down at the stone knife in his hand. It was stained with blood, but the blade was intact, unbroken, without even a nick. He had used considerable force, yet it remained unscathed. Most importantly, he had slain a wolf and even frightened away several others, filling him with immense joy. Wolves were notoriously fierce and difficult to deal with, yet he had effortlessly cut one down. The wolves were terrified, and the group seized the opportunity to attack in packs. Damu and Boji, having witnessed the stone knife's effectiveness, also took it out and used it. In no time, they had subdued the remaining wolves. Chingha, your stone knife is pretty good. Do you have any more? I can use one too. Chingha, that was truly dangerous. Thank goodness you had a stone knife for defense. After clearing out the wolves, several people surrounded Chingha, asking him all sorts of questions. Some even took his stone knife to play with, thinking they should get one for themselves when they got home. They said it was really useful, as everyone had seen with their own eyes. Not only them, but even Boji, who had always looked down on Lyang, couldn't help but stare intently at the stone knife in his hand. The blade, too, was stained with blood. It hadn't been idle either, having killed 2 wolves before a feat he had never achieved before. He stood there, somewhat lost in thought, holding the knife. He disliked Lyang, but he quite liked the knife Lyang had forged. A conflicted expression flashed across his face. Fong, look at that stone knife. It's so useful. 2 burly men whispered beside Fong, forcibly suppressing the urge to go and take a look. Such a fine weapon was essential for hunters like them. Fong's face showed surprise. He hadn't expected that a seemingly thin stone knife could kill a wolf with a single blow. This was unprecedented. Even the sharpest wooden sticks they used couldn't kill a wild animal with a single stab. They always needed dozens of thrusts, damaging the hide in the process. But that was secondary. The most important thing was that a single strike could kill a wild animal, greatly improving their safety and making hunting much easier. I didn't realize it before. No wonder Damu treasured it like a treasure, Fong said slowly, staring intently at the stone knife. We didn't know before, but now that we do, Fong, shouldn't we get one too? Such a good thing shouldn't be left to them. We should have one too. One of them stared at the stone knife, unable to look away. For them, having a sharp weapon was absolutely essential for survival. They had seen Chingha escape danger even in that perilous situation, demonstrating the value of the stone knife. How about we go back and find a stone to polish it? We've never done it before, so we don't know where to start, the man said, scratching his head. This thing was made by Lyang. We can just ask her when we get back. That little girl is all right. She wouldn't refuse to tell us. Why bother with that? Fong Yao scoffed and walked towards Damu. Damu was directing the men to gather the prey. His stone knife was proving very useful. He had already killed 3 wolves, and the rest of the group had only managed to kill 2 more. It could be said that most of the prey had died from the stone knife. The group laughed and joked, having already taken his stone knife to examine it closely. Each of them was thinking about getting one of those too. Damu, you're not being fair. You have such a good thing, but you only gave it to Chingha and not me. Don't you value me, Fongya? Fongya said in an unfriendly tone. I remember when we came out, someone said it was just a stone thing, nothing special. How come it's suddenly a valuable item now? Chingha sneered at Fongya's words. He was sure that even if Dama had given him one back then, Fongya would have probably refused it outright. He hadn't taken it seriously before. After all, Lyang was just a child. Because of his prejudice against Damu, he didn't want to believe that she could produce anything good, which was why he said those words. But now Chingha had shut him up, and he was speechless for a moment. All right, it's nothing. When we get back, I'll have Lyang make a few more. We'll each get one. No one will be left out, Dama said with a smile. Everyone had seen the benefits of the stone knife. Although only Fang spoke, he knew everyone wanted one. Stone was readily available and not a rare commodity. He'd have Lyang polish it when they got back. It would just take some time. Hearing this, Chingha immediately objected. Lyang is just a child. Her strength is limited. Sharpening so many stone knives at once will tire her out. Jianya's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, but he immediately glared angrily again. What do you mean? Are you saying only you are allowed to use the stone knives and there's no reason we can't? What's so difficult about that? Lyang is small and weak. Sharpening stone knives would indeed be a waste of time. It's better to let her teach everyone how to sharpen them. Not only will she learn a skill, but it'll also be easier to use something you've made yourself, Dama said calmly, observing their argument. This suggestion immediately resonated with everyone.
It was exactly right.
If they relied on Lyang to sharpen them all by herself, who knew when it would be her turn? It was much more convenient, and to their liking. Jinya finally fell silent. Qinghe was also satisfied. He knew that with so many people in the tribe, it would be incredibly tiring for Lyang to handle this task. He felt sorry for the little girl. After the group returned to the tribe, Lyang quickly learned of the power the stone knives had demonstrated, and she was quite pleased. She had initially worried that stone, being a simple material, wouldn't be as durable as steel and might break easily. However, they had surprised her. After a day of use, she carefully inspected the 3 stone knives and found them all undamaged and still usable, which naturally made her even happier. As for Dama's suggestion that she teach the others how to sharpen stone knives, she readily agreed. She didn't even personally intervene, letting Mangzhong and Yuang teach them, since 2 of the 3 stone knives were made by them. Seeing her happy expression, Qinghe couldn't help but smile as well. Thanks to the stone knife you sharpened, we've caught much more game today than usual. Qinghe had witnessed the changes in the tribe these past few days. With fire, everyone was eating cooked food, the number of sick people had decreased significantly, and the bone broth tasted quite good. Sometimes, when food was scarce, drinking more broth could fill their stomachs. Even some of the older people looked much healthier than before. Qinghe, do you believe our lives will get better and better? In the future, no one will lack food, and everyone will be able to eat their fill. Lyang said with a smile. No shortage of food, everyone being able to eat their fill for Qinghe, who had experienced hunger. This idea was incredibly appealing. However, reality was cruel. He couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that Lyang was still just an ignorant child. Your idea is good, but... Qinghe smiled and said, Don't worry, I will try my best to hunt more food every day from now on. It doesn't matter who goes hungry, I will make sure Lyang doesn't go hungry. He had received a lot of care from Lyang these days, and he was very grateful to her, and he wanted to treat her better than ever. Lyang looked at him speechlessly. It was clear he hadn't listened to her. But that made sense. Hunger was the norm in the tribe. Everyone was used to it. If you told them they wouldn't go hungry anymore, they'd definitely think it was impossible. I won't go hungry even if you hunt more, Lyang muttered, somewhat annoyed. Yes, our Lyang is capable. She'll never go hungry, Qinghe said, laughing heartily, in an indescribably good mood. Her tone was completely like coaxing a child, which annoyed Lyang. She had initially thought Qinghe was the one among the adults with whom she had the most in common, but it seemed she had been mistaken. Lyang, you're here. Come with me. Mangzhong, sweating profusely, grabbed Lyang and pulled her away. Lyang was already used to his impulsive manner. Without turning back, she waved to Qinghe and followed Mangzhong. What's the rush? She wondered why he couldn't even walk properly, and insisted on running. Mangzhong, without turning his head, said, You'll know when we get there. I can't explain it to you. Lyang found it amusing. What could such a tiny child possibly have that required such a haste? Finally stopping, Mangzhong raised his index finger and gently shushed her. Lyang understood and also moved quietly behind him. Like thieves, the 2 parted the grass to peek ahead. In the dim moonlight, they saw 2 figures talking under the shade of a tree. Damu, I really like you. A slightly coquettish voice reached her ears, and Lyang shuddered. She recognized the voice. It was Mei Tao, the tribe's most beautiful girl. And the person she was confessing to was Damu. This made her uncomfortable. Hee Mei Tao, I already have Fueying, so don't come looking for me anymore. Many young men in our tribe don't have wives. You can go find them. I think they'll be more than happy to help, Damu chuckled. Lyang nodded, relieved that Dama hadn't resisted temptation and remained calm. Otherwise, things could get complicated. He felt a mix of emotions. Now you know why we don't play with Yoon duo, right? Her mother is like that. She'll definitely be like that too, Mangjong said, pouting with disdain. What do adult matters have to do with children? Does this little brat Mangjong really think I don't understand anything? They're still young and don't care about looks now. Let's see if he'll still say that when he understands these things later. Don't speak yet. Lyang shushed her softly. She wanted to see if Damu could hold on until the end. Otherwise, Damu, don't you understand my feelings? I've liked you before, but you like Fueying more. Look at Fueying now. How can she compare to me? Damu, Meitao said sweetly. Despite having only one child, she didn't do much housework and rarely went hungry. In terms of appearance alone, she was indeed much better than Fueying. Although Fueying was the chief's wife, she had so many children and had to take care of them while picking wild fruits. She was much more tired than Meitao, so she naturally didn't look as pretty as Meitao. However, Fueying in her youth might not have been less pretty than Meitao. Meitao, don't say such things anymore. I didn't choose you then, and I certainly won't choose you again, Dama said firmly, then added after a moment. As for you saying Fueying isn't as good as you, I don't think so. In my opinion, she's much prettier than you. Having said that, he didn't even glance at her before turning and leaving. Damu, explain yourself. In what way is she prettier than me? Meitao asked indignantly. She would accept that she wasn't as good as Fueying in other aspects, but she couldn't accept that Fueying was prettier than her. Seeing this, Lyang secretly praised him. Damu was indeed Damu. He had never disappointed her. Seeing that the man had left, and unable to stop him, Meitao stomped her feet in anger. What angered her even more was that Damu was blind to her appearance, actually saying that Fueying was prettier than her. She couldn't help but touch her face, gazing at it in the dim moonlight through the shimmering water. Even though she could only see a rough outline in the water, she was very confident in her looks. She was resentful, but there was nothing she could do about Damu. Apart from Damu, any man in the tribe she fancied would be met with a smile, but the man she liked most never paid her any attention, and she was powerless to do anything about it. She stomped her feet angrily and left. Once the person was out of sight, the two little ones crawled out of the grass. Lyang, stay away from her if you see her in the future. My mother said she's not a good person. Not many people in our tribe like her, Mangjong said after watching Meitao walk away for a moment. Lyang thought to himself, you're wrong about that. Apart from the women, most of the men in the tribe like her. Just look at how she's maintained her youthful appearance despite living in such conditions, not someone ordinary women can compare to. Speaking of which, relationships between men and women in the tribe are rather casual. If a man and a woman like each other, they can live together. If they have children, they form a small family like Damu and Fueying. If there are no ulterior motives, they can live a peaceful life together. However, if conflicts arise, either party can easily separate and go their separate ways, with little constraint and considerable freedom. Of course, some relationships are quite chaotic. For example, a woman might be with one man today and with someone else tomorrow, as long as neither party objects and no one can interfere. Relatively speaking, women are at a disadvantage, but their ability to bear children is a significant advantage. Some women are also very strong-willed, highly critical of their men, and manage to keep them completely subservient. In short, this is an era without fixed patterns. Capable men can have multiple wives, and vulnerable women are willing to depend on them. Similarly, capable women can have multiple men, as long as they can control them. However, this is relatively rare, as women are naturally physically weaker than men. She hadn't paid much attention to these things before, but Meitao had caught her eye, which led her to learn more. Besides delicate beauties like Meitao, the tribe also had several fierce women. Not only were they fierce, but they were also physically strong, frequently going out hunting and reaping good rewards. They could support themselves and several, well,
Men.
of course, these men were all thin and weak, barely able to make a living. Stone knives became wildly popular in the tribe. Within just half a month, almost everyone, men, women, and children had one. The main reason was their ease of use. Besides hunting, even the women and children carried one with them, making chopping branches and cutting fruit much more convenient. As a result, Lyang's reputation in the tribe soared. Previously, only the women and children adored her, but now even the men who went hunting spoke highly of her. This made Damu quite proud, while Sharptooth felt a pang of envy. He secretly lamented that he didn't have a daughter like her. When it came to offspring, he was far inferior to Damu. He had once had a son, but he died young. However, he was much younger than Damu, so he could have children eventually. Sharptooth, what are you thinking about? Thinking about children, Sharptooth replied casually, only realizing after speaking that he had voiced his true thoughts. Child. Hey, Fong, do you want to have a baby? Meitao is the prettiest in our tribe. Why don't you go have a baby with her? The man said, then chuckled to himself, seemingly lost in thought. Fong felt a little dazed upon hearing this. Meitao was indeed the prettiest in the tribe, but her heart belonged to Damu. This immediately irritated him. Damu was the chief, always superior to him, and even Meitao's heart belonged to Damu. How could he be happy about this? Meitao is the prettiest, but that doesn't necessarily mean she'd want to have my baby, he said, his words dripping with sarcasm. Why wouldn't she be willing? Give her more food, feed her for a few more years, and she won't complain. The man continued nonchalantly. Women, they're all the same. Women can be affectionate, and women can be heartless. That's just how it is. Hearing this, Fong suddenly understood. He knew Meitao better than anyone. Giving her food in exchange, there was nothing she wouldn't agree to. He had indeed overthought things. You see things clearly. I almost misunderstood. Fong's lips curled into a sinister smile. What do you mean? See things clearly? Aren't we all the same? When someone's starving, they'll listen to whoever gives them food. He didn't believe Fong didn't understand such a simple principle. He did understand this principle, but because Meitao was so beautiful, he had always treated her differently. Now, thinking about it again, it was all the same. Speaking of which, this stone knife is really useful.
Look.
With a few swift strokes, the stone knife whizzed through the air, scattering slender branches across the ground with minimal resistance. Indeed, quite good, Fong echoed. The stone knife was exceptionally sharp, convenient for both hunting and everyday use. Even with his dissatisfaction with Damu, he couldn't honestly say it wasn't useful. That little girl, Lyang, is indeed quite something. I just gave her some food. Tell her to remember me if she gets anything good next time, the man said with a grin. As he listened, Fong Ya felt a little depressed again. If Lyang were someone else's child, he wouldn't mind at all, but he was Damu's child. A cool autumn breeze was blowing, and the weather was changing noticeably. Except for midday, it was chilly in the mornings and evenings. The grass and trees were gradually turning yellow. Autumn had arrived, and winter was not far behind. Fong dug out last year's animal skin clothes for Lyang to try on. However, Lyang had grown considerably in the past year, and no matter how Fong tried to put them on, they wouldn't fit, which made Lyang quite impatient. Mother, these clothes are obviously too small. Don't let me wear them. Animal skin is warm and considered a valuable item in the tribe. She knew Fong was frugal and wanted to wear them as long as they could, but clothes that were too small wouldn't be comfortable, even if she managed to squeeze into them. She strongly resisted wearing them, especially since she was quite active now. Clothes that were too small wouldn't hold up well, and she would be blamed if they tore. Fong also wore a helpless expression. Only you can prepare new clothes every year. When your older brother and sister were little, it's not my fault. They just weren't growing, Lyang chuckled. This was rather unpleasant to hear. Pu Chao pouted and said, "Mother, I want a new dress too." Fuying turned to look at her figure. She had grown a bit, so he nodded and said, "Make one too. Give Hongwu your clothes from last year. Hongwu won't need a new one." As the chief, Damu had no shortage of animal hides, but with a large family, Fuying was frugal. He wasn't concerned with aesthetics, but rather with keeping them warm. Hongwu's eyes widened at these words, but she quickly lowered them again. Fuying's decisions were rarely changed. Since he had said it, she couldn't argue with him anyway. This was a fact she had long understood, and even if she felt uncomfortable, she could only suppress it. Fuying continued, "New or old clothes, it doesn't matter. You all have enough to eat and wear, that's already very good. Think about how many people don't even have a single piece of clothing every winter, hiding in their caves, afraid to even leave, lest they freeze to death." In her eyes, these children's lives were much better than hers when she was a child. With Damu as their father and her as their mother, they rarely suffered from hunger or cold. Hearing this, Hongwu lowered her head even further. What could she say? Their family's life was indeed much better than many others. Mother is absolutely right. Clothes are for keeping warm. Whatever you tell us, Mother. Well, do it. Lyang quickly chimed in. She was afraid Fuying would lose control and drag them into reminiscing about the hardships of the past. She knew that their current life wasn't even considered very good, and hearing her recount those past sufferings made her feel like she was witnessing a human tragedy. Fuying listened with satisfaction, realizing that among the children, Lyang was the most obedient and understanding. She noticed that none of the older children responded to her. Only Lyang agreed. "I knew you were the best. Don't worry, Mother will make your clothes the most beautiful," Fuying assured her. Even if it was beautiful, it was still just a piece of animal skin clothing, but the sentiment behind it was precious. Lyang nodded repeatedly, a joyful expression on her face. "Mother, my clothes need to be made nice too." Pu Cao chimed in, not to be outdone. Hongwu, however, didn't even want to glance at them. "The chief is back." A child's cheer rang out, and a group of people, women and children, young and old, rushed out towards the tribe's gate. Welcoming returning hunting parties was a daily occurrence, but lately, the enthusiasm seemed even greater, as the hunting parties had been reaping even more bounties than before. Receiving such a welcome, the returning hunting parties wore expressions of excitement and anticipation, not only because of the welcome but also because they had brought back more food than usual. Autumn is a harvest season, and the various animals in the forest are extremely active at this time, as they need to store food for winter. This makes hunting easier, and with readily available tools, they are now catching more while the chances of injury are greatly reduced. How could they not be happy? This rabbit is still moving. Its fur is nice. We can make clothes from it, a child said with great interest, squatting beside a still-moving rabbit. "Wow, is that a pig? Look at its teeth. What's the use of a pig? You can't even make clothes from its skin," the child said with a hint of disdain. "Are you silly? Pig skin can't be made into clothes, but it's edible. What's more important than filling your stomach?" "That's true, but it's getting cold." "You really are silly. If it's getting cold, just prepare more firewood. Then you can sit by the fire every day. How cold can you get?" These words made many people look thoughtful, considering this possibility. Being near the fire was indeed very warm, and besides, they weren't completely without clothes. It was just that the winter was too cold, and their clothes were too thin to withstand the winter chill. Hearing this, not only the children were impressed, but even the adults beside them couldn't help but say, "You little rascal, you never seemed like much before. How come you've suddenly become so smart?" Ignoring the first part of the comment and taking the latter part as pure praise, Yuang straightened his back, a smug look on his face, and replied, "I didn't suddenly become smart. I've always been smart." Besides, Lyang said that even a slow learner can become smart through learning. Oh, so that's what Lyang said. No wonder. Upon hearing Liang's name, everyone suddenly understood. Seeing everyone praising Lyang, Yuang didn't show any displeasure. Lyang was indeed very smart. No one in the tribe could compare to her, so everyone was right to praise her. But that makes sense. Winter is hard enough as it is, and being hungry is unbearable. We absolutely can't let ourselves get cold. When we have free time, we should quickly store up more firewood. It's best to stay indoors as much as possible during winter. Just thinking about going out in this freezing weather with the cold wind blowing makes me uncomfortable. Exactly. Winter is so cold. Not having enough to eat and then being freezing, even the strongest body can't withstand that. Immediately, a group of women chimed in, some even huddled together, discussing how to prepare firewood, how much to prepare, that the firewood shouldn't get wet in the rain because it wouldn't burn, and where to store it to keep it dry without taking up too much space, and so on. A strip of meat, about the length of a finger, hung from a tree branch on a vine. Sunlight streamed in, and a breeze caused it to sway, casting dappled shadows. Lyang reached out, frowning, and took the meat down. Even from a distance, she could smell the stench. Now that she'd taken it down, the smell was even stronger. Her frown deepened, and she moved the meat away with obvious disgust. Upon closer inspection, she noticed something wriggling inside, which only increased her disdain. She tossed the meat aside, refusing to look at it again. Sigh, another failure, Lyang sighed softly. Recently, the tribe had had an abundance of meat. Everyone ate freely, yet there was still a surplus. So, she'd considered making this cured meat to store for winter, but her attempts had all ended in failure. It wasn't that she didn't know how to make cured meat, but rather that she lacked the essential ingredient, salt. Meat that hadn't been cured, whether placed in a cool, shady place or exposed to direct sunlight, invariably spoiled, rotted, and even infested with worms. It was fortunate she was the only one secretly experimenting. If others saw her wasting meat like this, they'd probably scold her. After several unsuccessful attempts, it seemed she couldn't make cured meat, and the meat couldn't be preserved either, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Lyang, Mengzhong, holding a piece of roasted meat, ran over from afar. Lyang, what are you doing? Here's a piece of roasted meat for you. Look, this is what I roasted. I roasted it a little longer than usual, so it's nice and crispy, but a bit dry and not very chewy. Meng Zhong scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Even Qingya disliked the meat he grilled, refusing to eat more than a single skewer. He gave it to Lyang, wanting her to experience his cooking. He didn't think the meat was bad. In fact, because it was grilled a bit dry, it was particularly chewy, which he found even more flavorful. It was just that Qingya didn't appreciate it. Lyang smelled the fragrant aroma and suddenly felt hungry. She reached out and took a large bite. The meat was a bit dry, and because she took such a big bite, she used some effort to bite off a piece. The lean, tough meat took a while to chew and swallow. Your grilling skills are really bad. This meat is like dried meat. Lyang was stunned as soon as she said it. Dried meat. Right, why didn't she think of that? If she can't make cured pork, she can make dried meat. She can roast the lean meat until it's dry, and it'll keep for a while. She can eat it directly, or she can put it in a pot to make soup. Besides, the fat can be rendered into animal fat and preserved. She can cook some wild vegetables with it in a broth with some oil, and that'll fill her up. Seeing her lost in thought, Meng Zhong was a little confused and asked, "What's wrong?" "Hey, Meng Zhong, you've really helped me. You gave me a great idea." Lyang patted his shoulder and jumped up excitedly. "What did I do to help?" He was quite bewildered that he could be of any help. All he had to do was bring her a piece of meat he had roasted. "Let's hurry up. You'll see in a bit. This time we've really solved a big problem." Lyang reached out and pulled him along, then they ran off into the distance. Lyang first ran back to her cave, retrieved a large piece of meat, carefully removing all the fat and keeping only the lean meat. Meng Zhong followed her, somewhat confused. "Lyang, aren't you full yet?" Well, you have a big appetite these days. You eat a lot.
I'll go.
Don't say anything yet. I've thought of a new dish. Let's go make it now, Lyang interrupted him, pulling him along as they ran off like the wind. The two found a secluded spot, gathered some firewood, and started a fire. Lyang then used a stone knife to cut the meat into strips, set up a wooden rack, arranged the strips of meat neatly, and placed them above the fire to roast over a small flame. Mangjong followed Liuyang's instructions, helping out. After everything was ready, the two wiped their sweat and sat by the fire, watching. He looked somewhat confused. Lyang, this meat is too far away. It's roasting too slowly. Should we move it closer? The fact that he could roast meat so dry showed he had a good grasp of controlling the heat. No, we want to roast it slowly like this, to render out all the moisture, turning it into jerky. That way it can be preserved longer, won't spoil, and will be perfect for winter, Lyang said calmly, his eyes fixed on the fire. We can save it for winter? Mangjong was overjoyed, asking repeatedly, Is it true? Is it true? He was a bit older than Lyang and had experienced 2 more winters. Winter was truly unbearable cold, hungry, and listless all day. Winter was his least favorite season. If there was food and warmth from a fire in winter, he certainly wouldn't dislike it anymore. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out by trying. Keep a close eye on the heat. It can't be too high or too low. Okay, don't worry. I'll definitely keep a close eye on the fire. Mangjong hadn't been paying much attention at first, but after hearing Lyang's words, he immediately stared intently at the fire. Lyang chuckled and patted him, saying, You don't need to be so nervous. We'll just keep an eye on it. This stuff roasts slowly. You'll get tired soon. It's all right. If we can preserve the meat until winter, I think everyone would be willing to endure any hardship. Thinking about how much fruit Chinya had been bringing home every day, but how those fruits would spoil quickly and wouldn't last the entire winter, leaving them hungry again. Lyang was somewhat speechless. It was true. The fear of winter was ingrained in everyone's bones. Mentioning winter always brought a somber mood. Even though everyone was busy bringing home a lot of things, winter was so long. All right then, keep an eye on it. These are just for testing purposes. If they work, we'll tell everyone how to do it. You'd better remember these steps now, and then you can teach them, Lyang said, smacking her lips. Teaching just one person is enough. She's a little impatient teaching so many. She'll just let Mangjong teach them later, which will save her trouble. Mangjong grinned as he listened. Don't worry, I've remembered everything. Just hand it over to me, and I guarantee I'll teach them all. He already had a lot of experience teaching people. Lyang, come here quickly. You've been disappearing these past few days. Fong waved to her from afar. That's how parents are. When their child is nearby, they find the noise annoying. When they can't see them for a second, they worry maybe they've bumped into something or run off outside. Lyang ran over with a grin, took a strip of meat from her pocket, and handed it to Fong. Mother, try this jerky. I've been busy making it these past few days. Speaking of jerky, it's really hard to roast. She and Mangjong watched it closely for 2 days before it finally looked like this. A hard piece was stuffed into her hand. Without even looking at it closely, Fong put it straight into her mouth. She bit down, and before she knew it, her teeth were soft. She took it out to examine it carefully. What was this again? It's so hard. Can I even eat it? Lyang quickly explained. It's meat. Roasting it removed the moisture. That's why it's so hard. It's quite fragrant if you chew it. Hearing it was meat, Fong didn't mind the hardness. She took another bite, this time prepared a small bite and managed to bite off a small piece. She chewed it vigorously. To be honest, the taste of this jerky wasn't as good as roasted meat, nor was it as tender as boiled meat. She wasn't exactly known for her strong teeth, and it was genuinely difficult for her to eat. It's all right to eat, but it's too hard, very difficult to chew. After just a few chews, her teeth were already soft. She figured even older people couldn't eat this. It's just dried meat, isn't it? Lyang made a face at her, then ran to Damu's side. What good stuff do you have? You only give it to your mother, forgetting about your father, Damu teased, glancing at her. How could I forget my father? She said, taking another strip of meat from her bosom and handing it to Damu. Damu took it, examining it closely. The charred meat strip smelled delicious, but it was hard and unappetizing, making him reluctant to put it in his mouth. You mean this is edible? He frowned slightly. Such perfectly good meat ruined like this. If it were any other child, he would have scolded them, but knowing Lyang was always sensible, he held back. Of course it's for eating. This is meat, but it's been roasted to remove the moisture. Father, try it and see how it tastes. It's probably not as good as roasted or boiled, but since the meat is dry, it's easy to preserve. It should keep for a long time without spoiling, Lyang quickly explained when he saw him frown. You mean it can be preserved for a long time? Damu immediately became interested. Autumn is the season with the most game, the easiest to catch, but also the hardest to preserve. It spoils in just a couple of days, and if left any longer, it gets crawling with insects and becomes inedible. So, hunting more game is useless. When winter comes and hunger strikes, they still go hungry. But if this meat can be preserved longer, storing more dried meat this season will make winter less of a food shortage. Plus, this year they have fire, so this winter won't be so difficult. Thinking of this, he hurriedly put the dried meat in his hand into his mouth. He had to savor it properly. No matter how it tasted, as long as it was edible, that was fine. Damu, fully prepared, bit into the jerky. It felt a little hard at first, but the more he chewed, the more fragrant it became. The aroma of meat filled his mouth with each chew, making it taste delicious and increasingly flavorful. He swallowed one bite, then immediately took another large bite, slowly chewing it. Lyang looked up, waiting for his answer, but he just kept eating, one bite after another, unable to stop, until he had finished a whole strip of jerky. Only then did she see a look of unsatisfied enjoyment on his face. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask, Father, how is it? It tasted pretty good. Damu smacked his lips, savoring the taste. Just pretty good? Lyang pursed her lips. Judging from Damu's expression, the jerky tasted much more than just pretty good. Damu glanced at her expression and immediately laughed. I think it's quite delicious, but you need good teeth. If your teeth aren't good, you definitely won't be able to chew it. Is this jerky easy to make? If it can be preserved, we can make a lot and store it for winter. As he said this, he was already planning in his mind to make jerky from everything that could be made so that they wouldn't go hungry in winter. That was exactly what she was planning. Hearing Damu's words, Lyang immediately replied, It's quite easy to make, just need to carefully watch the heat. But it's not difficult at all. The difficult part is that we'll have to work harder hunting lately. Without the ingredients, they couldn't make jerky, so they needed to harvest more game. This isn't a big problem. It's harvest season and wild animals are very active, making it a perfect time for hunting. Damu was quite confident about this. Hunting at this time of year was far better than in winter. Think about winter, the wild animals wouldn't even show their faces. You could search the entire mountain and still not find a single one. Father, I have a suggestion. Oh, what suggestion? Damu asked seriously. He no longer treated his youngest daughter as a child, so he naturally took her words more seriously. I heard Chingha say that everyone's fighting ability has improved since we got the stone knives. So I think, since that's the case, why not divide the warriors into 2 teams, each supplemented with more men, and then split into 2 routes? That way, we can catch more prey every day, Lyang said thoughtfully. After listening, Damu began to seriously consider the suggestion. With the stone knives, hunting was indeed much easier, but manpower was somewhat wasted. Some of the followers hadn't lifted a finger from start to finish. Fong, the one who loved to slack off, hadn't lifted a finger for 2 or 3 days. Since the hunting was all voluntary, Damu couldn't say much to him. Fong wasn't a good-natured person either. If he brought it up, things would definitely get messy. He was immediately interested in Lyang's suggestion. The tribe needed more meat to make jerky for winter, so they had to put more effort into hunting. They couldn't be so lazy anymore, just hunting a little to get enough to eat and drink. Your idea is good. Tell me, how exactly should we divide it? Damu asked, not ashamed to ask, bowing his head to Lyang for advice, his expression serious and solemn. This made it impossible for Lyang to give a perfunctory answer, and his expression also became even more serious. Lyang thought carefully, taking into account all the existing conflicts within the tribe before speaking. Father, how about this? After a slight pause, he continued, you and Sharptooth will each lead a small team. As for the allocation of personnel between the two teams, I think we should follow the principle of voluntariness. If anyone wants to slack off or doesn't want to go hunting, then we can force them to be assigned. You can each choose according to your needs. This proposal, if Sharptooth agrees, will be accepted without incident and can proceed smoothly. Besides Sharptooth, the troublemaker, no one else in the tribe has such ability and temperament. Sharptooth certainly won't object, as he has always wanted to prove himself. Dividing the tribe into two teams will create an implicit competition. If he wants to surpass Damu in every way, then leading a hunting team alone will definitely be something the higher-ups will do their best to achieve. Damu listened, his mind racing with thoughts, before finally laughing. Your idea is indeed quite good. I was worried that Fong wouldn't agree, which would inevitably lead to a lot of arguments. This way, it saves us a lot of trouble. He was a straightforward man, always acting simply and directly. He got straight to the point, and if someone disagreed, he'd fight it out. He had absolutely no patience for arguments and quarrels, but as the leader, he couldn't avoid them, and most of the time he had to suppress his temper and reason with people. If you want to get ahead, you need to have the ability. Whether you have the ability or not isn't something you can just say. You have to prove it with facts. You have to show everyone what you've accomplished, Lyang said with a smile. Aren't you worried that your father won't be as good as him? Damu asked curiously. Lyang feigned surprise, asking, does father lack confidence in this? Damu, as the leader, commanded the tribe, making him the most powerful warrior. His abilities were undeniable. She didn't believe he couldn't defeat Jianya. Jianya certainly possessed some skill, but his boasting surpassed his hunting prowess. How could that be? Damu's expression turned serious. Although he was older and not as strong as in his youth, he wasn't much weaker. Thanks to his innate strength, even now he was stronger than most warriors in their prime. He would never admit to old age, nor would he concede defeat. That's it. Lyang smiled broadly. She genuinely wasn't worried. Damu was the leader, possessing strong leadership qualities. Hunting was always a team effort. Individual combat strength played a role, but ultimately, it depended on teamwork. Fong's individual combat skills are strong, but command and management are his weaknesses. However, this is because he lacks experience in this area. He'll likely improve with more experience leading teams. But it's also good to temper his arrogant nature. After all, they're all part of the Inshan tribe. It's always best to stay united. Dama chuckled at her cute expression and ruffled her hair. You little rascal. How am I rascal? I'm just thinking about our tribe. As long as everyone's lives improve, our tribe's growth will be just around the corner, Lyang said boldly. These words were quite inspiring. As the leader, Damu naturally wanted to strengthen the tribe, and this idea was deeply rooted in his heart. What he didn't expect was that Lyang, who was so young, also had such thoughts. This made him quite emotional. With Damu's help, everything else became much easier. Lyang handed over the jerky-making process to Mengzhong, who then taught the others. Within a few days, all the women and children in the tribe had learned how to make jerky. They all knew that jerky was a food to be stored for winter, and they all prepared it with great care. Following Liang's advice, Fuying divided the tribe's women into two groups. One group continued to go out and gather wild fruits, while the other stayed in the tribe to oversee the fire and make jerky. With this division of labor, everyone was busy, yet everything was orderly and efficient. Lyang, what are you doing again? After Mangzhong taught everyone how to make jerky, there was nothing left for him to do. He was just a little kid. Even if he were asked to help, he couldn't do much. Now that everyone had learned, he was still left to play by himself, which felt a bit like discarding a helpful person after they'd served their purpose. However, Mangzhong didn't mind. After all, he was just a child, at the age where he should be playing. It would be too much to ask him to constantly stay by the fire. Lyang was holding wild fruit, placing it on a wooden board and slicing it. With swift strokes, a thin slice of fruit was cut off, and beside her was a large pile of sliced wild fruit. She was so busy that she didn't even look up, replying, "I'm cutting wild fruit, didn't you see? I saw you, but why are you cutting this? If we can't finish it all at once, it'll be a waste. If the adults find out, they'll scold me again." Wasting food is the most unforgivable thing. I'm not just cutting these for fun. Look at all that meat. It can be cut into strips and roasted into jerky. I was thinking we could also roast these wild fruits into dried fruit and store them for winter. When we don't have enough jerky, dried fruit is just as good. Besides, eating jerky all the time isn't good. Having dried fruit to go with it makes for a balanced diet. And the sweet and sour dried fruit can also be a snack, so we won't be bored when we have nothing to eat. That's right.
How come I didn't think of that?
Lyang, you're so clever. Hearing her suggestion, Mangzhong immediately took it to heart, pulled out his stone knife, and exclaimed, "Lyang, let me help you cut them. You can't manage alone. How long will it take to cut so many fruits?" He then started cutting. Hey, don't cut it haphazardly. Watch closely, cut it like this, into thin slices. That way it dries easily. Cutting it as thick as yours won't work. It might spoil before it's even dried, Lyang quickly reminded him. Okay, I'll be careful.
Cutting it thin, right?
No problem, Mangzhong readily agreed. He hadn't tried dried fruit before, and he'd like to get a taste. After all, anything Lyang made was delicious. He figured the dried meat would get even better the more you chewed it, and the dried fruit would probably be similar. How's their meat jerky coming along? Have they left out all the fat? Lyang asked. She'd left the task to Mangzhong, occasionally glancing over but not interfering. She just let them grill it themselves. It's all right, everyone's pretty much learned it. They've even reserved the fat. They all know you said you were going to fry the fat into oil or something, and they want to see how you do it, so they can do it themselves later. Mangzhong quickly replied. Okay, I'll go teach them in a bit. Fatty meat can be eaten directly, but eating it all is too oily and can easily upset your stomach. It's better to render it into oil and store it for later use. Liang's here. Come and see what we're going to do with all this fatty meat. Everyone's waiting, Qingyao said, pulling her over as soon as she saw her, pointing to a large pile of cut-off fatty meat. Some animals have almost no fat, like rabbits and chickens, while pigs have a lot of fat. However, other animals still have some fat, and rendering it into oil is quite good. She didn't say much, pointing to the empty stone pot, and had someone start a fire. After getting the first stone pot, the tribe quickly got a second, a third, and now there are about 10 pots. After all, with so many people, 1 or 2 pots aren't enough. Before, when they ate raw food, everyone would share the meat and eat their own, without bothering each other. Now that it's cooked, everyone prefers to cook it all together. More meat makes for a richer, more flavorful broth, and with both meat and broth, it's enough to fill you up. Watching the stone pot heat up, she added all the fatty meat and lard. Instantly, a plume of white smoke rose, and the pot sizzled, releasing a fragrant aroma. Everyone watched her movements, and then added their own pieces of fatty meat and lard to the pot, stirring and frying. Be careful, everyone. Don't get too close to the pot, or the oil will splatter and burn you, Lyang warned. Upon hearing this, Qingyao wiped a drop of oil that had just splashed onto the back of her hand, nonchalantly saying, "It's nothing serious. We're tough-skinned. A little bit won't burn us." Everyone here works in the sun and wind every day, their hands calloused and thick, so a little burn really wouldn't bother them. The blazing sun was quite reassuring to them. Thinking about frying oil, it used to be something only done during festivals. Every December, her grandmother would fry a pot of pork fat, and after frying it, she would coat strips of meat in batter and fry them into crispy pork. One bite, and it was crispy and fragrant, definitely one of the few delicious foods she had as a child. Right now, she was also craving crispy pork, but unfortunately, she didn't have any batter, and even with a pot of oil, she couldn't fry up that delicious treat. That dried meat smells really good when roasted. I didn't expect the fatty meat to smell so delicious when fried like this. Qingya sniffed, thinking back to how meat used to be just a quick bite to fill her stomach. Now, however, meat is prepared in countless ways, and it's delicious no matter how it's cooked. "Our lives are definitely getting better and better," Qingya exclaimed. This immediately drew agreement from the others. "It's definitely getting better and better. Before, we'd start worrying before winter even arrived. Now we're so busy preparing food for winter that we don't even have time to worry." This remark immediately drew laughter from everyone. The chief is so clever. He and Fong each led a team out hunting, and now they bring back so much more food each day. That's great. We can make lots more dried meat, and we won't go hungry this winter. That's right. That's right. I told you long ago, the chief is the most capable person in our tribe. Now you believe me, right? Hey, believe it or not, our chief is the strongest in our tribe. No one can compare, not even Fong. A group of people chimed in. Lyang listened with a slight smile, not interrupting, simply listening. During this time, Dama's prestige in the tribe had been rising steadily, while sharp Fong had faded into obscurity. The more this happened, the more resentful sharp Fong became, and he put even more effort into hunting, which was undoubtedly a great thing for the tribe. But just as Lyang had guessed, no matter how hard sharp Fong tried, he couldn't catch up with Damu. Just looking at how he hadn't seemed as spirited as before, one could understand his feelings. The oil was ready, and the cracklings were scooped out. Lyang picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. It was crisp and crunchy, the oily aroma filling her mouth. She couldn't help but eat another piece, savoring the delicious flavor. Seeing her actions, the others also picked up pieces and put them in their mouths. "It tastes so good. I can't stop eating it," Qingya exclaimed after eating several pieces. "Anything Lyang makes is delicious. But this oil looks like water. Can it really fill our stomachs?" Someone asked skeptically. "This oil can't be eaten directly. It needs to be eaten with other things. Eating more oily and meaty foods will keep you from getting hungry," Lyang explained. However, they usually ate mostly meat and very few plants. Aside from various wild fruits, they didn't eat any other plants. It wasn't that they didn't eat them at all, but many people had died from plant poisoning in the past, which instilled in them a fear and a belief that plants were inedible. Therefore, few people dared to try them. When they were extremely hungry, some would grab a handful of leaves and stuff them into their mouths. It's easy to imagine how unpalatable those leaves were. Naturally, they didn't have a good impression of plants. The plants of today are quite different from those of later generations. Lyang hadn't tried them all, so he didn't know which were edible and which weren't. He could only explore them gradually in the future. "I don't know if this oil is good or not, but the cracklings are really delicious. I've eaten several pieces already. It's very fragrant when you chew it, unlike dried meat. Dried meat is a bit hard. It's fragrant, but your teeth feel soft afterward. This crackling is easy to eat." Someone tasted it carefully and pointed out the difference. "If you find it too much trouble, you can also boil the dried meat in a pot." Lyang said to boil it into a big pot of soup and eat it warm and comforting. "It'll fill your stomach and warm you up at the same time." That's right. We have so many more ways to eat these days. But it's all thanks to Lyang for coming up with these good ideas. If we were still like before, who knows how many people would be gone by the end of winter? We were just talking about something happy. Why are you bringing that up? Before, we had no choice. Now, if we do more work and store more food, winter will be easier. Qingya interrupted, bringing the conversation back on track. Yes. If we work harder now, we won't go hungry in winter. I feel like life is getting more and more energetic, much easier, unlike before when I was always worrying about this and that, which made me uneasy. Don't worry, our lives will get better and better from now on. We won't suffer from cold or hunger anymore, Lyang said earnestly to them. The rendered oil was poured into clean bamboo tubes. Once the oil cooled, it would solidify and wouldn't spoil easily, allowing it to be stored for later use. Making more would be enough to last the entire winter. Although the villagers felt the oil was like water and wouldn't fill their stomachs, they had watched it being fried from meat. If the meat was edible, the oil must be too. They figured it was probably similar. While they complained about not being full, they agreed in their hearts. After all, food was precious, and anything edible was worth cherishing. Recently, the men, women, and children of the tribe were all very busy. At this time of year, everyone was busy, but unlike previous years, their faces were filled with smiles, unlike the worries of the past. Even their light footsteps conveyed their cheerful mood. Lyang particularly liked this atmosphere and smiled. She was arguably the most idle person in the tribe. Although she was the one who created all these things, and everyone frequently asked her for help, once they learned, they wouldn't let her do any work. They each took care of their own tasks and could manage on their own. So, she remained as leisurely as ever. But in reality, she wasn't truly idle. She continued teaching a group of children. Those who weren't doing chores almost always gathered together to study. The adults in the tribe were quite caring towards the children. Children under 10 were rarely assigned any work, so the number of children studying hadn't decreased much. After each lesson, the group of children would run off in all directions like crazy. Lyang didn't join their madness. Instead, he ran to a corner of the tribe to check on the herbs that had been transplanted earlier. These herbs weren't too difficult to grow. They had all survived after being transplanted and watered daily. However, with autumn approaching, their leaves were starting to yellow, and in a few days, all the leaves would fall off, and the trunks would die. Next year, he would have to transplant more. But looking at the few seeds on the branches, he thought he could try sowing and cultivating them himself next year. These things were naturally self-sufficient. With careful tending, they shouldn't be too difficult to keep alive. Lyang, come quick. The chief and Fong are back. They hunted a lot of game today. We'll not only have meat to eat, but also animal hides to make clothes. Mangzhong ran up, his face flushed, shouting and waving at Lyang from afar. Hey, coming, Lyang replied, then walked towards him. In high spirits, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Laughter and joy have filled the tribe recently, and the hunting teams have always had a great harvest. It seems that everyone is putting in a lot of effort to prepare for the winter. Thinking that she could harvest more herbs, dry them and store them, this winter and every winter thereafter, wouldn't be as difficult as before. She would have enough to eat and wear, and the frequency of illness would be greatly reduced. But everyone gets sick sometimes, and the stockpiled herbs could provide some relief. She could foresee that this winter would be much easier, and the tribe's manpower would certainly not suffer significant losses due to these reasons. After all, the world is lush with vegetation, and survival isn't as difficult as one might imagine. Spring had come again. In the forest, trees grew tall and short, sprouting tender green leaves, layer upon layer, the dense foliage blocking out the sun's rays. Beneath the shade, weeds grew abundantly, fallen leaves mingling, occasionally emitting a pungent, decaying smell. Lyang hid behind a tree, his left hand gripping a poplar bough, his right knocking a sharpened bamboo arrow. His eyes were fixed intently ahead, unblinking. A rustle in the grass, and the arrow shot out with a whoosh. Immediately, a wild beast's cry rang out. The creature hidden in the weeds was exposed, struggling fiercely. Clearly, the arrow had only wounded it, not killed it. Lyang, however, sheathed his bow, drew his stone knife from his waist, and with a few leaps, vanished into the distance. "Don't go any closer. Be careful." Meng Zhong's voice came from behind, but Lyang ignored it, stepping forward and swiftly slashing down on the struggling beast, killing it instantly and decisively. Meng Zhong hurriedly emerged from behind a tree, quickly examining Lyang to make sure. She was unharmed. He then said, "A wounded beast is most ferocious in its death throes. Be careful next time. Don't rush in so recklessly. What if you hurt it?" His heart had been pounding earlier. "The beast is fierce, but I'm not bad either. Don't worry." Lyang's eyes shone with excitement, finally giving her a chance to examine her prey. This was her first time hunting with a group, and arguably her first time leaving the tribe and venturing into this endless forest. She was incredibly excited. She knew how rare it was for her to be allowed to come along. She had begged Damu countless times, but he had always refused. Having finally managed to come out, how could she return empty-handed? In the tribe, children were generally considered adults around 13 or 14 years old, their height nearly matching that of adults, and thus eligible to hunt with the group. But Lyang was only 10 this year. Even though she tried to show her difference, everyone still saw her as a child. However, Meng Zhong had the advantage of height. Even at only 12, he had already come along several times, which made her incredibly envious. Speaking of Meng Zhong, he hadn't been much taller than her when they were young. Perhaps because the tribe hadn't lacked food in recent years, he had grown rapidly. He was only 2 years older than her, yet he was a head taller. While she was actually on the taller side, she still couldn't compare to him. Otherwise, she could have looked like an adult herself. "Lyang, this is a wolf. You're really amazing. You caught a wolf on your first hunt. Wolf meat isn't very tasty, but the fur is quite nice. Keep it to make clothes for winter. It'll be very warm." Meng Zhong said with a grin, his previous worries gone. You see, it was his first time going out hunting, and he was extremely nervous. He was constantly on guard, worried that wild animals might suddenly appear, so he couldn't relax at all, and ended up not catching anything. Of course, he wasn't the only one who returned empty-handed on his first hunt, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, you couldn't find another person like Lyang in the tribe. Lyang was delighted to have caught something on her first outing. It had been a rare treat for her in all these years, and this success meant she could hunt more often in the future. Even though she was still young, catching prey proved her skill, and even Damu's objections couldn't stop her from venturing out of the tribe. "Take the prey with you. Let's go rejoin the main group." Damu and the others had been attacking a wild boar, refusing to let the two children join in, insisting they watch from the sidelines to learn how to hunt wild animals. Lyang had learned many combat techniques, but Damu and the others were fighting instinctively, relying on practical experience. Lyang didn't overestimate herself and watched the whole process attentively. Only after the group had rendered the wild boar powerless did she pull Meng Zhong and the other man into an ambush behind them, making a few small movements. Damu was watching her closely. If she didn't seize this opportunity, she wouldn't have had a chance. Of course, she could understand Damu's feelings. It was normal for him to worry about her safety after bringing her out. After all, she was still just a child. Even if she eloquently claimed she could protect herself, it wouldn't change everyone's concerns. As soon as the two of them peeked out, Damu's gaze swept over them. Seeing that she was all right, he seemed relieved, but then his eyes fell on the wolf in Meng Zhong's hands, and his expression changed. He walked towards them. As the leader, Damu naturally possessed an air of authority, especially after just experiencing a battle. His body was covered in blood, and his eyes were bloodshot, making him look even more frightening than usual. Meng Zhong was so frightened by him that she shrank back, glancing nervously at Lyang every now and then. "Where did you run off to?" "Right behind me. I heard some movement in the bushes, so I ambushed and shot a wolf," Lyang replied straight, a hint of pride in her expression. Noticing Dama's worry, she added, "You didn't fight the wolf, so you're safe." Dama saw that she was clean and showed no signs of a struggle, so he didn't say anything more. He then examined the wolf. A bamboo arrow was stuck in its neck, and its fur was in good condition. Wolf meat wasn't very tasty, but it was still meat. The intact fur was more useful. "Don't run around like that next time. The forest is dangerous," Dama said, his tone not stern, but rather tinged with relief. Lyang knew he wasn't angry with her, and felt even more relieved. She obediently nodded. "Father, don't worry, I won't run around. I just heard a noise and was worried the wolf would rush out and hurt people, so I shot it." Dama listened, his expression becoming increasingly gratified. He had encountered similar situations many times before. While fighting wild beasts, the smell of blood would attract other animals, and these unexpected attacks were the hardest to defend against. That's why the forest is said to be dangerous. Next time you encounter such a situation, you can call for your father. It's fortunate it was just a wolf. What would you have done if you encountered a pack? Dama said, his gaze fixed on the two of them. It was precisely because I found there was only one that I shot at myself. If there had been many, I would not have dared to go forward and would have called for my father. Furthermore, even if I had not killed it with one arrow, I would have called for help. You know, a dying beast is the most ferocious, and I would not dare to go forward rashly. Hearing this, Damu became even more satisfied, his earlier slight reproach vanishing. His gaze fell on the motionless wolf, his expression softening further. You see, children going hunting for the first time, no matter how brave they usually are, will feel timid when faced with a battle with wild beasts. Some might even have their legs go weak with fear. Don't expect them to be of any help. Just not being a burden is a good outcome. But Lyang, facing such a scene for the first time, not only wasn't frightened, but also carefully observed his surroundings, spotting the wolf lurking behind in time. Otherwise, injuries would have been the least of his worries. A serious injury could have been fatal. It's truly rare to find someone like him in the tribe these days. That wolf is quite good, Damu praised. When we get back, I'll skin it myself and make a pot of soup to take to father, Lyang said quickly. Damu smiled and nodded, then walked away to attend to his own business. Once the others were out of sight, Meng Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief, his expression towards Lyang somewhat complicated. Although the chief was Lyang's father, most people were quite intimidated in his presence. Even his fellow children, such as Boji and Piyu Chao, were never so relaxed in front of Damu. They were usually too intimidated by his cold face to speak coherently. Only Lyang could still laugh and joke so freely. Lyang, you're really brave, Meng Zhong said with a sigh. If you don't have some guts when you go hunting, you might as well stay safely in the tribe. That's not what I meant. Why are you so comfortable in front of the chief? I was so scared I didn't dare breathe. People are indeed different. That's my father. He's always loved me dearly. Why should I be afraid of him? You're so afraid of my father. Have you done something wrong? Lyang looked him up and down. No way. Meng Zhong immediately retorted, then added, speaking of guilty consciences, I remember when you were hunting that wolf. That arrow didn't kill it. You had to finish it off with a stab later. Sure, keep your voice down. If my father hears you, it'll be a disaster. Lyang guiltily glanced at Damu not far away. Looks like you're not entirely fearless after all, Meng Zhong chuckled. What are you saying? That's my father. Why should I be afraid? Many people are afraid of their fathers. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. You can't reason with me. Lyang curled his lip. Meng Zhong was right. The children in the tribe were all afraid of their fathers. In this era, there was no such thing as persuasion or education. Anyone who disobeyed or misbehaved was always punished with a beating, and a good scolding would make them behave. Even Damu often attacked Boji and Zhongshen, but now that Boji is older, he attacks him less often. Zhongshen, however, is a few years older and gets beaten more frequently. But speaking of which, Lyang, you can't do that again next time. Wild beasts are too ferocious. You need to be careful. Rushing in recklessly will only lead to trouble. In his view, this time it was luck, but next time he might not be so lucky. Don't worry, I always made sure I was sure before I acted. Meng Zhong didn't believe this at all.
Who was he kidding?
How could he see clearly from that far away? It was clearly because of his strength and the stone knife in his hand that he was fearless. However, hunting did require that kind of courage. He would admire anyone else, but Lyang. It was another day of abundant catch. Dama's team was nearly entirely laden with game. Smaller animals like chickens and rabbits were easy to carry, but larger wild boars required several people to pull them. These days, the tribe members are quite selective about their prey. For example, pheasant soup is delicious, and even though the meat is scarce after plucking, they are still willing to hunt it. Rabbit meat is tender and flavorful, and wild boar meat has both lean and fatty parts, all popular choices. Wolf meat, on the other hand, isn't very palatable. Wolves prefer to travel in packs and are rarely seen alone. Unless provoked, people generally avoid them, as wolf packs are fierce and encounters can easily result in injury. In recent years, the tribe's people have enjoyed increasingly better lives, especially after acquiring stone knives. Later, Lyang crafted bows and arrows, allowing everyone to carry full equipment when hunting, greatly reducing the chances of injury and significantly decreasing the number of deaths during hunts. After several years of recuperation, the tribe's population has increased dramatically, with over 200 newborns in just a few years. Because everyone is well-fed and clothed, the adults have become healthier, and the children are also thriving. They have ample food and clothing, and medicine is readily available when they are sick. As a result, there have been almost no infant deaths in recent years. They are still young and not yet of great use, but when they grow up, they will become a vital new force in the tribe. In short, Lyang is very optimistic about the tribe's overall future. The chief is back. At the tribe's gate, a child's cheer attracted a large group of children who chattered and pointed at the hunted animals. "Hey, you little rascals, spread out. Don't block the way," Boji said impatiently as he saw the group of children running towards them. He wasn't exactly a patient man. He barely even glanced at his own children. However, his words had little effect. The children continued to push and shove, making a racket. Since their birth, the tribe had lost its former tranquility. Boji, who had initially been somewhat restrained, showed signs of anger as they ignored him. Lyang, however, stepped forward and asked, "Have you all finished your homework?" As soon as she finished speaking, most of the children who had been crowding around dispersed, turning and running away at lightning speed, leaving only a few very young children about 2 or 3 years old, standing there blankly, staring at the group. Lyang was somewhat helpless with these young children who didn't understand much, so she shouted to the fleeing crowd, "Come back, a few of you, and take them with you." No one disobeyed her, and soon several children darted back, pulling the bewildered group of children away in 2s and 3s. "Heh, these little brats. Only you, Lyang, can keep them in check," Meng Zhong said with amusement. Upon hearing this, Lyang curled his lip and snorted inwardly. He thought to himself, "How old am I to dare call others little brats? Little do I know that in other people's eyes, I'm still just a little brat myself." Boji's face was grim. He glanced at Lyang with some resentment, but said nothing, turning and walking away. As Lyang grew older and his prestige in the tribe increased, Boji no longer dared to lay a hand on him. Not only would Lyang retaliate, but others wouldn't allow it either. He had long understood this, and sometimes, No matter how much dissatisfaction he felt towards Lyang, he could only suppress it. What's Boji doing now? He can't control those brats himself, so he's taking it out on you? Meng Zhong disliked Boji. Just because he was the chief's son, he thought himself superior. If Boji had any real ability, he wouldn't say anything, but his skills were limited. That's just how he is, always so sarcastic and unpredictable. You've known him for a while now, just let him be, Lyang said dismissively. Boji was all talk and no action, lacking in magnanimity. He'd get angry for no reason at the slightest thing, and even then, he wouldn't actually do anything, just give everyone a hard time. After a while, nobody took him seriously anymore. That's true, Meng Zhong nodded, then dropped the subject, looking at the group of children who had run off earlier, a smile playing on his lips. Those little brats ran so fast, they must not have done their homework. He had put in a lot of effort in his studies over the years. He had mastered most of what Lyang had taught him, learning much faster than the average person. As for these children, he could easily be their teacher. Sometimes when Lyang was busy, he would substitute for them. He was well aware of the children's learning progress. Speaking of this, Lyang felt a little helpless. The children in the tribe really weren't interested in studying. They probably only thought about playing wildly all day. Very few of them were good at their studies. I have to check later. If they fail, they'll have to be severely punished. Otherwise, they won't learn their lesson, Lyang said firmly. I'm just afraid they'll cry and throw a tantrum, and you won't be able to be so harsh, Meng Zhong said with a smile. Lyang did have a soft spot for them. They were still children who didn't know any better. She wasn't someone who liked corporal punishment, and she couldn't use the methods she used in the army on them. Besides, many adults in the tribe were still illiterate, so she couldn't have too high expectations for the children. Over the years, everyone had made considerable progress in hunting, but they had stagnated in terms of literacy. Of course, they hadn't made no progress, but the gains were minimal. Only a handful had truly learned anything. The rest either learned nothing or only scratched the surface. Tell me, how can we make them more obedient and sensible? Lyang asked. Even if you asked me, you might not listen to me, Meng Zhong said lightly, flicking a leaf off her clothes. Then tell me, if it's a good suggestion, why wouldn't I listen? She wasn't someone who couldn't accept advice. On the contrary, she was quite open to suggestions. Those little brats, don't let their young age fool you. They're all quite clever. If you're harsh with them, or if they disobey, just give them a good beating. If it hurts, they'll remember it and won't disobey again. If they do, give them another beating. She knew she shouldn't have had any expectations of him. Over the years, the tribe has only seen a gradual increase in the number of children. While it may seem like there's been a lot more noise and activity all day, the actual growth rate is quite slow. After all, the tribe didn't have many people to begin with, and now there are more children than adults. If it weren't for the weapons they now have, making hunting easier, they probably wouldn't be able to support so many children. Lyang, are you free right now? Yunduo ran towards her, panting, and asked. At 14 years old, she already looked like a young lady, and her skin was fairer than most girls. She truly looked like a flower, beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Lyang was more patient with her than with others. I'm free right now. Don't rush me. Tell me slowly, Lyang reassured her. Yunduo smiled a little shyly, her expression slightly embarrassed. It's nothing really, just that I planted all the seeds you gave me, and they've sprouted a little seedling now. I came to tell you. Yunduo, spoiled by Mei Tao, wasn't usually given any chores. Unlike Lyang, she wasn't strong enough to go hunting, but she had learned quite a few characters from him, mostly being his teacher. Yunduo really enjoyed being a teacher. Because of Mei Tao, she wasn't popular in the tribe, and children her age didn't want to play with her. Only Lyang was willing to talk to her, so she considered him a friend. A while ago, Lyang had someone collect some wild vegetable seeds, intending to try planting them. Since his mind was always elsewhere, He had entrusted this task to Yunduo, and now it seemed to have yielded results. Sure enough, seedlings have sprouted.
Let's go see.
These wild vegetable seeds had taken a lot of effort. First, she had to confirm they were non-toxic and edible. It might sound simple, but she'd tried countless plants with just these few varieties. It wasn't easy. But right now, she couldn't worry about anything else. She wanted to see their hard-earned results. Seeing Liang's enthusiastic expression, Yunduo smiled too. Most of the children in the tribe didn't play with her, though the younger ones were happy to. But she felt she was an adult and couldn't really play with them. Besides, as a teacher, she had to maintain a certain authority and didn't fool around with the other children. It was a little lonely, but thankfully, Lyang was willing to play with her, which she cherished even more. She tried her best to do everything Lyang asked of her. Meng Zhong, always inseparable from Lyang, saw that Lyang had already left while Yunduo was still in a daze, and immediately called out in dissatisfaction, "Lyang's gone. What are you still standing there for?" His eyes were filled with hostility. Yunduo was indeed beautiful, but just like her mother, she did no work all day, just waiting to be served. If it were in the past when food was scarce, this mother and daughter would probably have starved to death long ago. Luckily, the tribe wasn't short of food now, so they didn't need a bite more. So it's not unreasonable that the women and children in the tribe looked down on the mother and daughter. If Lyang hadn't been willing to treat her kindly, he would have disliked them too. No matter how beautiful they were, if they didn't do any work, who would want to support them? To grow wild vegetables, Lyang led a group of children in a lot of work on this plot of land, about an acre in size. The weeds had long been cleared away. The children from the tribe had a lot of energy, so she had them help out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have felt comfortable using child labor. She entrusted this plot to Yunduo. Of course, she couldn't grow anything by herself. She led the children, directing them to work. Don't underestimate these children. Although young, they were well-fed and cared for, and quite strong, at least in her eyes. Much better than Yunduo, who couldn't lift a finger. Look, aren't these wild vegetables growing well? Yunduo pointed to the field, her face beaming with joy. She felt a sense of accomplishment, not entirely useless. The vegetable seedlings had sprouted a little, emerging neatly from the ground. The tender green shoots looked fresh and vibrant, clearly indicating they had survived. Lyang was delighted. Not bad, they're really growing well. You must have worked so hard. Yunduo was already quite pleased with herself, but Liang's serious praise made her a little embarrassed. Actually, I didn't do much. It was all the children who did it. Speaking of this, she blushed even more. Having never done any manual labor since childhood and lacking exercise, she was truly weak. Sometimes, even chasing after the children for a few steps left her breathless. Liang's praise made her even more embarrassed. Meng Zhong, of course, understood the situation. Hearing Liang's words, he immediately burst out laughing. He was glared at fiercely by Lyang, but didn't say much. His eyes darted around, avoiding Yunduo's gaze. He really didn't think much of this girl. If it weren't for you watching them, they wouldn't do any work. They're always causing trouble. Those children were truly mischievous, even more so than they were when they were young. Speaking of which, she and Mengzhong were quite well behaved as children, never causing any trouble. They did what they could themselves, making them very easy to manage. But kids these days are different. They're wild and unruly. Without someone watching them, who knows what kind of chaos they create? Yunduo blushed even more. She didn't have much authority, and the children weren't afraid of her. If she didn't occasionally bring up Lyang, none of those mischievous monkeys would pay her any attention. In truth, they were actually more afraid of Lyang. I'm just keeping an eye on them. They know exactly what they're supposed to do. She was essentially just keeping watch. If anyone misbehaved or disobeyed, she didn't punish them harshly, just quietly noted it down and would talk to them about it when Lyang returned. Frankly, The only reason these children obeyed her was out of fear of Lyang. To be honest, Lyang didn't usually do much to them either. He neither hit nor scolded them. Just one look from him was enough to make the children behave, and none of them dared to cause trouble again. Hearing this, Lyang smiled and nodded. She knew that the children were mischievous, but when it came to serious matters, they were also very diligent. For example, this patch of land used to be overgrown with weeds, and it was they who cleared it away bit by bit and made it so clean.
It was all thanks to them.
You know, clearing such a patch of land is not easy. Those grass roots were buried in the ground, and it would be impossible to clean it up without a lot of effort. Now that this land is planted, you need to keep a close eye on it. If you see weeds sprouting, clear them away immediately. And if the soil dries out, water it promptly. It's been a lot of work to plant it, so you need to take good care of it. It has to bear fruit, Lyang said again, circling the plot of land. This plot of land was outside the tribe's territory, carefully chosen by her. It was close to the river for easy access to water, and there weren't any tall trees nearby. Expanding further would be easy, just require more effort. Speaking of which, the tribe is becoming increasingly populated, with many people coming and going daily. The children, in particular, are quite restless and noisy. The only advantage of this is that there are no more traces of wild animals around. Rabbits used to occasionally wander in, but now they're nowhere to be seen. It seems the wild animals know to avoid danger. Yun Duo was extremely attentive to this small plot of land. It was rare for Lyang to entrust her with such a serious task, so how could she not take it seriously? She nodded repeatedly, replying, "I come to check on it several times a day. Before the seedling sprouted, I watered it every day. I didn't know when the soil would dry out, and I was worried that it would be too late if I waited until it did, so I still watered it every day, worried about flooding it, though I didn't water it much." Hearing this, Lyang quickly nodded in praise. "Not bad. You've really gained experience." Indeed, no one is stupid. It was clear that Yun Duo had put a lot of effort into this plot of land. Yun Duo felt she hadn't done much, yet she was being praised by Lyang repeatedly, making her increasingly embarrassed. She scratched her head and said, "At first, I didn't know anything, but just coming to the field a few times a day, it seemed like I naturally understood." Of course, Lyang's guidance was indispensable at the beginning. It's just planting some wild vegetables. These things are everywhere. A trip to the forest will bring back a whole basketful. Yet you all make such a fuss, treating them like treasures, even saving seeds to plant. Meng Zhong was utterly baffled and couldn't stand her constant praise of Yun Duo, who hadn't done anything yet acted as if she were the most meritorious person. Speaking of this, Yun Duo didn't understand either. She glanced at Lyang, unconcerned by Meng Zhong's disdainful look. Over the years, so many people in the tribe had given her the cold shoulder and said hurtful things. If she took everything to heart, she'd be tormented herself. What she cared about most was Lyang. As long as Lyang didn't blame her, she'd pretend nothing had happened. What grows naturally is different from what we cultivate ourselves. Look at the herbs we planted before. Aren't they convenient to use? And these wild vegetables are convenient for us to eat, aren't they? The most important thing is this land. I'm thinking we should start by cultivating it, and once the land is well maintained, we can plant other, more useful things later. These two were always close to her, so she decided to explain. Other, more useful things? Yun Duo understood what she meant, but didn't quite grasp the meaning. However, she didn't ask further. As long as it was Lyang's wish, she was willing to do it. Whether she understood or not didn't matter. Meng Zhong, on the other hand, thought more deeply. Hearing Lyang mention the herbs, he realized that they were indeed very convenient. Although the chances of getting injured while hunting were smaller now, they were still possible. Plus, there were always bumps and bruises in daily life. Not to mention the adults, even the children in the tribe were very skilled at using these herbs. Lyang, hurry back and see. Fueying broke his leg. What? Upon hearing this, Liang's legs seemed to spring to life. He turned and ran out, not even bothering to ask the child who brought the news, only wanting to rush back to see what had happened to Fueying. Fueying was now quite old, his hair streaked with gray, but he refused to accept his age, always feeling young and leading a group of women out every day. At this time of year, there weren't many wild fruits on the branches, and most of what was there was unripe and inedible. Everyone had become picky, not picking the fruits, letting them hang on the branches until they ripened. So Fueying led the group to pick wild vegetables, each person carrying a large basket. This was the season when wild vegetables grew best, and each outing brought back a large basket, enough for the entire tribe to eat for a day. Ever since Lyang discovered several edible wild vegetables, they started eating them alongside meat. The taste was quite good, and most importantly, it filled their stomachs, so no one complained. The extra meat was used to make dried meat daily for those going hunting. After a day of hunting, when hungry, they would find some wild fruit. If they couldn't find any, they would eat their prey directly. Now that everyone ate cooked food, raw meat was naturally hard to swallow. Mother, how are you? Lyang saw several women surrounding Fueying from afar. Unable to see clearly, he became anxious and rushed over, pushing aside those blocking his way to see Fueying. She was pale, her forehead was covered in cold sweat, her eyes were slightly open, and her cheeks were trembling slightly. She was in pain. His gaze fell on her leg. Her calf was slightly bent, as if she couldn't support it. A flash of pain crossed his eyes. What happened? Lyang, it's good you're here. Quickly, check on Fueying. We went out to pick wild vegetables. Fueying picked a full basket, and just as she was about to get up, she slipped and fell. Hearing this, Lyang roughly understood what had happened. She immediately reached out and pressed on Fueying's calf, carefully examining it before letting out a sigh of relief. The bone is a little broken, mother. Bear with it, it will hurt. Fueying's lips were pale with pain, and she weakly nodded to him. A broken leg can't be delayed. The longer it's left untreated, the less it will heal. She was a decisive person, and over the years, her strength had grown considerably. Grasping Fueying's calf, she applied a slight pressure, and 2 cracking sounds were heard. Fueying couldn't bear the pain and screamed in agony before fainting. The injury wasn't serious. The bone would set, but it was still an injury. Fueying was older, and the pain was already unbearable. Setting the bone like that was definitely enough to cause her suffering. Fainting was for the best. She wouldn't have to face the pain directly, and a good night's sleep would make her feel better when she woke up. Lyang ignored it for the time being, and only took out animal hide to wrap Fueying's calf. It takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, and he would have to take good care of himself in the days to come. He secretly thought that Fueying should not do things like picking wild vegetables in the future. His body was damaged when he was young, and he was somewhat weak when he got older. If it weren't for the fact that he had been eating and drinking well in the past few years, he would probably be old and frail by now. Mother, what's wrong with you, mother? Pu Chao ran over from a distance, apparently having heard Fueying scream earlier. Now she was crying and shouting, her expression filled with anger as she looked at Lyang. Lyang was puzzled by her appearance, as if she had committed some heinous crime. Behind her were Boji and Zhongshen, both looking at her with unfriendly expressions. Zhongshen even pointed at her directly, saying, "What did you do to mother? Why did mother scream so pitifully?" Hearing this, Meng Zhong immediately glared angrily at Zhongshen. "What are you saying?" Fueying broke his bone. Lyang helped set it, otherwise the injury wouldn't heal. Are you just going to watch Fueying suffer like this without doing anything? Over the years, he had learned some medical knowledge from Lyang and had some experience in treating external injuries with medication, but he was still lacking in bone setting. He had been trying to learn from Lyang just now. Boji, now in his early 20s, was no longer as impulsive as before. His face was pale, but he didn't utter a word of reproach. Zhongshen, however, went straight for the point, questioning him directly. Are you sure Mother is all right? Boji asked. Mother has fallen unconscious and won't wake up for a while. Although her bones have been set, she'll need to rest for some time. It's best if she doesn't get out of bed during this period, Lyang explained patiently. He was also somewhat displeased with the accusing expressions on their faces, but since Fu Ying was still unconscious, he didn't want them to argue. Mother was conscious before, yet you made her faint from the pain. Zhongshan glared fiercely at Lyang, as if Lyang had committed some unforgivable crime. You think you can just set Mother's bones like that? I've never heard of anyone setting bones after a fracture. People have fallen and injured themselves before, and they all just healed slowly. If something happens to Mother after you doing this, how are you going to explain it? Pu Chao questioned from the side. Boji and Zhongshan, hearing this, immediately realized the truth. After all, they had never seen bone setting done before. No matter who was injured, they would apply medicine and let it heal slowly. Lyang seemed knowledgeable, but who could be without fault? The three of them, feeling they were right, glared angrily at Lyang. What do you mean by this? Do you think I would harm Mother? This was truly ridiculous. Lyang frowned as he looked at the three of them, who were conspiring together to accuse him. I think it's you who can't stand to see Fu Ying doing well. Knowing Fu Ying was injured, you still arrived so slowly, and now you're blaming Lyang for not treating him. Do you want to watch Fu Ying suffer without doing anything? Meng Zhong glared fiercely at the three. Yun Duo couldn't stand it any longer either. She stepped out from behind Meng Zhong and said, Fu Ying is injured and pale with pain. Lyang only intervened to treat Fu Ying's injuries. Even if you don't like Lyang, you shouldn't use Fu Ying's injuries as an excuse. After all, it was Fu Ying who raised you. Boji and Pu Chao listened, their faces turning ugly, as if they were completely wrong, while Lyang was always right. Zhongshan finally noticed Yun Duo, his face flushing red as he stammered. Yun Duo, what are you doing here? I came with Lyang, Yun Duo replied, annoyed that he hadn't seen her. Upon seeing Yun Duo, Zhongshan immediately lost all interest in arguing, his attention completely focused on her. He glanced at her repeatedly, avoiding direct eye contact. Yun Duo was growing more and more beautiful, fair-skinned and delicate, her speech and actions refined. Even when she pouted in anger, she was captivating. The other girls in the tribe couldn't compare. They all looked fierce and menacing, unlike true women. Seeing Zhongshan's attention drawn away, silent and lost in thought, Boji felt a surge of annoyance. She glared at him fiercely as a warning, but Zhongshan didn't see it and couldn't react. AMU is unconscious now, and you still think you're right? Boji glared menacingly at Lyang. I told you, AMU will wake up soon. Her injuries aren't serious. These people, they all insist on blaming her for everything. Fu Ying isn't seriously injured and unable to wake up. Why the rush? She knew that in recent years she had become increasingly displeasing to Boji. What happened? How is Fu Ying? Upon hearing the news, Damu rushed over, pushing through the crowd to kneel down in front of Fu Ying, carefully examining her injuries. Seeing his worried expression, Lyang quickly stepped forward and said, Father, don't worry. Mother's injuries are not serious. She'll recover after some rest. I heard she broke her bones. Is she really all right? Damu trusted Lyang, but since it concerned Fu Ying, he couldn't help but ask. Before Lyang could speak, Boji interrupted, Father, do you remember Akai? She also broke her leg, and later, Damu's expression changed. Of course, he remembered. He remembered everyone in the tribe who had passed away before him. The tribe was small, and he always hoped for more people and prosperity, but there were always losses. Only in recent years had it truly begun to prosper. He sighed deeply. Of course I remember Akai. I think Fu Ying is definitely different from her. He turned to look at Lyang. What, Akai? Lyang was somewhat bewildered. She too had broken her leg, but hadn't been treated? Minor fractures can be set, but a comminuted fracture is difficult to heal on its own. Without proper treatment, the wound would only worsen, and it's normal that she wouldn't survive. I don't know Kai's condition, but mother is definitely fine. Father, you can rest assured about that, Lyang said confidently. She had carefully examined her and even neatly set the leg back in place. There would be no problems. Demu, hearing this, immediately relaxed. He turned to Boji and said, I know you're worried about your mother. Don't worry, Lyang is here. It was precisely because of Lyang that he felt uneasy, but seeing Demu's expression, he couldn't say anything more. He lowered his head and winked at Piu Chao. Father, what if Lyang harms mother? Putsao looked up at Damu and asked, when has Lyang ever harmed anyone? Mangzhong said angrily. He hadn't dared to say anything before because Damu was there, but he couldn't hold back anymore after hearing this. All right, stop arguing. We'll know whether it's caused harm or not when Fuing wakes up. Damu was also a little annoyed by their arguing. In his heart, he trusted Lyang more. Just as Mangzhong said, Lyang had never harmed anyone. Damu roared, bent down and picked up the unconscious Fuing, ignoring everyone else, and walked straight back. If anything happens to AMU, you'll just have to wait and see, Boji coldly said, then followed. Lyang really couldn't be bothered with him. Boji, now in his 20s, seemed much more mature, but his personality hadn't changed much. He was still domineering, petty, and lacked magnanimity. If any of his siblings dared to stand up for him, he would use his elder brother's authority to suppress them. The others didn't dare to challenge him and obeyed him under his authority, except for Lyang, who was disobedient. Putsao glanced at Lyang and then followed Boji. Zhongshen, however, didn't move, only stealing glances at Yunduo without blinking. He thought he was being discreet, but his expression didn't escape everyone's notice. Anyone with eyes could see it. Yunduo was clearly impatient. Under Damu's tutelage, Zhongshen had developed some bravery. Now 15 years old, he was quite tall and strong, and occasionally went hunting with her, sometimes with good results. He was considered one of the more outstanding young people in the tribe. However, she didn't like Zhongshen much. She felt he was shameless, always joking and laughing in front of her, never serious. This made her dislike him, and even reminded her of the men surrounding her mother. Weren't they all like that? Your brother and sister have left. Aren't you going with them? With them here. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. Why do you say that? Fuing is injured. Shouldn't you take care of him? Yunduo frowned. Everyone in the tribe knew that Fuing treated his children extremely well, rarely scolding or beating them. And now that he was injured, Zhongshen was acting like this. Lyang didn't go either, did he? Zhongshen pointed to Lyang beside him. I'm going to gather some herbs first. It'll take them to apply to AMU later. The bone is back in place, but it needs some medicine to heal faster. Lyang glanced at him, then turned and walked away. You think everyone's like you? Mangzhong scoffed at him, following Lyang. Yunduo quickly turned and followed. You're going to gather herbs? Take me with you. I can help. Over the years, she had always made an effort to be near Lyang. Besides being literate, she recognized herbs well. Aside from not having learned martial arts, she wasn't much worse than Mangzhong in other aspects. She also felt a little uneasy. Lyang had started going hunting with them, spending less and less time in the tribe. Now she had to seize every opportunity to be near him, otherwise she wouldn't have a chance to spend time with him. Of all the people in the tribe, she only felt relaxed and comfortable around Lyang. Lyang never looked down on her. He treated her the same as everyone else, neither excluding her nor regarding her as an outsider. Then why don't I come with you all? Zhongshan said with a grin, automatically forgetting the previous unpleasantness. Why are you still following us? Don't tell me you don't trust Lyang and want to see if we'll bring back poisonous herbs for Frium? Mangzhong sneered. He didn't like Zhongshan either. This man clearly seemed exceptionally brave, yet he was afraid of Boji. always criticizing and nitpicking Lyang, and then acting like nothing happened. "I'm not following you." He glanced at Yun Duo, his meaning clear. He also held Meng Zhong in contempt. Lyang ignored them, gathering herbs and taking them back to the cave to apply medicine to Fui Ying. Damu, annoyed by their noise, chased his brothers and sisters out, staying by Fui Ying's side alone. The rejected group could only retreat from the cave. Their cave wasn't small, but with fewer people living there now, the space felt larger. Boji, at 16, found a girl he liked, and the two settled in a small cave together. Now they had 3 children and were quite the father, though his temper was rather bad. He often resorted to violence, and the children were terrified of him. Putsao also moved out. At 15, she married Mai at Boji's suggestion. Mai had lost to Wuling, who was several years younger than him, and his reputation in the tribe was ruined. Not only were most boys shunning him, but even girls looked down on him, which greatly affected his popularity. So, even as he grew older, no girl was willing to live with him. Boji, seeing this, arranged for Putsao to marry him. Putsao didn't have any grand ambitions. She only wanted to be well-fed and clothed, nothing more. Originally, she wanted to choose a brave and strong man so she wouldn't go hungry, but Boji promised to share his hunt spoils with her after each hunt, ensuring she wouldn't starve. She accepted this promise. Although it only lasted a year, Mai had become quite capable, hunting enough to support his family. Since they weren't starving, she didn't mind the small amount. They've been together for 5 years and have 3 children, still quite young, and probably can have a few more. Looking at Putsao now, she seems quite content with her life, though her obedience to Boji remains unchanged. But then again, Muyi is a loyal follower of Boji, so it's normal for the couple to be obedient. Zhong Shun is currently pursuing Yun Duo. If he can win her over, he'll probably move out soon. However, judging from Yun Duo's attitude, his road to winning her over is going to be long. As for Hongguo, she's 18 this year and still hasn't made a move. Girls in the tribe mature early. They start having feelings for each other at 13 or 14, and by 15 or 16, they're already living together. At 18 and still no sign of anything, it's a bit late. However, Hongguo was quite shrewd. Unlike Boji, who was impulsive, or Putsao, who lacked assertiveness, she had learned a great deal from Lyang. She seemed to have absorbed it all, excelling in both writing and arithmetic, clearly having put considerable effort into it. As for when she would find someone to move out, Lyang didn't care at all. Although their relationship had improved considerably over the years previously, the lack of food and competition for sustenance had led to resentment. Life in the tribe had improved significantly in recent years. There was no longer such conflict or deep-seated hatred, naturally improving their relationship. But Lyang wasn't someone who easily opened his heart to others, so their relationship remained relatively neutral. Compared to the tense atmosphere surrounding Boji and the others, their relationship was considered good. So now, their family of 5 lives in this cave. Lyang has put a lot of her own things in the empty space. Even so, she still feels that there is not enough space. If she were not still too young, she would like to find a cave to live in by herself. Muyi carried a baby less than a year old in his left arm and held the hand of a 2-year-old in his right. The baby in his arms was whimpering, and the other was being pulled along unsteadily, showing how impatient this father was with his children. "Why did you bring them here?" Pu Chao hurriedly went to greet him. "I haven't even scolded you yet. You've been here for ages, and the child is crying in the cave. Didn't I tell Chao Zhen to watch them?" Pu Chao had already taken the child from his arms and was gently rocking him to soothe him. "That little brat has probably run off somewhere. When he comes back, I'm definitely going to give him a good beating, otherwise he won't learn his lesson," Muyi said fiercely, clearly annoyed by the 2 children. Whether he would beat the children or not, Pu Chao didn't care. Holding one in his left arm and holding the other in his right, just like when Muyi arrived, he left with the 2 children. Muyi, however, stayed behind, walked to Boji's side, as if about to say something, but then looked up at Lyang beside him. Seeing his actions, Lyang scoffed and walked away. Once he was out of sight, Mu Yi spoke up. I heard Fuying was injured. How come Lyang stole the spotlight again? At this, Boji's face darkened. Over the years, Liang's influence in the tribe had grown increasingly significant. If she were a girl, people would probably have suggested she be the next chief. The topic of succession annoyed him even more. There was also the ever-watchful sharp Fong beside him, and Lyang was causing him no peace either. Although Lyang hadn't expressed any intention to become chief, her popularity in the tribe forced him to be wary. She knows some medicine, you know that. Her medicine has never gone wrong before, and everyone trusts her. But setting bones, a broken bone, can actually grow back? He'd never heard of that before, especially on Fuying. It wouldn't matter if it were someone else. Yes, you remember Ah Kai from before, right? She was so young. She fell and never recovered. She became unrecognizable, and soon after, she was gone. I was young then too, and seeing her like that terrified me. Boji sighed, shaking his head. Mu Yi remembered her too. Even though she was young then, Ah Kai was emaciated, skin and bones. Her eyes wide open, it was frightening to look at. So the memory was exceptionally clear, and even after all these years, the mere mention of her still sent chills down his spine. Ah Kai didn't make it. You mean Fuying? Mu Yi was startled and looked at Boji. Lyang said mother's injuries are healed. Father believes her, and I believe her too. I think mother really is all right, Boji said in a low voice. Then what do you mean? Mu Yi asked, hearing this. I was thinking she even healed that kind of injury. Won't the people in the tribe treat her like a goddess from now on? Everyone knows how powerful Lyang is, but who will even know that our Inshan tribe has a Boji? His voice held a hint of ruthlessness. He was clearly older, and his years of experience had made him quite skilled at hunting, yet Liang's fame had only grown, completely overshadowing him. And she was just a young girl. How could he accept that? Mai looked at him with a deep gaze, and after a long while, she nodded. I understand what you mean. I wonder what Mu Yi is up to. He's even avoiding us. Mangzhong said, pursing his lips. Although Mu Yi had improved a lot over the years, he still looked down on him. Among the younger generation, Wulong was far more capable. Why bother with them? Let's just focus on our own business. She was busy with countless things all day long. She didn't have time to guess what others were thinking. Besides, when the two of them got together, all they did was gossip about others, and their topic of conversation was definitely herself. Listening to their pointless chatter was less worthwhile than patrolling their own territory. I don't want to pay attention to them either, but they always make us uncomfortable. Mangzhong shrugged, his expression somewhat helpless, as if they were mischievous children he couldn't control. Lyang listened, somewhat speechless. Boji and Mu Yi sometimes acted like children. For example, while others were walking peacefully, they would wait to the side, then trip them up. They were both strong young men. A fall wouldn't really hurt much. At most they'd get a few laughs and be embarrassed. Or they'd splash water from their bamboo tubes on people. At this time of year, except for the cool mornings and evenings, it was usually fine. A tube of water wouldn't freeze anyone, just make them wet and uncomfortable. It was indeed quite annoying after a few times, but it hadn't escalated to the point of fighting. Besides, there was an age difference. Fighting might not be a safe bet. Even though they might not have seemed like much before, years of hunting had honed their skills, and even if they weren't the best, they still had some tricks up their sleeves. Let's just bear with it for now. We look so easy to bully, Lyang said helplessly. She was only 10 years old. Even though she wasn't short, her age and being a girl meant she didn't pose much of a threat. Mengzhong was only 12, and while he was fairly robust, he was still no match for the adults Mu Yi and Boji. However, in the past, children his age weren't even allowed to go hunting, while Mengzhong had already hunted quite a few animals. In comparison, Mengzhong was actually much stronger than them. He remembered when Boji first went hunting. He injured himself and had to recover for a long time. Meng Zhong sighed. He did have the courage to challenge someone, but the disparity was too great. He couldn't possibly win. Let's go check on those mischievous kids. They were making quite a ruckus earlier. I wonder if they've been studying properly. Speaking of studying, she was truly exasperated. Children are children. Very few truly love learning. For the sake of the tribe's future, they couldn't be left to their own devices. They had to find a few talented ones and nurture them properly. Speaking of learning, although Damu also thought that arithmetic and literacy were useful and did not object to her teaching the children, she did not fully support them. In general, she did not value it, which is why the children did not like to study. If Damu had supported them more, the children would not be like this now. Aside from Damu, the other parents didn't seem to care much. For them, being well-fed and clothed was the most important thing. Everything else was secondary. Keeping their children from causing trouble was enough. Whether they studied or not was unimportant. She couldn't help but sigh. With such an attitude towards learning, it would be difficult for her to find a student who excelled academically and morally. Yun Duo, having been pestered by Zhong Shen, had arrived long ago. She hadn't kept a close eye on the children earlier, letting them run around and make a ruckus. Now, worried that Lyang would scold her, she restrained the younger children, making them count on their fingers, while the older ones were drawing and writing on the ground with twigs. From a distance, it was hard to see clearly whether they were seriously writing or just randomly doodling. Lyang remained silent, then leaned closer to one of the children and looked down, immediately smiling. Wow, you're drawing quite seriously. The child had drawn several figures on the ground, fighting a wild beast. And it had to be said, the drawing was quite realistic. With proper guidance, his drawing skills could improve even further. The child looked up and saw Lyang. Surprisingly, he wasn't afraid of her and even grinned, asking, Lyang, do you think my drawing is good? Lyang nodded. Not bad. You've conveyed the meaning quite clearly. Learning wasn't just about recognizing characters and doing arithmetic. She didn't restrict their development of other talents. I think so too. None of their drawings are as good as mine, the child said, quite pleased with the praise. Yunduo saw her and, ignoring Zhong Shen talking to her beside her, hurried over. Lyang, you're here. Recalling when Lyang returned from the hunt, she had only been happy and, like those ignorant children, had cheerfully greeted her, forgetting her duty as their teacher. Now, thinking back, she felt ashamed. Come and see. I haven't been here all day. Are they all behaving well? Although she hadn't been watching them constantly, she was still in the tribe, and if she wanted to find them, she could just shout, and they would come running. Naturally, the children were all well-behaved. The hunting trip had given them ample opportunity to be mischievous. Being good, very good. Before Yun Duo could even speak, the children were already chattering and responding all at once. A cacophony of noise erupted, leaving Yun Duo both amused and exasperated, as if afraid she'd be tattled on. Some of the children were fairly well-behaved, but most were quite mischievous. She herself was still a young child, and managing them was truly a challenge. However, looking at them, she nodded. They're all quite obedient. They just heard you were back and, having not seen you all day, couldn't wait to run out. Speaking of this, she felt a little embarrassed because she herself was the same, running just as fast as the children. Good that you're obedient. Let me see how well you're all learning, Lyang said, walking to the front, which served as the platform.
Ouch. Ah.
A group of children immediately wailed. Hearing this, Lyang couldn't help but laugh. Judging from this reaction, they were definitely slacking off again. What obedience? They probably just hadn't been causing much trouble. They'd been playing all along. Let me tell you, learning arithmetic and literacy will benefit you in the future. It's like going hunting. If you can't even count how many prey you've caught, wouldn't that make you look stupid? We can count. A group of children immediately retorted. Yes, you all know it, but that's because you learned it. Tell me, if you didn't learn it, could you have learned it on your own? Lyang asked rhetorically. These children, educated from a young age, could count and do simple calculations without problems, but they struggled with anything more advanced. Their literacy was similar. They could recognize and write simple characters, but with more complex ones, they inevitably forgot things, forgetting what they learned earlier. Her words left the children speechless. Children are, after all, children. They couldn't find many reasons to refute her. The benefits of learning will become clear to you as you grow older, so I won't elaborate. What I want to say now is that the top 3 students among you will receive the food I hunt, Lyang said with a smile. She had considered a reward system before, but those things were Damu's hard-earned money, his means of supporting his family. How could she take them so easily? Eating them herself or sharing some was one thing, but openly using them as prizes was unacceptable. Even if Damu and Fueying didn't say anything, his siblings wouldn't be happy, and it would definitely cause irreconcilable family conflicts. It's known that the siblings' relationship was already strained. If this escalated, they might become bitter enemies. Now, however, she was using her own prey as a prize, which made sense. These children had never experienced hunger or cold, so they weren't particularly concerned about food. However, their parents had instilled in them a strong understanding of its importance. The most precious thing their parents told them was food, and food was indeed an essential part of life. Understanding this, they immediately became excited. They weren't so concerned, but their parents were definitely very concerned. To obtain food without hunting, to earn it through their own abilities at such a young age, was quite exciting for them. Lyang, are you serious? The top 3 will get food? Someone asked again, still skeptical. Of course it's true. Lyang, always keep my word, Lyang said, patting her chest as if imitating them. So how are we going to determine the top 3? Some students, who felt they had learned well, were unsure how the competition would proceed. It's simple, Lyang explained slowly. A month is 30 days. We'll have an assessment every month. I'll give you the questions and you answer them. The number of correct answers determines the ranking. The assessment only happens every 30 days, not every day. Someone exclaimed disappointedly. I thought I could support myself. This remark immediately drew a burst of laughter. You think you're better than everyone else? Someone asked in surprise. Let me tell you, I wasn't serious before. If I were serious, none of you could beat me, someone retorted defiantly. What are you saying? It makes it sound like you're the only smart one, and everyone else is stupid. This one sentence immediately drew a barrage of criticism from the group. The man didn't take it to heart at all, and instead showed a smug look. You're just jealous that I'm better than you. I won't take it to heart. If you really want to argue with me, you'll fall into my trap. Lyang taught me long ago that you should treat this kind of situation with a normal attitude. These words drew another chorus of boos, clearly showing that no one respected him. Lyang listened, speechless for a long while. You really are putting your learning to practical use. Father, I need to speak with you. Mother is still asleep. Let's talk outside. Boji entered the cave and saw Damu standing motionless beside Fuing. Thinking about how his father and mother seemed to have a good relationship over the years while other families often quarreled and even fought, sometimes resulting in bloodshed, Damu and Fuing had never actually slept together, not even once. A hint of envy crept onto his face. He thought about the woman he had married, who was constantly nagging him, making him incredibly annoyed. She would complain that he didn't hunt enough food, even though he hunted a lot more than his family could eat, and the rest was all dried and stored away. Even so, that woman still complained, thinking he wasn't as good as Jinya. Speaking of sharp-toothed man, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. These past years, he'd been hanging out with Mei Tao, spoiling her rotten. She wouldn't do any work and hadn't even had a child. Yet she treated him like a treasure. He felt sorry for her, If she was so capable, why couldn't she have raised a couple more sons? In truth, the women in the family's dissatisfaction with him stemmed from Mei Tao. Many looked down on her, but quite a few secretly envied her. There wasn't another woman in the tribe living such a comfortable life. Dama glanced at Fuying, pulled up the animal skin draped over him, then stood up and followed Boji out. Your mother is still unconscious. What is it that you have to say now? Dama frowned, looking at Boji with slight weariness. Returning from a day of hunting and then encountering Fuying's accident, he had been genuinely worried. His face was pale, and he rubbed his forehead, deeply feeling the effects of age. Looking at his son, who was in his early 20s, he felt increasingly old. Boji glanced around and finally spotted Piu Chao. He quickly called out, Piu Chao, hurry up, go inside, and look after mother. Hearing this, Piu Chao's slow movements quickened. Father, let's talk somewhere further away. With Piu Chao looking after mother, you don't need to worry too much, Boji said hastily. Pu Cao is careless, and besides, she has to take care of the children at home. Your mother is used to me taking care of her. Just say what you need to say. It won't take much time. Damu was very worried about Pu Cao. Despite being an adult, she couldn't even take care of herself properly, always thinking only about food. She probably wouldn't even look after her own children very carefully. As a father, he knew his children's personalities better than anyone. If Lyang were to take care of them, he would do a better job than Pu Cao. Father, are you really that worried about me? I'm all grown up now and can take care of people. Don't worry, you all go about your business. I'll help look after mother, Pu Cao said, quickly going into the cave. Dama didn't know what to say anymore. The children were so big, and she was already a mother herself. She had to give them some face. She couldn't be like before, beating and scolding them for disobedience. So she didn't argue with them anymore and turned to Boji, saying, If that's the case, let's go a little further away and talk. He was worried that if he spoke too loudly at the cave entrance, Fuying would complain that he hadn't rested properly after a long day and was injured. Disclaimer: all content shown here is machine translated from nostvel via the Tomato MTL website. We do not own or claim any of the original works. All rights belong to their respective owners. Say what you have to say here. After walking a bit further, Dama stopped and turned to Boji, sizing him up as he did so. The man was in his early 20s, fairly sturdy, but a head shorter than him. This made him somewhat regretful. In the tribe, tall and strong men were considered handsome, and Boji, in terms of appearance alone, was lacking. He couldn't count on Boji. He could only hope that Zhongshin could surpass him, his father. As for his abilities, so far, Boji hadn't done anything to displease him, nor anything to satisfy him. He was just an ordinary child, capable of hunting to support himself, but nothing more. Therefore, his regret wasn't just about his appearance, but also about his less-than-ideal talents. Father, what I want to talk to you about is sharp teeth. Boji began with a displeased expression. Hearing this, Dama's brow furrowed even more. He had previously thought he was old, but now he felt a profound sense of powerlessness. He was indeed old, and he no longer had the same control over some matters of the tribe as before. A few years ago, thanks to Liang's intelligence, he had suppressed the newly emerging Fong. Now, as he aged, his hunting skills were no longer as good as the younger, more vigorous Fong, which had made Fong restless again. On several occasions, Fong had even publicly disrespected him, the chief, and contradicted him. Fong, what are your thoughts on this? Damu asked. Of all the children, Lyang was undoubtedly the most intelligent, but she was just a girl. Tribal hunting was primarily male-dominated, so Lyang, if only she were a boy, he could place all his hopes on her. Unfortunately, then look at Boji, his eldest son. He had some ability, but ultimately he was rather ordinary. Accepting a leadership would be difficult for him to command respect. Not only were the older generation like Jianya, Qinghe, and Pingshi all stronger than him, But even among the younger generation, Wulin was a standout, and Yuan was exceptionally talented, younger than Boji and more capable. Even the younger Mangzhong showed promise. Compared to him, Boji was simply too ordinary. He even had a vague feeling that Liang's displayed talent and her future hunting skills would surpass Boji's. It was just that she was still too young to see much, but in terms of spirit and energy alone, few could match Lyang. In short, he felt this child was extraordinary, only regretting that she was a girl. If she were a boy, passing the leadership to her would surely lead the Inshan tribe to greater heights. What a pity! Boji struggled to gain the respect of the people, and Lyang, being a girl, would find it even more difficult. I feel that Jianya is becoming increasingly arrogant, completely disregarding father. Father, we can't let him continue like this. Otherwise, the entire tribe will have to listen to him. Boji was deeply worried about this. He was wary of Lyang, whom he considered intelligent and whom his father and mother had always doted on. He worried that his father might act rashly and pass the leadership to her. However, he was also wary of Jianya. He knew his father wouldn't pass the leadership to Jianya, but Jianya was clearly restless. Even if he didn't pass it to him, Jianya might try to seize it himself. If Jianya took it, he would lose all his advantages, which was something he couldn't accept. Therefore, he desperately wanted Damu to take action and dampen Jianya's arrogance, ideally dissuading him from even considering it. So, what do you want? Damu asked calmly. He secretly thought that Boji's abilities were limited, but if he excelled in another area, he might be able to control the entire tribe. After all, even though he was old, he still had some prestige. Qinghe and the others had always respected him, and if he gave the order, not everyone would necessarily oppose him. He looked at Boji with some anticipation. When Damu asked for his opinion, Boji hesitated. He just didn't want Damu to act recklessly. Ideally, he wanted to teach Sharp Fong a lesson. But he really didn't have any good ideas. If they really broke ties with Sharp Fong, he worried that Damu wouldn't be a match for him. After all, he had witnessed Sharp Fong's power firsthand, and Damu was already old. If Sharp Fong gained the upper hand, Damu would lose even more prestige in the tribe, and Boji would be even less of a threat. Seeing this, Damu's eyes flashed with disappointment. He shouldn't have expected so much from Boji. Yet, he couldn't help but think that if he had asked Lyang the same question, she would surely have given him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different opinions. Even if he disagreed, she could face it openly, unlike Boji, who is so evasive. Say what you think. You came to see me today specifically, so you must have some thoughts, Damu asked after a moment of silence. As dusk fell and a cool breeze blew, Boji broke out in a sweat under Damu's gaze. What he was thinking was that Damu's display of power, directly eliminating Fongya, meant that even a day's presence was a potential threat. He even felt that everyone in the tribe stronger than him was a potential threat. Although no one else had shown Fongya's arrogance yet, it was possible that others would in the future. Looking up at Damu, seeing the encouragement in his eyes, a surge of courage welled up within him. He blurted out, "Father, why don't we set a trap and kill Sharp Fong directly? Killing him would eliminate future troubles. As long as no one else in the tribe dared to rise up, his position as Boji would be secure. Moreover, killing Sharp Fong would also intimidate the others, preventing them from harboring any improper thoughts." Thinking it over and over, the more he considered it, the more reasonable it seemed. Damu's pupils contracted. Sharp Fong could indeed be infuriating at times, but that was all. His contributions to the tribe couldn't be ignored. Because of him, a number of people survived. That was an undeniable fact. Such a person, no matter what situation the tribe faced, could alleviate pressure with his presence. He both loved and hated Fong, but never harbored any intention to kill him. For the tribe to grow stronger, to develop, and to avoid being bullied by other tribes, someone like Fong was indispensable. To say he hated him wasn't entirely true. The tribe needed Fong more than anyone else, and the tribe's needs were Damu's needs. However, his son, the one who had once wanted him to succeed as chief, easily dismissed Fong's contributions. With such a way of handling things, such a Narrow-mindedness. How could he win over the people? Damu was the first to object, and the disappointment in his eyes deepened. Seeing his expression, Boji felt a pang of panic. Father, did I say something wrong? Had he said something wrong? Damu sighed inwardly. He hadn't even realized his mistake. His eldest son had ambition and ruthlessness, but lacked the ability to match them. Therefore, he was destined to fail. Damu looked up at the sky in utter disappointment, his gaze more distant than ever before. Father? Boji shrank back slightly at the sight of him. Damu turned to look at him, letting out a long sigh. This was his eldest son, a father himself, yet still so ignorant. Boji, you only see people's flaws and ignore their strengths. That's not good. Damu shook his head. But father, Fong is so arrogant. If you ignore him, it won't be long before he takes your place as leader, Boji said indignantly. The thought of Fong taking over, just imagining it made him furious. If he has the ability and can lead the tribe to a better life, then let him take over. As the chief, I naturally hope that our Inshan tribe will grow stronger and reach greater heights, Damu said calmly. He was the chief, but he also had his own selfish desires. He hoped his son would succeed him, but knowing his son's limited abilities and inability to handle the position, he couldn't force him. He could only let the capable take the place. Since Jinya seemed to have this in mind, then he could take the position. Although he felt unwilling, he wasn't someone who couldn't accept reality. Boji was like that, and Zhongshan didn't seem to have any talent. The only outstanding one, Lyang, was a girl. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to accept it. But Jinya, he was still a little uneasy. Jinya acted impulsively, was arrogant, and looked down on everyone. He wasn't entirely optimistic about such a person as chief. His abilities were enough to command respect, but his temperament was actually better than Qinghe's. However, there was no rush. There was still time to consider. Personally, he favored Qinghe more. Qinghe was gentle, and although not as brave as Jinya, his temperament was more suitable for being the leader and resolving the tribe's various conflicts. The only obstacle was that Jinya would definitely disagree, inevitably leading to another argument. Thinking about all this, Damu was quite troubled. He really couldn't relinquish his position as leader anytime soon, otherwise the tribe would descend into chaos. Considering the entire Inshan tribe how many people were there, yet they could still cause so much conflict, felt utterly helpless. However, Boji was not as calm as him. Hearing Damu's words, his mind was buzzing. His thoughts were racing. His father hadn't intended to pass the leadership to him, but instead had approved of Sharp Fong.
How could this be?
Sharp Fong was incredibly volatile. If he were the leader, he'd probably punch or kick anyone he disliked. Boji, who was constantly at odds with Sharp Fong, would likely be beaten to death, and no one would speak up for him. Father, you need to think this through. Don't rush things. How can we let Sharp Fong be the leader? Father, it can't be. Boji was almost incoherent, his heart filled with panic. We can't rush things. I need to think about it some more. You brought up this topic today, and that's why I mentioned it casually, Damu said wearily. His disappointment with the child and his worries about the tribe weighed heavily on his mind. Pu Chao entered the cave. As dusk approached, the light dimmed, making visibility even more blurred. Seeing Fu Ying lying motionless, she wasn't sure if he was still unconscious or awake. Before approaching, she softly called out, "Mother." Receiving no response, she relaxed slightly and slowly moved closer. "Mother, are you awake?" She continued softly. Still no response. Hearing Fu Ying's even breathing, she was now certain he hadn't woken up and was still unconscious. Gradually, her gaze shifted to Fu Ying's injured calf. She applied some herbs. In the dim light, it looked like a dark, mushy mess, but the smell of herbs was very strong and bitter. She frowned. She didn't like the smell at all. Previously, herbs were only applied to wounds. Now, they could even be boiled into a decoction, supposedly for healing. She tried that bitter liquid once and never again. It made her want to vomit. How could she possibly drink it? If many others hadn't also tried that bitter medicine, she would have suspected Lyang was deliberately toying with her. Such a bitter thing supposedly cured? She'd rather be sick than drink that so-called medicine again. In the quiet cave, the strong smell of herbs filled her with irritation. Staring at Fu Ying's injured leg for a long time, Piyu Chao, as if making a decision, slowly reached out her hand towards Fu Ying's injured calf. Piyu Chao, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you that mother's leg is injured and shouldn't be touched? Lyang stood behind her, looking at Piyu Chao squatting beside Fu Ying, his voice cold. Pu Tsao screamed in fright. Her entire attention was focused on Fu Ying's injured leg, and she hadn't noticed anyone approaching. It was mealtime. Everyone was gathered around the fire waiting to eat. Only Lyang, that oddball, wouldn't care about food and would come to the cave. Startled by Lyang, she finally managed to say, I just wanted to see if mother's injury was better. But you, what brings you here? The men and women of the tribe, including the children, were all rather oblivious. Even when facing man-eating beasts outside, they wouldn't panic much, let alone be easily frightened. Pu Tsao's flustered appearance made Lyang suspicious. Considering Boji's earlier doubts and Pu Tsao's futile actions, she couldn't help but guess, and a chill ran down her spine. Consider Fu Ying as a mother. Although she sometimes scolded and beat her children, she still tried her best to ensure they were well-fed and clothed, even under such difficult conditions. Compared to many mothers, Fu Ying was one of the few who truly fulfilled her maternal duties. Yet even so, Boji and Piyu Chao were able to worsen Fu Ying's injuries for their own benefit. Even if they had exercised restraint and wouldn't have caused any lasting harm, attacking their own mother reveals just how heartless these two are. It was fortunate that she had thought of Fu Ying's injury and brought him some food and drink. Otherwise, with his injuries worsened, he would have suffered even more. And all of this was just to question her bone-setting techniques. Thinking about it, Lyang immediately felt sorry for Fu Ying. What an ungrateful wretch she had raised. If I hadn't come, who knows what you would have done to mother? Lyang sneered, her contempt for Boji growing stronger. She knew Piyu Chao well. Aside from being exceptionally attentive to food and drink, she paid little attention to anything else. For her to act this way, it must have been Boji who ordered her to do it, but the fact that she dared to do it showed she was heartless. In short, neither of them were good people. Before, she had only looked down on Boji, but now she actually disliked him. What would I do to mother? You are mother's daughter, and I am mother's daughter too. Pu Chao finally felt a little guilty. She had shouted loudly at first, but her voice gradually faded. But it was this sudden loud voice that startled Fu Ying awake. Fu Ying opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. What's going on? Mother, you're awake. Lyang took a few steps forward and squatted down in front of Fu Ying. Seeing Fu Ying awaken, Piyu Chao felt even more guilty, her feet involuntarily taking a step back. What were you arguing about just now? Fu Ying had just woken up and had momentarily forgotten her injury. She hissed in pain as soon as she moved. Lyang quickly stepped forward and pressed her down. Mother, don't move around. Your injury hasn't healed yet. You need to rest for a while. He then turned to look at Piyu Chao. Pu Chao immediately turned pale with fright, her hands trembling slightly. She wasn't a brave person. Otherwise, she would have lived for 20 years, only ever venturing within a kilometer radius of the tribe, never venturing even a step beyond the tribe's borders. Looking at Lyang, she felt a chill run down her spine, worried that she would reveal what had happened earlier. Although she hadn't admitted it, Lyang had seen it all, and her father and mother doted on her, so they would undoubtedly believe her. She suddenly regretted listening to Boji. But if she hadn't, Boji wouldn't bring her food anymore. Her mind raced with these thoughts, and her face grew increasingly pale. Pu Tsao, what's wrong? You have to take care of 3 children. You're always busy. I don't have anything to do here, so you don't need to come and watch over me. Fu Ying, having been pressed back down by Lyang, looked at Pu Tsao not far away and was understanding of the younger generation's predicament. Lyang glanced at Fu Ying. Already injured, she didn't want to add to her distress. After all, they were her children. How could any parent not love them? She didn't mention what had happened earlier. Yes, the 3 children are waiting for me at home. Since you're awake, mother, then everything's all right. I'll head back now, Chu You hurriedly added, wanting to leave before Lyang could speak. With that, she turned and disappeared as if chased by a dog. This child, she's a mother herself, yet still so impulsive. Fong shook her head. Lyang sneered inwardly. Fong still treated her like a child, but Chu You, this ungrateful wretch who was already a mother, hadn't even asked about Fu Ying's injuries, as if afraid she'd hold a grudge, and had run away as if her life depended on it. Lyang didn't respond to her words, but instead picked up a large bamboo tube he had brought. I was worried that you were hungry, so I brought some meat soup. Now that you're awake, you can drink some to fill your stomach. If you're still hungry, I'll go get some more meat. I also brought some dried meat. If you don't want to eat it now, you can save it for when you're hungry. When Damu returned, he saw the mother and daughter chatting and laughing. His expression relaxed, and he quickly went to them, asking with concern, "How are your injuries? If the pain is too much, have Lyang go find some more herbs." Fong shook her head. "It's much better now." Lyang knew this was meant to comfort her. She had hissed in pain earlier from a slight movement. "How could you be so careless? It's lucky someone was here. If no one was around, no one would have known you were injured," Damu said, his brow furrowed. This had happened before. Sometimes they died from the pain, and sometimes they were mauled by wild animals. Fortunately, in recent years, the area around the tribe had become more populated, scaring away the wild animals. It was just a moment of carelessness. "I'll be more careful next time," Fong said softly. Being injured would only cause trouble, so she didn't want to raise her voice. This is why life is so much better now. In the past, someone too badly injured to get up would have struggled even to eat or drink. Yet here she is, with food brought to her. She looked at Lyang with a relieved expression. "Mother, once you've recovered, don't go out anymore. We brothers and sisters are all grown up. Do you think we'd let you go hungry?" Lyang advised. Damu and Fong had both come from hardship. As long as they could move, they were always thinking about finding food. In their minds, there was no concept of old age, and they themselves seemed somewhat unwilling to accept old age. In later generations, people in their 50s and 60s were considered to be in their prime, healthy and strong. But for the people of the tribe, it was different. Life was hard. In their youth, they often went hungry and constantly fought wild animals, leaving them with various ailments and hidden injuries. It was no wonder their health was poor in old age. For them, 50 or 60 years old is the twilight of their lives. Compared to their peers, Damu and Fong are considered to be in relatively good physical condition. "It's good enough if I can find something to eat when I go out. Who would complain about having too much food?" Fong shook her head. She never intended to just stay in the tribe waiting for food, unless she became too old to move. Even then, she would have somewhere to go. Many elderly people have lived like that. "But your health?" Lyang disagreed. "My health is considered good. Look at Qingya, she was seriously ill a few days ago, and she's lost a lot of weight. I'm afraid it will take her a long time to recover." Fong sighed softly. Qingya is Mangzhong's mother. She has a chronic illness from her youth that prevents her from overexerting herself. If she takes good care of herself, it's not a big problem. As people age, their health declines, and they are more prone to illness in windy or rainy weather. This is unavoidable. "So, mother, if you don't want to end up like her, you'll have to take better care of your health in the future," Lyang quickly added. Damu nodded immediately. Lyang is right. It's fortunate that someone was with you this time and carried you back. If you had fallen and injured yourself outside alone, I don't even want to think about it. He still felt lingering fear. "I wasn't alone. I always go out with a group of people. I wouldn't dare go out alone." Watching the 3 of them chatting animatedly, Boji stood alone in the shadows, his face terribly grim. He seemed to be losing all his standing with Damu and Fong. After observing in silence for a moment, he left with a dark expression. Fong ate something, but being injured, he was still quite weak. He yawned, covered his mouth, and then waved for the father and daughter to leave. The father and daughter exchanged a glance and then withdrew. The sky grew darker, and a crescent moon gradually rose. Several bonfires were lit in the open space in front of the cave, bathing the entire tribe in flames. In the firelight, everything was clearly visible. "Your mother's injury? Father, don't worry, it's nothing serious, just aches for a few days. A broken bone takes 100 days to heal, and even after recovery, it requires careful recuperation." She sighed softly, feeling that there were still too few medicinal herbs available. The medicines for treating injuries were all for external use. They needed to find more internal remedies. External application and internal administration would speed up healing and alleviate pain. "It's good that she's all right," Damu replied in a heavy voice. Fueying's injury had weighed heavily on his mind, and coupled with his age, the day's fatigue wouldn't dissipate quickly. "Father, I just had some soup made. Drink some more later." Damu nodded, then turned to Lyang, observing him quietly for a moment before saying, "You did well on the hunt today." A 10-year-old girl, not only was she not frightened by the bloodshed, but she also managed to hunt her own prey. Such performance would be remarkable even for a typical boy, let alone a 10-year-old girl like Lyang. Damu was very pleased with her performance today, but at the same time, he was also deeply disappointed. Why wasn't she a boy? Upon hearing this, Lyang grinned broadly. "Thank you for the praise, father. I will do even better in the future." She was full of confidence. She was no less skilled in hunting, but hunting required even more courage, which she certainly didn't lack. If she couldn't perform well under these circumstances, she would truly be a useless waste. Seeing this spirited and energetic young man, Damu felt a surge of joy. This child was truly a good one. "Why aren't you a boy?" He couldn't help but mutter to himself. He spoke softly, but Lyang, standing beside him, heard him clearly. She immediately retorted dismissively, "What does it matter if I'm a man or a woman? Father, tell me, am I capable? Am I more capable than many men?" Of course, she was capable, even more capable than many men. Whether it was her hunting skills or her clear and intelligent mind, she was far superior to the average man in the tribe. This was a fact everyone acknowledged. But, seeing Damu remain silent, Lyang asked again, "Father, will you look down on me because I'm a daughter?" "Of course not. Since father thinks so, then naturally the others in the tribe won't look down on me because I'm a daughter either." Lyang had this much confidence. Leaving aside the older generation, many of the younger generation followed her lead. Damu listened, a thought stirring within him. He knew all too well the immense influence Lyang wielded in the tribe. Even the children obeyed her commands, and the older ones spoke highly of her. However, a small minority, mostly followers of Sharp Fong, disregarded her. No one is perfect. He took a slight breath. Gaining the approval of the majority was enough.
Lyang.
Damu's gaze was fixed on Lyang. The moonlight and firelight illuminated her face, making her expression crystal clear. Damu looked at her. The small girl's expression was both resolute and stubborn, and he even saw ambition in her eyes. "This child. You think you're second to none, but do you want the leadership?" Damu asked directly. He hadn't asked Boji this question before because he knew Boji couldn't bear the responsibility, and he already knew what Boji was thinking, so why ask again? But Lyang was different. She wasn't plotting to usurp the throne. There was nothing she couldn't answer. Besides, it was her loving father who asked. Lyang didn't beat around the bush, answering as frankly as Damu. "Yes, I want to be the leader of our Inshan tribe." Her tone was firm, her expression proud. Damu stared at the blazing sun, momentarily stunned. His question had been direct, but he hadn't expected Lyang's answer to be equally direct. Anyone else would have been evasive, never getting to the point. But Lyang's straightforwardness only made him admire her more. She spoke her mind. There was no need for pretense. They were father and daughter, not strangers. "Why do you want to be the chief?" "Being a chief isn't easy. Look at your father all these years. Has he ever had a single day at home? He's always busy hunting, and even then, he might not bring back enough food to fill his stomach." "It's only in recent years that things have improved a lot in the tribe," Damu asked, puzzled. "Women are generally treated well because they bear the responsibility of childbirth. Compared to men, women have a much easier life. Therefore, he has always been very lenient with his 3 daughters, not forcing them to hunt or do anything else. They can do whatever they want. After all, he, their father, can support them. Once they're married, their husbands will take care of them, so they generally don't have to worry about food and drink. Pu Chao is already a mother, and Honggu will probably be soon too. Both daughters are living according to his plan. Only Lyang is different. This child inherited his great strength from birth, often seen wielding clubs with a group of boys, always carrying a stone knife. If she were a boy, this would be perfectly normal, but she is a girl. But this girl also possesses courage no less than any boys, and most importantly, she is gradually revealing her abilities. A child like this, no matter the circumstances, will certainly not go hungry.
I was born and raised in the tribe.
My parents, brothers, sisters, and friends are in the tribe. If I have any skills, I naturally want everyone in our Inshan tribe to live a good life, and I believe I have that ability, Lyang said, head held high. Hearing these resounding words, Damu was shocked. How old was this child? Yet he had such thoughts, such lofty ambitions, and his thinking was broader and farther than that of men. Even Boji couldn't say such things. No, Boji probably never even thought of such a thing. Boji probably only thinks about the prestige of being a leader and exercising the privileges of a leader, inevitably neglecting the responsibilities of a leader. It is precisely for this reason that he doesn't think highly of Boji and even considered letting Fong take over the leadership position as a last resort. But now his eyes have lit up. Being a chief will be tough and exhausting, and you'll have to suppress many dissenting voices. Aren't you afraid?
No.
Good. Damu clapped his hands and shouted, his slightly furrowed brows relaxing and his mood brightening. Boji's incompetence and Zhongshan's lack of initiative made him deeply concerned about the lack of a successor. As the chief, he had a deep affection for the entire tribe and naturally hoped for an outstanding successor to lead the tribe to greater heights. His sons were useless, but Lyang gave him hope. The only downside was that Lyang was a girl. If she became chief, she would inevitably face opposition from a group of people. But considering what Lyang had done for the tribe over the years and the popularity she had built, he could imagine that those who opposed her would be in the minority. However, this wasn't absolute. He couldn't get past Jinya. Thinking of Jinya, his heart sank again. In recent years, Fong's prey catches have consistently surpassed those of his own, the chieftain. This track record has won him many hearts and minds. Follow Fong, and you'll get to eat meat, a phrase uttered by Ping Shi, Fong's trusted lieutenant. A woman as chief? This is unprecedented in our tribe, Damu said, looking at Lyang with a heavy tone. No, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Before, we didn't have one because we didn't have a woman as outstanding as me. Now we do, because I can lead them to a better life. Everything starts from nothing, father. You don't need to worry about this. She would become chief through her own efforts, not by forcing Damu to adopt coercive policies. Damu was moved by these words. Yes, everything starts from nothing. Lyang was so intelligent and capable. Having her as chief would definitely allow the Inshan tribe to develop better, become stronger, and eventually be so powerful that no one would dare to bully them. Unfortunately, he was getting old, and he didn't know if he would live to see that day. Thinking back to his father, who had entrusted him with the leadership with high hopes, wishing him to lead the tribe to greater strength, he realized that successive disasters and hardships had led to the tribe's gradual decline. The few dozen people had struggled to survive, and the current size of around 400 was already a remarkable achievement. However, the current situation was excellent. If things continued as they were, the tribe would grow larger. Once they had sufficient strength, the Inshan tribe would no longer need to live in this remote place. With the strength to protect themselves, they could integrate into other tribes and survive. With strength, no one would dare to bully them, and in a more stable environment, the tribe would grow even stronger. Thinking this through his mind, he looked forward to the future with increasing anticipation. Lyang, you're right. You're smart and capable. Under your leadership, our tribe will get better and better. I can't wait to see that day come. Father, eat the meat one bite at a time, Don't rush. Lyang was a little surprised by Damon's change in mood, but she already knew that Damo had completely accepted her, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Although they were father and daughter, Damo was a very fair man. If he didn't believe in her, he would never have allowed her to succeed as leader. Now that she had Damo's approval, many things would be much easier. Although the road ahead was fraught with obstacles, she was fearless. Around the campfire in front of the village, adults and children sat together, roasting meat and chatting. Several women sat together, blowing on the cooked broth, intending to feed it to the children in their arms. "Putsao, come here for a moment," Boji called out with a grim face, then turned and walked away. The women who were together looked at Boji, then at Putsao, but none of them spoke. A flicker of fear crossed Putsao's eyes, but she quickly put the child in her arms down, then got up and followed Boji. Boji, who didn't do much work, started panting after a few steps. But Boji was strong and healthy, and in his anger, he walked even faster, completely ignoring whether Putsao could keep up. "What did you do when I asked you to do it?" Boji stopped, angrily saying. Putsao suddenly felt guilty. Explain yourself clearly. Don't you even respect me, Boji, so you ignore my words? Boji turned around and glared angrily at Putsao. No, I didn't. I did listen to you, but that's mother, and Lyang was there. I couldn't find an opportunity. Her voice trailed off, her conscience both guilty and frightened, realizing she hadn't handled things well. "So, you're afraid of Lyang, not me?" Boji's expression darkened further. Lyang was loved by her parents, respected by the tribe, things Boji lacked. He hated being compared to Lyang. "No, I'm not afraid of Lyang. What is Lyang, anyway?"
Putsao quickly said.
This was the truth. She genuinely didn't care about Lyang. She was just a 10-year-old child who had gone hunting with her father. That was nothing. Who knew if her father had deliberately placed the prey at her feet for her to hunt? She didn't care about the tribespeople's praise of Lyang. To her, praise was meaningless. Nothing was more important than a full stomach. Only those who could hunt food were heroes. Hearing her belittle Lyang, Boji finally felt a little better. He looked at Putsao, who was meekly bowing to him, and said, "I'll let it go this time. But if you fail again next time, I won't give you any more food."
"What?
No more food?"
How could that be?
Putshao's eyes widened immediately. Then she realized what he meant and hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, I'll listen to everything you say. I didn't disobey you this time. It's just that Lyang suddenly came. Otherwise, she wouldn't have failed. Compared to food, nothing else mattered." Don't give me that nonsense. I only care about the results. What's the point of keeping a useless person around if you can't do it well?
Boji said sternly.
The women in his family also had a lot of complaints about him giving food to Putsao, but he still did it. "I'm not useless. I can get things done," Putsao quickly said. "That had to be for the best, otherwise, you know the consequences," Boji threatened. I know. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it right next time and won't make the same mistake again." She had already made up her mind to do whatever Boji said. What could be more important than having a full stomach? "Wulong, eating only roasted meat is too greasy. Have some meat broth." Hongwa smiled and handed Wulong a bamboo tube filled with meat broth. Wulong paused, his hand already reaching for the meat, then turned to look at Hongwa. Even with her smiling face, his expression remained cold and expressionless. "What are you looking at?"
"Take it."
"This is all broth made from meat. It smells delicious. I didn't even fill the broth with wild vegetables. They say those wild vegetables are good for you, but they taste a bit astringent and bitter, not very tasty." I don't know what Lyang was thinking. "We don't lack meat now," Hongwa chattered on. Wulong was a man of few words, but Hongwa was lively and cheerful. Wherever she was, there was always laughter and joy. "You drink it yourself. Lyang is right. She said a balanced diet of meat and vegetables is better for your health, and it really is. I'll go get some wild vegetable soup later." He then took a piece of roasted meat and started eating. Before, when they ate raw meat, the food from the hunt was distributed according to the size of the hunt. The remaining food was divided equally among those in the tribe who lacked hunting skills. If the hunt was poor, the distribution was small. If it was plentiful, everyone could have a full meal. Back then, everyone was very careful with their food. But now it's different. Chief Damu and Fongya each lead a team hunting, and Fongya, with a competitive spirit, always has a large haul, enough for everyone to eat their fill. The bones could be used to make soup, which could be eaten with wild vegetables. Even if there wasn't enough meat, the vegetables and soup were enough to fill one's stomach. Therefore, in recent years, no one had gone hungry. Even during the harshest winters, there was always some dried meat made from the usual meals. By carefully managing their finances throughout the year, they truly hadn't gone hungry. Over the years, the tribe members stopped being so calculating and individualistic. Instead, they shared the meat, cooking and eating it together. The able-bodied warriors received more meat and ate more, while those who couldn't hunt knew better and didn't eat as much meat as they wanted, instead drinking more soup and eating it with wild vegetables. In short, they never went hungry. Hongwa glanced at Wuling, who was engrossed in his meal, a hint of helplessness flashing across her face. Over the years, no matter how much she tried to befriend him, he always remained indifferent, his face cold and expressionless, rarely speaking, and never even cracking a smile. "Since you're not eating, I'll eat by myself." Hongwa picked up the bamboo tube, took a small sip, and began to ponder. She was already 18 this year. Girls her age often had 2 children already. In the tribe, girls usually started looking for a man to settle down with at 15. She was truly the only one her age who hadn't found a man. Fortunately, her parents didn't lack for her food and drink and didn't have much of an opinion. However, a person should know their place. She couldn't continue like this. She then looked up at Wuling beside her. She had taken a liking to this man when she was 10 years old, and over the years she had proven that her judgment was good. Wuling's hunting ability was among the best of the younger generation. Even Boji couldn't compare to him, let alone Piyu Chao's man Muyi. In any case, her judgment of people was much better than Piyu Chao's. Unfortunately, this man didn't seem to be interested in her. Hongwa sighed helplessly. She could tell whether a man was interested in her or not. Zhongshen, for example, couldn't take his eyes off Yunduo and was always chasing after her, while Wuling completely ignored her. She couldn't help but touch her face. She wasn't bad-looking at all. Although she couldn't compare to Yunduo, no other girl besides Yunduo was prettier than her. Her sister, Piyu Chao, was also quite pretty, but she couldn't compare to her. As for Lyang, he was still just a child. She pondered to herself that although Yunduo was pretty, Wuling hadn't given her a second glance. In fact, he hadn't given any of the girls in the tribe much attention. He only talked to Lyang. He didn't interact with any of the other girls. Even when she did talk to Lyang, it was mostly about his studies. They didn't talk much else. Besides, Lyang was still so young. To this, she could only conclude that Wuling was probably just slow to understand. After all, his father and mother were gone, and no one had likely mentioned these things to him. His thoughts were consumed by hunting, his entire being focused on it, likely due to the fear of hunger he suffered as a child. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment towards Damu. As the chief, why hadn't he taken better care of Wuling back then? Otherwise, out of gratitude towards the chief, he would have been more willing to pay attention to her. She pondered this for a while, realizing she was getting older and some things couldn't be delayed any longer. Just then, she saw Wuling stand up to leave. In a panic, she grabbed his arm without thinking. Wuling turned to look at her, bewildered. Hongwa blushed slightly under his gaze and murmured, "Wuling, I have something I want to tell you. Let's find a secluded place." This was somewhat ambiguous. Men and women in the tribe often sought secluded places to do strange things, and Wuling hesitated upon hearing this. "I just have something I want to tell you," Hongwa said immediately, when he remained silent. Wuling hesitated for a moment, then, seeing that she wouldn't give up until he agreed, he nodded slightly. Hongwa immediately perked up, stood up, and pointed outside the tribe. "Let's talk outside." The tribe had become much larger, especially with so many children. A child could suddenly appear from any corner of the tribe, making it unsuitable for conversation. It would be quieter outside, and besides, there were no wild animals around the tribe now, so it was quite safe. Lyang nodded. As a young warrior of the tribe, he had no fear of the outside world. Whether they talked outside or inside the tribe made no difference. Then hurry back. I want to have some more wild vegetable soup when I get back. He glanced at the woman cooking wild vegetables, wondering if she had made a lot of soup today. It wouldn't be good if it was all gone when he got back. It's okay to drink a little less. If you're still hungry, you can eat more meat. Hongwa said helplessly. She really didn't expect that Lyang would only be thinking about drinking wild vegetable soup at this time. What's so good about wild vegetable soup? It's not as important as what she wanted to say. Lyang ignored her words and walked out of the tribe first. He was thinking that the sooner he got there, the sooner he could return. There was still a big pot of wild vegetable soup left, and he might be able to make it back in time. Naturally, he didn't pay much attention to Hongwa's words. Lyang walked out of the tribe and saw several children playing there. Thinking that Hongwa probably wanted to find a quiet place to talk to him, he moved a little further away from them, stopping about 10 steps away. Let's talk here. Lyang turned to Hongwa. Hongwa frowned, looking at the group of children playing in the distance. Kids these days are so bold. When we were little, we didn't dare take a single step outside the tribe after dark. Look at them now, playing wildly outside, making such a racket. Hongwa pouted at the group of children with dissatisfaction. Lyang disagreed with her. He hadn't been a sheltered child, always staying indoors. Back then, he could go out whenever he wanted, even at night. He was usually only forbidden from going out if someone accidentally saw him. He said impatiently, "Just say what you want to say.
Now.
I have things to do when I get back. It's already dark. What could you possibly have to do when you get back?" Hongwa pouted. Lyang didn't speak again, but looked up at her. Hongwa paused, then said, "I have something I want to ask you." She trailed off, looking at Lyang with an embarrassed expression. Lyang frowned immediately. She was leaving things unsaid. He couldn't understand what she meant. He was quite annoyed. If she weren't the chief's daughter, Lyang's older sister, he would have just walked away. "Just say what you want to say. If you don't want to talk anymore, then I'm going back." He really didn't have the patience to waste time here. If he were hunting, he would definitely be very patient, since hunting at least meant seeing prey. But wasting time with Hongwa here was pointless. In fact, it would prevent him from getting any wild vegetable soup. "Don't you really understand?" Hongwa was immediately annoyed. "You haven't said anything. How could I understand?" Lyang said blankly. "You?" Hongwa was so angry she didn't know what to say. Even if she had her own plans, she was still just a girl, and some things were a little embarrassing to say. But knowing Lyang's character, she knew he was oblivious. Suppressing her shyness, she hesitantly said, "I just wanted to ask you what kind of woman you want to spend your life with. What do you think of me?" Hongwa blurted out her thoughts in one breath, then lowered her head shyly, waiting for Lyang's answer. Lyang was somewhat bewildered. He hadn't expected Hongwa to ask him this. After a moment's thought, he said, "I've never thought about these things before." "Then you can think about it now." Hongwa looked up and said quickly, her tone slightly coquettish. But Lyang didn't detect any of that. He simply said, "What you do has nothing to do with me, and besides, I have no plans to find a woman to settle down with right now." "What do you mean you don't have that plan? You're 18 already, not young anymore." "When my brother was your age, he already had a child," Hongwa said anxiously. "I'm not your brother. Besides, Lyang said it himself. A man should establish himself before starting a family. If he has nothing, how can he support his woman and children?" Lyang said earnestly. Hongwa stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Lyang had indeed said those words. She had heard them, and even agreed with them. A man needs to be capable to save up something so that his woman and children can live a life of plenty. But this didn't include Lyang. Lyang was the most capable of the younger generation. He wouldn't let his woman and children go hungry. Why should he worry about that? "Lyang, with your abilities, do you really think you can't support your woman and children?" Hongwa immediately pressed. Wulong listened, his expression somewhat cold. His father had been a very capable man, but he had died, leaving him to struggle alone. If it weren't for the chief's fair treatment and the occasional sharing of food, he would likely have starved to death long ago. But when the entire tribe faced hardship, he too suffered hunger. He sighed deeply, saying, "That's hard to say. Life seems good now, but who can say for sure?" "So, you're not going to find a woman for the rest of your life?" Manhwa asked angrily. "Of course I will, but not now. I'm currently saving up furs and dried meat. When we have more than enough for one person and plenty left over, that'll be about right." Manhwa listened, her brow furrowing and then relaxing. She then asked, "You go out hunting every day, and your daily food harvest is quite plentiful. How much do you save each day?" If she saved a lot now, their wedding should be just around the corner. To everyone's surprise, Wulong shook his head and sighed. "We have a good harvest every day from hunting, but I also eat a lot now, so there's nothing left. The daily hunts are very tiring, and although the harvest is plentiful, a portion of the food has to be distributed to those in the tribe who can't hunt. The rest is divided among the villagers, and what they can't finish is made into jerky to eat when they're hungry. That way, there are hardly any pieces of jerky left each day. Furthermore, life is better now, and he's not too concerned about food. Sometimes, even if he receives a large share, he'll share it with everyone. He has a big appetite, and so do the others. After all that, there's hardly anything left." Manhwa gasped, "If you keep going like this, you'll never find a woman in your life. If you can't find one, then don't." "Actually, women are quite troublesome," Wulong casually retorted. In his opinion, women were indeed a nuisance. Look at Mei Tao. She does nothing all day but beg Jinya for food. If Jinya is a little slow in responding, she throws a tantrum, and in the end, Jinya can't do anything about it. Looking at Manhwa in front of him, her face full of exasperation, he didn't know what he had done to offend her. He had only spoken his mind. "You." Manhwa was furious. All the other boys in the tribe treated her politely, but this Wulong was just infuriating. "What about me? In the end, all you really want is for me to not be your woman, yet you keep rambling on and on." Manhwa's eyes were red with anger, but the other party didn't seem to care at all, which made her realize that Wulong didn't care about her at all. Manhwa stormed off in a huff, but Wulong didn't think much of it. He glanced at the children playing happily nearby, then calmly headed back towards the tribe. He figured if he went back now, he could still make it in time for some wild vegetable soup. Many people thought wild vegetable soup was unpalatable, but he found it refreshing. After filling his stomach with roasted meat, his mouth felt greasy, and a little wild vegetable soup made him feel much better. No wonder Lyang had specially cleared a plot of land to plant wild vegetables. It would be convenient for future consumption. Thinking this, he felt quite relaxed. He thought Lyang was indeed clever. If planting wild vegetables went smoothly, he could plant more later. Even if they couldn't hunt for food, wild vegetables would fill their stomachs. And if they really ran out of food, probably no one would complain about the taste of wild vegetables. Thinking about it, most of the people who said wild vegetables were unpalatable had probably never gone hungry. "Wulong, where did you run off to? Boji is looking for you." Muyi approached, smiling warmly. Wulong glanced at him coldly. He and Muyi had never had any dealings. Muyi was a petty person. Wulong had defeated him back then, and Muyi had never given him a kind look over the years. So this time, Muyi was smiling warmly at him, which surprised Wulong greatly. "I just went for a walk. What does Boji want with me?" "I don't know. He's over there. I'll take you there." Muyi didn't care about Wulong's cold look and said in a good-natured manner.
Wulong nodded and
followed him over. "Boji, Wulong is here," Muyi said with a smile, then sat down on the other side of Boji. "Wulong, come here quickly, sit here." Boji greeted him warmly, with a smile. "No need to sit. Just tell me what you want. I need to go back and have some wild vegetable soup," Wulong said directly. Boji frowned slightly. How could he be considered less than a bowl of wild vegetable soup in this other person's eyes? He was immediately displeased, but now that he was older and more shrewd, he didn't immediately show it. He simply said, Wild vegetable soup? It doesn't matter where you drink it. I'll have someone get some for you. No need. We already have some cooked over there, so don't bother. This was truly ungrateful. Boji's face immediately darkened. Seeing that he remained silent for a while, Wulong said again, Boji, just say what you want to say. I'm listening. He thought to himself, are all the chief's children like this? They never say anything directly, always beating around the bush and making people guess, but I really can't guess. But that didn't seem right either.
Lyang wasn't like that.
Lyang always said what she meant, speaking and acting openly and honestly, never hiding anything. Talking to her was much easier. After a moment of silence, Boji spoke. I'd like to form my own hunting team and invite you to join. Would you be willing? He stared directly at him, waiting for his reply. Wulong immediately fell into deep thought. There were 2 hunting teams in the tribe, one led by the chief himself and the other led by Fong. He was currently in Fong's team. Fong had chosen him, and the chief had no objections, so he had been following Fong's team ever since. In recent years, the children who had grown up in the tribe had also joined these 2 teams one after another. In fact, the 2 hunting teams had quite a few people. Forming another team wasn't out of the question, mainly because there were enough people. He thought that Fong, as the captain, sometimes showed obvious favoritism towards his cronies, which made him unfair to others, something he disliked. Furthermore, Fong preferred individual strength to teamwork. He wasn't badly capable, so he wasn't at a disadvantage, but those who were clearly weaker would struggle. Many in the team complained, but Fong wasn't one to listen to advice and remained obstinate. Since his team consistently had the best catch, the others didn't dare say anything, as they would be going hunting with Fong in the future and couldn't afford to offend their leader. Wulong was somewhat resentful of Fong and wanted to lead his own team, but before he could make a decision, Boji had already started recruiting, beating him to it. Looking at Boji, he shook his head. I can't be on your team. Why? Boji's face immediately darkened. If you're worried about Jianya's wrath, I can talk to him. He believed he could speak to Jianya. That's not the reason. Wulong shook his head again. Then what is it? Boji suddenly remembered that Wulong was always close to Lyang. Perhaps Lyang had said something to him? Thinking this, he blurted out, Is it because Lyang won't let you join my team? Wulong was taken aback. What did this have to do with Lyang? He knew Boji disliked Lyang, but he couldn't blame everything on him. He hadn't wanted to say it so soon, but since Boji had already blamed Lyang, he had to get to the bottom of it. This has nothing to do with the blazing sun. I've been planning the same thing. I want to form my own hunting team. Both hunting teams have extra men, so forming another team is no problem at all, Wulong said honestly. Upon hearing this, Boji was immediately shocked. What? You want to form a team too?
How can that be?
Why not? Yes, why not? If Boji can form one, so can Wulong. As long as he gets Dama's consent, it's fine. Besides, Wulong's skills are superior to his. If the 2 of them went to Damu together, the fair-minded Damu would probably agree immediately. And in Dama's eyes, his son really seemed insignificant. Wulong, if you want to form a team now, that's going against me. I won't let you get away with it. Boji threatened. I don't mean to oppose you, but if you insist on saying so, I'm not afraid of you, Wulong said coldly. He wasn't even convinced by Jianya, so why would he fear anyone else? You? Boji was speechless with anger. It was true that Wulong wasn't afraid of him, and he couldn't do anything to Wulong. In a fight, he was no match for him. To teach him a lesson, he would need several helpers. But the tribe only allowed fair fights, not private brawls. If you want to fight me, I'm ready any time, Wulong said, unwilling to say anything more, and turned to leave. Boji was immediately enraged, jumping up and down. He doesn't respect me at all. I'm the chief's son. He's really not afraid of me at all. Don't be angry, don't be angry. We'll find a chance to teach him a lesson. Muyi quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Finding an opportunity to teach Wulong a lesson was easier said than done. Muya's words were merely empty talk. But Boji found it quite agreeable, taking Muya's words to heart. His anger subsided, and his mind began to wander. You said Wulong wants to form a hunting team. Is that at Lyang's behest? Boji asked Muyi. If that were the case, then Lyang's ambition was all too obvious. This thought made him uneasy. Lyang had always been intelligent and noticeable, and now, at such a young age, she was already going hunting with her father. If she had stayed quietly in the tribe like Piyu Chao and Hongua, he could have let it go. But she acted like a boy, exceptionally brave, and on her first hunting trip, she had already achieved something far surpassing even her older brother. Thinking about all this made him feel incredibly frustrated. When he first started hunting, he went for a long time without any success, and even injured himself, spending a considerable amount of time recuperating in the tribe. Compared to Lyang, he was practically useless. Muyi frowned as well. He had followed Boji since childhood and had benefited greatly in recent years, so naturally he was wholeheartedly devoted to Boji, hoping he would become the next leader and thus reap even more benefits. That's hard to say, Muyi said, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Wulong doesn't usually socialize much, but he listens to Lyang very well. I heard he's learned arithmetic and literacy from Lyang, and he's quite good at it. The tribe's survival still depended on hunting. What use were learning arithmetic and literacy? It's just a bunch of kids playing around, but Wulong actually took it seriously. Boji also looked down on her, more so on Lyang. But then his expression hardened. If Lyang really made him form this team, then this is terrible. Don't underestimate Lyang's young age. Her speech, actions, and even hunting skills are no different from an adult's.
What?
She probably lacks now is experience, and experience can be gained with more hunting. Lyang is not only not stupid, but exceptionally clever. What others can't learn in a year or two, she can probably master in 10 days or half a month. This immediately made him worried. If she really wants to form a hunting team, there's nothing we can do to stop her. Muyi said helplessly. Given to Mu's doting on Lyang, she would never refuse any request she made. Speaking of this, Muyi couldn't help but feel jealous. Both were daughters, but Piyu Chao didn't have this privilege. Even Muyi, in front of Damu, was no different from anyone else, showing no special distinction. It's not that we can't stop it, Boji said with a gloomy face. Since we can't stop it, then let's each form our own groups and rely on our own abilities to see who's stronger. At this moment, he was holding back a grudge, and a surge of courage suddenly arose within him. His years of hunting experience were not easily learned by others. Did he really have to be afraid of a little girl? What can a little girl like her really accomplish? He can take this opportunity to suppress her and teach her a lesson so that she will never dare to be so arrogant again. After leaving Boji's place, Wulong didn't even bother to go back for some wild vegetable soup. Instead, she hurried off to find Lyang. Boji's words had reminded him that Lyang was the smartest person in the tribe. Although the hunt had only just begun, she had already shown remarkable bravery. Not to mention the women of the tribe, even the men might not be able to match her courage. If they could recruit Lyang into their group, their tribe would quickly gain a foothold in the tribe. Damu was chatting idly with Lyang when Wulong rushed over. He didn't ask much, simply waving them away to play on their own. Watching the two departing figures, Damu pondered for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. What brings you here in such a hurry? He knew Wulong well. She wasn't usually talkative and rarely gossiped. Since she had come looking for him, it must be for something. Without hesitation, Wulong quickly explained her plan to form a team and invited Lyang to join, then looked at her earnestly. Forming her own team, Lyang had also considered this, but she wanted to wait a few years until she was older and more persuasive. Besides, by then, her hunting skills should have improved significantly. With the right timing, location, and people, she could build a team that would only obey her. Unexpectedly, many in the tribe shared this idea. Even Wulong, who seemed so aloof, possessed such ambition. She shouldn't underestimate anyone. I'm still too young. I've only just started hunting. It's hard to say whether my skills are good or bad. Aren't you afraid I'll drag the team down? Lyang asked curiously. This wouldn't happen to most people. Inviting a girl like her, so young, To join the team even knowing she was intelligent was risky. Hunting was a true test of skill, as the dangers were unpredictable. A single mistake could endanger the entire team, especially since it was a newly formed group, currently demoralized. I believe others might hold us back, but Lyang, you absolutely won't. Wulong stated decisively. Lyang was somewhat surprised by his trust. Wulong was usually a man of few words, and sometimes she wasn't even aware of his thoughts. She hadn't expected such a strange level of trust in her. She planned to form a team a few years from now. Since she didn't intend to form one now, joining Wulong's team didn't seem inappropriate, especially since he trusted her so much. For that trust alone, she shouldn't refuse. Besides, since she was going to form a team anyway, learning some experience now wouldn't hurt. He nodded immediately and said, "Since you've invited me so earnestly, it wouldn't be right for me to refuse. All right, then I'll join your team. By the way, Meng Zhong is also good. Let him join your team too." He knew Meng Zhong. That kid had been hunting since he was 10 years old, and it had been 2 years since then. He had almost mastered his skills, so having him join would be a good thing. He nodded immediately and said, "No problem. Our team needs manpower right now. Besides the 3 of us, who else do you plan to invite? If you ask me, it would be best to invite a few older people. They know more, and they can help avoid many unexpected situations when we go out." Lyang started talking and then went on, pointing out many problems along the way. Wulong listened and nodded repeatedly, suddenly feeling that inviting Lyang to join was indeed a very wise decision. She had pointed out so many problems with just a few words, saving him so much trouble. Forming a team wasn't something that could be done quickly. They needed to gather enough people first. Finding people wasn't easy either, as the men in the tribe were used to following their own teams when hunting, and might not want to switch. Besides, having a capable leader would greatly reduce the chances of encountering danger. Wulong, at his age, was still considered young. Even if he was exceptionally capable, people might not be willing to entrust their lives to him, especially the older members, who preferred to trust Damu or Jinya. The search for people had to be done slowly, but the hunting couldn't be stopped for even a day. So, the next day, they set off again with their respective teams. With the experience from the first day, Lyang was even more adept this time. Damu was the one who was worried. Mengzhong, keep a close eye on Lyang. Don't let her wander off and fall behind the group. If they encounter wild animals, she absolutely mustn't act alone again, or I will severely punish you when we get back, Damu solemnly instructed. Meng Zhong listened with trepidation, nodding repeatedly, promising to stay with Lyang at all times and not let her fall behind. Meng Zhong was still quite intimidated by Damu's natural authority as their leader. "Father, look how scared you've made me. Don't worry, I'm not an ignorant child. I'll definitely act within my capabilities. Besides, when have you ever seen me suffer a loss?" Damu listened and agreed. This child was never one to suffer a loss. If she didn't want to, no one could bully her or take advantage of her. She was indeed a very reliable child. However, traveling outside was fraught with danger, and he was genuinely worried. But then he thought Lyang was also capable and possessed extraordinary ambitions. If he restricted her too much and controlled her in every way, it would be detrimental to her growth. Therefore, he could only let go and allow her to act as she pleased, but he still needed to keep a close eye on her. The dense forest is fraught with danger. Wild beasts may lurk anywhere. Be careful. Damu warned again, then ignored them. Watching them leave, Mengzhong stuck out his tongue and said, "The chief is getting more and more long-winded, just like my mother. Everyone knows there are dangers outside, yet he keeps nagging endlessly." He was getting fed up with the nagging, but since it was the chief, he couldn't argue. Lyang, however, couldn't stand anyone saying a bad word about Damu, not even Mengzhong. He immediately frowned and said, "My father was worried about me. If it were strangers, who would care about our lives?" Hee, that's true. My mother also kept nagging. Mengzhong chuckled twice, then didn't say anything more. He knew Lyang well enough. If he continued, Lyang would definitely make a scene, and he didn't dare provoke him. "You don't need to follow me all the time. You can follow Qinghe and the others to learn more skills. Don't worry, I won't go far alone. I'll stay close behind you. She had already demonstrated her abilities yesterday and had gained some valuable experience. She didn't want to go hunting again today. Fong was still recovering from his injuries, and she didn't want him to worry. Besides, she wanted to find some more effective medicinal herbs to help Fong heal faster and alleviate his pain. Over the past few years, she hasn't been idle either. Although she hasn't gone hunting, she has thoroughly explored the surrounding environment, searching for all kinds of plants. Besides edible wild vegetables, she has also found many medicinal herbs for treating illnesses and injuries. Of course, there are also some poisonous plants. The edible ones were either picked and eaten directly or kept to collect seeds so she could cultivate a food source outside the tribe. The rare medicinal herbs were transplanted outside the tribe for future use, while the common ones, which could be found everywhere, were left to grow naturally. As for the poisonous plants, she would bring each one she found back to show the children in the tribe, so they could identify them and avoid touching them if they encountered them in the future. Hey Lyang, what are you looking at? Mangzhong was already used to hunting. After stepping out of the tribe's gate, he remained constantly vigilant. At the slightest disturbance, he would turn and carefully check to ensure there was no danger before continuing on. Vigilance was essential for anyone going out hunting. Everyone knew the dangers outside. A moment's carelessness, and a wild beast might suddenly pounce, would mean death or serious injury, consequence no one wanted. In recent years, things had improved, more medicinal herbs were available, and wounds healed faster. But the older members understood that it wasn't always like this. Sometimes, even non-fatal wounds could be fatal. I'm looking for medicinal herbs. Fong was injured, wasn't he? I'm looking for some that can relieve pain and help the wound heal faster. Over the past few years, she'd been like Shinnong, tasting hundreds of herbs. Although she hadn't tasted them herself, she'd analyzed them all, gaining considerable experience in herbal medicine. She could easily distinguish between poisonous and non-poisonous herbs, or whether they were edible, with a very low error rate. Upon hearing this, Mangzhong immediately showed admiration. Lyang's intelligence wasn't accidental. For the past few years, she had studied herbs almost daily. No one else had her patience, not even himself. His current knowledge of pharmacology was all thanks to Lyang. Of course, sometimes Lyang would take him along when conducting experimental medicines, so he was indeed better than many others in the field of herbal medicine. Then look carefully. I'll stay by your side. If there's any danger, I'll protect you. Mangzhong quickly turned and took a few steps back, following closely beside Lyang. Seeing this, Lyang smiled slightly. You don't need to be so nervous. I'll be careful. Besides, with so many of us, we'll make quite a commotion along the way. Wild animals know to avoid danger and will hide when they know we outnumber them. Only some extremely ferocious beasts won't avoid humans and might even actively come out to eat them. To be honest, in a one-on-one fight, few of those wild beasts would be a match for us. But that's where human intelligence lies: teamwork and communal living. There's strength in numbers. Even the fiercest wild beast won't stand a chance against a group of people. The worst thing is bad luck, running into that vicious group. Lyang, you're the smartest person in our tribe. You absolutely can't make a mistake, Mangzhong said warily, looking around. Seeing that Mangzhong wouldn't listen to her pleas and insisted on protecting her, Lyang let him be. She focused on finding medicinal herbs. Yesterday, she had discovered many unfamiliar plants, and figuring out which ones were usable and which weren't, and what the usable ones would do, would require time to determine. As a doctor, she never dared to prescribe medicine haphazardly. The environment outside was vastly different from the surrounding area of the tribe. There were fewer trees there, and those trees weren't as tall. The ground was mostly overgrown with weeds, some reaching as high as a person. However, with the tribe's population increasing and their range expanding, the weeds were no longer growing as wildly as before due to frequent trampling. The trees outside, however, were tall and strong, forming dense canopies that blocked out the sun. Beneath these trees, a layer of various weeds covered the ground. If something were hiding there, it would be difficult to spot unless the weeds rustled or a sound came from within. She had gathered quite a few plants that resembled medicinal herbs and placed them in her hand basket. While carrying a basket on her back would be more convenient, she was already carrying a bow and arrows. Furthermore, if they were suddenly attacked by wild animals, carrying a basket would be inconvenient. A basket was much better.
Watch out!
A beast's roar rang out. Meng Zhong, stone knife in hand, stood in front of Lyang. Lyang was also startled. She stood up and looked in the direction of the roar, but only saw figures flash by, all running quickly in one direction. It seems they've spotted a wild animal, Lyang said, her eyes fixed ahead, her vision unclear and uncertain. Meng Zhong also reacted, listening intently, and said, judging from the sound, it sounds like a large creature. Lyang frowned. She hadn't been able to identify the roar. Thinking back on the various beasts the tribe had hunted over the years, none of their calls sounded like this one. What does that sound like? Lyang asked Meng Zhong. Meng Zhong thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He shook his head. I don't know either. It's not one we've hunted before, otherwise I would definitely remember it. Hearing this, she felt a bad premonition. Then how do you know it's a big one? This dense forest was teeming with beasts, but their tribe's activity area was limited to this one spot. They dared not venture further afield, partly because it was dangerous and partly because they couldn't travel very far on foot. In her opinion, as long as food could be found around the tribe, the people probably wouldn't bother hunting elsewhere. After all, familiar places were safer. Judging from that sound, it's very powerful. Most small creatures don't make much noise, just squeaking and chirping. But this one is different. Even from this distance, you can hear the sound. If it were closer, it would be deafening, Meng Zhong said, having learned quite a bit about hunting over the past 2 years. That makes sense. The bigger the beast, the louder and more imposing its voice as it tries to assert its status in the forest. The roars of beasts and the screams of humans mingled together. Lyang raised his eyes and said, let's go see what's so ferocious. He threw down the basket he was carrying, took the bow and arrows from his back, and started walking forward. Meng Zhong followed without hesitation. When Lyang and Meng Zhong rushed over, they saw a beast as tall as 2 men, its body incredibly robust. It had raised its front paws, stood on its hind legs, and was effortlessly tossing a person away in one of its paws. The person landed, followed by another scream. What is that? Lyang had never seen such a large beast before. He had heard the elders of the tribe talk about ferocious creatures in the forest, but in all these years, the tribe members seemed to have never encountered one. Their luck today was truly. Meng Zhong had also never seen anything like it. His face showed fear. Just the fact that the beast could grab a person and throw them away with a single paw spoke volumes about its strength. He looked towards the source of the scream and saw the person who had been thrown away, their body a bloody mess, struggling for a long time but unable to get UPA testament to the beast's ferocity. It looks a bit like a monkey, but monkeys aren't this big or this fierce, Meng Zhong muttered to himself, examining its appearance. Upon hearing this, Lyang instantly recognized it. Could this be the iron-armed ape? Iron-armed ape? Meng Zhong was immediately shocked. He had heard of the iron-armed ape's ferocity, and now, looking closely, it indeed resembled one more than he had imagined. He immediately grabbed Lyang and pulled him back several steps. If it's an iron-armed ape, none of us can stand a chance against it. Let's find somewhere to hide quickly. Perhaps they could still escape this calamity. Caught off guard, Lyang was pulled back several steps, but reacted quickly by shaking off his hand. My father is still over there.
Besides, there are so many people left. How can we retreat now?
If they retreated now, they might be able to save their lives. But what about the others? So many people, were they all just to be left to die at the hands of the iron-armed ape? If that happened, the Inshan tribe would suffer a tremendous loss, not to mention their development and growth. Their future livelihood would be unsustainable. Furthermore, Damu was a cautious man. Faced with this situation, if he could retreat, he certainly wouldn't have fought the iron-armed ape. He would have led his men away quickly. However, he couldn't retreat, which meant he understood there was no way out and he had no choice but to fight it head-on. This iron-armed ape was incredibly strong and agile. Escaping from it would truly depend on luck. Lyang didn't dare approach for the time being. Only at range did she knock an arrow, and with a whoosh, a bamboo arrow flew out. The sharp arrow even made a whistling sound as it pierced the air. She had used all her strength for the shot. As the arrow flew, both of their eyes followed it expectantly. Lyang's archery skills were excellent. To Meng Zhong's knowledge, she had never missed. This time, Lyang's aim was excellent. The bamboo arrow flew straight toward the iron-armed ape's chest, but as soon as it touched its chest, a clanging sound was heard. The bamboo arrow failed to pierce the flesh and bounced back from the impact. The two were astonished. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, her bamboo arrows were always effective. As long as the aim was good, they would pierce the flesh. Even if they could not kill the prey on the spot, they could injure the prey and slow down its movement, giving her time to quickly finish it off. She had practiced countless times around the tribe over the years and had never missed a shot. Lyang was slightly stunned. Her bamboo arrows were extremely sharp, and the bamboo used to make them wasn't ordinary bamboo, but a type called stone bamboo, known for its incredible hardness. It took her a long time to sharpen each arrow, mainly because the stone bamboo was so hard and difficult to work with. Yet even such an arrow couldn't pierce the iron-armed ape's flesh, demonstrating just how thick its hide was. Lyang, run. That arrow might have angered it. It's coming towards us. Meng Zhong's face paled with fear, his hand gripping the stone knife trembling slightly. Even so, he stood guard, sword in hand, urging Lyang to hide. Lyang also saw the iron-armed ape approaching them, its target clear, the arrow she had just fired. Facing this perilous situation, she didn't panic. Instead, she quickly considered how to deal with the iron-armed ape. If even the arrows made from stone bamboo couldn't penetrate it, what other weapon could possibly be effective? The iron-armed ape's hide was indeed incredibly thick. She wondered if the steel daggers of later generations could penetrate it. It was a pity she didn't have those weapons. Perhaps a gun would have been ideal. She could have fired a burst at it, but she didn't know if the bullets would ricochet off its body. Thinking of this, Lyang couldn't help but chuckle. Even in such a dangerous situation, she could still let her thoughts wander. Speaking of danger, it wasn't actually that dangerous. The iron-armed ape didn't seem in a hurry to seek revenge, its feet moving slowly, one step at a time. Each step seemed to cause a slight tremor in the ground, showing the weight of each step. Speaking of which, this creature should be agile and nimble, but its massive frame was truly impressive. Watch out! Watch out! Get out of the way! Damu suddenly shouted. Hearing the sound, Lyang and his companion looked over, and their expressions changed. Directly in front of the one-armed ape lay 3 severely wounded individuals, groaning in pain. They knew the danger they faced, but their injuries were too severe to move an inch. They lay on the ground, their faces filled with terror and horror. Thump, thump, one step after another, and it seemed that in just 2 more steps, the iron-armed ape's foot would trample the 3 of them. If it did, they would likely die instantly. Leader, one of them managed to call out with difficulty. His face and head were covered in blood, and his weak voice was heartbreaking. Damu, also injured and covered in blood, was terrified by the sight and couldn't help but cry out, "Ah!" With that cry, he leaped into the air, brandishing his stone knife and slashing at the iron-armed ape. With a sharp crack, the stone knife in his hand snapped, leaving only the hilt. The iron-armed ape, however, was completely unharmed, without a single scratch. But his actions had thoroughly enraged the iron-armed ape. It stretched out its front paw, grabbed Damu, and lifted him into the air, swinging him around violently. Damu's face turned pale from the shaking. Lyang was horrified and cried out, "Father, father!" He lunged forward with a swift movement. Damu, hearing the sound, managed to utter, "Don't come any closer, don't." Meng Zhong watched in horror, unsure what to do, when a gust of wind swept past him, and Lyang's figure shot out like lightning. He screamed in terror, Lyang! Lyang! Danger! Come back! But Lyang ignored him. Using her feet for leverage, she leaped into the air. Her movements were agile. In midair, her stone blade flashed, and she slashed straight at the iron-armed ape's head. Knowing the ape's thick hide, she aimed for its head. Fearing she might miss her chance, she struck with all her might. A familiar cracking sound rang out, making her heart skip a beat. Looking around, she saw that, sure enough, her stone blade had also broken, leaving only the hilt in her hand. Enraged, she hurled the hilt at the ape. A beastly roar followed, a deafening howl. Having landed a successful blow, Lyang pushed off with both feet, using the momentum to retreat rapidly. He slightly twisted in midair, landing steadily on the ground. Only then did he have a chance to look up at the spot where he had attacked, and he was immediately surprised, but this was quickly followed by a hint of joy. This iron-armed ape wasn't made of steel. Its fur couldn't be pierced, but its head was clearly its weak point. Although the strike hadn't seriously injured it, it had drawn blood. Most importantly, the pain caused it to throw Damu, which it was holding in its claws, away, even slightly hindering its progress. Qinghe and the others, taking advantage of this opening, worked together to pull the immobilized individuals away and hide them behind tall, sturdy trees. Damu, who had been thrown away, was also being looked after by others, which reassured Lyang considerably. Her attack drew blood from the iron-armed ape, fully unleashing its ferocity. The ape roared, pounding its chest with its fists, its fierce gaze fixed on Lyang. It seemed that while it had been playing with him earlier, it was now ready to fight for real. Lyang, watch out! Meng Zhong cried out in alarm as he saw the iron-armed ape lower its forelimbs, preparing to pounce on Lyang. Apes and other wild animals are incredibly agile and fast. Even this large creature wouldn't be slow. If it pounced on him, he might still be alive. After his warning, without thinking, he mimicked Lyang's earlier action, swinging his sword towards the ape's head. However, the iron-armed ape, which had previously treated human attacks like mere tickles, seemingly unconcerned and indifferent, had become more cautious after experiencing pain. Lyang's successful attack was luck, while Meng Zhong's missed attack was the norm. The iron-armed ape blocked with its arm, colliding with the lunging Meng Zhong. The stone knife shattered, and Meng Zhong was sent flying backward. Meng Zhong! Lyang shouted. He immediately drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the iron-armed ape's eye. The bowstring twanged, the sound of it piercing the air rang out, but before the arrow could reach him, the ape's claws shot out, snatching the bamboo arrow away. Then, with another claw, it snapped the arrow in two with both hands. With a crack, the stone bamboo arrow, painstakingly crafted, was easily broken. This infuriated Lyang, but now was not the time to worry about the bamboo arrows. He needed to figure out how to escape from this big guy. The arrows were ineffective, and the stone knife was destroyed. With the iron-armed ape already upon them, Lyang threw her bow to the ground and clenched her fists. Damu, already supported and sheltered to the side, was further injured by the iron-armed ape's powerful blow. Without support, he wouldn't have been able to stand. Seeing the iron-armed ape charging towards Lyang, he was terrified. Lyang, get out of the way, he shouted hoarsely, using all his strength. He couldn't even stop the iron-armed ape. How could Lyang, just a child, possibly cope? However, Lyang didn't rush to escape. She assessed the situation. The iron-armed ape was enormous, but incredibly agile. If she turned to run now, she certainly wouldn't be faster, and exposing her back would only make it easier for the ape to escape. In this critical moment, she couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake. As she pondered, the iron-armed ape raised its forepaw high and slammed it down at her. A simple movement, treating her like an ant, a single, effortless blow would take her life. However, Lyang wouldn't sit idly by. She swiftly retreated, dodging the ape's attack, her fist clenched, ready to strike with all her might, landing a powerful punch directly on the iron-armed ape's shin. The force of that punch immediately made the iron-armed ape tremble. The force of the blow to its shin caused it to stumble back 2 or 3 steps before regaining its footing. Once it regained its footing, disbelief filled the iron-armed ape's eyes, a look that revealed its extraordinary intelligence. This ferocious beast was indeed different in intelligence from ordinary wild animals, but the more intelligent the beast, the more troublesome it was to deal with. Not only was the iron-armed ape utterly shocked, but the group of people scattered around observing the battle were also completely stunned. They all knew that Damu possessed immense strength, but as he aged, his strength seemed to be declining, especially noticeable in recent years. Therefore, everyone assumed Damu was old and hadn't taken his strength too seriously, merely noting that he was stronger than the average young man. However, what had they just witnessed? 10-year-old Lyang had actually knocked back this tall and muscular iron-armed ape with a single punch. How much strength must that have been? At this point, they understood perfectly well that Lyang had inherited Damu's immense strength. But what struck them as odd was that Lyang was a girl. What use was such strength to a girl? Was she really going to spend her life hunting like the men? Although Lyang now goes hunting with them, they don't take it too seriously. They just think she's having fun or going out to broaden her horizons. After all, she's just a girl. As long as she stays in the tribe, there will naturally be men willing to support her. In their eyes, women are weak. Although there are a few women in the tribe who go hunting, their abilities are far inferior to those of men and cannot be compared with them. But what they saw made them realize that something seemed amiss. Since she possessed such strength and was willing to go hunting, did it mean that she would really have to hunt for a living from now on, just like the other women who went hunting? In such a critical moment, they were still able to think so far ahead, probably because the strength Lyang had displayed today had shocked them too much. However, Lyang wasn't faring much better. The full-force attack had left her arm numb, and even that had only forced the iron-armed ape back 2 or 3 steps. She was just as shocked as the others. Besides inheriting Damu's immense strength, she hadn't been idle all these years, practicing martial arts daily to strengthen her body. She could say that even if her siblings had inherited the same ability, even if they were younger, their strength might not surpass hers. After all, her years of training hadn't been in vain. With excellent talent and diligent practice, even her peers couldn't match her. Yet, even so, she was somewhat outmatched against this iron-armed ape. Was it really because she was a woman, inherently inferior to men? This thought immediately made her scoff. She decided to stop dwelling on that question. With such a powerful enemy before her, she should think about how to deal with him. While the iron-armed ape was still somewhat confused, she rubbed her numb arm, thinking to herself that this huge creature was truly difficult to deal with. Even with her immense strength, she couldn't defeat it by brute force alone. After all, it was a ferocious beast. If it were an ordinary wild animal, a full-force attack would surely smash its head open. Judging from this, her strength was still lacking. She had originally thought that with her current strength, she could roam freely in the forest, but she had already encountered a formidable opponent so soon after leaving. It seemed she had been too complacent and had been too arrogant. After slightly adjusting her mindset, Lyang's mind raced. Without a suitable weapon, she couldn't defeat it with her fists alone. What could she do? She couldn't let the whole group perish here. Her gaze suddenly fell on a blade of grass at the iron-armed ape's feet. In the forest, wild grasses grew everywhere, unnoticed by most. Humans might even discover their medicinal value, but wild beasts, no matter how intelligent, weren't quite at that level of understanding. However, not all herbs are medicinal. Some can kill a cow. But this behemoth before them was over 3 meters tall, like an iron tower. How much poison would it take to completely incapacitate it? For such a massive creature, a tiny amount of poison would be nothing. Given its size, its resistance to poisons must be incredibly high. Lyang gritted her teeth in anger, but given the current situation, this was the only method she could think of. Rather than risk a direct confrontation, she'd rather outsmart it. She then discreetly scanned the surrounding weeds. Ignoring those she didn't recognize, she spotted 2 or 3 poisonous plants she was familiar with. Good. This creature, though large, should be enough with these 2 or 3 poisonous plants. However, its skin was thick and tough, unlikely to break easily. There needed to be a way to deliver the poison. Her gaze then shifted to the creature's head. The wound was still bleeding. The creature wasn't seriously injured. Its outburst was probably due to pain, or perhaps because it felt wronged by a weak human and was indignant. After all, judging from these various behaviors, it's clear that this guy is quite intelligent, and it's normal for him to have all sorts of ideas. The group, scattered and cautiously on guard, though their minds were filled with a jumble of thoughts, were nonetheless terrified by this rarely seen ferocious beast. Their expressions were trembling with fear, their movements incredibly slow and deliberate. When the beast's gaze swept over them, they didn't even dare to breathe. At this moment, their eyes, filled with hope, were all fixed on Lyang. Apart from Lyang, who had managed to slightly repel the iron-armed ape with a single punch and put up a fight, the rest of the group combined couldn't stop it. This beast was indeed ferocious, indeed powerful. But Lyang was also formidable. Even if she wasn't as powerful as they had imagined, at this critical juncture, everyone could only place all their hopes on her alone. Meng Zhong clutched his chest, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his face filled with worry as he looked at Lyang. Although he knew Lyang's abilities well, they were facing a ferocious beast. None of the tribe's elders had ever encountered such a large creature, yet they were unlucky enough to run into one. These beasts were only tales circulating within the tribe. No one had ever actually seen one, and even the children now believed they were just stories made up by the elders, non-existent in reality. His eyes swept around. Their group of over 40 people was all there, except for Boji, Muyi, and a few others who hadn't come along. However, looking around, more than half of them were injured. Meng Zhong frowned deeply. Currently, 2 teams were competing within the tribe. Sharp Fong's status in the tribe was at its peak, while Damu was no longer what he used to be, rarely suffering casualties on hunts. But today, their team had lost more than half its members. Looking at the few who couldn't move, he sighed inwardly. Several were seriously injured. If they could return, Sharp Fong would likely be at odds again. After a moment of stunned disbelief, the iron-armed ape fixed its gaze solely on the blazing sun, ignoring everyone else. This tiny human had not only injured it but also caused a throbbing pain in its calf, filling it with some apprehension. However, upon further reflection, it reasoned that such a small creature was no match for it. A single stomp would flatten it. Relaxing again, it lifted its foot and walked towards the sun once more. The iron-armed ape's attacks were simple, either slapping down with its claws or stomping down with its feet. Frankly, its strength was considerable. A single slap shook the ground, and a stomp was even more powerful, causing the shadows of the nearby trees to sway. Lyang spotted her target and rolled away, dodging the descending foot. She also managed to pluck a poisonous herb. She dared not touch the sap directly with her hands. Instead, she took out a piece of animal hide she always carried as a handkerchief, wrapped the poisonous herb inside, and rubbed it in. The iron-armed ape missed its kick, seemingly surprised. It wasn't slow, yet it had missed its opponent several times, which puzzled it.
Seeing
the figure barely reaching its calf, it stretched out its claws to grab it. But Lyang reacted quickly. Seeing its claws reach out, she sprinted away, instantly circling behind the ape. The iron-armed ape also quickly turned around, and Lyang continued running, continuing to circle. After several unsuccessful attempts to catch the person with its claws, the iron-armed ape grew increasingly angry. The more it failed to catch the person, the more it wanted to catch it, and the two chased each other, eventually circling in place. The cautious group was stunned. Frankly, this ferocious beast was incredibly difficult to deal with. When they first discovered it, dozens of them attacked it, trying every method imaginable, yet they couldn't even pierce its flesh. Stone knives couldn't cut through it, and clubs were like tickles. They were utterly ineffective against this massive creature. They had developed a profound fear of this beast. But now, watching Lyang, it seemed as if he were toying with the beast. They were puzzled and found it unbelievable. More importantly, no matter how the beast tried to grab him, it couldn't catch Lyang. Was the beast too clumsy, or was Lyang too agile? Recalling their battle with the iron-armed ape, and comparing it to this, they had to admit that Lyang was indeed far superior to them. Facing the beast, he not only had the courage to confront it head-on, but he also single-handedly fought it to save everyone's lives. With both courage and ability, Lyang's image in their eyes instantly improved significantly. Many of these people had considered fleeing, but where could they run in the forest? Not only were the iron-armed apes agile and fast, easily catching them, but the tribe wasn't far away either. If they lured the ape to their village, would their entire tribe even survive? It was better to face them directly. A fight might offer a chance of survival. The tribe's warriors never deserted when danger struck during a hunt. Those who ran from danger were not tolerated in the tribe. Lyang ran in circles, his head spinning, but the iron-armed ape, spinning in place, became even more dizzy. It stopped after a short while, rubbing its head with a paw, but accidentally touched its wound, wincing in pain. Just as the iron-armed ape was too preoccupied to pursue her, Lyang spotted a tree trunk, kicked twice, and used the momentum to leap into the air. Holding a crumpled package of poisonous herbs, she slapped the sap directly onto the wound on the iron-armed ape's head, as if making a slam dunk. The iron-armed ape was somewhat disoriented. Although it noticed some of Liang's movements, it didn't pay much attention. The little creature had been trying to catch it for a while without success, but its attack power was limited and couldn't truly harm it. Let it rest and catch its breath. It would surely catch her soon. In that brief moment of catching its breath, the iron-armed ape felt something smeared on its head. Still somewhat dazed, it instinctively slapped it, like a mosquito bite, but the force of the slap touched the wound again, causing it to howl in pain. The wound wasn't serious, but it still hurt. Its eyes turned bloodshot with rage, and it looked around for Liang's location. As the sun dipped back to the ground, she leaned against a tree trunk, panting. She had just pushed herself to her limit. The iron-armed ape's speed and agility were no joke. If she hadn't run fast enough, she would have been caught long ago. You see, the iron-armed ape is indiscriminate in its appetite. If she had been caught, it would have stuffed her into its mouth and crunched her up. As the giant creature's gaze fell upon her again, her hair stood on end, and a chill ran down her spine. She was exhausted from the run just now, and she wondered if she could withstand another one. Her gaze shifted slightly to the creature's head, where green sap had smeared all over it, even seeping into the wounds and covering up the original bloodstains. Lyang stared blankly at the iron-armed ape that was about to approach her again, her anger flaring. Was this never going to end? Her temper flared, and she felt an overwhelming surge of courage. Her fists clenched tightly.
Come on.
Do you think I'm afraid of you? She gritted her teeth. The crowd around them watched with growing anxiety. Qinghe and Mengzhong, each wielding a wooden stick, swiftly rushed forward, standing on either side of Lyang, trying to block her. The iron-armed ape's eyes flashed with contempt, as if it could easily kill the three of them. It leisurely lowered its front paws and strode towards them. Lyang! Damu cried out anxiously. Lyang was skilled, but she was still too young. She was just an immature child. Tears welled in his eyes. The surrounding crowd was tense. If Lyang couldn't hold off the ape, they would all be doomed. Each of them raised their wooden sticks, ready to fight to the death, hoping for a lucky escape. The iron-armed ape moved slowly and deliberately, its feet thumping the ground, trampling the weeds into the mud. With each step, a footprint was left, and with each thump, the crowd felt as if they could hear their own heartbeats. Some swallowed nervously. Even Lyang wondered if the poisonous herbs she had gathered were insufficient, or if the iron-armed ape's body was so powerful that it was impervious to poison. She, too, was tense. In her few hunts, She had encountered such a behemoth. What kind of luck was this? Just as everyone was on edge, fearing death was imminent, the massive creature suddenly swayed, then, to everyone's surprise, collapsed straight backward with a deafening thud. The drug had taken effect. Lyang breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. She was genuinely terrified. After all, she had absolutely no experience dealing with such a behemoth. Even her prized weapon was useless. The fact that she had come up with this tactic was quite remarkable. The others, on the other hand, were completely bewildered. They had no idea what had happened. Weren't they supposed to be about to have a big fight? Why hadn't they even made a move before the iron-armed ape collapsed? The group was too shocked to approach, instead taking several steps back. Qinghe and Mengzhong, being the bolder ones, saw that the large creature had stopped moving. They cautiously approached, wooden sticks in hand, to see if it was dead or alive. Lyang also stepped forward. "Don't be nervous. This guy's probably just passed out," Lyang said with a loud chuckle. She knew the medicine she had used. Those herbs, though called poisonous, weren't really poisonous. They just had a nerve-numbing effect. People in this era used little medicine, so their bodies had little resistance. Even a tiny bit of that sap would probably make someone dizzy for a while. But to deal with this large creature, she had used an entire plant, such a huge plant, and it had held up for quite a while before finally passing out. Meng Zhong had been observing Lai Yang's movements, and now that he saw the iron-armed ape had fainted and its head covered in green medicinal liquid, he roughly understood that it had been drugged. This discovery immediately filled him with joy. Everyone stared blankly at the motionless iron-armed ape lying on the ground for a long time, still unable to believe that this huge creature had simply collapsed, now at their mercy. Damu, supported by two men on either side, walked forward, his face pale. He carefully examined the motionless giant, and seeing that Lyang was completely unharmed, he finally felt relieved. Just as he was about to speak, everything went black before his eyes, and he collapsed, his strength failing him. The two men supporting him quickly caught him. Lyang was immediately startled. "Father, father." He rushed forward to check on him. Damu was not young to begin with. Since adulthood, he had spent every day hunting, suffering countless injuries in his youth. While his health hadn't completely deteriorated, it was certainly not what it used to be. In recent years, thanks to cooked food and soups, and the nourishing herbs Lyang had given him, he had recovered somewhat, but today's injuries were truly severe. "How is the chief?" A group of people gathered around, all looking somewhat anxious. Damu was the tribal chief, the backbone of the entire tribe. If anything happened to him, the harmony of the tribe would be instantly shattered. Most importantly, with Damu around, they felt safe. Lyang understood how important Damu was to the tribe. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Father's injuries are quite severe. Is it fatal?" Qinghe asked quickly. This was everyone's concern. Injuries could heal with time, but if it were fatal, Lyang shook his head. Not fatal, but the injury was very troublesome. The other superficial wounds were manageable, but 2 ribs in his chest were broken. At his age, recovery would be difficult, and he probably wouldn't be able to hunt again. Later generations might think that retiring when one reaches old age is perfectly acceptable, and retirement can be quite enjoyable. But for the tribe's warriors, being unable to hunt was a huge blow. Many considered those who couldn't hunt useless. Thinking of Damu, a hero for so long, ultimately reduced to such a state, he must be feeling terrible. With 2 broken ribs, he still endured the pain and persevered, even wanting to pick up a wooden stick to fight. Lyang admired his courage and perseverance, yet felt a pang of sorrow for him. She didn't tell everyone the specifics of Damu's injuries. The fact that the chief couldn't go hunting would cause a huge stir in the tribe if word got out. Fong and Boji wouldn't stay silent. After all, this was a rare opportunity in many years. It's good that it's not fatal. He'll heal with rest. Qinghe glanced at Liang's expression, her heart sinking, but then she raised her head and said to the gathered crowd. Her words drew a chorus of agreement, and many breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Everyone respected Damu as their leader and didn't want anything to happen to him. Mangjong had already led a group of people to torment the iron-armed ape. The big guy had only fainted and was not yet dead, so this was the perfect opportunity to attack it. They couldn't give it another chance to wake up. The group of people worked together, stabbing its throat, poking its eyes, and even lifting large rocks to smash it on its head. Before long, blood was flowing everywhere. After such torment, the iron-armed ape naturally could not hold on any longer. After today's perilous encounter, many were injured, and with the iron-armed ape in their possession, no one had the heart to hunt other prey. They gathered some vines and bound the lifeless ape. Such a large beast would be enough to feed the tribe for a while. Damu and the others, who were quite seriously injured, were placed on makeshift stretchers and carried back. After everything was settled, the group set off to return to the tribe. Lyang followed beside Damu's stretcher, ready to help if anything happened. But just as they set off, Chinghe approached. She looked up in surprise, her voice low. "Father has fainted. Everything needs your help to arrange." "I know that. I've already arranged it. I'm just..." Chinghe glanced down at the still unconscious Damu, then leaned close to Liang's ear and whispered, "I wanted to ask you, how is Damu's injury? Is it serious?" Over the years, he and Lyang had grown close. He would often ask her for help with arithmetic and literacy. He was a studious person, and Lyang was happy to teach him, which strengthened their relationship. They had a good understanding of each other, and he always followed Damu's lead. Naturally, he was very concerned about Damu's injury. He was very observant. He noticed even the slightest changes in Liang's expression. He couldn't say anything in front of others, but now he could speak to her privately. Lyang wasn't one to tell the truth to just anyone. She looked up at Chinghe. They'd known each other for years and were both familiar with each other's character. Seeing the clear, honest look in his eyes, tinged with worry, she knew he genuinely cared for Damu. She nodded. If father had been young and in excellent health, such an injury wouldn't have been so bad. With more medicine and time, he could have recovered. But now he's older, his body isn't what it used to be, and such an injury. She didn't finish her sentence. Chinghe nodded knowingly. For everyone in the tribe, injuries were commonplace, especially for the warriors who went out hunting every day. They were very familiar with all kinds of injuries. Sometimes a bite from a wild animal might seem minor, but within days of returning to the tribe, the wound would swell and eventually lead to death. Other times, what appeared serious could be saved with careful treatment. But many more suffered broken bones and muscles, making hunting and dealing with wild animals impossible, even simple walking extremely difficult. Damu was likely one of them. A look of sadness crept onto his face. He had followed Damu since he was 10, witnessing Damu's bravery over the years. Was he now going to witness his destitution? His bad mood was reflected in his expression. Unlike Fong, who was ambitious, he only wanted a peaceful life. With Damu like this, would the tribe remain peaceful? And what could Chinghe do? Chinghe, you don't need to worry too much. Father's injury can be healed slowly. I'll look for better medicine. Maybe it can help father recover to his former state. This wasn't just to comfort Chinghe. She genuinely intended to do so. The medicine she was currently using was only from the area around the tribe, but the forest was full of rare and precious herbs, which she just hadn't found yet. Carrying so many wounded and the heavy iron-armed apes, their journey was slow. They walked and stopped frequently, and it wasn't until dusk that they finally saw the village. Almost there, one of them said, wiping sweat from his brow as he looked towards the village gate. Meanwhile, the villagers were anxiously waiting. The two groups set off around the same time each day, hunting enough food to return early. The forest was less safe than the village, and everyone preferred to return early to rest rather than linger outside. However, today Fong's group returned early. The villagers greeted them as usual, but as time passed, Damu's group remained nowhere to be seen, causing unease among many. The groups that went out usually returned on time, barring unforeseen circumstances. Their continued absence meant something must have happened. Many people spontaneously gathered at the tribe's entrance to watch, including Fong and his group. Unlike the others, Fong wasn't uneasy. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. If Damu had met with misfortune outside, who in the entire tribe could command more respect than him? Was it that weakling Boji, or that little girl Lyang? Thinking of this, he almost burst into laughter, if not for the large crowd. Even the heavens were on his side. Damu had been a hero for a time, but his son wasn't particularly capable, while the one with some skill was a little girl. What could a girl do? Damu's group's failure to return had alarmed the entire tribe. The adults gathered, expressing their worries, while the children also sensed the somber atmosphere. Even those who knew who the missing warriors were, most were unfamiliar, but Liang's absence had certainly made their hearts pound. Lyang often played with them and taught them knowledge. Although they were all a little afraid of her, they respected her more than anything else. Although Lyang wasn't much older than them, she knew more, and therefore deserved more respect. In these respects, no one dared to offend her easily. She hasn't returned by now. I'm afraid she won't be coming back, Ping Shi said excitedly, making no attempt to hide his thoughts. He followed Jinya. If Damu had an accident, the entire tribe would have to listen to Jinya. At that time, Ping Shi would rise in status and occupy an important position in the tribe. He had been looking forward to this day ever since he joined Jinya. Although Damu's influence was waning, he still firmly held on to the position of chief, determined to surpass Jinya and leave them helpless. He didn't lower his voice, and the children crowded around him heard him immediately. A childish voice retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you haven't returned from hunting, the chief will lead the team back." "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be out hunting?" "Out hunting? That's no good. If you haven't returned, you'll have to spend the night outside. The forest is dangerous even during the day, let alone at night. You should know that the night is the domain of those wild beasts. No one in their tribe has ever spent the night outside. Those who have all died there." Hireishi grew, increasingly angry. The implication was that the child had died out there, implying he hadn't returned from his hunt.
Whose child dared to speak to him like that?
His eyes widened in fury, and he raised his hand to strike. The child was quite young, perhaps 6 or 7 years old. Despite his small frame, he showed no fear whatsoever, even looking at Hireishi with a defiant expression. Hireishi couldn't suppress his anger, especially since he already wanted to teach the child a lesson. This was blatant disrespect for him, Hireishi, who was supposed to be someone important. "You dare insult me? I'll teach you a lesson today." Hireishi cursed, raising his hand to strike. But in a flash, 6 or 7 children of varying ages squeezed in from behind, all staring at him with equally fearless eyes. He was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? When he was his age, he would have been like a rabbit seeing a tiger at the sight of adults running away as fast as he could, never daring to approach them. And these kids, they were all so bold. With so many eyes watching him, he hesitated to strike, but he also felt it would be too embarrassing to pull his hand back. It was unreasonable for an adult to be intimidated by a group of children. "What are you doing?" He shouted gruffly, trying to intimidate them with his imposing manner. Thinking about it, he realized he'd been too mild-mannered. Back then, the adults would kick you at the slightest provocation, regardless of whose child you were. The beaten kids wouldn't dare utter a sound. They could only endure the beating. He'd been beaten countless times as a child, his bruises healing only to be replaced again. "What do you mean? What are we doing?" "You were the one who said Lyang wasn't coming back." The kid who'd almost been beaten shouted, unafraid of him. "So what?" "He did say it, so what? He still hasn't returned by now. He's definitely not coming back. He must have run into big trouble outside." Ping Shi said dismissively, "I did say it, so what?" He suddenly felt incredibly powerless among the children. Not only did they dare to talk back to him, but they also looked at him with a questioning expression. Ping Shi did what he said. It wasn't his place for a little kid to interfere. "What makes you say that?" "No one can stay out of it, but Lyang will definitely come back. She's so smart and capable. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Lyang will definitely come back." A group of 7 or 8 children glared at him as if he had committed some heinous crime.
He was speechless.
Were these children crazy? How dare they yell at him, Ping Shi, and act like he was the one who had done something wrong? Go away, all of you, get out of the way. It's an adult's business, not yours to interrupt. Ping Shi quickly stepped forward, shooing them away like flies. We're all members of the tribe. Why don't we even have the right to speak? Ping Shi, don't bully the weak, or else don't care if we gang up on you, the eldest child said indignantly. Ping Shi was speechless. What did that mean? Ahem, all right, how old are you? Why are you arguing with a bunch of kids? Fong glanced at Ping Shi, muttering under his breath about how spineless he was. Then he turned to the group of children and said, Ping Shi is just worried, but he's not very good at expressing himself, so you've misunderstood. The leader hasn't returned yet, and everyone's a little uneasy.
Don't cause trouble now.
The children exchanged glances. Fong's words seemed to make sense. The leader hadn't returned, and neither had Lyang. If they started a fight, they wouldn't have anyone to back them up. It was indeed unwise. They nodded in agreement, and the eldest child led the group away. After they left, Fong glared at Ping Shi. These kids these days, they've really got guts. They're not afraid of anyone. I think they've never learned their lesson. He smacked his lips, thinking that it had indeed been a long time since he'd hit a child. It wasn't that he was kind-hearted and wouldn't lay a hand on the children. It was simply that these kids were always busy, and none of them would be left alone without reason. Lyang always kept them together, studying and working together. If you didn't specifically look for them, you might not even see them anywhere in the tribe. What's the point of arguing with a bunch of kids? The important thing is what's in front of us. Fong snorted, his mood quite pleasant at the moment. He secretly wondered why Boji hadn't come along. It would have been much easier. Thinking this, he looked towards Boji. Boji's face was somewhat pale. Beside him were Mu Yi and Piu Chao, and even Honghua and Zhong Shen, who were rarely seen, stood beside him, each with an anxious and worried expression. Look at that kid. He seems completely lost. Ping Shi snorted. If it were him, he would definitely send a team out to search. The hunting party has returned, and the tribe isn't short of manpower. But that kid seems to have forgotten nothing, which saves him a lot of trouble. What ideas could he possibly have? He's just surviving under Damu's wing. As long as Damu isn't around, they'll all fall. Fong said disdainfully. What good is a son? Such a useless son will only grow up to be a good-for-nothing. It's better to have none at all. Exactly. Even Lyang, the only one with some ability, is coming along.
Ha!
Ping Shi also felt that even the gods were helping them. Boji, is father not coming back? Pu Chao asked timidly, her voice trembling. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to look after mother? Boji seemed to only just notice her, and scolded angrily. With Damu still missing, he was completely flustered and at a loss. Without Damu's restraint, how could Fong possibly take him seriously? Wouldn't Fong be in charge of the entire tribe from then on? He admired Fong's abilities, but he didn't respect Fong as a person. Fong's violent nature made him completely unsuitable to be a leader. His own personality was much more suitable. The only thing he lacked was hunting skills. AMU is worried, so she sent me to check on things. Didn't I tell you not to tell AMU?
Why did you say it?
Boji was even angrier. It wasn't that I wanted to tell her, but my mother kept asking, and I couldn't hold back, so I told her. Then she cried and told me to come out and see what was going on, and she wouldn't let me stay with her, Piu Chao said with a wronged expression. Honghua gazed absently out of the tribe's perimeter, her heart filled with worry. If her father didn't return, she would no longer be the chieftain's daughter. Wulong didn't care for her, and without Damu, Wulong would probably pay even less attention to her. What kind of man would she find then? A sudden pang of regret struck her. Why had she only thought of Wulong and not considered other men? She had been pampered by her father and mother since childhood, never doing any work. In her current state, most men probably wouldn't even look at her. Still lost in thought, she saw a figure moving ahead. After a while, she snapped out of her reverie. They're back. They're back. Honghua suddenly jumped up, shouting.
What?
They're back? Ping Shi rubbed his ear, startled by the sudden shout. The sharp-toothed one beside him spoke in a hoarse voice. "The hunting party has returned." "What? They're back. They actually came back." Hireishi exclaimed in disbelief. He had imagined 180 times the horrific deaths their group would suffer. Many people cheered, some even coming out of the tribe to greet them. Fong glanced at the surging crowd, a cold smile playing on his lips.
"Let's go see," he said.
"Look at all those people being carried. The losses must be heavy." Ping Shi immediately reacted, echoing, Yes, we have to go see. Our tribe's warriors can't just suffer so many casualties for no reason. Even the chief deserves an explanation." Fong's lips curled into a cold smile. From a distance, he had seen many wounded, even several being carried. The devastation was palpable. Fong himself had led his troops out safely and returned safely, but Camus, as the chief, had allowed so many warriors to be injured. This needed to be addressed. He couldn't always be in the right while Fong was always the one in the wrong. A crowd surged forward, some asking about the events of the outing, others taking the stretcher and helping to carry the wounded into the village. The tribespeople's eyes swept over everyone, searching for Damu. They looked at each person, but couldn't find him. Then they spotted Lyang, bringing a sigh of relief, before noticing Damu lying on the stretcher beside her. A cry of surprise rang out. Chief, what happened?" When Fong rushed over, he saw a group of people surrounding the unconscious Damu on the stretcher. He was immediately surprised. He had anticipated many injuries, but he hadn't expected Damu to be among them. Damu's prowess was unmatched in the tribe. He himself had challenged him before, always to a defeat. Even with his age and diminished strength, things shouldn't be like this. "Chief, he's seriously injured and unconscious," Ping Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Damu was the most powerful warrior in the tribe, a fact deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. He had never imagined that this most powerful warrior would be so badly injured. "Go find someone and find out what's going on," Fong instructed, turning back. Ah. He had barely finished speaking when a chorus of screams erupted. Fong, thinking something was wrong, quickly squeezed into the crowd with Ping Shi. The enormous creature that came into view immediately stunned him. If not for his status, he too would have screamed like the others. What is this? Such a huge creature. No wonder Damu was so badly injured. No wonder at least half the group was wounded. They had hunted such a massive beast. What is this? Ping Shi pointed at the creature in astonishment. He had never seen anything like it before. Fong frowned, also staring at it. He had never seen such a large beast either, but he immediately remembered what the elders in the tribe had said, that deep in the forest, besides ferocious beasts, there were also ferocious monsters. He was certain that this was a ferocious monster, but he wasn't sure what kind. He closed his eyes listlessly for a moment, then opened them again, saying, "This is a ferocious beast, the kind the old folks used to talk about." He truly hadn't expected that Damu would bring back a ferocious beast from his hunted beast this large, and even though Damu was currently seriously injured and unconscious, his contribution couldn't be erased. A ferocious beast. He had actually had this thought in his mind, but couldn't be sure. Now that Feng Ya had mentioned it, he was absolutely certain. How could they have encountered a ferocious beast? They said that ferocious beasts only roam deep in the forest? This area isn't even within their range. Ping Shi was shocked and also began to worry about future hunts. If a ferocious beast appeared, would they be able to kill it? Wait, that's not right. Damu killed it, didn't he? This ferocious beast doesn't seem as ferocious as the old folks described. They've already brought it back. Fong was also completely baffled. The ferocious beasts the elders had described were truly tyrants of the forest. Ordinary people who encountered them would either die or be severely injured. Even 100 or 80 people attacking them simultaneously would be helpless. Oh, right. Damu is no ordinary person. He possesses superhuman strength from birth. Even though he's old and his strength has declined, he must have been the main force in dealing with the beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so badly injured. He thought his calculations were correct, but his expression grew even more grim. Had Damu deliberately concealed his strength from them, making them think he was old, luring them into attacking him so he could wipe them all out? Heh, Damu is quite the schemer. Fong sneered. A leader for so many years, his mind was indeed not simple. Hirashi was somewhat confused, but sometimes Fong didn't share his thoughts with him. Since he didn't speak, he didn't press further. In short, the two had their own ideas, but putting all that aside for the moment, they began to carefully examine the ferocious beast, trying to see if it differed from ordinary wild animals in any way other than its size. That big guy is called the iron-armed ape, a true ferocious beast. It's incredibly strong. Its stomp shakes the ground, and its roar is so powerful it hurts your ears. Its fur is so tough that even stone knives can't cut through it. During our battle, we shattered several stone knives. The warrior, who had witnessed the iron-armed ape's fighting prowess firsthand, was now recounting the events to the crowd. He spoke with great enthusiasm, and the crowd listened with rapt attention, clapping and cheering frequently. After listening for a while, Fong saw that the boy was just endlessly boasting, and there was no point in listening any longer. He also didn't want to see this group of ignorant fools constantly praising Damu and Lyang. He just thought the boy was joking. Such a huge iron-armed ape, which the rest of them couldn't handle, was easily defeated by a little girl. Wasn't that ridiculous? And those people actually believed it. They could take such a joke seriously. He wanted to crack open their brains to see if they were all filled with wood. So that big guy is called an iron-armed ape. No wonder it looks a bit like a monkey, only much bigger. So big, yet they couldn't even pierce its skin. It's amazing they managed to hunt it down. Ping Shi was completely drawn into the story of the warriors being described, and now he was also constantly exclaiming in amazement. Ferocious beasts are rare to begin with, and this was the first time he'd ever seen one in his 30s. He found it truly astounding. A ferocious beast hunted by humans was even rarer. The elders of the tribe had mentioned that whenever they encountered a ferocious beast, they would run as far away as possible. These beasts were said to be extremely arrogant. Even when they had plenty of food, they wouldn't chase them. If they were lucky, they might escape. Don't you think that kid's story is ridiculous? He actually said it was captured by Lyang, that little girl? Fong couldn't stand it anymore and sneered repeatedly. Huh. It really is true. Ping Shi thought about it carefully. It was indeed true. That kid kept praising Lyang, saying how brave and fearless she was, how incredibly strong she was. That one punch even sent a ferocious beast staggering back several steps. He couldn't believe it either. Why hadn't he refuted it before? This is going too far. Could it be that Damu instructed him? What's his purpose in doing this? Ping Shi quickly realized something was amiss. If Lyang were a boy, or even Boji or Zhongshan, they would understand it's simply paving the way for them, passing on the leadership position. What more could they say? But the problem lies with Lyang. She's just a girl, only 10 years old. Who knows what he's thinking? If you ask me, no one can guess what our leader is thinking, Jinya said sarcastically. How about I go ask Qinghe? Qinghe may be stubborn, but he's gentle. Even if I ask, he won't get angry with me. Sometimes he might even say a few words, Ping Shi tentatively suggested. He knew Jinya was furious, and he himself was equally annoyed. They thought good things were finally coming their way, but who knew they'd be dealt such a huge blow? It's truly unbelievable. Fine. Go find Qinghe and ask him. If he's willing to tell you, offer him some benefits. If he's not, well, forget it. It's not good if word gets back to Damu and he finds another opportunity to reprimand me. Sharp Teeth said resentfully. He felt that he knew Damu's methods perfectly well and would seize any opportunity to reprimand and suppress him. This was Damu's usual practice. As for why he pushed Lyang out, that's something no one can understand. That little girl is extremely clever. It's said that she had a good catch on her first day of hunting, so she must be quite capable. But she's just a girl after all. How could she possibly achieve great things? Lyang returned to the tribe and, without paying attention to anything else, took Damu straight to their cave. But Boji and the others stopped them. Father, what's wrong? Boji knelt before the stretcher, sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. He didn't even bother to wipe them away. The events of the day had truly terrified him. He could imagine how difficult his life would be if Damu didn't return. Although he considered himself somewhat capable, he was still far inferior to Jinya. Living under Jinya's thumb would be a living hell. Seeing Damu return, his emotions erupted. The worry and frustration he had felt before were now replaced by a cathartic release. Lyang frowned as she watched him. This man was over 20, a father himself, yet he was crying like a child. She couldn't bear to watch. Children in the tribe rarely cried, and even adults were seldom seen crying, but Boji's crying was truly unsightly and an eyesore. Father isn't dead yet. You don't need to cry so much. Besides, Father's injuries need proper rest. Don't wail like that here, Lyang said bluntly. Father's injuries, are they serious? Boji immediately stopped crying and asked repeatedly. This was the most important thing right now. If the injuries were serious and couldn't be treated, he would suffer the same fate. Father's injuries won't endanger his life. She had already treated the wounds on the way back and applied medicine. Now all he needed was a quiet environment to rest, but Boji was so oblivious, insisting on asking questions. It's all right. Boji burst into tears and laughter. Lyang stared at him speechlessly for a long time. He was acting like a madman now, even more shocking than before. Ignore him, let's go. Lyang led the two warriors carrying the stretcher, bypassing Boji, and heading towards his own cave. Boji, let's hurry and follow him. Pu Chao said anxiously, seeing that he hadn't moved for a long time and that Lyang had already gone far away. Father is still unconscious. Even if we go over, he won't see us. Let's listen to Lyang and let him go back and rest. Let's not disturb him. Boji wiped his eyes, tidied himself up, and then turned to his younger siblings. I heard Father hunted a ferocious beast. We've never seen one before. Let's go see it. Honghua was completely relieved when she heard that Damus' injury wasn't fatal. Besides, with Lyang taking care of him and Fuing in the cave, her going would be superfluous. It would be better to see what the beast looked like. She had been wanting to see it for a long time. Boji's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. As for Zhongshan, his mind was already captivated by the beast. If Boji hadn't insisted on bringing him over, he would have already seen what it looked like. Now, he was impatient and darted in front of Boji in a single sword step. Zhongshan, how can you be so rude? Boji is right here. How can you walk in front of your brother? Pu Chao didn't care about any ferocious beasts. Since they were going to take a look, she would go with them. As for the ferocious beasts, she didn't know if their meat was tasty or how it was different from ordinary wild animals. If it was too unpalatable, she would prefer to eat the meat of wild animals. Pu Chao, you're really meddling. Even Boji hasn't said anything. Zhongshan complained. He didn't care if she wanted to flatter Boji, but he wasn't happy about her trying to put him down. I'm your older sister. Why can't I tell you what to do? Boji not saying anything is just as magnanimity and brotherly love. I saw it. I can't just pretend I didn't see it. There still need to be some rules. Pu Chao retorted defiantly. She was timid by nature, but always listened to Boji, who always stood up for her. Bullying her younger siblings in front of Boji wasn't a one-off thing. It was a habit. Boji enjoyed watching the spectacle, since his younger siblings were always competing with him for food. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Everyone else has gone to see the ferocious beast, and you're all still dawdling here, Zhongshan said, disgruntled. He loved excitement, and always went where the action was. He had almost managed to sneak away just now, but Boji caught him. He was still seething with anger, but dared not vent it on Boji. Father's skills are getting better and better. He can even hunt back a ferocious beast. Honghua said admiringly. I kept hearing people say that Father is getting old. If anyone says that again, I'll definitely give them a piece of my mind. Her father was still incredibly capable, yet they dared to say he was old. With her father as her backer, she could easily find another brave man. That Wu Lung, humph. Excitedly pushing through the crowd, the brothers and sisters squeezed in. The enormous creature that came into view made their mouths drop open in an O shape. It was huge. This was the first time they had ever seen such a large prey. No wonder it was called a ferocious beast. It was enormous, far surpassing any ordinary wild animal. Yet their father had actually hunted and brought back this behemoth. Boji was also utterly astonished. Having hunted before, he knew far more than Hongwa and Piu Chao did. Hunting ordinary wild animals was difficult enough. Hunting a ferocious beast was even more incredibly difficult. No wonder his father was seriously injured and unconscious. Thankfully, he was out of danger, which was something to be thankful for. The warrior who was still telling the story had a dry mouth, but the crowd kept urging him to continue. Some even brought him bamboo tubes filled with water. He had no choice. He wanted to go back and rest. The day had been exhausting, especially the hunt for the ferocious beast, which had given him the greatest fright of his life. But these people wouldn't let him go, insisting he repeat himself over and over. He had no choice but to continue. At the critical moment, Lyang leaped into the air, stone knife in hand, and swung it down on the iron-armed ape. But the ape's hide was thick and tough. The knife snapped in two, and it wasn't even scratched. Then Lyang tried to shoot it with a bow and arrow, but the ape caught the bamboo arrow with a single claw. Finally, Lyang leaped up and struck the beast's head, subduing it. The beast fell and never rose again. The man, who had witnessed the entire scene, recounted the hunt vividly and without omission. At the most exciting parts, his face lit up with excitement, as if he, not Lyang, had been the one hunting the beast. The crowd cheered and applauded again, shouts of approval rising everywhere. However, Boji's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened. What did it matter to a mere girl like Lyang hunting ferocious beasts? Damn. Just as Lyang reached the entrance of his cave, he heard Fong wailing loudly from inside. His heart tightened instantly, and he rushed into the cave, embracing the sobbing Fong tightly. Mother, what's wrong? Don't worry, father is all right. Lyang, you're back. Is your father really all right? Fong asked incredulously. Hunting was dangerous. Many who went out never returned. Damu had managed to hold on until now because of his exceptional skills, but in recent years she had noticed that he had indeed aged. The more she saw this, the more she felt that something must have happened to Damu, which was why she cried so bitterly. It's nothing serious, just some injuries. Don't worry, it's not fatal, Lyang quickly replied, afraid she would overthink it. Two warriors carried Damu into the cave. Lyang quickly helped Fong up, then directed the two men to settle Damu in. The two then left the cave. Mother! Lyang turned back, looking at Fong with concern. Fong smiled and waved at her. Don't worry about me. I thought your father wouldn't come back. Now that he's back, I'm not sad anymore. She wiped away her tears, truly stopping crying. It's good that you think that way. Father's injuries are quite severe. He needs to recover slowly. Lyang glanced at the two of them. Only 2 days had passed, and they were both already ill. Then he'll recover slowly. It doesn't matter how long it takes. As long as he's back, I don't ask for anything else. Fong's heart ached, but she held back her tears. Mother, father hasn't woken up yet. You've been crying for most of the day. You must be exhausted. Why don't you rest now so you'll have the energy to talk to him when he wakes up? Seeing her haggard expression, Lyang quickly advised. It was already dark outside, and a fire had been lit outside the cave. The firelight shone in, making it easy to see. Smelling the aroma of roasting meat, she suddenly remembered that Fong probably hadn't eaten anything, and a surge of annoyance rose within her. Fong was injured and needed to rest in bed, unable to walk. Before leaving, she had instructed Piu Chao to take good care of him. Now, not only was she nowhere to be seen, leaving Fong alone in the cave, but she had also carelessly forgotten to fetch him food. And Piu Chao and the others were still in the tribe. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. What kind of unfilial children were these? She had raised them for nothing. Let's rest a bit longer. I'll go get you some food. You can't sleep on an empty stomach." He glanced at Damu, who showed no signs of waking, and decided to only take food for Fuying. "I don't mind missing a meal, as long as you're all alright," Fuying murmured. Lyang felt a pang of heartache. Fuying was clearly terrified. He immediately stepped forward and hugged Fuying tightly. "Mother, don't worry. Father and I are both alright. We've returned safely. You saw it with your own eyes. How can you not believe it?" Yes, you've all returned safely." That's good, Fuying said repeatedly. "Alright, then don't worry anymore. I'll go get some food and be right back. I'll bring back a lot, so we can eat together," Lyang said to her with a smile. Inshan, his steps faltering, was supported by two people as he walked to the ferocious beast. Many people made way for him, carving a path through the previously surging crowd. He was extremely thin, his face covered in wrinkles, his hands withered and bony, his whole body appearing as skin and bones. Only his eyes, fixed intently on the beast before him, burned with intensity. After a long while, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "That's right. This is a ferocious beast, an iron-armed ape, no doubt about it. What a huge creature." Inshan wasn't actually very old, but he was the oldest man in the tribe, once a respected warrior. However, he had been severely injured, and even after recovering, he could no longer hunt. For many years, besides gathering wild fruits like the women of the tribe, he had been unable to do any heavy labor. Some in the tribe looked down on him, while others respected him, mainly because he was the oldest and most knowledgeable. For example, he would occasionally tell the children stories of his past or other amusing anecdotes. Despite his age and lack of imposing presence, his storytelling was quite vivid and engaging. Lyang had been fortunate enough to hear him tell stories, especially about ferocious beasts. His ability to identify the iron-armed ape immediately was largely due to him. "Inshan, have you ever seen an iron-armed ape before?" Someone asked curiously. Many people believed that the Inshan tribe had lived here for generations, that this was their ancestral home. But this wasn't the case. Only the elders of the tribe knew that their original home wasn't here. It was only later, countless generations later, that their ancestors migrated here. The reasons for this migration are too ancient to be traced. After all, without written records, only oral traditions existed. Many things, after passing through several people's mouths, became completely distorted. You say yours is right, he says his is right, and it's impossible to discern who is right and who is wrong. When I was very young, I saw one once from afar. It wasn't a living creature, but it looked like this, hunted and brought back by humans. Inshan seemed to be recalling, a look of longing on his face. Hunted and brought back by humans? So, these ferocious beasts aren't so scary after all. You can hunt them down so easily. A naive young boy immediately chimed in. Haha, that's not right. A ferocious beast is called a ferocious beast precisely because of its power. If you underestimate it, you'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. Inshan laughed and shook his head. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. This ferocious beast was the overlord of the deepest part of the forest, yet their Inshan tribe had actually managed to hunt it down. This made him feel that the Inshan tribe's revival was hopeful. That's true. Such a big guy. I heard that it can send a person flying with a single swipe of its claw, and the ground shakes when it stomps. Only someone as smart and capable as Lyang could hunt such a powerful creature. The speaker was a small boy who spoke with great confidence. If you ignored his height and build, you might think he was an adult. Did Lyang hunt this? Inshan was somewhat surprised. He knew Lyang. He was a young child, but he was indeed clever and capable. However, he was still just a child. Everyone knows about this. Let's not talk about that for now. Tell me, what do you think of the ferocious beast meat?
Can we eat it?
One of the children said, licking his lips. Although he ate meat every day, he had never tasted ferocious beast meat before. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent, everyone looking at him expectantly. Inshan, a man of considerable age, could easily see through their meaning and couldn't help but chuckle. Of course we can eat ferocious beast meat. It's said to be extremely delicious, and it's a very nutritious food, quite rare. Although he had seen ferocious beasts before, he had never eaten them. Now that he had this opportunity, he couldn't help but want to taste what a ferocious beast was like. So everything about ferocious beasts was only hearsay. How delicious was it? How nutritious was it? Hearing his words, the crowd cheered. As long as it was edible, that was fine. They had been worried that the ferocious beast was different from other wild animals. They had never eaten it before and dared not easily take a bite. What if it was poisonous? Since it was edible, the group began to ponder how to prepare it and where to start cutting. One of the children, an impatient fellow, pulled out his stone knife and began slicing at the iron-armed ape's forepaw, intending to cut off a piece to roast and try. Squeak, squeak. A series of sounds rang out as the stone knife cut back and forth across the fur. To his surprise, after cutting for quite some time, the fur remained undamaged. He looked down at the stone knife in disbelief. It was still a sharp blade, without a nick. Seeing his comical expression, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. This little guy had arrived late and hadn't heard the story of hunting the iron-armed ape. He simply thought that with a sharp stone knife, he could cut off a piece of meat. The little guy, bewildered by the laughter, looked up at everyone with a questioning expression. His blank expression only drew more laughter. You silly boy, haven't you heard? This ferocious beast is different from ordinary wild animals. Its fur is incredibly tough, almost impossible to cut through. The chief and the others hunted this big guy and wore out several stone knives trying to cut it, but they couldn't even scratch its fur. Look at it. Only its head is injured. Its fur is completely intact. The little guy suddenly understood. No wonder it hadn't cut through it for so long. The fur was too tough for even stone knives to penetrate. But then he realized the problem. If even stone knives can't cut through it, how are we going to eat the meat? This was indeed a problem. They had been so excited before that they now realized how to prepare this huge beast. Having the meat sitting there uneaten was unacceptable. The group looked at each other, perplexed. Inshan, you're the oldest, tell me, how should we cut this meat? Someone suggested to Inshan. Inshan stroked his beard with a smile and said, first cut off the head, then slowly grind it with a stone knife. Although the fur is tough, it's not truly uncuttable. It just requires more effort and patience. However, the toughness of the fur makes it even more precious, so you must be careful when cutting it. It's best to take a complete pelt. As he said this, he couldn't help but sigh. Such a precious pelt could be traded for quite a lot of things outside. Wulong stood among the crowd. Hearing Mangshan's words, he also took out his stone knife, ready to begin. Such a large beast, skinning and butchering it would take considerable effort. This was a ferocious beast. He'd never seen one before. He hadn't expected Lyang and the others to hunt it down. Even with his confidence in his own strength, he doubted he could handle such a massive creature. Yet Lyang had. He felt a surge of relief. He was currently forming a hunting team and had first invited Lyang, who had agreed to join. With such a capable teammate, how could their team not thrive? He silently praised his decision. Meanwhile, many were busy butchering the beast. After all, it was a rare sight. Besides, now that a ferocious beast was appearing, they needed to take this opportunity to learn more about it, its weaknesses, so they wouldn't be so helpless in the future. As the elder of the tribe and the most worldly wise, Inshan was the most qualified to advise them on this matter. The entire beast stood before them, its fur intact except for a wounded head. What was there to misunderstand? Next time I encounter a beast, I'll attack its head, a young boy declared, waving his fist. This immediately drew disapproval from others. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. It's true that the iron-armed ape's fur is tough, but not all beasts are like it. Many wild animals have hard heads, and we rarely attack their heads. That's right, Inshan quickly interjected. Every beast has its own characteristics. The iron-armed ape's fur is tough, so attacking its head is the most effective way. But other beasts are different. Take a unicorn, for example. Its head is very hard. If you try to cut it with a knife, you won't succeed. Instead, You'll be rammed and killed instantly. He was also deeply worried that these young men were too naive and might actually lose their lives if they encountered such a large beast in the future. To be honest, these ferocious beasts were not easy to hunt. A slight mistake could wipe out the entire team. Many people were injured today, and it was fortunate that they finally managed to kill the beast. Otherwise, the leader and the whole team might not have made it back. Thinking of the dangers involved, the smile on his face gradually faded. He looked at the busy young men and instructed them. You all stay here and carefully cut the meat. Don't damage the hide and don't steal any meat. We'll wait for the leader to distribute it later. This beast meat is different from ordinary wild animal meat. Don't act on your own. Inshan, don't worry. With so many of us watching, no one dares to steal any. The hide is very tough. It's not easy to damage it. Don't worry about it, the group of young men said with a laugh, completely unconcerned. Inshan knew their temperament. They were not the type to act recklessly. He didn't waste any more time talking to them and headed towards Chief Damu's cave. Damu was injured and unconscious. He had often received care from him in the past, so he should go and check on him now. Besides, he also needed to talk to him about the ferocious beast. He wondered if Damu had woken up yet. After all, he was the tribe's leader. Only with him could the tribe maintain stability. A tribe needs a good leader to ensure its stability and longevity. Over the years, he had observed that Damu was such a good leader. Without him, it would be a loss for the tribe. At this moment, he was one of the people who least wanted anything to happen to Damu. Lyang and her daughter ate some boiled meat and drank some soup. She then urged Fong to rest, her heart filled with anxiety and worry. She had wept bitterly for a long time, and with her injuries still lingering, she was utterly exhausted. She closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. She didn't leave, but stayed by their side, also worried about Damu's injuries. He, a man of great courage, knew he was so badly injured and might never be able to hunt again. She wondered if he could accept the reality. Suddenly, she heard a noise at the cave entrance. Looking up, she saw Inshan approaching in the firelight. She quickly rose to greet him. She held the elders of the tribe in high esteem. These elders had all contributed to the tribe, and even if they could no longer hunt, their past sacrifices could not be erased. Inshan, what brings you here? The light is poor at night. Be careful walking. Don't worry, my old bones can still hold up. Inshan replied, then went into the cave. He looked at Damu, who was still unconscious, and asked, Are you badly injured? He hasn't woken up yet after so long. Father, he's badly injured. Given his current condition, he'll definitely wake up either in the middle of the night or tomorrow. Inshan, you don't need to worry too much. Lyang knew the old man's worries and comforted him. It's good that he's all right. It's already a miracle he escaped from the clutches of the ferocious beast. He genuinely admired Damu and the others' bravery. Even in his youth, he might not have been able to escape from the beast. Exactly. Lyang thought for a moment, then carefully chose her words, asking, Inshan, you once said that ferocious beasts only lived deep in the forest, but now they've emerged from the depths. What about our tribe in the future? Her thinking was that if one ferocious beast had appeared, then there would inevitably be a second, a third, and, even more, the safety of the Inshan tribe would be jeopardized. Their vine-walled courtyards couldn't even keep out ordinary wild animals, let alone ferocious beasts. In other words, their living environment was now under extreme threat. Sigh, that's why I came to see the chief, Inshan sighed. Hearing the cheers and laughter outside, he shook his head. Those kids are only concerned with their immediate joy. They don't know the danger lurking ahead. Lyang frowned. If Inshan shared this concern, then her worries were not unfounded. Then, Inshan, do you have any good ideas? Lyang asked solemnly. This concerned the safety of the entire tribe and could not be taken lightly. Inshan looked at Lyang with some surprise. She was just a little girl, and girls who were loved by their parents usually lived simple and straightforward lives, worrying about nothing. With enough to eat and drink, what could they possibly have to worry about? But Lyang was clearly different from those girls. Looking at her, he remembered what the people had said earlier, that Lyang had hunted the iron-armed ape. Since those boys said so, it must be true. This girl was extraordinary. Not only ordinary girls, but even ordinary boys couldn't compare to her. What he knew before was that this child was extremely intelligent. He never expected that she would also have hunting skills, even surpassing those of most people in the tribe. Most importantly, what she was worried about was the future of the tribe. Why is this child a girl? He thought, sharing Dama's sentiment. If only it were a boy. Such a fine candidate for chieftain, why must it be a girl? Mongshan sighed inwardly. It was truly a cruel twist of fate.
He shook his head.
I don't have any good ideas either. For safety's sake, the best course of action is to relocate the tribe. But you know our current situation. Few able-bodied men, many children. Moving to a place with many tribes will inevitably lead to exclusion. But if we don't, we can't guarantee our survival. He felt caught in a dilemma. Their current home was where they had been accustomed to it for many years, and leaving was incredibly difficult. Staying, however, carried danger. But bordering other tribes also presented danger. He truly couldn't decide. Lyang frowned slightly and asked, "Are all the tribes outside difficult to get along with?" Among the men and women of the Inshan tribe, some were particularly violent, and conflicts would occasionally arise. However, as long as Damu intervened, the situation would quickly be brought under control and the disputes quelled. In Liang's view, these people were actually quite easy to get along with. Everyone was generally focused on the tribe's well-being, and even if they had their own selfish motives, they maintained a facade of harmony. As for Mongshan's claim of being ostracized, she couldn't quite grasp the situation. However, as members of the same tribe, constantly battling wild beasts, these people were all somewhat hot-blooded, especially the young ones, who were easily angered and prone to fighting over minor disagreements. This was unavoidable. Without a peaceful environment, people couldn't cultivate their character. Hearing Liang's question, Mongshan realized her naivete. She was still just a child. He chuckled. Whether a tribe is easy to get along with is hard to say. For common interests, friends can become enemies, and enemies can become friends. It all depends on how big the benefits are. His regret was that the Inshan tribe was too small, with few people and few resources, making it incomparable to others. How could they offer anything truly enticing? Therefore, if they went out, being ostracized was inevitable. For a moment, he was conflicted. Was it better to move away or stay in the tribe? If they could hunt one ferocious beast, could they hunt a second or even more? Besides, those beasts might not come out again. He looked Lyang up and down. He'd heard the other boys say that Lyang was the main hunter of the beasts. He examined her closely. Lyang had no injuries and looked very energetic, indicating that dealing with the beasts wasn't so difficult. Lyang understood Mongshan's reasoning, but she hadn't expected it. The tribes were so mercenary. Couldn't they at least consider loyalty and friendship? She had many ways to build relationships, but when it came to direct confrontation, she was truly helpless. With so few men, how could she possibly fight them? The tribes outside were large, with at least 1,000 people, some even tens of thousands. Her 400 men were no match, and most of them were children and elderly, with little fighting ability. Suddenly, she was troubled. Neither way was an option. What should she do? Seeing the child's furrowed brow, Mongshan sighed and said, "Perhaps that iron-armed ape just escaped by accident. Other ferocious beasts might not come out. Besides, our Inshan tribe has lived here for so many years, and we've never encountered a ferocious beast before." He knew his statement was largely wishful thinking. Better safe than sorry. What if that ferocious beast broke into the tribe? Who among the elderly, women, and children could withstand it? How many would perish? The elderly were out of the question. They were all nearing the end of their lives. But the women and children were the future of the tribe. They absolutely could not be harmed. Lyang also sighed. Just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it won't happen again. Now that it has appeared, we can't be careless. If something happens, it will be beyond our capacity to bear. Then, what can we do? After asking, Mongshan felt a flush of embarrassment. He, an old man, had no idea what to do, yet he asked a child. He didn't know why he had asked such a question. Perhaps the child was just too different. He was filled with regret again. Why was it a girl? Girls are inherently different from boys. No matter how outstanding she was, the position of tribal chief shouldn't fall to her. Otherwise, which of the other men would be convinced? As far as he knew, Fong had always coveted the chief's position. The prestige he had accumulated in the tribe over decades was far beyond what a mere child like Lyang could match. Besides, the chief also had a son. Boji was a bit less capable, but if Damu were willing to support him, it wasn't impossible for him to take the position. Suddenly, his mind was a jumbled mess. The Inshan tribe was so small, yet there were already so many problems. I don't know what to do right now. Let's discuss it together when father wakes up. She knew too little about the outside world. What she knew was only from the elders. Everyone had different opinions, and what they said varied. In short, these oral traditions always changed after passing through 3 or 5 people. The best approach would be for her to go out and see for herself. However, the distance between the other tribe settlements and the Inshan tribe was immeasurably long. It made sense. If the distance were even shorter, the Inshan tribe wouldn't have gone so many years without seeing a single outsider. This gave an idea of just how far the distance between them was. Mongshan nodded. It was true. What good ideas could a child like her have? Ultimately, she would have to wait for Dama to wake up before making a decision. Is Dama's injury really all right? At this critical juncture, the chieftain's injury was truly bad news. After a moment of silence, Lyang smiled slightly. It's nothing serious. He just needs to rest and recover. Mongshan, don't worry. She repeated her earlier words. Mongshan didn't ask any more questions. It was dangerous for the tribe's warriors to go hunting, and getting injured was a common occurrence. As long as they didn't die, they would be fine again after they recovered. So, they didn't care much about injuries. As long as no one died, it wasn't a big deal. Even if someone died, it was just a matter of sighing. Fighting wild animals for survival was inherently dangerous, and many things were unavoidable. You can't say that people are heartless. After all, their ancestors had lived like this for generations. Thank you for watching Nava Manhwa Recap.